In the fantasy world, Su Hao obtained a sign-in system. By signing in daily and completing tasks, he not only receives rewards, but also has the chance to draw characters. Martial arts characters: Shangguan Jin Hong, Xiao Yao Ho, Ximen Chuixue, Li Chunzhou. High martial arts characters: Pang Ban, Song Ke, Nie Feng, Bu Jingyun, Wuming. Thunderbolt characters: Yi Shu, Abandoned Heavenly Emperor, Nine Heavens, Xianzun. Qin Shi Ming Yu characters: Xiao Si Ming, Dōng Huáng Tàiyī. Fantasy characters: Zhan Tian's Strongest Four Souls, Qīng Dì. Characters from various realms are at his disposal, sweeping through the stars and asserting his dominance. Chapter 1. The Fugitive Bureau of Fuqing in the Xiliang Empire, Northwest Prefecture, Fuqing, at the Moon Shadow Pavilion. In the top-level pavilion, with sheer silk curtains and a faint sandalwood scent wafting through the room, delicate sunlight filters in through the light fabric. On a beautifully soft peachwood bed, Su Hao lies quietly in the embrace of the courtesan Moon Shadow, closing his eyes to rest and enjoying the gentle massage of her delicate, soft hands on his forehead. "This is so comfortable, I don't want to wake from this dream," Su Hao murmured, seemingly thinking he was dreaming. "Young Master Su, if you don't want to wake up, just keep lying there, and I'll continue to massage you." Just as Su Hao was mumbling, a soft and pleasant voice echoed in his mind. "Of course, I don't want to wake from such a beautiful dream," Su Hao replied naturally, and his right hand unconsciously reached towards a small hand that was massaging his head, but when he touched it, he suddenly felt something was off. Because the sensation was too real, along with that gentle voice, he struggled to open his eyes and saw a delicate and beautiful face, surrounded by an ancient-style room, his gaze hesitating. Just as he hesitated, a sudden awareness flooded his mind, causing him to exclaim involuntarily, and his body trembled as if electrocuted. Bang! At that moment, the door of the room was suddenly pushed open, and a burly man dressed in luxurious clothing rushed in. The man had thick eyebrows and broad eyes, a tall stature, and a purple scar across half his face, giving him a somewhat terrifying appearance. He was Su Hao's personal attendant, Su Ping. As soon as he entered, he hurried to Su Hao's side, anxiously looking at him, lying in Moon Shadow's arms. "Third young master, are you all right?" Su Hao, who had just screamed, now struggled to open his eyes. He had realized what had caused his earlier headache, and he understood his current identity. He had crossed over into the body of someone who shared his name, Hao. As for how he crossed over, Su Hao had a vague understanding. Before crossing over, he was about to operate the company's sign-in system, but suddenly his body shivered, and he fainted. While unconscious, he felt like he was in a gentle dream, thinking he was merely dreaming. However, he didn't expect that he had actually crossed over. The previous scream was due to Su Hao receiving the memories of this body and not being able to adapt in time. "Su Ping, I'm fine, I just had a nightmare. You can go now." Su Hao waved his hand, signaling Su Ping to leave. After hearing Su Hao's words, Su Ping breathed a sigh of relief, but did not leave. Instead, he said softly, "Third young master, today is the day we report to the Fugitive Bureau. If we don't leave soon, we might miss the time, and then the second old master will come looking for trouble. Report to the Fugitive Bureau." Upon hearing this, Su Hao instantly sat up straight. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Let's hurry. If we don't report today, my second uncle will probably come looking for me himself, and I might end up being dragged over there and beaten." Su Hao quickly stood up and tidied his clothes. "Moon Shadow, I have something to do today. I must leave." Su Hao greeted Moon Shadow beside him before quickly leaving the Moon Shadow Pavilion with Su Ping. Outside the Moon Shadow Pavilion, a servant was already waiting with a horse-drawn carriage. Su Hao immediately stepped onto the carriage, while Su Ping sat in front, driving the carriage towards the Fugitive Bureau in Fuqing. Inside the carriage, Su Hao looked out at the street, where carriages were passing by and people in ancient attire were bustling about, once again confirming the reality of his crossing over. He worked to calm his emotions and quickly organized his current identity. Su Hao, from Fuqing, is the youngest son of the Su family's master, with 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters. The Su family is the first family in Fuqing, Northwest Prefecture, and is considered one of the prominent families in the entire Northwest Prefecture, with a rich heritage. The second old master of the Su family, Su Hao's uncle, is currently the governor of Fuqing. Seeing Su Hao idling around all day, he arranged for him to take a deputy leader position at the Fugitive Bureau. Of course, this position of deputy leader is just a temporary arrangement. After working for a while to gain some experience, he would join the Northwest Prefecture's town guard, which is under the Emperor's command. Once he joins the town guard, he can be considered as someone from the Emperor's side, The third old master of the Su family is one of the 3 deputy commanders of the Northwest Prefecture's Town Guard, and Su Hao's temporary assignment to the Fugitive Bureau is also the suggestion of the third old master. Why would a rich young master like me want to become a constable? Su Hao shook his head, a bit confused. However, he knew that if he didn't report to the Fugitive Bureau, he would definitely face trouble at home. The carriage moved quickly, and soon they arrived at the Fugitive Bureau in Fuqing. 2 constables on duty outside the bureau saw Su Hao's carriage and immediately approached, eager to please him. After all, the constables in the city recognized Su Hao's carriage, especially since they had already received the notification of his appointment as one of the 3 leaders of their bureau. "Young Master Su, you are here to report today, right?" one of the constables said while leading Su Hao inside. Su Hao looked up at the Fugitive Bureau. It was large, with 2 unknown stone beasts squatting at the entrance, and the sign read Fuqing Fugitive Bureau. Led by the constable at the entrance, Su Hao stepped into the bureau. Inside, there were 3 buildings. The central one was the tallest, while the other 2 were shorter. Fuqing is a large city with many constables, so the bureau has 3 leaders, 1 main and 2 deputies. One of the deputy leaders, Wang Tong, had recently encountered an accident and unfortunately passed away in the outskirts. Seeing this, the second old master of the Su family directly arranged for Su Hao to take over this deputy leader position. Under the guidance of the officers, Su Hao walked towards the main hall of the Fugitive Bureau. Inside, some constables were busy. The larger the city, the more cases there were. However, when these constables saw Su Hao, they stopped their tasks to greet him. At that moment, in a large office within the bureau, the other 2 leaders, Lu Hao and Han Lu, were gathered together. Both were tall, wearing the uniforms of constable leaders adorned with golden trims, each equipped with a long knife at their waists, exuding an air of authority. Among them, Lu Hao was slightly older and was the main leader of the bureau. He looked at the luxurious clothing and the deputy leader's badge in front of him, a hint of worry on his face. "Leader Lu, Deputy Han, young master, Su has arrived at the bureau." At that moment, a constable pushed the door and entered, speaking softly. "Take young master Su to the hall." The chief constable Lu Hao stood up, picked up the luxurious clothing on the table, and said to Han Lu beside him, "Let's go meet young master Su." Han Lu did not speak, but nodded and followed behind Lu Hao, his expression cold, as if Su Hao had little to do with him. In the hall, Su Hao was examining the items in the room. Although he had received the previous Su Hao's consciousness, he was still quite interested in ancient furniture and decorations. While he was carefully observing the interior, Lu Hao and Han Lu entered the hall. "Su Hao, from now on we will work together and support each other." Lu Hao warmly greeted Su Hao as he entered, handing him the luxurious clothing and the badge. From now on, Su Hao will be his subordinate, and calling his name feels a bit more intimate. "Chief Lu, you're too modest. From now on, I will definitely follow your lead," Su Hao said politely, knowing who this person was, the leader of the institute, Lu Hao. From now on, he would be working under him, so he still needed to say the formalities. Looking at the exquisite official uniform in his hands, Su Hao felt a surge of joy as he accepted the official uniform and the deputy leader's badge from Lu Hao. "I'll change into the official uniform first." Su Hao bid farewell to the 2 and entered the back of the hall to change into the brand new official attire. Suddenly, an unusual voice appeared in his mind. Ding! The host's first job has emerged, activating the sign-in system, binding the sign-in system point 10, 20, 50, 100, sign-in system, binding successful. System. Su Hao looked at the successfully installed system with a joyful expression. Could this sign-in system be the golden finger of his reincarnation? Chapter 2. Su Hao's cheat in the back of the hall. Su Hao was incredibly excited. Not only had he crossed over to become a rich second generation, but he also possessed a golden finger. This was simply a perfect start. He was preparing to study the sign-in system to see what abilities it had when the system chimed again. Does the host want to sign in for the first time? Without any hesitation, Su Hao silently thought of yes. Sign in successful, sign in value. 10. Today's sign in completed. The host's first sign in rewards. 5 cubic units in the system item bar. 1 limited time possession card for Li Xuanhuan, and 1 week of double sign-in cards. Is that it? Su Hao wanted to wait for the system to continue prompting, but found that it seemed to have fallen silent. You should at least tell me how to use this system, Su Hao thought to himself. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind, allowing him to quickly understand the functions of the sign-in system. The sign-in system allows the host to sign in daily to earn a certain sign-in value. On the first day, the host earns 10 sign-in values. And on the second consecutive sign-in, 20 sign-in values, and so on for 7 consecutive days, doubling the sign-in value each day. During the sign-in period, there may be random rewards. If there is a break in the sign-ins, the count will restart. Sign-in values can be exchanged for skill points and reward cards. 10 sign-in values can be exchanged for 1 skill point, and 100 sign-in values can be exchanged for 1 bronze lottery card. Additionally, the sign-in system will randomly generate some system tasks. Completing these tasks will grant corresponding rewards. The tasks issued by the system can be canceled by the host at any time without any cost. So that's how it is. If I sign in today and earn 10 sign-in values, then continue tomorrow, I'll get 20 sign-in values. By the end of the week, I could accumulate 1270 sign-in values. Su Hao was calculating in his mind. However, the exchange for skill points and lottery draws was indeed quite harsh. At most, he could get 127 skill points or 12 bronze lottery cards by the end of the week. Check my attributes. Su Hao silently thought. This is the basic function of the system. Name, Su Hao Realm, Human Realm, 3rd level cultivation technique, Golden Bell Shield, Beginner, can be upgraded. Costs 10 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer, Great Power Stone Breaking Hand. Beginner, can be upgraded. Costs 5 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer, Brahma Flame Technique. Beginner, can be upgraded. Costs 20 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer, Sign-in Value. 10 to earn more sign-in values. The host should sign in daily or complete tasks issued by the system. Skill points. 0. Quickly earn sign-in values to exchange for skill points, which can help the host improve the level of cultivation techniques. Item bar. 1 limited time possession card for Li Xuanhuan. 1 week of double sign-in card. Li Xuanhuan possession card. From the character in the martial arts novel, The Sentimental Swordsman, Ruthless Sword. Using it allows the host to gain 15 minutes of possession time by Li Xuanhuan and possibly randomly acquire one of Li Xuanhuan's skills. 1 week double sign-in card. From the mysterious sign-in system, when the host uses it, they will receive double sign-in values for a week. What? Looking at his attribute panel and the items in his item bar, Su Hao felt a bit excited, although he was somewhat useless. The Li Xuanhuan possession card and the 1 week double sign-in card were both good items. As long as he diligently signed in, he would eventually become an impressive person. Su Hao, is something happening? While Su Hao was enjoying himself, he heard Lu Hao's voice outside. It was just changing a coat, yet it took Su Hao so long. So he couldn't help but shout, "No problem, I'll come out right now." Su Hao thought about researching it later after he went back and walked out from the back hall. When Lu Hao saw Su Hao dressed in official robes, his eyes brightened. Su Hao, dressed in official robes, indeed looked extraordinary, worthy of being a scion of a big family. However, thinking about Su Hao's situation, Lu Hao's expression immediately dimmed. What they needed in the capture office was experts. Others might not know what happened with Wang Tong this time, but as the leader of the capture office, how could he not understand? Originally, he thought that the town's pacification office would send an expert to help the Fuqing capture office, but unexpectedly, it was Su Hao from the Su family who came to serve as the deputy leader of the capture office. Of course, if Su Hao's strength was strong, he could accept it, but this 3rd young master, Su Hao, although his reputation was not too bad, like most signs of noble families, his martial arts were weak. "Lu Zheng, what are you thinking about?" Su Hao noticed that Lu Hao was lost in thought as he spoke to him, so he couldn't help but ask, "I was just thinking about something else. I'll take you to where Deputy Leader Wang's office is now. You will continue to be responsible for the personnel and affairs that were previously overseen by Leader Wang." Lu Hao shook off his thoughts. Su Hao's identity was something he couldn't offend, so he could only accept this reality. After all, the 3rd young master of the Su family was the deputy commander of the pacification office, with high authority. Perhaps this deputy commander would look out for the Fuqing office because of Su Hao. With this thought, Lu Hao appeared more enthusiastic. Lu Hao led Su Hao to a small courtyard not far from the hall. The small courtyard was in a quadrangle state, and the central building was previously the office of Deputy Leader Wang Tong. At this moment, some constables were organizing the layout inside the room, as today was the day of their new leader's appointment. Upon seeing Su Hao and the others arrive, the group of constables instinctively put down their work and stood respectfully to the side. As soon as Su Hao stepped into the room, changes occurred in his sign-in system's taskbar. Task 1. The host is an exceptionally lucky person. How can one work in the room of a person who died unexpectedly? Please refuse to use this room. Reward: 50 sign-in values, 1 bronze lottery card. Task 2. Investigate the cause of the host's predecessor Wang Tong's death. Reward: 100 sign-in values, 1 bronze lottery card. Task 3. Help Wang Tong take revenge. Reward, 200 sign-in values, 1 bronze lottery card. 3 tasks. The first task is a bit silly, while the other 2 tasks seem normal. However, from this, it can be inferred that Deputy Leader Wang's earlier accident was probably not an accidental death. Su Hao thought to himself, preparing to quickly complete the first task, his gaze unconsciously turning to Lu Hao. Lu Hao looked a bit dazed. He didn't understand why Su Hao was looking at him. Lu Zheng, I feel that this place has a bit of bad luck. After all, Leader Wang Tong had an accident right after leaving the city. He must have carried some bad luck with him. I really don't want his bad luck to transfer to me. Do you think you could change my room? Su Hao said to Lu Hao very seriously. This was the system's first task, and also the task that Su Hao could complete the fastest. He had to change rooms. Bad luck? Hearing Su Hao's words, Lu Hao couldn't help but be startled. As constables in the capture office, they dealt with dead people every day. Were they still afraid of bad luck? However, Su Hao's identity was unusual, and since this wasn't a big deal, he nodded in agreement. Since you want to change rooms, then let's change. I don't know which room you want to change to. It doesn't need to be complicated. Just change to the room next door. You all move the things from this room to the next room and organize it well. Su Hao instructed and eagerly opened the sign-in system. At this moment, a message popped up in the taskbar. You have completed the first task, earning 50 sign-in points and 1 bronze lottery ticket. That's it. Su Hao thought to himself, planning to take some time to study this sign-in system. Chapter 3. 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng. At this time, a constable walked in from outside the courtyard and whispered something in Lu Hao's ear. Lu Hao's expression changed, and he immediately said to Su Hao, Su Hao, something unexpected has happened here. I need to handle it first. I'll come back when I have time. Han Lu, help Su Hao familiarize himself with the situation in the constabulary. Lu Jingshou, you have something to do. Go ahead. Han brother, you don't need to take care of me. I can manage on my own. Su Hao didn't want to be with them anyway, so he was fine without Han Lu's company. All right, then we'll leave first. Xiao Lu, come help Su Hao understand the situation in the constabulary. Lu Hao casually called over a constable and instructed him to help Su Hao. Then he and Han Lu left. Outside the courtyard, Lu Hao instructed Han Lu, since Su Hao doesn't need you here, find out quickly who attacked Wang Tong. Zhengshou, I will find out as soon as possible. Han Lu nodded and respectfully he saw Lu Hao off. After Lu Hao left, Han Lu's calm gaze glanced into the courtyard, revealing a hint of unnoticeable coldness. Su Hao, the Su family, I hope you don't wade into this muddy water, or else. Even if you are from the Su family, you will still die. Han Lu muttered to himself. Inside the room, Su Hao was about to ask Constable Xiao Lu about the unexpected incident involving Deputy Chief Wang, when he suddenly felt a chill wash over him, causing him to shudder. Could someone be plotting against me? Su Hao thought sensitively. Deputy Chief Su, are you all right? Constable Xiao Lu, who was next to Su Hao, noticed Su Hao shudder and asked with concern. I just suddenly felt a cool breeze. It seems today isn't suitable for work. Arrange for someone to clean out the room next door quickly. When I come over tomorrow, I'll directly work here, Su Hao instructed. He originally wanted to inquire about some information regarding Deputy Chief Wang to complete the system's task, but the shiver he just felt extinguished that thought. Since the task has no time limit, he decided to wait. After all, his current strength is quite weak. Okay, Chief Su, I will make sure to complete it today, Constable Xiao Lu said, patting his chest. This Su Hao was the 3rd young master of the Su family in Fuqing, with a deep background. If he served him well, his future would be bright, so he had to be diligent. Su Hao looked at the room one more time, gave a few simple instructions to Constable Xiao Lu, and then left the constabulary. Outside the constabulary, Su Ping, who was waiting in the carriage, saw Su Hao coming out and immediately got out of the carriage, opened the curtain, and assisted Su Hao into the carriage. Young master, where are we going now? Where? Su Hao was momentarily taken aback. He really didn't know where to go. Going home? He didn't want to return home for now, mainly because he felt some barriers in his heart. He wasn't sure how to face the people at home. But if he didn't go home, where else could he go? To the Moon Shadow building? He had just been there, and going again today didn't seem appropriate. Su Hao thought for a moment, and then instructed Su Ping to continue to the Moon Shadow building, preparing to stay in the embrace of the Moon Shadow girl for a while longer. After all, in his previous life, Su Hao never enjoyed such tender moments. Inside the carriage, Su Hao thought about how he had just completed a task and seemed to have received a bronze lottery ticket. Should I draw a lottery ticket first? But this bronze lottery ticket, does the system have higher level lottery tickets? Su Hao asked the system. Collect 10 bronze lottery tickets to unlock the fusion function. The host can use the fusion function to obtain higher-level lottery tickets. Fusion function? Su Hao muttered to himself. He currently only had one bronze lottery ticket, and gathering 10 would take some time, so he decided to try his luck. Su Hao immediately used the bronze lottery ticket from his item bar. Consuming one bronze lottery ticket, lottery draw in progress. At this moment, the bronze lottery ticket in front of Su Hao began to shake. About 2 seconds later, a message appeared at the location of the bronze lottery ticket. Congratulations, you have obtained a 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng. When Su Hao saw the words 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng was a first-class spiritual herb. Then, Su Hao focused his gaze on his item bar. At this moment, in addition to a double sign-in card and a Li Huan possession card, there was also an additional 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng. This ginseng resembled an ancient dragon with a well-proportioned shape, and it was about 50 centimeters long, emitting a faint yellow aura. 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng. This is a ginseng from the ancient land of the Dragon Clan, weighing about 300 grams, containing a trace of dragon energy, which can help martial artists reach the Earth realm without leaving any injuries. Ancient land of the Dragon Clan. What kind of place is that? Su Hao was quite curious and planned to look it up when he had time to see if this ancient land of the Dragon Clan existed in this world. However, this 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng could help martial artists in the human realm step into the Earth realm, which was no ordinary treasure. Su Hao thought to himself, the cultivation realms of martial artists he currently knew were heaven, earth, and human, each divided into 9 levels. The human realm focuses on body refining, the earth realm on chi refining, and the heaven realm on spirit refining. As for the strength after the heaven realm, Su Hao was unclear. After all, he was only in the human realm, level 3, and the head of the constabulary, Lu Hao, was only at the peak of the human realm. If Lu Hao could step into the earth realm, he could probably directly enter the town's supervisory office in the Northwest County as a 1,000-household leader. This lottery draw was not bad. Su Hao was quite satisfied, his face beaming as he looked at his item bar. Now there are still 2 tasks regarding Wang Tong. As long as I complete these 2 tasks, I can get 300 sign-in points and 2 bronze cards. However, this matter cannot be rushed. I should stabilize things in the constabulary for a few days before taking action. Su Hao thought, I wonder how powerful the character card of Li Xuanhuan is after possession. In martial arts novels, Li Xuanhuan is a peerless master, renowned for his little Li flying dagger, which never misses. With a dagger in hand, who in the world can match him? However, in this world, Su Hao was unsure what level he had reached. Su Hao looked at the Li Xuanhuan possession card in his item bar. Boss, something's wrong. Big trouble. Just then, the carriage suddenly stopped, and a shout came from outside. Then, a somewhat chubby figure, sweating profusely, climbed into Su Hao's carriage. Gu Huai, the young master of the Gu family in Fuqing, had grown up alongside Su Hao. When they were young, after Su Hao helped him when he was bullied, Gu Huai had since regarded Su Hao as his boss. I say, what happened to you that has you so flustered? Is the sky falling? The sky is falling, but there's a tall person holding it up, so I'm not afraid. The main reason is that my cousin Gu Sierra is back and is currently in my house. I'm not worried about you going to the Moon Shadow Pavilion. So I hurried over to inform you. You mustn't go to the Moon Shadow Pavilion. If she catches you, you'll be in trouble again, Su said breathlessly. What? You said that Gu Sierra is back. When Su Hao heard this news, his hair suddenly bristled, and he immediately shouted to Su Ping outside the carriage. Su Ping quickly turned around and said, let's go home now. Gu Sierra, in Su Hao's impression, was willful, headstrong, and had a tendency toward violence, often beating people up for no reason. Of course, to others, Gu Sierra was a dream goddess, not only beautiful, but also exceptionally talented. At the same age as Su Hao, Gu Sierra had already reached the 7th level of the human realm and had entered the largest sect in the Northwest County, the Qingmu Sword Sect. The reason Su Hao was afraid of Gu Sierra was that once, when they were drinking together, they got drunk without realizing it and ended up sleeping together. Although nothing happened, Gu Sierra's attitude towards Su Hao changed after that. Whenever she saw Su Hao at a brothel, she would definitely beat him up. Fortunately, Gu Sierra rarely returned to the sect, allowing Su Hao to live freely. How did she come back? Su Hao asked anxiously. It seems they received a task from the town protector's office to investigate something here. I didn't dare to ask more. I hurried to inform you. Gu said, good. I won't treat you badly in the future. Su Hao calmed down a bit, feeling quite gratified, and patted Gu Huai on the shoulder. Boss, your clothes are nice. What did you join the capture court? At this moment, Gu Huai noticed Su Hao's capture court uniform and said in surprise, Don't make a fuss. I'm now the deputy leader of the capture court in Fuqing. Su Hao took out the badge representing the deputy leader of Fuqing and waved it in front of the chubby guy. Boss, you're amazing. You actually got the position of deputy leader of the capture court. In the future, let's see who dares to look down on us brothers. How about we go to the Tsuiyue building for a drink? It's on me, the chubby Gu Huai said excitedly. Chapter 4. Just like that, my mood is completely ruined. How can I drink? Su Hao's good mood was ruined by the news of Gu Xie's return. Now he just wanted to go home and avoid that annoying woman. Of course, the main reason was that he couldn't beat her. Boss, why are you so afraid of my cousin? You weren't afraid before. Did something happen between you two that I don't know about? Gu Huai asked suspiciously, revealing a mischievous smile. Although Su Hao was weaker than his cousin before, he never seemed that afraid of her. Suddenly, it changed. Let me ask you. Seeing Gu Huai's mischievous smile, Su Hao felt even worse and directly slapped Gu Huai's head twice. Gu Huai immediately covered his head and stopped talking, feeling even more confused. Whenever his cousin was mentioned, Boss seemed very irritable, but he was afraid of being hit again, so he didn't ask further. Boss, if you're not going, then I'll head back first. Otherwise, my sister will definitely guess that I came to inform you. The chubby guy saw that Su Hao wasn't in the mood to drink and prepared to return to the Su residence. Go back first. If there's any news, you must inform me in advance. Su Hao nodded and instructed. Don't worry, boss. I will keep an eye on it. The chubby guy patted his belly and promised. Then Su Hao had the carriage stop, and Gu Huai got off and left. Su Hao then instructed Su Ping to drive the carriage back to the Su residence. At this stage, the Su residence was the safest place. At this time, in Fuqing, in the Gu family's courtyard, there was an 18-year-old girl with exquisite features. A slender figure and skin as white as snow, wearing a white long dress embroidered with clouds. Her long, straight legs held a beautifully crafted long sword in her delicate hands. She was Gu Xie, as mentioned by Su Hao and Gu Huai. Behind her stood two women, one in a white robe and the other in a purple robe, both around 30 years old but still retaining their charm. Qīng Dì, how is the investigation into the cause of Captain Wang Tong's death going? Gu Xie asked in a gentle yet slightly cold voice. Upon hearing Gu Xie's inquiry, the woman in the purple robe spoke. Xie, this case of Wang Tong's murder is a bit complicated. I checked Wang Tong's body. He seems to have died from the blood fiend palm. The woman in the white robe's expression turned serious. Blood fiend palm? Isn't that a technique that the blood fiend sect excels at? Could Wang Tong's death be related to the blood fiend sect? But the blood fiend sect is a major evil sect in the south. Why would they target a deputy leader of the capture court in Fuqing? The woman in white showed a puzzled expression. Regardless of whether it was the blood fiend sect or not, since we've taken on the task from the town protector's office, we need to complete it. Moreover, if it truly is the blood fiend sect's doing, we should teach them a lesson so they know this is the territory of the Qingmu sword sect. A cold light flickered in Gu Xie's eyes. To avoid any accidents, Purple Ant, you and Qing, you should investigate this matter together. All right, let's continue the investigation. The two women nodded respectfully and exited the pavilion. After they left, a hint of tenderness appeared on Gu Xie's calm face. It was just the right time to go see Su Hao. It had been a long time since she last saw him. As she thought of this, a blush and shyness appeared on Gu Xie's face. On the other side, Su Hao had returned to the Su family courtyard. The Su family was the first family in Fuqing, and the entire courtyard was quite large. When Su Hao entered the courtyard, it felt like stepping into an ancient manor. Although he remembered it, he couldn't help but look around. Congratulations, young master, on becoming the leader of the capture court. While Su Hao was observing the courtyard, the attendants of the Su family immediately came forward to congratulate him upon seeing his uniform. Su Hao replied with a grin. The young master is back. The master is waiting for you in the study. Just as Su Hao was feeling happy, the Su family steward, Uncle Han, approached Su Hao and bowed. My father is waiting for me? Then let's go over. But Uncle Han, why is my father looking for me? Su Hao instinctively paused to smile and asked with a bit of surprise. Among the three sons, Su Hao is the least ambitious, but he is the one his father cares for the most. Young master, today you were appointed as the deputy leader of the capture court in Fuqing, and the master is happy, so he is waiting for you in the study. He probably has something to instruct you. Uncle replied softly. Okay, Su Hao nodded and followed behind Uncle Han towards the Master Su study. In the Su family study, Su Ming was holding a secret document and murmuring, "I wonder if it's a bit too early to let Hao take on the position of deputy leader of the capture court now." However, the third son has hopes of becoming the leader of the town protector's office in the Northwest County this year. By then, if I let Hao enter the capture court, he will be talked about by others. Su Ming's hand moved gently, and the secret paper in his hand instantly shattered into fragments, scattering on the ground. At that moment, Han Bo entered Su Ming's study with Su Hao. "How was your experience in the Capture Institute today? Should we send another expert to accompany you?" The reason you were allowed to enter the Capture Institute this time was your third uncle's suggestion. He will become the leader of the Northwest County this year, and it won't be appropriate for you to go then. Su Ming smiled slightly upon seeing Su Hao's face. Although this son was a bit of a playboy, he had never done anything outrageous, and he was liked by them, so they doted on him the most. "Father, you said my third uncle is going to become the leader of the Northwest Town Patrol Office. That means he will really become a high-ranking official." Su Hao didn't expect this was the reason he was now the deputy leader of the Capture Institute. "Yes. So as long as you stay in the Capture Institute and endure well, you could become a member of the Northwest County Town Patrol Office early next year." Su Ming said happily, "Dad, I don't want to go to the Town Patrol Office. I just want to stay in Fu City." Su Hao didn't want to go to the Town Patrol Office. He hoped to stay in Fu City and live as a carefree rich kid. A real man shouldn't be content with the status quo. "Can't you learn from your two brothers and bring glory to our Su family?" Su Ming said sternly. "Old sir, the young master also doesn't want to leave you. Hanbo quickly supported Suao. Hanbo, don't speak for this kid. He just wants to stay in Fu City and be a second-generation heir. Hanbo, go arrange dinner and invite madam to come over to eat." Su Ming said with a sense of disappointment. "Yes, old sir, I will arrange it." Hanbo bowed and left the study. After Hanbo left, "Dad, I found a treasure, a 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng." Su Hao suddenly whispered mysteriously in Su Ming's ear. He knew that his two brothers, being at the 9th level of the human realm, needed such dragon spirit ginseng, so he was preparing to take it out. "What? You mean a 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng?" Su Ming's expression was shocked, but his voice was unusually low, looking at Su Hao with disbelief. "Yes, Dad, wait, I'll go get it for you now." Seeing his father's disbelieving expression, Su Hao immediately went out to retrieve the dragon spirit ginseng. "I'll wait for you inside." Su Ming initially wanted to go with Su Hao, but then realized it was inappropriate and let Su Hao bring the dragon spirit ginseng. Su Hao left the study and went straight back to his room. He found a casual wooden box, took the dragon spirit ginseng from his inventory, put it inside, and immediately returned to the study. He casually handed the box to his father. "Dad, take a look." Su Ming picked up the wooden box and gently opened it. His eyes immediately focused as a dragon-shaped ginseng appeared before him, radiating strands of dragon aura. Su Ming's expression turned excited, and he quickly closed the lid. This dragon spirit ginseng was a timely blessing because Su Hao's two brothers had recently stepped into the 9th level of the human realm, but it would take a long time to break through to the earth realm. 1 year, 2 years, or even 3 years was possible. Now, with this dragon spirit ginseng, refining it into a pill should allow them to break through to the earth realm within this year. "Where did you get this?" Su Ming asked curiously. "As this was a treasure, I forgot. I encountered an old man on the road before, and after giving him some silver, he gave me this broken wooden box. The day before yesterday, I opened this broken box out of boredom and found it," Su Hao said casually. Chapter 5. The task of a kiss, is it really that simple? Su Ming was taken aback. To exchange a little silver for a 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng was simply unbelievable. He looked at Su Hao with a puzzled expression. "It's that simple. Otherwise, how could I have obtained this dragon spirit ginseng?" "Dad, the money you gave me wouldn't even buy a hair of the dragon spirit ginseng." Su Hao waved his hand. Seeing Su Hao's demeanor, Su Ming could only pretend to believe him. "It seems your luck isn't bad. Perhaps you've encountered a sage. Let's go. Dinner should be ready. Once you officially start working at the Capture Institute, you won't have time to come back and have dinner with your mother." Su Ming knew he couldn't ask any more questions, so he put the wooden box away in a hidden compartment behind him and took Su Hao to dinner. Dinner was already prepared. Su Hao's mother, a dignified-looking woman, smiled lovingly when she saw Su Hao come in. Among the children, for some reason, she favored Su Hao the most. Feeling his mother's affectionate gaze, Su Hao's heart warmed. He could feel Su Mu's love for him. "A bit jealous, huh?" Su Hao thought to himself. "Come over for dinner. What are you standing there for?" I've had the servants prepare your favorite Fu City soup dumplings. So hurry up and sit down to eat. Sumu called out. Smelling the aroma, Su Hao realized he was also hungry. So he hurriedly sat down and began to eat. Meanwhile, Su Hao's mother kept reminding him to be careful at the Capture Institute, not to do anything dangerous, and that if it was too risky, he should quit the job. This made Su Ming at the table twitch his mouth several times. For his mother's concerned words, Su Hao had to nod. In his eyes, staying alive was the most important thing. After all, he enjoyed being a rich young master. So when faced with dangerous situations, he would absolutely keep his distance. After dinner, when Su Hao was returning to his room, Gu Sierra arrived at the Su residence without anyone stopping her. Soon, she appeared in front of Su Hao's bedroom. Creak! She directly pushed the door open and walked in. At that moment, Su Hao was lying on his small bed humming a tune to rest. He hadn't really taken a good rest since crossing over and entering the Capture Institute. Just as he was about to start dozing off, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Gu Sierra's figure appeared in front of him. Su Hao, I'm back. Why didn't you come to see me? Gu Sierra said, her face already close to Su Hao's. At that moment, a new task appeared in Su Hao's system taskbar. Task: die under the peony, even as a ghost, still charming. With a beautiful woman delivering herself to your door, how can you not kiss her? Before Gu Sierra could react, Su Hao hugged her head and fiercely kissed her. Reward: 100 sign-in points, 2 bronze lottery cards. What? Seeing the task that appeared, Su Hao had no time to think. He had to complete it. 100 sign-in points and 2 bronze lottery cards were worth the consequences of being beaten. Su Hao opened his half-closed eyes, directly grabbed Gu Sierra's head, and kissed her hard. Gu Sierra, who was being hugged, was a bit dazed, her eyes wide open, unable to believe it. Her face instantly turned red, and as if realizing something, she pushed Su Hao away. Crack! Due to the excessive force, Su Hao's body slammed against the bed frame, breaking it. Su Hao let out a cry of pain. Originally, when he was about to kiss, he was already prepared to be beaten up, but after waiting for a while without any movement, he relaxed, only to be caught off guard by a sudden action. Su Hao, do you want to die? Gu Sierra looked at Su Hao, who had fallen to the ground, her flushed face revealing anger. She never expected Su Hao would dare to kiss her, although it felt quite good just now. Su Hao, lying on the ground, immediately pretended to be unconscious. He closed his eyes and lay still, while in his mind, he was listening to the system notification for completing a task. Congratulations, host. System task completed. You have received 100 sign-in points and 2 bronze lottery tickets. Still pretending to be dead? Get up now, or I'll stomp you to pieces. Gu Sierra looked at Su Hao, who was lying motionless on the ground, and immediately became a bit angry. This guy was too thick-skinned, daring to pretend to be dead. Although her previous force was a bit strong, Su Hao still had some cultivation and shouldn't be hurt at all. Seeing this, Su Hao realized he couldn't continue pretending to be unconscious, and quickly opened his eyes, but still acted confused, looking at Gu Sierra and asking, Sierra, why are you back? Why didn't you tell me in advance? I almost died missing you. Gu Sierra looked at Su Hao's expression, her eyes wide open. She never expected Su Hao would pull such a stunt. It was too shameless. Why is my bed broken? Oh no, why am I on the ground? My waist. Sierra, do you know who knocked me down? Su Hao took shamelessness to the extreme. Get up. I came here to talk to you about something important. I heard you started working at the capture office today. Gu Sierra came here not only because she missed Su Hao a bit, but also to talk to him about something. Yes, I am now the deputy leader of the capture office. Su Hao observed Gu Sierra's expression and noticed she wasn't angry and didn't plan to beat him up. So he immediately returned to his true self and proudly said. However, he was puzzled in his heart, wondering if this girl liked the previous Su Hao. Thinking of this, Su Hao couldn't help but carefully observe Gu Sierra. Her eyes shone brightly, and she was indeed very beautiful, making his heart flutter. What are you looking at? Gu Sierra noticed Su Hao's eyes were a bit shining and somewhat lecherous, and her face began to change. I didn't think of anything. I just noticed you, Sierra. You become even more beautiful. By the way, what did you want to say just now? Su Hao quickly changed the topic. I received a task from the county's town pacification office, investigating the cause of death of Wang Tong from your capture office. Wang Tong, the deputy leader? Didn't he die from an accident? Su Hao instantly became alert. He knew very well that Wang Tong's cause of death was not an accident, and he wanted to extract some information. After all, he still had Wang Tong's task hanging in his task list, so he was particularly concerned about this matter. Although he still had to maintain a surprised expression. Huáng Tong didn't die accidentally. He should have been killed by the Blood Demon sect. As for the reason, I'm investigating. The purpose of my visit is to tell you to never get involved in Huáng Tong's case. Otherwise, it could be dangerous. After all, the people from the Blood Demon sect are ruthless and have no scruples. Wuxia said solemnly. She came here to prevent Su Hao from getting involved in Huáng Tong's case, to avoid him getting into danger. After all, Su Hao's strength was too weak. Blood Demon sect? Upon hearing the sect's name, Su Hao couldn't help but recall the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect was a sinister sect in the south, with immense power, and it seemed there was a secret branch in the northwest county that had never been discovered. But how could Huáng Tong's death be related to the Blood Demon sect? Su Hao couldn't help but frown. Getting involved with the Blood Demon sect was indeed a bit dangerous. Those people were truly ruthless, killing entire families. I'm still investigating. It's not clear yet, but you must not get involved in this matter. Wuxia reminded him. Got it. If it's dangerous, I'll definitely keep my distance. Su Hao replied. But because he had a task at hand, he still needed to understand the situation. After all, the task could be cancelled, but the rewards were pretty good, and he still hoped to complete it. Let me know if you have any progress over there. After all, I've taken over Huáng Tong's position, and if anything happens, I can prepare in advance. Su Hao said seriously. Okay. Wuxia looked at Su Hao's serious expression and couldn't help but glance at him a bit longer. She suddenly noticed that Su Hao seemed to have changed, but she couldn't pinpoint what had changed. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you think I'm good looking? Su Hao felt a bit uneasy under Wuxia's gaze and said cheekily. What's wrong with you? I came back, but you didn't even think to come see me. Instead, you wanted me to come see you and even took advantage of me. Wuxia said, her face turning red. Last time they got drunk, she and Su Hao kissed and even slept on the same bed, but that was different. She hadn't felt anything back then. Today was entirely different. She was exceptionally clear-headed. Taking advantage of you? Did I? Su Hao would never admit it, and immediately pretended to be confused. You really make me so angry. It seems I really need to beat you up again. Wuxia suddenly got angry and prepared to beat Su Hao up. But just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly remembered something her senior sister in the sect had said. Men need to be treated gently. Otherwise, you won't get this man. I'll let you off this time. I have things to do. Once I'm done, I'll come back to deal with you. Wuxia dropped her fists, glanced at the trembling Su Hao, and quickly left. She really came quickly and left quickly. You're leaving? Did my little aunt suddenly change her temperament? Su Hao wiped the virtual sweat on his forehead and muttered. He had been prepared to accept a beating, but unexpectedly, this girl had stopped. After thinking for a while and not coming to a conclusion, Su Hao opened the system interface. Name, Su Hao sign-in points, 160 item bar, 2 bronze lottery tickets, 1 limited time possession card of Li Xuanhuan, 1 double sign-in card for a week. Now there are still 2 tasks left, both related to Huáng Tong. However, given my current strength, it's too weak. I should first use the sign-in points to exchange for skill points to increase my strength a bit. Su Hao thought to himself and directly exchanged 160 sign-in points for 16 skill points, planning to enhance his strength. After all the martial arts in his martial arts section were only at the beginner stage. Beginner means just having learned it. The only life-saving martial art seems to be this Golden Bell Shield. Su Hao looked at the various martial arts in his martial arts section. The Golden Bell Shield was a martial art that cultivated the body and enhanced defensive power. Huáng Tong's cause of death was somewhat related to the Blood Demon sect, which was dangerous, and now he had 16 skill points, which could only raise the Golden Bell Shield and the powerful opening stone hand to the first level. Enhancing Golden Bell Shield. Host consumes 10 points, enhancing the martial art Golden Bell Shield, raising it to the first level. Buzz. When the Golden Bell Shield was raised to the first level, Su Hao felt a sudden influx of memories about the Golden Bell Shield's cultivation and usage methods in his mind. The Golden Bell Shield has 12 layers. When refined to the 12th layer, it becomes indestructible, impervious to water and fire, and its energy is inexhaustible. This is quite impressive, but the first layer can only help me withstand some hits. Su Hao sighed as he felt the changes in his body. The first layer of the Golden Bell Shield can only help practitioners resist some ordinary punches and kicks. Upgrade Mighty Stone Breaking Palm. The host spends 5 skill points to upgrade the Mighty Stone Breaking Palm to the first layer. The information about the Mighty Stone Breaking Palm quickly entered Su Hao's mind, as if he had been born with such memories. The Mighty Stone Breaking Palm has a total of 4 layers. Compared to the Golden Bell Shield, it is just an ordinary hand technique. However, when combined with the Golden Bell Shield, the power of the mighty stone-breaking palm can double. Now, Su Hao can break stones with one palm. If an ordinary person were to receive a palm strike from him, their ribs would probably break. Not bad. Su Hao felt the changes in his palm and arm, and he was filled with excitement about the strength in his palm. Having an external aid is great. He didn't even have to practice himself. He still has 2 bronze lottery cards, so he decided to draw one. Su Hao currently has only 1 trump card, so he directly used the 2 bronze lottery cards obtained from the recent task. Consuming 2 bronze lottery cards, lottery in progress. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a one-time lower-grade ninja trio card, which has been stored in the item slot. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a grenade, which has been stored in the item slot. He drew a character card and a grenade. Su Hao was quite pleased with the character card. But what was the grenade? The system is really capable. Su Hao quickly checked the situation in the item slot. In addition to the previous limited-time card for Li Ximenhuan, there was now an additional card and a grenade. Su Hao hurriedly checked the information for the lower-grade ninja trio card and the grenade. One-time lower-grade ninja trio card. From the world of ninjas, the host can use this card to summon 3 lower-grade ninjas, lasting for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the characters will disappear. Grenade. From mysterious earth, pull the pin and throw it out. It can kill martial artists below the 6th realm and injure those of the 9th realm. After reading the descriptions, Su Hao's eyes filled with excitement, especially the ninja card, which he needed recently to investigate the cause of Wang Tong's death. However, he couldn't act himself, so he needed manpower. The ninja card solved his most pressing problem. As for the grenade, it could only be kept as a backup since there was only one. However, he was very curious about what it would feel like to blow someone up with a grenade. This is the Su family estate, which is a bit unsuitable for that. Once I go out, I'll summon those 3 ninjas to help me investigate Wang Tong's death. The strength of the 3 ninjas is not strong, and there are some expert guards in the Su family estate to prevent any accidents, so I plan to find a suitable place tomorrow to summon them. Su Hao appeared a bit excited. He couldn't help but check his own information. Name, Su Hao, realm, human realm. 3rd layer, techniques, golden bell shield. 1st layer, can be upgraded, consumes 50 skill points to upgrade to the 2nd layer. Mighty stone breaking palm. 1st layer, can be upgraded, consumes 25 skill points to upgrade to the 2nd layer. Brahma flame technique, entry level, can be upgraded, consumes 20 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer. The cultivation of the 2nd layer for both the golden bell shield and the mighty stone breaking palm surprisingly requires 75 skill points. With my current skill points, that's really not enough. It seems I really need to be cautious and accumulate points. Su Hao only earns 127 skill points per week for one technique to reach the 2nd layer. That is so many skill points. The consumption of skill points will only increase in the future. Chapter 7. This is their fate. As he was thinking, the sky unexpectedly began to darken. Su Hao took a simple bath under the service of his servants, feeling refreshed, and started to meditate, as he had important matters to attend to the next day. At this moment, Su Hao's father, Su Ming, was inquiring about Su Hao's matters from Su Ping. After all, a 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng is not a trivial matter, and he must understand how Su Hao obtained it. Has the young master recently obtained a box from a beggar for a few taels of silver? Do you know what is inside the box? Yes, a few days ago, the young master saw a beggar who looked pitiful and rewarded him with a few taels of silver. The beggar then gave the young master a box. But I'm not sure what is inside. Su Ping recalled and said, "Is there really such a thing? If there's nothing else, you can leave." Su Ming frowned and waved his hand, letting Su Ping leave as he contemplated alone. "Sir, perhaps you're overthinking it. This 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng, although rare, can still be found in some major sections. Perhaps this is just the young master's fortune," the butler Han Bo quietly said beside him. "I hope it's just overthinking. Tomorrow, you will take this 300-year-old dragon spirit ginseng to the medicinal kitchen and have Master Tong examine it. If there are no issues, let Master Tong quickly refine it into pills." Su Ming took the box from behind the bookshelf and handed it to Han Bo, instructing him to take care of this matter. "Yes, sir, I will handle it right away." Han Bo took the box and left the Su residence, heading toward the medicinal kitchen. The matter of the dragon spirit ginseng still needed to be kept confidential. After all, refining it into pills could help martial artists at the human realm break through their cultivation, so it must be handled cautiously. On the other side, in a small tavern in Fu City, the tightly shut door was painted with yellow paint, and a sign indicating today as closure was hung beside it. causing the laborers who had planned to drink a bit in the small tavern to change their route to other taverns. Inside the small tavern, two men dressed in dark red clothing and wearing hats were sitting at a small table. In front of them on the table were a jar of wine and some small dishes. The two men with hats were drinking and eating heartily. The tavern owner, an emaciated old man, was standing at the counter fiddling with an abacus, the clicking sound echoing in the tavern. Time passed little by little, and the three seemed to be strangers to one another. After a while, one of the men in a hat stood up and walked to the tavern owner. Speaking in a low voice, Li Laogui, our task was personally assigned by the leader. You're the head of this branch in Fu City. If this task fails, I don't think you will fare well either. That's your task, not mine. Since you came to Fu City, you wanted to capture Wang Tong alive. However, you failed to capture him and ended up killing him, which has now led to a dead end in the clues. And now you still want to pressure me in the name of the leader and ask me to help you gather information? You really are too naive. The tavern owner coldly looked at the man in the cloak before him. These two relied on being from the branch and completely disregarded him, the head of this branch, wanting to monopolize the task. Now that the task had failed, they came to him, wanting him to help. What a clever scheme. Li Laogui, the man in the hat, seeing the tavern owner's indifferent expression, instantly became furious. Brotherly, don't act impulsively. In this matter, it's our brothers who were wrong, but this is the master's business. If the task is not completed, the master will definitely be angry, and it will definitely involve you, brotherly. After all, Fuqing is your territory. Right now, only you can help us find other clues. After this matter, regardless of the outcome, our brothers owe you a favor. How about it? The previously silent man suddenly spoke up. Since you say that, then I won't hide it any longer. I've been keeping an eye on Wang Tong for a long time. He is very reclusive. He is either in the Capturing Institute or out for work. If we want to find clues, we can only sneak into his residence in the Capturing Institute. I think there should be some clues left there, the tavern owner said. In the Capturing Institute? Hearing the tavern owner, the man in the hat pondered, then said to another person standing by the counter, Second brother, let's go to the Capturing Institute right now. Thank you this time, brotherly. The man in black clasped his fist to the tavern owner and quickly left. Just after they left, a figure slowly walked out from outside the tavern. This person was Han Lu, one of the deputy leaders of the Capturing Institute. You're here. Is there something going on at the Capturing Institute? The tavern owner didn't look at Han Lu, who had appeared, but lowered his head, took out a bottle of wine from under the counter, and brought a plate of peanuts, walking over to the table where the black-clad man had sat down. Su Hao of the Su family has joined the Capturing Institute today and taken over Wang Tong's position, Han Lu said as he sat down and poured himself a drink. Taking a sip, Su Hao of the Su family, a spoiled rich kid, can actually become the deputy leader of the Capturing Institute. The Su family truly deserves to be a great family in Fuqing. Since you mentioned him, did he discover something about you? The tavern owner asked quietly. Yes, just a spoiled kid. What could he discover? It's just a bit amusing. He started his job at the Capturing Institute today, and didn't he even use Wang Tong's previous room because he was afraid of bad luck. Such a strange person can actually come to the Capturing Institute, Han Lu said self-deprecatingly. Bad luck. This third young master of the Su family really has a personality. But the Su family is not something we can deal with, so try not to provoke him. Also, how was the investigation I asked you to do? The tavern owner brushed over Su Hao's matter and didn't want to say more. What he was currently focused on was Wang Tong's situation. I've checked Wang Tong's room. Under his cabinet, I found a hairpin used by a woman. I think the person we want should be related to that woman, Han Lu said while taking a sip of wine. Can you find out who that woman is? The tavern owner asked quietly. Wang Tong is originally reclusive and not familiar with us. If I want to know whose hairpin it is, I need to get my hands on that hairpin and investigate it carefully. However, Lu Hao is also investigating, and since I can't touch the hairpin myself, I think, Masterly, you should have a way to help me get that hairpin, Han Lu said quietly while looking at the tavern owner. The Shui family brothers have already gone to your Capturing Institute. They should discover that hairpin. You should return to the Capturing Institute immediately and swap out that hairpin. The Shui family brothers will draw attention, making it easier for us to act, the tavern owner said as he took a bite of peanuts and sipped his wine. Masterly, you really are good at planning. Then I'll head back to the Capturing Institute now. Han Lu stood up after glancing at the tavern owner. If it weren't for them, we would have already obtained the information or completed the task by now. These two troublemakers should draw the fire. It's better than us being watched, right? That's their fate. A cold glint flashed in the tavern owner's eyes. All right, once I get the hairpin, I will find out who that woman is as soon as possible. At that time, we will be able to complete the task. As long as we complete it, we can obtain the elixir. By then, both of us should be able to step into the realm and leave Fuqing. A glint of excitement flashed in Han Lu's eyes as he quickly left the tavern. Chapter 8. Random Reward Task. In the morning, Su Hao woke up naturally. When he opened his eyes, he found that the sun was about to burn his backside. This sleep was really comfortable. There's no requirement to clock in for work. It's just too refreshing. Su Hao muttered to himself. Suddenly, he remembered that he seemed to have a sign-in system that he needed to open, and he shook his head again. Was there really no escaping the fate of sign-in? He silently thought, sign-in? Congratulations, host. Sign-in successful. You have obtained 20 sign-in points and a random reward of 1 bronze lottery card. Hope the host continues to work hard and persist in signing in. There's actually a reward. Su Hao smiled with joy on his face. He expected to receive a random reward on his second sign-in. Consume 1 bronze card to draw a lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a 1,000 taels silver note, which has been stored in the item bar. 1,000 taels of silver. I didn't expect the system to come up with such a thing. Perhaps I won't have to worry about money in the future. Su Hao looked at the silver note in his item bar, feeling quite pleased. Although the Su family was wealthy, the expenses were also considerable. To be honest, Su Hao only received 500 taels of silver every month, and his salary at the Capturing Institute was only 100 taels. Now that he suddenly had an extra 1,000 taels, how could Su Hao not be happy? I'll use the double experience card first. After all, in 7 days, I can earn an additional 1270 sign-in points, which can be exchanged for experience points or lottery cards. Consume a week of double sign-in card. The host's sign-in points will double within a week. Very good. Su Hao got up from the bed. At this time, there were already maidservants waiting outside. When Su Hao opened the door, one maidservant helped him tidy up the bedding, while another served him to dress and wash up. This life is quite good. Su Hao sighed in his heart. At this time, several other maidservants prepared a rich breakfast for Su Hao, and he ate happily. The life of a rich young master is indeed nice. After finishing his meal, the maidservants cleaned up everything. Su Hao left the Su residence and got onto Su Ping's carriage, heading to the Capturing Institute. After all, Su Hao was now one of the deputy leaders of the Capturing Institute, and this was his job. He still had to go to work. Although it was already close to noon, who made him the leader? What time he went was not an issue. At this time, the streets of Fuqing were already bustling with activity. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Su Hao patiently watched the crowd around him. According to Su Hao's understanding, Fuqing was equivalent to a prefecture-level city in his past life, located near a third-tier city, with a population of about 6 million within its jurisdiction. Among the 10 cities in the Northwest Prefecture, it ranked 5th. Not long after, a waft of fragrance like rouge wafted into Su Hao's nose. He looked up and saw that they were passing by the Moonshadow Tower. Looking up, a group of brightly dressed women from the brothel were holding painted fans, gently swaying, and smiling at the passers-by. The Moonshadow Tower was one of the 4 major flower towers in Fuqing, and the girls inside were as beautiful as flowers, not needing to shout or promote business like ordinary brothels. Random task. The host is a rich young master. When encountering a brothel, how can he not go in? Please enter the Moonshadow Pavilion and reward the courtesan Moonshadow with 1,000 taels of silver, and you will receive 2 bronze lottery cards as a reward. Just like that, the silver he just obtained was gone. What a ridiculous task. However, getting 2 bronze lottery cards is not bad. Su Ping, stop the carriage. Hao asked Su Ping to stop the carriage, then jumped down and walked into the Moonshadow Pavilion. Seeing Su Hao enter the Moonshadow Pavilion, Su Ping prepared to call the servants inside to take care of their carriage. Wait for me here, I'll be out soon, Su Hao said to Su Ping. He only planned to go in to reward her and did not intend to stay long. Yes, young master. Su Ping's expression clearly changed upon hearing Su Hao's words. In the past, as long as the young master went in, he would stay all day. Could it be that he didn't dare to linger here because Miss Goussiere has returned? Su Hao was unaware of Su Ping's thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely lecture Su Ping on the matter. How could he possibly be afraid of a woman? The Moonshadow Pavilion, one of the 4 major brothels in Fu City, was extravagantly decorated. Yesterday, Su Hao, being in a hurry, did not observe much, but now that he looked around, it was indeed quite luxurious, aptly described as having jade-carved railings. Of course, what attracts people the most in a brothel is still the women inside. As soon as he entered, the madam of the brothel immediately spotted Su Hao and walked over with a smile, ready to greet him. I'll go up myself. You don't need to greet me, Su Hao said to the madam, then walked straight towards Moonshadow's room. As the courtesan of the Moonshadow Pavilion, Moonshadow received the best treatment. Su Hao walked with ease to the front of Moonshadow's door. Knock. Moonshadow, it's me, Su Hao. Su Hao politely knocked before entering. Inside, Moonshadow was preparing to play the zither when she heard Su Hao's voice from outside and showed a hint of surprise. She had known yesterday that Su Hao had become the deputy head of the capture office, so she thought he wouldn't have time to come here again. But unexpectedly, he appeared at her door before noon. Slowly standing up, she walked to the door and opened it. Outside, Su Hao looked at Moonshadow, who had opened the door, and his eyes went a little dazed. Moonshadow had long hair cascading over her white silk gown. Her face was pale, her eyebrows neatly trimmed, and her eyes, shimmering beneath her lashes, appeared misty yet exceptionally bright. Coupled with her slender figure, she gave off a pitiful vibe. This 1,000 taels of silver seems quite worth it, Su Hao thought to himself, as the sight of Moonshadow was indeed pleasing. Young Master Su, what brings you here today? I heard you become the chief at the capture office. How do you still have time to come here? Moonshadow asked gently, with a hint of curiosity, leading Su Hao into the room. I was just passing by and thought I'd come up to see you and listen to your zither. Then I'll leave soon. Su Hao walked to Moonshadow's bed and lay down, letting her play a piece for him. All right. Moonshadow looked at Su Hao lying on the bed and slowly walked to the zither to begin playing. Originally, Su Hao, who didn't understand the sound of the zither, felt an elegant melody in this music. Of course, the purpose of Su Hao coming here was to reward Moonshadow. Listening to the zither was merely a pretext for the reward. After the music ended, Su Hao stood up and applauded. Moonshadow, you played really well. However, I need to get to the capture office now, so I won't stay here long. Here, as 1,000 taels of silver as a reward for you. I'll be leaving now. Hao left the silver note and left Moonshadow's room, leaving her in a daze. Looking at the silver note on the table, Moonshadow was a bit stunned. The previous Su Hao had never left behind this much silver before. She knew how much Su Hao's monthly allowance was. What's going on with him today? Moonshadow slowly walked to the window and looked at Su Hao, who was getting into the carriage, her face revealing a hint of confusion. He might be the best person I've ever met. Moonshadow murmured as she watched Su Hao's figure fade away. Although Su Hao was known as a rich playboy, he had never forced her to do anything and had always used his status to protect her. Miss, this Su Sanshao is a good match. At this moment, the madam, who had previously worn heavy makeup, walked in from outside and said softly, the family matters are not resolved yet. How could I choose a match? The formerly gentle Moonshadow now appeared particularly cold, her words carrying a sense of desolation and chill. Chapter 9. A woman's heart is deep as the sea inside the carriage. Su Hao suddenly felt something was off. After all, besides listening to the zither, he could have done other things, but he hadn't. Am I a pure person? Su Hao asked himself, feeling that he didn't seem to be a pure person. Could it be that the previous Su Hao's influence made him develop some affection for this Moonshadow girl? He never forced the other party. Or perhaps he had the patience to ultimately win her heart. Su Hao felt a bit smug. Everything the previous Su Hao did was to prepare a wedding dress for him, allowing him to win the beauty's heart. 2 bronze lottery cards. Not bad, not bad. Su Hao looked at the 2 newly appeared bronze lottery cards in his inventory. A smile appeared on his lips, but suddenly his hands felt a bit itchy, as if he wanted to draw a lottery immediately. Let us go back to the capture office first. I'll draw the lottery when I have time. Su Hao restrained his itching hands, thinking about whether he could save up a few more cards to draw, as drawing multiple times was definitely the most enjoyable. After a short while, the carriage arrived at the capture office. Su Hao got off the carriage, and Su Ping led the carriage into the backyard, while he himself entered the capture office first. When he stepped into the capture office, he noticed that the atmosphere was a bit different today. Everyone seemed to carry a sense of gloom. Even the catchers around Su Hao didn't notice what happened in the capture office. Su Hao frowned and stopped a passing catcher. Young Master Su, no, Deputy Head Su. Last night, 2 people broke into Deputy Head Wang Tong's room before his death and even injured Chief Lu Zhong. The catcher quickly said upon seeing Su Hao. Someone broke into Deputy Head Wang Tong's room and injured Chief Lu Zhong? Good, I understand. You can go back to your work now. I'll go see Chief Lu Zhong. Su Hao waved his hand, letting the catcher leave first. His mind quickly turned. Someone broke into Wang Tong's room last night, likely searching for something. They also heavily injured Lu Hao indicating that the intruders were not weaker than Lu Hao. Lu Hao was at the peak of the human realm, so the intruders must have at least that level of strength. Perhaps those two were the ones who killed Wang Tong. In this case, my task should be completed soon. Thinking of this, Su Hao felt anxious and immediately walked towards the hall where Lu Hao was. He hadn't completed a single task related to Wang Tong yet. Completing one would be good, so how could he not be anxious? When Su Hao reached the main hall, he found 5 people inside. Lu Hao, with one arm wrapped up, looked pale and seemed to have sustained serious injuries. Han Lu was standing beside him, while 3 women stood opposite them. The 3 women had their backs to Su Hao. When Su Hao entered, all gazes turned to him. Gu Shi'er, what are you doing here? Su Hao exclaimed in surprise, feeling somewhat puzzled as he looked at the other 3 people in the room. He couldn't understand why Gu Shi'er and the others would appear in the capture office. Deputy Chief Su, you're here. Miss Gu Shi'er, there's no need for me to introduce you. You know her better than I do, Lu Hao said, enduring the pain in his body. Although he had been injured last night, his mood was still relatively good. He hadn't expected that the town protector's office would send people from the Qingmu sword sect to investigate Wang Tong's cause of death. Perhaps this was due to Su Hao. Otherwise, why would they come? So he needed to be mindful of Su Hao in the future. Miss Gu Shi'er and her team are here to investigate the accidental death of Deputy Chief Wang Tong, and we in the capture office will only assist from now on. Lu Hao said softly, lightly coughing as he spoke. Gu Shi'er, the 5th peak master of the Qingmu sword sect, had taken in new disciples a year ago and had entered the 7th level of the human realm when she left Fu City. Now, it was uncertain what realm she had reached. The 2 women accompanying her were also formidable, exuding faint hints of having stepped into the Earth realm, making it prudent to leave Wang Tong's case to them. At that moment, seeing Su Hao reminded Gu Shi'er of what had happened last night, and a faint blush appeared on her fair face. However, she soon furrowed her brow because she sensed another fragrance on Su Hao. This fragrance was familiar to Gu Shi'er. It belonged to Yu Ying. This Su Hao, has he been to Yu Ying's place again? Anger surged within Gu Shi'er. This guy had just flirted with someone last night, and was at Yu Ying's place early this morning. He clearly did not take her, Gu Shi'er, seriously. Shi'er, what's wrong? A voice came from beside her. It was Qīng Dì, who seemed to have noticed Gu Shi'er's unease. I'm fine, Gu Shi'er replied, stabilizing her emotions after hearing Qīng Dì. She shot a furious glance at Su Hao, planning to settle the score with him after everything was over. For now, she had official business to attend to, so she asked Chief Lu last night. The Bloodfiend sect and the Xuef family brothers infiltrated the capture office and fought with you. Can you confirm this? There's no mistake. This arm of mine was injured by the leader of the Xuef family. They took away a hairpin from inside. This is the box that held the hairpin, Lu Hao said, pointing to an ordinary wooden box in front of him. A hairpin? Gu Elfia Uskit, puzzled. Why would there be a hairpin in a man's room? She approached and picked up the wooden box. Upon inspection, she found that the box was not exquisite, so the hairpin inside should not be a valuable piece of jewelry. The Xuef family brothers must have taken that hairpin for some purpose. Do you know who the owner of this hairpin is? Gu Elfia Uskit Zolemli. We don't know. Both Lu Hao and Han Lu shook their heads simultaneously. Su Hao was also quite curious. He stepped forward, picked up the wooden box, and opened it. A faint fragrance wafted from the box. Why does this box have the scent of the rouge worn by Miss Shersan? Su Hao thought to himself. Although the fragrance was faint, he could still recognize it, having spent time in brothels since childhood. The main reason he was familiar with this scent was that he had been infatuated with Miss Shersan for a while and often lingered in her boudoir. This is the only clue we have. Should we start by investigating the source of this wooden box? Suel Bundiv. Just then, Gu Shi'er appeared in front of him, placing the wooden box in his hands, instructing him to find out who the owner of the box was. Of course, she didn't expect Su Hao to actually find out. She just wanted him to have something to do, so he wouldn't have time to go to Yu Ying's place. I'll go look for it, Su Hao said, surprised at Gu Shi'er's request. Last night, this girl had told him to stay away from this matter and avoid danger. Now, in a blink, she was asking him to investigate the owner of the wooden box. Wasn't this pushing him into the fire? Truly, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. All right, Su Hao reluctantly took the wooden box, not daring to argue. He feared that if he refused, Gu Shi'er might strike him right there. Chief Lu, we will handle this matter later. I will trouble Vice Chief Han to take us to Deputy Chief Wang Tong's room to investigate and see if there are any other clues. Gu Shi'er said softly. Then I will trouble Miss Gu. Vice Chief Han, please cooperate with Miss Gu and her team. Lu Hao instructed Han Lu beside him. Ladies, this way, please. Han Lu stepped forward, extending his right hand to invite them. Chapter 10. Using the ninja card, Su Hao leisurely returned to his courtyard, holding the wooden box. Inside the courtyard stood more than a dozen constables, one of whom, a man with a copper token hanging from his waist, represented that he was the captain overseeing these constables. He was currently speaking quietly with Constable Lu, as they would all be under Su Hao's command in the future. So it was essential to build a good relationship. When Su Hao entered the courtyard, the two quickly approached him. The other constables who had been chatting stood at attention together and greeted Su Hao. Greetings, Deputy Chief Su. Their voices were loud and clear. Captain Wang. I didn't expect Chief Lu to assign you to me. Su Hao recognized Captain Wang, who had previously worked with Lu Hao. Deputy Chief Su. If there are any tasks in the future, just give us orders. Captain Wang said respectfully. All right, I have nothing to do here, so you can all attend to your own matters. How's the tidying up of my room going? Su Hao said, not planning to let the constables investigate the wooden box. So he encouraged Captain Wang and the others to get back to their own work. Deputy Chief Su, your room has been tidied up, and I've arranged it simply. Constable Lu replied eagerly, leading Su Hao into the room he had previously selected. Inside the room was a red wooden table, a spacious chair, and some simple office supplies. A screen had been set up in the back, creating a resting space for Su Hao. Very good, you kid are quite thoughtful, Su Hao said, patting Constable Lu on the shoulder. Everything is to serve Deputy Chief Su. Constable Lu immediately vowed. All right, you can go back to your work now. If there's anything, I'll call you. By the way, when Su Ping arrives, have him rest in the next room. Yes. Constable Lu bowed and exited, even helping Su Hao close the door. Su Hao found a chair to sit down, glanced at the wooden box in his hand, and then placed it on the table beside him. I need to send someone to investigate this, Su Hao thought to himself, then opened his item panel and directly clicked on the low-grade ninja trio card. Host. Use the 3 low-level ninjas to obtain the 3 low-level ninjas. 3 ninjas dressed in black robes, covering their mouths and wearing black hats, appeared beside Su Hao, with long swords at their waists. We pay our respects to the master. The 3 low-level ninjas knelt and said. Su Hao glanced at these 3 ninjas, thinking they were children at first, as many low-level ninjas in cartoons are kids, but unfortunately, they were 3 adults. Su Hao handed the wooden box on the table to the 3 ninjas and informed them of the whole story, instructing them to find out who the owner of the box was and where the Blood family brothers who had contacted the box last night were now. As soon as you find any news about the Blood family brothers, notify me immediately. Su Hao thought for a moment that these Blood family brothers should be the ones who killed Wang Tong. Eliminating the Blood family brothers would allow him to complete a task. Yes, we will go at once. The 3 transformed into a puff of black smoke and disappeared before Su Hao. Investigating, assassinating, and gathering intelligence were all things that ninjas excelled at. Although they were just low-level ninjas, these tasks should not be difficult for them. The box was brought back by Lu Hao. He should know something, and he pushed all the blame for Wang Tong's matter onto Guxier. Was he afraid of the person who acted? Leaning back in his chair, Su Hao began to ponder. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't come up with any conclusions, so he decided not to think anymore. Forget it. Let's complete the task regarding Wang Tong first. As for the other matters, we will talk about them when there are clues. Su Hao then closed his eyes and took a nap, waiting for news. On the other side, Guxier and her companions had arrived at Wang Tong's residence for investigation. Of course, the ones investigating were still her companions, Aunt Z and Aunt Qing, while she and Han Lu stood to the side. Miss, we could go now. After a while, Aunt Qing came to Guxier and said softly, as she had found a clue. Guxier did not ask and cupped her fists toward Han Lu, saying, Deputy Chief Han, we will go handle our business first. Thank you, Miss Gu, Han Lu replied with a bow, watching Guxier and her companions leave. After the 3 of them disappeared from sight, Han Lu's expression darkened and a cold light flickered in his eyes. He did not expect that people from the Aoki sword sect would be sent to investigate this matter. It seemed they had already found something. The Blood family brothers were indeed useless to leave clues for the other side to find. He hoped they could evade the Aoki sword sect pursuit. While speaking, Han Lu pulled out a purple hairpin from his pocket, examined it for a moment, and then quietly left the capture court. Outside the capture court, Guxier and her companions got into a carriage. Aunt Qing, do you have any findings? Guxier asked softly. I have already locked onto the aura of the Blood family brothers. Give me a little time, and I will be able to find them, Aunt Qing replied. Find them as soon as possible and eliminate those two. As for their purpose for coming, we don't need to get involved, Wuxia said with a frown. She felt that things were a bit complicated, so she planned to only do the surface task. The Blood family brothers held a mediocre position in the Blood Underworld sect's northwest branch. Killing these two would give the Blood Underworld sect a lesson, letting them know that the Northwest County was the territory of the Aoki Sword sect. As for digging deeper, that might lead to a confrontation between the Aoki Sword sect and the Blood Underworld sect's northwest branch, which would certainly cause casualties for the Aoki Sword sect. So it would be best to leave it to the Northwest Pacification Office to handle. Understood. Aunt Qing and Aunt Z both nodded in agreement with Wuxia's plan. Although the Aoki Sword sect was not afraid of the Blood Underworld sect, the Blood Underworld sect was a major evil sect in the south, known for its ruthless methods and preference for secretly harming others. Therefore, killing the Blood family brothers as a warning was the most appropriate action. At this time, in a relatively secluded courtyard in Fu City, the leader among the Blood family brothers was examining a purple hairpin. Big brother, this hairpin is the only suspicious item from Wang Tong's residence. But if we want to find the owner of this hairpin, we will probably need Old Ghost Li's help. The second blood brother said in a deep voice. This is Old Ghost Li's territory, so we can only seek his assistance. However, from the looks of it, we might be used by this Old Ghost Li, the leader of the Blood family said, his eyes flickering uncertainly. Previously, they thought they could handle this matter alone, but now they had to share it with Old Ghost Li. Let's go. We need to find Old Ghost Li right away and have him quickly locate the owner of this hairpin to complete the task. I'm afraid that if we delay, something else might happen. The leader of the Blood family put away the hairpin and said coldly. After speaking, he stood up and headed to the tavern. The two left the courtyard. In no time, they arrived at the tavern's door, but found it tightly shut. Creak. The second blood brother violently pushed open the tavern door, only to find the tavern empty. Big brother, Old Ghost Li isn't here. Where should we look for him? Seeing that there was no trace of Old Ghost Li inside, the second blood brother turned to ask his elder brother. Not good. We have been plotted against by Old Ghost Li. The leader of the Blood family seemed to realize something and quickly grabbed the second blood brother, pulling him out of the tavern. Chapter 11. It's time for me to move. Big brother, what's wrong? The second blood brother, still confused about the situation, was dragged out of the tavern and looked bewildered. We have been set up by this Old Ghost Li. He wants us to go to the capture court, likely to use us to attract others' attention. If that's the case, we might end up in serious trouble, the leader of the Blood family said. What? This Old Ghost Li is too despicable. When I see him, I will definitely tear him apart. The second blood brother exclaimed angrily. We can't stay here long. Let's get out of here quickly. The leader of the Blood family did not dare to delay further and hurriedly led the second blood brother away. At this moment, in a nearby building, the previous tavern owner, Li Xing, had changed into luxurious clothing and was standing at a high place, looking in the direction of the tavern. Seeing the Blood family brothers walking out and their angry expressions, a smile appeared on his face. Master Li, you have completely offended the Blood family brothers. Aren't you afraid they will trouble you in the future? The Blood family brothers are not easy to deal with. Han Lu's figure approached from below the building, glancing at the departing Blood family brothers and speaking softly. Can they still leave Fu City? The people from the Aoki Sword sect have come. They 1T return empty-handed. The Blood family brothers can be considered as our Blood Underworld sect's explanation to the Aoki Sword sect, Li Xing said, retracting his gaze and speaking indifferently. Who is that woman? I've already found out, but she truly surprised me. Han Lu took out a hairpin from his pocket and examined it gently in his hand. For you to be surprised, this woman must be quite famous in Fu City, Li Xing asked curiously. She is the 13th young lady of the Mingyue Tower. I really didn't expect Wang Tong to have a connection with the 13th young lady, and it seems their relationship is quite deep. Han Lu said softly. So it's her. This Wang Tong is quite interesting. Hiding someone in a brothel is indeed unexpected. Since we know where she is hiding, we should act quickly, Li Xing said solemnly. Shall we act now? Han Lu frowned and said, time waits for no one. Although the Blood family brothers are holding off the people from the Qingshu sword sect, if we delay too long and something unexpected happens, we won't be able to take that girl away. Yes, let's go now. Han Lu nodded and turned to head downstairs. At that moment, above the pavilion, a black-clothed ninja was eavesdropping on their conversation. After the two left, the ninja vanished in a puff of white smoke. On the other side, Guxier and her companions arrived at the tavern and spotted the departing figures of the Blood family brothers. Sire, they should be the Blood brothers. Should we take action to deal with them now? Aunt Qing pointed to the cloaked Blood brothers in the crowd. There are too many people here. If we act, the casualties will be heavy. Let's wait until we reach a more secluded place before dealing with them. Guxier coldly replied after glancing at the crowd on the street. Understood. Aunt Qing and Aunt Zi nodded, arranging for the carriage to follow the two men. Inside the capture office, Su Hao lay on a bench with his eyes closed. Although he was the deputy head of the capture office, he didn't understand much, so he let Head Wang handle many matters. He lay comfortably on the chair, preparing to leave for home after a while. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the ground. It was a ninja he had sent out. Master, the murderer of Wang Tong is the Blood family brothers of the Blood Demon sect. We found them, but they are now being targeted by the people from the Qingshu sword sect. We've also gathered some other information. The ninja knelt on one knee and reported. The Blood family brothers have been found? Good. What other information do you have? Su Hao became interested upon hearing there was additional news. The owner of the wooden box is the 13th young lady of the Mingyue Tower. The hairpin stolen by the Blood brothers has already been replaced by Han Lu from the capture office, and Han Lu is one of the Blood Demon sect members. He is currently heading to the Mingyue Tower. Han Lu, he is actually one of the Blood Demon sect members. No wonder I felt a chill all over me yesterday. It must have been that kid secretly cursing me. I will have to deal with him sometime. Su Hao recalled the inexplicable chill he felt at the capture office yesterday, thinking it must have been Han Lu cursing him, and he was determined to do something about it. What is their purpose in going to the Mingyue Tower? They want to take a little girl away from the 13th young lady. The third member has followed them and will report back as soon as there is news. The ninja replied, A little girl? It seems that is the target of the Blood Demon sect this time. Since we found the Blood family brothers, let us deal with them first. They are my mission targets. If Guxier and her group kill them, my mission will fail. Su Hao appeared anxious, immediately standing up and preparing to leave the capture office. Outside the door, Su Ping and Officer Liu were talking when Su Hao opened the door and stood up immediately. Young master, are you going out? Su Ping, sent by the Su family to protect Su Hao, prepared to follow him. I'm just going to stroll around the capture office. You don't need to follow me. Su Hao was planning to go out to deal with the Blood family brothers and needed to do it discreetly. So Su Ping absolutely couldn't follow him. All right, young master, then let Xiao Lu accompany you. He is familiar with the capture office and can help introduce things to you. Su Ping glanced at Officer Liu, who was guarding the door. I'll just wander around by myself. You all keep busy with your own matters. I'll be back shortly. Su Hao decisively refused, as he was preparing to go out for a bit of fun and couldn't have a shadow following him. Okay, young master, we will wait for you here. Seeing this, Su Ping and the others didn't say anything more and stayed inside the capture office, as Su Hao was not in any real danger. Su Hao ignored them and directly left, then found a relatively concealed place outside the capture office to change into the clothes prepared for him by the ninja subordinates. He quickly headed in the direction of the Blood family brothers. In a secluded part of the street, the Blood family brothers suddenly stopped. They had long since they were being followed, but they were afraid of being attacked if they acted in a crowded area. So they led the pursuers to a more secluded place. You've been following us all this way. It's time to show yourself. The Blood family leader said coldly, peering through his cloak. Blood family brothers, you killed Wang Tong, and today you will stay here. Guxier slowly stepped down from the carriage, her gaze sharp as she looked at the Blood family brothers. Such a bold claim. You think a little girl like you can make us stay? The Blood family leader's eyes narrowed, revealing a cruel smile. How audacious. Big brother, why waste words with them? Just kill them. Let me smash this little girl's head. The second Blood brother, seeing this, appeared furious. Guxier had insulted them so openly. He extended his hands, each finger adorned with a ring that was slightly uneven, with blood-red spots. Clearly, these rings had soaked up a lot of blood. As he spoke, he moved, launching a fist toward Aunt Qing beside him. The speed and power of the punch astonishing. A faint red glow emanated from his fist. Aunt Qing reacted swiftly, her body moving like a flash of light. Avoiding the punch, and a green soft sword appeared in her hand. With a swift motion, she unleashed several sword beams aimed directly at the second Blood brother's eyes. Using a soft sword, the second Blood brother coldly snorted, striking at the incoming sword beams with his fist. He practiced a toughening method, making him immune to ordinary blades, while his other fist aimed at Aunt Qing's chest, as if he could already see it being crushed. Meanwhile, The Blood family leader leapt forward like a tiger pouncing on a sheep, attacking Wuxia. At the moment he struck, a terrifying blood aura erupted from within him. Practitioners at the human realm cultivate blood aura and physical strength, and his power was at the peak of the human realm, his blood aura immense. Blood slaughter palm. The most basic technique of the blood demon sect. At the moment of the attack, the blood energy in his palm surged like liquid and was filled with a blood-red ominous aura, slamming down towards Wuxia's head. However, at that moment, a green radiance appeared in front of him, accompanied by a purple figure. It was from the Qingmu sword sect, utilizing the Qingguang sword technique. The one who acted was another person beside Wuxia, Aunt Z. When the green light collided with the blood palm, it produced a loud clang. The attack of the Blood Clan's leader was blocked, and he looked at the purple figure in front of him with a serious expression. In the brief exchange, just now, the strength of these two women was not any weaker than theirs. His gaze involuntarily shifted to another place, discovering that his second brother was actually being suppressed by that Madame Shan, and his expression instantly darkened. A hand involuntarily reached into his bosom, where he had a bloodshot Dan, and he prepared to use it. The bloodshot Dan, a unique pill of the Blood Nether sect, could stimulate potential and enhance their strength, but the after effects were severe. After the effects wore off, they would have to endure excruciating pain for half a day. So he really didn't want to take this pill unless absolutely necessary. Just as the Blood Clan's leader was deep in thought, a scream rang out. And with the scream, an arm fell directly to the ground, blood splattering on the rocky bricks below. Second brother. The Blood Clan's leader was stunned, looking at the bloody arm that fell to the ground, as it belonged to his second brother, and he immediately turned to look at Blood Clan's second brother. At this moment, Blood Clan's second brother not only had his arm severed, but also bore several sword wounds, with blood continuously flowing from the cuts. I want you dead. Blood Clan's second brother was somewhat frenzied, his eyes turning red as he glared fiercely at Aunt Z, a red pill appearing in his hand, which he swallowed directly. He then felt his body surging with blood energy, and his skin emitted a red glow. The remaining arm began to emanate ominous energy, surging towards his fist. He punched towards Aunt Z, who was attacking him. Aunt Z, be careful. That's the Blood Nether sect's bloodshot. Wuxia immediately shouted. However, Aunt Z's sword was already aimed straight at Blood Clan's second brother's throat. She intended to end him with one strike. Bang! When her long sword collided with Blood Clan's second brother's fist, Aunt Z suddenly felt a surge of power coming from the sword, causing her hand that controlled the sword to tremble slightly. Blood Clan's second brother seized the opportunity, grabbing the sword and pulling Aunt Z towards him with a fierce tug. He then abandoned the sword and punched towards Aunt Z's chest. Aunt Z felt an overwhelming force hit her abdomen, and she instantly felt a tremendous pain in her ribs. Crack! She felt as if all her ribs had shattered, and her body was sent flying back by the force. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. Seeing that his punch did not kill Aunt Z, Blood Clan's second brother roared in fury, preparing to strike again. Who? Seeing this, Aunt Z immediately wanted to rush forward to help. The Blood Clan's leader, seeing this, also swallowed the bloodshot Dan in his hand, leaping into the air and slamming a palm towards Aunt Z. Aunt Z, realizing this, immediately retreated to dodge the Blood Clan's leader's attack. But she couldn't catch up to rescue Aunt Z. Blood Clan's second brother's face was ferocious as he reached for Aunt Z's head. He intended to crush her skull. However, before his hand could reach Aunt Z, a white figure appeared before him. Accompanied by the white figure, a silver sword light flashed out, directly cutting towards Blood Clan's second brother's palm. After the silver light, a clear cut appeared at Blood Clan's second brother's wrist, blood gushing out. Blood Clan's second brother screamed again, retreating. Second brother. The Blood Clan's leader immediately pushed back Aunt Z, but Aunt Z, as he retreated, stabbed her long sword into the Blood Clan's leader's chest like a swimming dragon. Blood splattered from the wound. Despite the pain, the Blood Clan's leader struck out horizontally with a palm, hitting Aunt Z on the shoulder, causing her to stagger back a few steps. A blood-red wound erupted on her shoulder. After this sword strike, the blood energy on the Blood Clan's leader began to weaken, and he leaped in front of Blood Clan's second brother. Looking at Blood Clan's second brother, whose face was twisted in pain and howling, he fixed his gaze on Wuxia and said fiercely, "You Qingmu sword sect really intend to be enemies with our Blood Nether sect? No need to act tough here. Today, you will definitely die, and no one can save you. Guxier coldly replied. Beside her, Aunt Z, with a shattered shoulder, slowly retreated with Aunt Z. The current strength of the Blood Clan brothers posed no threat to Guxier. Guxier, this little girl is so strong. At this moment, Su Hao, hiding on the roof of a nearby house, stared in shock at the battle in the alley. Just now, Guxier's strike had directly pierced through Blood Clan's second brother's wrist, the speed and power leaving Su Hao stunned. I can't wait any longer. I need to act. Looking at the situation, Su Hao knew that if he delayed any longer, his mission would likely fail. It seemed the only option was to blow them up. Su Hao immediately took a grenade from his inventory, preparing to blow up the Blood Clan brothers. The Blood Clan brothers were now weakened, and a single bomb would surely finish them off. Chapter 13. The Aftermath of the Bomb. First, let's see the power of this grenade. Su Hao was excited. Every man has a bloodthirsty heart, and he wanted to see the explosion's power. Before Guxier got close to the Blood Clan brothers, he quickly pulled out the grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it hard towards the Blood Clan brothers. I'll blow you up. After throwing the grenade, Su Hao immediately ducked down to avoid being discovered by the other side. Beside him, a ninja waved his hand, and their figures gradually blended in with the color of the roof tiles, disappearing from sight. It was as if someone were on this roof. Who? The Blood Clan's leader, who was confronting Guxier, suddenly felt something flying towards them. He immediately looked up to see a smoking object appearing before them. It's falling. Meanwhile, Guxier seemed to sense something was wrong. At the moment the bomb was about to drop, her expression changed, and she quickly retreated. Boom! As she retreated, the falling bomb exploded. The resulting shockwave slightly affected Guxier. On the rooftop, Su Hao saw a cloud of black smoke rise. And then he heard the system's task completion sound. Help Wang Tong take revenge task completed. Reward 200 sign-in points, 1 bronze lottery card, added to inventory. Not bad. Looking at the additional bronze card in his inventory, Su Hao smiled. Then he looked at the alley that had been blown up. At this moment, the alley was in ruins, with the bodies of the Blood Clan brothers lying on the ground. Especially the leader of the Blood family, the bomb was aimed at him, resulting in a bloody hole in his chest, and his arm was blown off. Notably, there were still fragments of the bomb embedded in his forehead. His eyes were wide open, giving off a feeling of not being able to close them even in death. Who is it? I will kill you. A frantic voice came from Gu Xiener's mouth. Her white dress was now stained with black dirt, and her long hair was in disarray, with some parts even burned. The whole person looked quite disheveled, but she was not seriously injured. Huff! Enduring the pain in her body, she flashed and appeared on the roof of a house. Her sharp gaze directed at the direction from which the bomb had come, but she found nothing. Instantly, her already disheveled face grew even more furious. She was still affected by the blast, but with this, Guxier probably wouldn't have time to look for me in the near future. Hiding on the rooftop, Su Hao thought as he watched the furious Guxier. Guxier stayed for a while, not discovering any suspicious signs. She could only turn back and quickly leave with the injured Qing, Yi, and Zi. To find me, you still have a long way to go, little girl. Su Hao thought as he watched Guxier leave. To say that he obtained a low-level ninja card from the system, their strength might not match Guxier's. But their ability to hide was something Guxier could not detect. Let's go to Minghua Tower. I want to see how Wang Tong died. Su Hao instructed the ninja beside him. The two ninjas took Su Hao and slowly retreated from the rooftop, heading toward Minghua Tower. Minghua Tower is also one of the 4 major brothels in Fuqing, famous for its courtesans, among which the 13th young lady is one. Why is she called the 13th young lady? Years ago, Minghua Tower introduced 13 stunning beauties, and the 13th young lady was the youngest, hence her ranking as 13. And people called her the 13th young lady. However, now in Minghua Tower, the other 12 ladies had either been redeemed or lost their charm, while only the 13th young lady remained one of the top courtesans. Wrapped in silver gauze that accentuated her graceful figure, the 13th young lady sat elegantly in the pavilion. Beside her stood a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, with a tender face, big black eyes, and a lovely appearance. Her eyebrows were delicate, resembling a crescent moon, exuding a hint of nobility, indicating she was not an ordinary child. 13th aunt, Uncle Wang, why haven't you come these days? The little girl tugged at the 13th young lady's silver gauze and asked softly. The 13th young lady glanced at the little girl, extending her delicate hands to stroke her head, saying, Your Uncle Wang has been busy recently, and cannot come to see Lan'er. When she mentioned Wang Tong, a trace of sadness flowed in her eyes. She had already received the news of Wang Tong's death, but she couldn't tell Lan'er. She could only continue to take care of Lan'er and wait for the person who would come to take her. Talp, talp. At this moment, footsteps were heard outside the boudoir. The 13th young lady exchanged a glance with Lan'er. Lan'er seemed to understand something and turned to walk into the inner room, hiding in a cupboard. Creak. The door was opened, and Han Lu, dressed in the clothes of a brocade-clad constable, slowly entered. Lord Han, what brings you here today? The 13th young lady concealed her sadness and revealed a smiling face as she approached Han Lu. Han Lu, the deputy head of the Fuqing Constabulary, was a well-known figure in Fuqing. As one of the courtesans of Mingyue Tower, she naturally knew about someone like Han Lu. However, she did not know why Han Lu had come to see her today. 13th young lady, Brother Wang instructed me to bring the person back. After entering the room, Han Lu observed the surroundings and, not finding the person he was looking for, spoke softly. Upon hearing Han Lu's words, a glimmer of light flashed in the depths of the 13th young lady's eyes, and her heart involuntarily skipped a beat. Wang Tong had informed her that the person coming to take Lan'er would be a noble from the Northwest County, and at that time, she could hand Lan'er over to him, who would help her escape from being a servant. Hand the person over to me. I won't kill you. Han Lu observed the 13th young lady's changes. He noticed the sudden beating of her heart and knew he had come to the right place. The person should be here. Lord Han, there is no one here except me. The 13th young lady calmed her emotions and spoke softly. No, 13th young lady, do not lie to me. Han Lu's expression turned cold as he slowly walked up to the 13th young lady, suddenly raising one hand and grabbing her by the neck. Hand over the person, and I won't kill you. Thud, thud. The followers who accompanied Han Lu, including the ruthless leader of the Blood Fiend sect, also stepped into the room, their eyes scanning the boudoir for the whereabouts of the little girl. Across from the 13th young lady's boudoir was a restaurant. Inside a luxurious suite in the restaurant, a young man dressed in purple brocade was watching the events unfolding in the boudoir. He wore a valuable jade pendant at his waist and exuded a nobility that others lacked. Beside him stood a tall man dressed in constabulary attire. However, his clothing was yellow and white, with a golden thread embroidered with a giant python in a four-clawed design, which was only worn by leaders of the town protector's office. He also looked intently at the situation in the boudoir, and upon seeing Han Lu take action and the subsequent appearance of the Blood Fiend sect's leader, a glimmer of sharpness flashed in his eyes. Chapter 14. Triple Draw. There is a lost General Wu. I didn't expect Han Lu to be a member of the Blood Fiend sect. It seems their influence in the Northwest County is greater than we imagined. This is a dereliction of duty on your part in the town protector's office, the brocade-clad youth said to the man beside him dressed in brocade robes. As he spoke, he suddenly opened a purple fan and fanned it a few times. Young lord, you are right. After this, I will conduct a thorough investigation and ensure that the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect hidden in the constabulary are cleared out. The middle-aged man beside him said coldly, exuding a strong, killing intent. Behind them stood a man trembling in fear. He was Lu, a member of the Fuqing Constabulary. Listening to their conversation, beads of sweat continuously flowed down his forehead, and his already pale face grew even more bloodless. Hearing their discussion, he couldn't help but gasp. The constabulary of the 10 cities in the northwest would probably face a bloody storm because the two men conversing in front of him were none other than the young lord of the Weeping Blood Marquis family in the northwest, Dongfang Ming, and the deputy commander of the Northwest Town Protector's office, Su Wu, who was also Su Hao's third uncle. It's time for us to make our appearance. I want to see who from the Blood Fiend sect has their eyes on my sister. The young lord Dongfang Ming retracted the fan in his hand, a glimmer of coldness flashing his eyes as he turned and walked downstairs. At this moment, on top of a small attic next to the moon tower, Su Hao was brought up by two ninjas. A previously hidden ninja, upon seeing Su Hao, immediately reported the information to him. What? Han Lu has mobilized so many people just for a little girl? Is this girl of special identity? Listening to the report, Su Hao's eyes immediately turned toward the room of the third Mississippi Han. Lu really doesn't understand the value of cherishing beauty. Such a beautiful girl. And yet you are choking her. Su Hao looked at Han Lu's displeased face. Master, a master has appeared. We need to be careful. The opponent's aura is profound, and they might discover us. It will be difficult for us to leave then, one ninja suddenly whispered. A master, Upon hearing this, Su Hao immediately quieted down, his gaze fixed on the so-called master. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. Third uncle, Su Hao secretly exclaimed in his heart. It turned out to be his third uncle from the town defense office. Third uncle is a commanding figure in the town defense office of the Northwest Prefecture. How could he be here? Could it be that the little girl has a special identity? Su Hao's gaze shifted to a young man in purple brocade walking beside his third uncle. Young Lord Dōng Huáng Tàiyī is here too. It seems things are a bit complicated. Su Hao frowned upon seeing Dōng Huáng Tàiyī and sensed that the situation was becoming intricate. Currently, his task list only contained one task regarding Wang Tong's cause of death, which was incomplete. Therefore, without knowing the reason behind the situation, he could not complete this task. Should he give up? Su Hao thought to himself. But he was also a bit reluctant. Master, I will sneak into the room to investigate. Perhaps I can gather some information, one of the ninjas said to Su Hao. Be careful. Su Hao nodded, urging him to be cautious. After receiving the order, the ninjas slowly blended into the pavilion, disappearing from Su Hao's sight. The ninja skills are really impressive. Su Hao admired, then lay down on the rooftop. Due to his strength, he didn't dare to show his face. He knew his third uncle's strength had already reached the late stage of the Earth Realm. As for the young lord, he had heard that he had broken through to the Earth Realm a year ago. Moreover, with Dōng Huáng Tàiyī's status, there must be masters protecting him. Therefore, it was best to quietly find out the cause of Wang Tong's death and complete the task. They did not have the capability to confront directly. Then he looked at the 3 bronze lottery tickets in his item bar. Should I draw first? Su Hao's hand itched a bit. The thought of saving them vanished in an instant. Using bronze lottery ticket, starting 3 consecutive draws. Obtained a common detoxification pill, already stored in the item bar. Obtained a silver note worth 1,000 taels, already stored in the item bar. Obtained a silver note worth 1,000 taels, already stored in the item bar. 2,000 taels of silver and a common detoxification pill. This is too much of a loss. Su Hao couldn't help but look at his item bar. Inside the item bar, there were 2 silver notes and a pill radiating white light. The System S products should be extraordinary, right? Su Hao felt a bit nervous. If it really was just a common detoxification pill, that would be a huge loss. He immediately checked the information about the common detoxification pill. Common detoxification pill. A common detoxification pill refined by an apprentice of the medicine clan from the distant 10,000 spirits realm. The 10,000 spirits realm, the medicine clan. This pill should be decent. Looking at the information of the detoxification pill, Su Hao let out a sigh of relief. Although he was aware of what the medicine clan was, the term 10,000 spirits was quite impressive. Coupled with the medicine clan, he could confirm that this pill was not ordinary. Inside the pavilion, Han Lu's thick hand was gripping the delicate neck of the 13th Mississippi, 13th Miss. Don't throw away your life for an outsider. Tell me where that little girl is, and I might spare you. Otherwise, don't blame me for acting. My patience is running thin. As Han Lu spoke, he began to apply more pressure with his fingers. The 13th Miss, being held by him, suddenly felt a difficulty in breathing. Her delicate hands tried to pry away Han Lu's grip, but it was of no use. The Bloodfiend sects elderly was searching the room carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to discover something and slowly walked toward the wardrobe where Lanner had hidden. Come out. I've already found you. Elder Lee's voice was cold and sinister. Creak. Lanner, hiding in the wardrobe, trembled in fear upon hearing Elder Lee's chilling voice. Accidentally, she bumped into the wardrobe door, which creaked loudly. Crack. Elder Lee extended his hand, clawed the wardrobe door to pieces, and saw Lanner hiding inside. Han Lu, we've found the person. We can leave. A look of joy appeared on Elder Lee's face. As long as they brought the little girl back to the branch, they would gain merit. As for who the little girl was, Elder Lee and the others did not need to know. A withered hand slowly reached for Lanner hiding in the wardrobe. Move your hand again, and your head will fall. But just as he was about to strike, a warning voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Elder Lee was momentarily stunned. His outstretched hand halted, and he looked toward the direction of the voice, his expression suddenly stiffening. At this moment, Dōng Huáng Tàiyī and Su Wu had already entered the boudoir, coldly staring at Elder Lee. Young Lord Dōng Huáng Tàiyī, Deputy Commander Su Wu of the Town Defense Office. Upon seeing the newcomers, Elder Lee's face turned pale. He did not expect that the visitors would be the young lord of the Northwest Prefecture and Su Wu from the Town Defense Office. In the wardrobe, when Lanner saw Dōng Huáng Tàiyī, her face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed, Brother, come save me. What? Hearing the little girl's cry, Elder Li's face turned even paler, and Han Lu, who was gripping the 13th Miss's neck, was also startled and loosened his grip. The 13th Miss fell to the ground, gasping for breath. Their mission was to bring back a little girl from Wang Tong's side. However, it was not mentioned that this little girl was the little princess of the Marquis House of the Northwest. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes. I want to know why your blood fiend sect has targeted my little sister. Tell me the reason, and I may let you go. Young Lord Dong Huáng Tàiyī slowly walked into the room, picked up Lan'er from the wardrobe, and then looked at the two with a sharp gaze. He wanted to know the reason behind the blood fiend sect's actions. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Meanwhile, no one noticed that the 13th Miss, who had fallen to the ground and was gasping for breath, suddenly had her clear eyes turn murky, then emitted a green glow. Chapter 15. Sudden Incident. Young Lord poisoned her long nails also turned as dark as ink, exuding a black light. She lowered her head, slowly stood up, and quietly walked aside, staying silent. Inside the room, a group of people had their attention focused on Han Lu and the old ghostly, and no one noticed the changes happening to the 13th Mississippi. You don't know? The young Lord Dong Huáng Tàiyī's face darkened a bit. He was very dissatisfied with this answer, and a sharp coldness burst forth from his eyes. If you don't know, what use do you have? Young Lord, we really don't know. We just received orders from the branch to bring back this little girl. Oh, the little princess. Completing the task would earn us the blood god pill from the branch, allowing us to break through to the earth realm. That's why we acted. The old ghostly hurriedly explained. At this moment, he felt bitter. When the branch sent this task, the two of them were quite surprised. How could a little girl have such rewards? It now seemed like a trap. Young Lord, they probably don't know anything. Leave them to me. They still have some use for me. At this time, Su Wu, who was beside Dong Huáng Tàiyī, stepped forward and said, All right, then I'll leave them to you. Commander Su, I hope you can make the Blood Fiend sect understand the consequences of offending our crying Blood Marquis house. Dong Huáng Tàiyī glanced at Su Wu and said in a deep voice, Rest assured, young lord, after this matter, I will give you and the Marquis house a satisfactory explanation. Su Wu nodded and waved his hand, signaling his men to come to Li and Han Lu's side, preparing to take them away. Lania, let's go thank the 13th Miss for taking care of you during this time. Dong Huáng Tàiyī said softly to the little princess in his arms. MHM. Lan'er nodded in his embrace. Dong Huáng Tàiyī carried Lan'er towards the 13th Miss, feeling that he must express gratitude to her for taking in his sister. This was the etiquette a noble should have. 13th Miss, thank you for taking care of Lan'er this time. After today, I will remove your status as a servant. The young lord slowly walked in front of the 13th Miss and said softly. It seemed he understood her needs and made a direct promise. But just at that moment, the 13th Miss, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up. At that moment, her eyes were completely covered by a green glow, and her originally ink-black nails shot out like lightning. The young lord sensed something was off the instant the 13th Miss looked up. However, holding the little princess in his arms, he instinctively activated his protective energy and quickly retreated. But the 13th Miss, who originally had no martial arts, suddenly emitted a burst of green light, and her body flashed out rapidly. The ink-like nails instantly pierced through the young lord's protective energy and stabbed into his chest. Then, the ink began to surge into the young lord's body from between her fingers. Su Wu, who was nearby, did not expect such a change. By the time he sensed something was wrong, it was already too late. In a fit of anger, he drew the long knife from his waist. As the 13th Miss struck that blow, the green glow in her eyes disappeared, and her expression slightly returned to normal. Just as she wanted to say something, a flash of silver light passed by, and the 13th Miss's head was instantly sent flying into the air. Then, with two swift knife strikes, her arms were also severed. Blood instantly splattered all over the room. Go! The series of changes allowed the old ghost Li and Han Lu to sense an opportunity. The two of them immediately ambushed the two next to them and then fled down the pavilion towards the distance. At this moment, Su did not pay attention to Han Lu and Li's escape, but instead came to the young lord's side to check on Dong Huáng Tàiyī's condition. At this time, Dong Huáng Tàiyī's face was grim. He was using his internal energy to protect his injured chest, but that black energy seemed uncontrollable, continuously flowing towards his heart. Huh. A man in black suddenly appeared, quickly sending a burst of energy into the young lord's body. He was the one secretly protecting the young lord. but he had not expected such a situation to arise. As his energy entered the young lord's body, Dong Fengming immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his breath began to quicken, but the spreading black energy was somewhat halted. Su Wu, hurry and help. You and I must work together to protect the young lord's heart. Otherwise, if this toxin enters his heart, the young lord will die on the spot. The man in black shouted at Su Wu. Su Wu did not dare to delay, immediately mobilizing his internal energy, and together with the man in black, they protected the young lord's heart. Once they joined forces, they barely managed to block the spread of that black energy. Su Wu, find a place to settle the young lord. The man in black said while holding the young lord. Let's go to my Su family. Su Wu did not hesitate, quickly carrying the little princess away. Lu Hao, go deal with Han Lu in Li, regardless of life or death. As they left, Su Wu transmitted a message to Lu Hao. Meanwhile, a shadow above the beam slowly disappeared. It was the ninjas sent by Su Hao earlier. On the other side, hiding on the roof and monitoring the situation, Su Hao's eyes widened. He did not expect things to turn out like this. Third uncle, this is too ruthless. There is no sense of cherishing beauty at all. 3 strikes to decapitate and sever limbs. But it seems that the young lord is seriously injured. We should leave. Su Hao, seeing that things had exceeded expectations, quickly retreated. After a while, when the lurking ninja returned to report on the situation inside the room, Su Hao returned to the Capture Institute and entered his room. On the way back, he even greeted Xiao Lu. Inside the room, Su Hao half reclined, and the lurking ninja had already informed him of what happened inside. Their plan was to take out the young lord, which he guessed was the cause of Wang Tong's death, but he felt that it shouldn't be difficult for these people to kill the young lord. There must be other reasons behind it. Although Su Hao had figured out the cause of Wang Tong's death, he did not understand the purpose behind the other party's actions. Congratulations to the host for uncovering the cause of Wang Tong's death. Mission complete. Reward 100 sign-in points and 1 bronze lottery card. It has been added to the item inventory. This is done. It seems my logical reasoning ability is quite strong. Su Hao looked at the bronze lottery card that appeared in the item inventory and couldn't help but praise himself. His hand itched a bit. Looking at the bronze lottery card, Su Hao felt an urge to click on it. But I'll wait. My luck isn't too good today, so I'll put it aside for now. Su Hao resisted the urge and closed the item inventory. He had only drawn a common detox pill today. If he drew again, he probably wouldn't get anything good. System, can you recall the low-level ninja cards? Su Hao casually asked, as he currently had no need for those 3 ninjas after completing his task. But since their duration was 2 weeks, he felt it was somewhat wasteful. So he casually inquired. Ninja recall, time can be frozen. Remaining time, 13 days. The system directly recalled the 3 ninja cards back into the item inventory. Upon reopening the item inventory, he found a notice indicating that the 3 ninja cards had a remaining time of 13 days. Alright, Su Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 16. Su Hao leading by example. Bang. Just as Su Hao was feeling pleased, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open, and the anxious Constable Xiao Lu and Su Ping appeared before him. What happened that made you so flustered? Su Hao was a little displeased. These 2 clueless guys didn't see that he was in a good mood right now. Barging in like this completely interrupted his pleasant feelings. Deputy Chief Su. Something big has happened. Chief Lu just announced that Deputy Chief Han has defected from the constabulary and has joined the Bloodfiend sect. Now there is a citywide manhunt for Deputy Chief Han and the Bloodfiend sect's branch leader Li Xing. This is their wanted notice. Xiao Lu handed over 2 wanted notices to Su Hao. What? Han Lu is actually a member of the Bloodfiend sect. This Bloodfiend sect is really bold, even sending people to infiltrate our constabulary. You must immediately notify Captain Wang and have him cooperate with all actions of the constabulary. Although Su Hao had known about this for a long time, he still pretended to be very surprised and angrily ordered. Han Lu and that Li Xing are peak experts in the human realm. He wasn't interested in getting involved in this matter. If he wasn't careful, he could get hurt or even worse, so he didn't intend to participate in the capture. Yes, I will inform Captain Wang right away. Xiao Lu immediately took his leave. Mission. As the deputy chief of the constabulary, how can the host not participate in the capture operation? Lead your subordinates to discover or capture the traitors of the constabulary. Reward: 500 sign-in points and 3 bronze lottery tickets. At this time, a mission notification appeared in the taskbar. A reward of 500 sign-in points and 3 bronze lottery tickets. This reward is quite generous. How could I refuse? Wait, Su Hao called out to the constable Xiao Lu, who was about to rush outside. He stood up and picked up the saber hanging on the wall. As the deputy chief of the constabulary, how can I not lead by example? I will go with you to capture the traitors of the constabulary. Young master, Han Lu and their strength are not low. You shouldn't go. Su Ping hurriedly said from the side. Su Hao's current strength was only at the 3rd level of the human realm. Going out to deal with Han Lu could be dangerous. So Su Ping wanted to stop Su Hao from personally leading the charge. Su Ping, I have to criticize you for this. I am also the deputy chief of the constabulary. How can I just sit in the constabulary waiting for battle reports? Let us go, Xiao Lu. Immediately call Captain Wang. Su Hao ignored Su Ping and insisted on going. The mission only required discovering the enemy, not necessarily capturing them, so he was determined to participate. He could just stay far away when the time came. At this moment, several constables mounted their steeds and led teams of constables, rushing out of the constabulary towards the streets of the city. The betrayal of the deputy chief of the constabulary was definitely a big deal, and Chief Lu had given a death order to find Han Lu and the others. Of course, he himself had already led a team to search the streets. He knew the seriousness of the situation. If he couldn't find Han Lu and Li Xing, not only would he lose his position as the head of the constabulary in the city, but he could also face imprisonment. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a signal was sent out within the constabulary. This meant that the constabulary had found the traces of Han Lu and the others. On the street, Lu Hao immediately turned his horse around and rushed towards the location of the signal. The black horse galloped like lightning on the cobblestones of the city, and pedestrians quickly moved aside. They had never seen such exaggerated actions from the constabulary. We've found them. Just stepping out of the constabulary, Su Hao also noticed the signal and mounted the prepared steed, quickly rushing towards the direction of the signal with a dozen constables behind him. At this time, in a small alley on the street, Han Lu and Li Xing were breathing heavily, and before them lay 2 corpses. These 2 corpses were the constables who had just sent out the signal. Earlier, they had managed to escape from the ambush, but they hadn't expected that the constabulary would search for them citywide like they were mad. This left them with no way out. Leader Li, we probably can't get out of the city. We need to find a place to hide and think of a way to escape the city. Han Lu wiped the blade of his saber on the bodies of the 2 constables, cleaning off the blood, and then sheathed his sword. We'll have to do it this way. Follow me. Li Xing understood the seriousness of the situation and nodded. As the leader of the Blood Fiend sect in the city, he surely had his hiding places. However, when they stepped out of the alley, they found that teams of constables had already appeared outside the alley. How did the constables become so fast? Han Lu's expression changed upon seeing the constables. Kill them first. Li Xing's face also changed, but his figure flashed, and he lunged out, revealing a blood-red dagger in his hand. With a series of swift strikes, he cut the throats of the 3 constables charging forward. A group of low-level constables coming to deliver their lives. I don't mind killing a few more. Li Xing's ruthless attack stunned the charging constables. Han Lu, Li Xing, you can't escape. But his actions only intimidated some of the constables. At this moment, 4 constable captains appeared on the street. As captains, their strength had all reached the middle level of the human realm. The 4 raised their weapons simultaneously to block Han Lu and Li Xing's path. They only needed to hold the 2 of them off, as more constables would arrive with the passage of time. Eventually, the 2 could be overwhelmed by numbers. Han Lu, hurry up and attack, kill them, or we won't be able to leave today. Li Xing realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately shouted at Han Lu beside him. Han Lu also quickly drew his blade and acted. His figure moved like a swimming dragon. With a flicker, he covered about 10 meters and arrived in front of one of the captains, the blade flashing as he slashed towards the captain. The captain immediately raised his weapon to meet it, but Han Lu suddenly kicked out like lightning, striking the captain's chest directly. Crack! The powerful force landed on the captain's chest, breaking his ribs, and then he turned around, slashing toward another captain. When the other captain raised his weapon to defend, he found that a tremendous recoil force came from the blade, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Anyone who blocks me will die. Han Lu's face was cold as he frantically attacked, taking advantage of the situation. His strength was already superior to that of this captain, and with the previous advantage. After a few exchanges, he struck the captain's head with a blade, causing him to fall to the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xing also killed another captain. The remaining captain retreated from the battle, leading the constables to surround Li Xing and Han Lu, forming a formation to prevent their escape. Chapter 17. Ruthless people are all ruthless in an instant. Han Lu and the others were held back, and the incoming constables were increasing in number, which immediately trapped Han Lu and Li Xing in a siege. Damn it! How these constables become so fearless? Li Xing turned to ask Han Lu beside him. It must be Lu Hao who was given the death order. Han Lu's eyes were gloomy. As more and more constables gathered, they had no chance to escape. Han Lu, Li Xing, you might as well give up. I'm giving you a chance to live. At this moment, Lu Hao, riding a horse, appeared before them. He glanced at the corpse of the constable on the ground, his expression extremely cold. Lu Hao, if you want to catch us, I want to see your strength. Suddenly, Han Lu and Li Xing moved at the same time. Han Lu's knife moved like a flash of light, while Li Xing didn't use his knife but struck with a palm, emanating a corrosive scent. The poison palm, a sinister and domineering martial art, when struck on a person, can corrode their body. They had planned to strike at Lu Hao as soon as he appeared, thinking that as long as they killed him, they would have a chance to escape. Therefore, when Lu Hao showed up, they attacked with all their might, knives fierce and palms ruthless. Lu Hao's expression changed as he leaped, stepping on the horse's back, using its strength to retreat rapidly. Suddenly, the horse beneath him collapsed under Han Lu's knife, blood spraying out. Lu Hao dropped down, growling. But he soon felt a chilling sensation, as Li Xing's palm was already above his head. Lu Hao had no choice but to instinctively meet the palm with his own. Instantly, he felt a wave of coldness in his arm, and then noticed his palm turning pitch black, accompanied by a numb feeling. Lu Hao, blame yourself for capturing us. Han Lu, who had just killed Lu Hao's horse, struck again, his face twisted with malice, swinging the long knife towards Lu Hao's neck. Lu Hao's face changed dramatically. At that moment, one of his trusted constables suddenly rushed out, charging towards Han Lu, grabbing him and dragging him away towards the distance, giving Lu Hao a moment to breathe. He quickly retreated to the constables behind him. Kill. It doesn't matter if you live or die. Lu Hao, furious, no longer cared about the two's fates and ordered the constables beside him. Dozens of constables and captains immediately drew their long knives and attacked Han Lu and Li Xing. Han Lu, who was being held back, had a twisted expression. Just when he was about to succeed, someone disrupted him. Without holding a knife, he punched the constable holding him. Crack! The punch shattered the constable's spine, but he found a group of constables charging at him. He immediately tried to raise his knife in defense, but in a flash of silver light, his arm was cut off. A wretched scream escaped his mouth, followed by multiple knife strikes to his body, blood gushing out. In no time, he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. At this moment, Su Hao also arrived at the scene. Looking at the blood-soaked ground, his body shuddered involuntarily, and his face paled. Although he had seen dead bodies today, he had never seen so many. The ground littered with blood and severed limbs, making him feel nauseous. This is too ruthless. Su Hao looked at Han Lu, who was gasping for breath on the ground, his heart racing. On the other side, Lu Hao controlled the poison in his palm and quickly struck, slashing at Li Xing's body, swiftly severing the meridians in his hands and legs. His attack was equally ruthless. Take them away. Deputy Su, please send someone to clean this up. I will go back to heal. Lu Hao turned his gaze to Su Hao and instructed him to send people to clean up the area while he took Han Lu and the others back to the constabulary first. Yes, Lord Lu, leave this to me. Su Hao composed himself and replied. This Lu Jingshou usually seems very gentle, but when he strikes, he is incredibly ruthless. I underestimated him, or perhaps I underestimated the cruelty of this world. Su Hao thought as he watched Lu Hao leave. Xiao Lu, clean this place up. Su Ping, you and I will return to the Su residence first. Su Hao would not stay to watch the constables clean up the blood and corpses. He planned to return to the Su residence. After all, today had been exhausting and he needed to rest. Of course, Su Hao was still very pleased because when he arrived at the scene and saw Han Lu and Li Xing, the system had already notified him that he had completed the task. He had received 500 sign-in points and 3 bronze lottery tickets, all in hand. He now had a total of 4 bronze lottery tickets in his inventory. Riding his horse, he headed straight back to the Su residence. At the entrance, he saw his uncle, the governor of Fuqing. He wanted to greet his uncle, but found that his uncle seemed to not see him and rushed into the residence. It seemed that the young Marquis was severely injured. Su Hao knew that his third uncle had brought the young Marquis back to the Su residence. Let's go in and take a look. If it doesn't work, I'll take out the detoxification pill, It should be able to cure the young Marquis's poison. Su Hao thought to himself. At this moment, in a bedroom of the Su residence's inner courtyard, the young Marquis lay pale on the bed, with Su Wu and a middle-aged man in black, who was the young Marquis's bodyguard, gathered in the room. The young Marquis has been poisoned by the Blood Fiend sect's black blood poison. Right now, we can only control it and prevent the toxin from spreading, but to detoxify, we may need to seek help from the Blood Fiend sect, the middle-aged man said with a grim expression. He was the young Marquis's bodyguard, and he felt a heavy responsibility for the young Marquis being gravely injured and poisoned this time. I will immediately notify the Marquis and see if he has any solutions. The middle-aged man said solemnly. There is no other way. Brother Yang, we were careless this time. I will take the blame with the Marquis. Su Wu's expression was equally grim. The crying blood Marquis, one of the 36 marquises of the Shiliang Empire, was a person of great influence. Now that the young Marquis had an accident on his watch, the impact on him was significant. We never expected they would target the young Marquis. This matter is beyond our control now. We must wait for the Marquis's response. The middle-aged man said helplessly. There is no other way. I'll go see my brother and see if I can invite a famous doctor from the city to stabilize the young Marquis's condition. Su Wu glanced at the young Marquis lying on the bed. Then I will trouble you, Brother Su. The middle-aged man nodded. Su Wu stepped out of the room and quickly arrived at Su Hao's father's study, followed closely by the anxious second master of the Su family, Su Hong, who also entered Su Ming's study. Chapter 18. The fiery heaven technique. The atmosphere in the study was somewhat heavy. Third brother, will this incident with the young Marquis affect your promotion to the commander of the town guard? Su Ming asked with a serious expression. Su Wu becoming the commander of the town guard in the northwest was extremely important for the Su family. It won't affect me. The position of commander is personally decided by the commanding officer and will not change. However, if this matter is not handled well, it may lead to a joint force of the Blood Fiend sect and the Crying Blood Marquis. At that time, even if I am in charge of the Northwest Town Guard, I will inevitably face restrictions. Su Wu's expression was equally grave. He collaborated with the Blood Crying Marquis, this time, to quickly gain control over the Northwest Pacification Office after ascending to the leadership position. But he didn't expect such an incident to occur. Was the Blood Fiend sect's purpose this time? Sumin Pander de Lauth. To establish contact with the blood-crying Marquis and infiltrate the entire Northwest region. Su Wu replied in a deep voice. We, the Su family, are powerless against the young Marquis's poison. Now we can only see the decision of the blood-crying Marquis. However, it won't be easy for the Blood Fiend sect to infiltrate the Northwest region, as the Qingmu sword sect is not to be trifled with, Su Ming said coldly. Second brother, Fuqing is the core territory of our Su family. You need to be vigilant on your side recently. Su Ming then spoke to Su Hong, the second son of the Su family, who was sitting quietly beside him. Eldest brother, during this recent period, I will deal with some hidden dangers. Su Hun, who had a scholarly appearance, spoke with a sharp killing intent. Third brother, the Blood Fiend sect has already infiltrated the Fuqing Capturing Institute. I'm afraid the pacification office of the county governor has also been compromised. Previously, I wanted Howard to enter the county governor's pacification office when you became its leader. It seems that this is not appropriate now, as Howard's strength is a bit low, and going to the county governor's pacification office might be dangerous. Therefore, you should arrange for him to be in a lower county to take charge of a capturing institute. To train for a while, before going to the county governor's pacification office, Su Ming turned to Su and said, Eldest brother, I understand. When Howard comes later, I will tell him. Su nodded after thinking for a moment. Meanwhile, after Su Hao entered the courtyard, he initially wanted to go to his father's study. But seeing his third and second uncles enter the study one after another, he decided not to join the commotion. In the small room, Su Hao lay on the bed, glanced at his signed-in points, and then converted the new 500 signed-in points into 50 skill points. He prepared to upgrade the Golden Bell Shield to the second level. Today's battle made Su Hao feel a bit passionate, but due to his low strength, he could only watch from the sidelines, which left him restless and unable to vent his boiling blood. Therefore, he must improve his strength to realize his martial arts dream. Consume 50 skill points to upgrade Golden Bell Shield to the second level. Su Hao used the newly acquired skill points to upgrade his practiced Golden Bell Shield to the second level. When the Golden Bell Shield reached the second level, his strength, which was originally at the third level of human realm, instantly increased to the fourth level of human realm. Moreover, the chi and blood within him also doubled. circulating and filling his meridians, strengthening his body and refining his skin. Not only did his physique improve, but his strength also increased. Su Hao felt the changes in his body and showed an excited expression. Such changes made him see that he would soon be able to leave the mountains. Check the properties of the Golden Bell Shield technique. Golden Bell Shield, 2nd level. Can be upgraded, consume 100 skill points, can be upgraded to the 3rd level. Strength increases by 1,000 pounds, physique doubles, can withstand ordinary stick attacks. Reaching the 3rd level actually increases strength by 1,000 pounds. Su Hao looked at the explanation behind it, his face filled with surprise. 1,000 pounds of strength could crush a person's body with one punch. Combined with a weapon, the power would be extraordinary. Even an 8th level human realm warrior could be slain before me. It seems I need to accumulate signed-in points to upgrade the Golden Bell Shield to the 3rd level. Su Hao's face instantly showed excitement. He felt his blood boiling. In a week, because Su Hao was currently using double signed-in points, he would have over 2,500 experience points. At that time, not only could the Golden Bell Shield be upgraded, but other techniques could also be slightly improved. Gurgle. Just then, Su Hao's stomach suddenly growled. The increase in strength consumed a lot of energy, so he urgently needed to replenish it. I should go to the kitchen and check. Su Hao didn't have the maid prepare anything, but went to the kitchen himself to see what there was to eat. At this time, the kitchen of the Su residence had already begun preparing dinner. When Su Hao entered the kitchen, he immediately smelled a delicious meat aroma. He quickly instructed the chef in the kitchen to prepare some meat dishes, then pack them up to take back to his room. After all, eating in the kitchen would be too unrefined and might lead to gossip, which he wanted to avoid. Holding back the aroma and hunger, he returned to his room and immediately devoured the prepared meat dishes, feeling his stomach return to normal. He then ordered the maid to clean the table, while he sat on the bed and began to cultivate. Although he had a golden finger, Su Hao still wanted to practice a bit himself to see how his cultivation was going. However, today's events made Su realize the cruelty of this world and the importance of strength. If the young Marquis were a bit stronger, he wouldn't be lying on the bed now, would he? Sitting cross-legged, he prepared to practice his family's secret skill, the Brahma Flame technique. This was a top-tier technique, the foundation of the Su family's existence, with 13 levels. In the past, the ancestor who founded the Su family could not cultivate to the last level. Although no one has reached the last level, several experts in the history of the Su family have reached the heavenly realm. Otherwise, the Su family would not have flourished for so many years. Su Hao began to operate the Brahma Flame technique. As he just entered the technique, fine red gas started to circulate within him. This red gas, although small, was extremely domineering, beginning to burn his qi and blood, transforming it into Brahma Flame true qi. As the qi and blood were burned, Su Hao's face involuntarily showed pain. The previous Su Hao could not endure such pain, which was why he only practiced the Brahma Flame technique to the entry level. Also, it was because Su Hao's own qi and blood were not strong enough to burn. However, now that the Golden Bell Shield had reached the 2nd level, his qi and blood had increased significantly, allowing the Brahma Flame true qi to burn his flesh and form new true qi. Enduring the pain of his qi and blood being burned, Su Hao continuously fed his qi and blood into the Brahma Flame technique. As the blood qi was consumed, the tiny Brahma Flame true qi gradually began to grow, doubling in size. When Su Hao condensed the Brahma Flame true qi to his fingertips, his normally ordinary fingers turned fiery red, resembling a flaming stick. Sizzle. Su Hao pressed his finger directly onto a wooden block beside the bed. Immediately, the area where his finger made contact with the wood emitted a puff of smoke, and that spot became charred. Very impressive. Su Hao looked at the burned wooden block, his face showing a shocked expression. No wonder it's a top-tier technique. Su Hao felt a bit emotional as he withdrew the scorching power from his fingertip. Do. 3rd young master. The master wants you to come to his study. Just then, the maid's voice sounded from outside, asking Su Hao to go to his father's study. Why do they want me, a junior, to go to the study? Su Hao was a bit confused, but still tidied his clothes and walked towards his father's study. Chapter 19. Starting to tell stories half a moment later. Su Hao arrived outside Su Ming's study. He knocked on the door and entered after receiving permission. Greetings, 2nd uncle, 3rd uncle. Upon entering the study, Su Hao immediately bowed to both of them, as he was the younger generation. How could he not pay his respects? Old man, you call me here for something? After the bow, Su Hao casually asked his father Su Ming. It's not me who is looking for you. It's your third uncle, Su Ming replied. Third uncle is looking for me? Su Hao's expression showed a hint of confusion, and his gaze involuntarily shifted to third Uncle Su Wu, feeling a bit apprehensive. Was something bad happening? Howard, I called you here to discuss something. Originally, I wanted you to stay in the Fu City Patrol for a while before entering the town protector's office. However, the recent incident with the young lord has made us more vigilant. It seems that there are quite a few members of the Blood Demon sect infiltrating both the town protector's office and the Fu City Patrol. Your strength is too weak. It might be a bit dangerous for you in those two places. So, I plan to send you to the county below to train. Su Wu said in a deep voice. The county below? Upon hearing this, Su Hao immediately regained his composure. He had thought that third uncle had discovered something. Going to the county below made Su Hao very satisfied. He didn't want to go to the town protector's office anyway, and being close to the Su family in Fu City made it hard for him to operate normally. Going to the county below meant he would have the freedom to do as he pleased. However, your reasons are a bit hurtful. What do you mean my strength is too weak? I still have the strength of the fourth realm of human level. Moreover, I have the brain of a 21st century person. If my martial arts are lacking, can't my intelligence make up for it? Of course, this was Su Hao's internal monologue, and he didn't dare to express it outwardly. Well, Howard, you've broken through to the fourth realm of human level, and your physique has improved quite a bit. At this moment, his father Su Ming seemed to notice something and looked at Su Hao with a bit of surprise. Old man, you noticed this? You're amazing. By the way, I managed to break through after a bit of simple training when I came back tonight. Turns out cultivation is quite simple, Su Hao said proudly. Su Ming and his two uncles exchanged glances. Su Hao's cultivation speed had completely held back the progress of the Su family disciples. By the way, I heard outside that young Lord Dong Fang Ming has been poisoned? Su Hao asked in a low voice. Yes. The young lord has been poisoned by the Blood Demon sect's black blood poison. This poison can only be cured by the Blood Demon sect. Since your third uncle was with the young lord, this incident has put our Su family in a bit of a passive position. Why are you so concerned about this? Su Ming asked curiously. Really poisoned? That's great. Su Hao exclaimed. What nonsense are you talking about? Su Ming immediately gave Su Hao a light smack on the head. Su Hao cried out in pain, tears welling up in his eyes, feeling wronged. Was his reaction too exaggerated? Old man, that's too harsh. If you hit me again, I might get a concussion, and then I might forget that you're my father. Besides, you should let me finish speaking, Su Hao said with watery eyes. You brat. The young lord is poisoned, and you actually cheer for it. If someone with ulterior motives hears this and reports it to the Crying Blood Marquis, they might think our Su family is colluding with the Blood Demon sect to plot against them. Su Ming said seriously. Hurry up and say what you want to say, and then get out. Although Su Hao was somewhat endearing to them, he also had a tendency to speak without thinking, which made them want to explode with anger. Old man, you're too impatient. Look at this. Su Hao slowly took out a pill bottle from his pocket. Before coming here, he had taken out a detoxification pill from his item inventory and placed it in this bottle. What's inside? Su Ming asked, looking at the pill bottle in Su Hao's hand with confusion. It's a detoxification pill. Detoxification pill. Su Wu immediately stood up from his chair and walked in front of Su Hao to take the pill bottle. He opened the cap and saw a glowing pill inside, which looked extraordinary. He sniffed the bottle and examined it closely. Where did you get this? Su Ming asked coldly. A few years ago, I met a wandering old Taoist and bought it from him. That old Taoist guaranteed that this pill could cure all poisons, so I spent 1,000 taels of silver on it. I thought the pill was extraordinary, so I paid a hefty price to get it. Now that I heard the young lord was poisoned, I immediately took out my treasure. Old man, hurry and give me 1,000 taels, and this pill will be yours. Su Hao began to weave a story. 1,000 taels? You're too extravagant. What good pills could a wandering Taoist have? Su Ming's eyes were filled with fire. 1,000 taels was no small amount. Although the Su family was wealthy, they couldn't waste money like this. Big brother, this pill is not an ordinary one. It might really be worth 1,000 taels. Just then, Su Wu handed the pill bottle back to Su Ming for further evaluation. Su Ming took the pill bottle, looked at the detoxification pill inside, and his expression stiffened. The glowing pill must be extraordinary. He then poured the pill out. Second brother, you're the most familiar with pills. Check this 1S uses. Su Hong, although the governor of Fu City, also had the identity of an alchemist, which only a few people in the Su family knew. When Su Hong saw Su Ming pour out the pill, his eyes widened, staring intently at the detoxification pill in Su Wu's hand, as if he were looking at a rare treasure. He was eager yet careful as he took the pill from Su Wu's hand, examining it closely and sniffing it. Then, he frowned, as if lost in thought. Gradually, his frown relaxed. Big brother, perhaps this pill can indeed cure the black blood poison in the young lord. Su Hong said in a deep voice. What? Second brother, you mean this pill can cure that black blood poison? Su Ming and Su Wu both looked surprised. Although they had noticed the pill's extraordinary nature, they hadn't expected it to cure the young lord's black blood poison. Yes, this pill can not only cure the young lord's black blood poison, but also help me advance to a second or third tier alchemist by utilizing the pill's patterns. However, I didn't expect you to have such luck. I must thank you, second uncle. Su Hong appeared a bit excited, carefully placing the pill back in the bottle. The more he studied it, the more he confirmed its extraordinary nature. Second uncle, let's get practical. I want the silver. Su Hao didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary pill could actually help his second uncle advance, which was completely beyond his expectations, so he shamelessly said. Chapter 20. Su Hao's fortune. Here are 3,000 taels for you. The pill is mine. Second uncle Su Hong looked very pleased as he took out a 3,000 tael banknote from his pocket and threw it to Su Hao. Big brother, I will take this elixir back to study. Based on the patterns of this elixir, and combining it with the properties of the black blood poison, I should be able to refine an antidote for it. Once I successfully refine the elixir, I will release it through the black market, and at that time, third brother, you can obtain the antidote from the black market for young master to cure the poison. Su Hong said solemnly as he put the elixir back into his arms. Good. In that case, it will reduce the risk for our Su family. Su Ming nodded, agreeing that releasing it through the black market was the safest option. Then I will go back to refine the elixir. I will be able to make it tonight. Su Hong said and hurriedly left. As an alchemist, he was obviously anxious to have a remedy that could improve his skills. Meanwhile, Su Hao held 3,000 taels of silver notes, a smile radiating from his face. Although he had 2,000 taels in his inventory, who would care about having more silver? He thought about returning home to place all his savings from these years into his inventory, carrying a massive wealth and being able to show off whenever he wanted. Good job, Howard. Su Wu looked at Su Hao and couldn't help but praise him, not expecting that this crisis of a Su family would be resolved by Su Hao in such a way. Father, it seems I don't have anything to do, so I'll head out first. With the silver in hand, Su Hao prepared a stroll around Moonshadow Tower. It's a bit chaotic outside now, and you want to run around? Stay at home obediently. Su Ming seemed to know Su Hao's intentions and admonished him. However, Su Hao ignored his father's warning and had already exited the study. At that moment, Steward Han Bo returned from outside, his face filled with excitement. Sir, Master Tong said that the dragon spirit ginseng young master obtained is several times better than the usual dragon spirit ginseng. Well, he refined it. The number of dragon spirit pills produced was doubled, totaling 18. So many? Su Ming's eyes lit up with surprise. Normally, one dragon spirit ginseng would yield at most 9 dragon spirit pills, but unexpectedly, the dragon spirit ginseng Su Hao provided produced 18. Dragon spirit pills? Su Wu's face showed a puzzled expression. Not long ago, elder brother Su Ming had asked him to inquire about dragon spirit ginseng, but he hadn't found any. Now it was said that the dragon spirit pills had already been refined. Su Hao got a dragon spirit ginseng, and I had Master Tong check it out. There were no issues, so I let him refine the dragon spirit pills. When you go back, bring 6 dragon spirit pills to Ming-er. Now that he's at the 8th level of the human realm, he should quickly reach the 9th level, and at that time, he will also need the dragon spirit pills to step into the earth realm. Han Bo, go prepare some pill bottles and send them to Third Master. So meaning instructive. Yes, I'll go do it now. Han Bo exited the study. Elder brother, you just said that dragon spirit ginseng was obtained by Hao? Su was a bit confused. He had been searching for dragon spirit ginseng for a long time, but couldn't find it. How did Su Hao manage to get such good dragon spirit ginseng? A beggar gave it to him. I can't explain the details. Maybe it's just this kid's luck. Su Ming informed Su Wu about what Su Hao had said. This is impressive. Hao has good luck. Although Su Wu found it hard to believe, he thought about how Su Hao had just obtained the antidote pill. And for a moment, he could only say that Su Hao was lucky. Elder brother, Hao's luck may be beyond what we can compare to, in the future. You should manage him less, Su Wu said solemnly. Even he is something I can't manage now, Su Ming said helplessly. Come, let's go drink with elder brother. Since there's already a solution for young Master S matter, the two of them laid down their burdens and prepared to go have a drink. Although there was some unrest in Fuqing during the day, at night, it seemed as if nothing had happened, still bustling with prosperity. Su Hao sat in the carriage, preparing to go to Siyue Tower first. Although he had just filled his stomach, refining the heavenly flame technique had consumed a large portion of his energy. So he planned to eat again. Siyue Tower, the best restaurant in Fuqing, bar none. Su Hao's friend, Fatty Gu, belonged to the Gu family, which owned Siyue Tower. Moreover, knowing Fatty Gu, he was sure that the guy was currently at Siyue Tower, indulging in a feast. Su Hao was ready to enjoy himself. Siyue Tower was brightly lit, and the hall was filled with patrons, including wanderers and traveling merchants, all engaged in lively discussions about topics of interest. Naturally, many were discussing the events that had transpired in Fuqing today. I didn't expect Han Lu to be a member of the Blood Demon sect. I've heard that this Blood Demon sect is a major evil sect from the south, recently invading the north. Are they planning to target our northwest county? One swordsman with a dagger said in a deep voice. From the tone of his speech, he seemed to be a local martial artist from Northwest County. Beside him, another swordsman with a dagger coldly replied, although the Blood Demon sect is strong, our Northwest County's first major sect, the Qingmu Sword sect, is also very powerful. Besides, the Blood Demon sect has offended the Northwest Pacification Office. It won't be easy for them to invade the Northwest. The Northwest Pacification Office is a violent agency directly under the court with great strength. Compared to the Blood Demon sect, this man had more confidence in the Northwest Pacification Office. Speaking of the Pacification Office, it reminded me of the third young master of the Su family, Su Hao. He actually entered Fuqing's capture office and became the deputy head of the capture office. I heard that today, third young master Su even participated in the operation to capture Han Lu, but when he arrived, the operation was already over, and he got the credit for nothing. A young man in a blue shirt suddenly interjected. That third young master, Su, can also be the deputy head of the capture office? Some people hearing this for the first time exclaimed in surprise. If you have third young master Su's background, even if you don't cultivate, you could still become the deputy head of the capture office, a nearby patron laughed. Huh. Suddenly, a group of patrons began to laugh, all having a great time. As soon as Su Hao stepped into the restaurant, he heard the patrons mocking him and immediately said coldly. The drunken patrons seemed to have recognized Su Hao's voice and instantly fell silent. Whether in Fuqing or the Northwest, the power of the Su family is immense and will not be inferior to the Qingmu sword sect at all. They had just mocked Su Hao because he wasn't present. Now that Su Hao was here, they no longer dared to mock him. Su Hao didn't bother with these patrons and strode towards a private room on the second floor. That was the exclusive room for Su Hao and Fatty Gu. Inside the room, a pile of delicacies and fine wines were laid out in front of Fatty Gu, and upon seeing Su Hao, he immediately stood up. Hao Gu, I knew you would come today. I prepared the food and drinks to celebrate your becoming the deputy head of the capture office. Hurry and pour wine for third young master. A maid in the room said, Where's your cousin, Gu Sierra? Su Hao sat down, took a bite of food, and drank some wine while asking. He knew that although Gu Sierra was covered in dirt today from the explosion, she hadn't sustained any serious injuries. According to her personality, she should have returned to Siyue Tower today. Hao Gu, you can let loose recently because my cousin hasn't been able to go anywhere lately. Gu Fatty said mysteriously, Well, your cousin has been placed under house arrest. Su Hao couldn't help but ask, My cousin? How could she be under house arrest? Gu Fatty whispered. When she came back today, a large chunk of her hair got burned, and now she's hiding at home, too embarrassed to see anyone. What? A large chunk of her hair got burned. Su Hao exclaimed in surprise. He had only focused on hiding at the time and hadn't really paid much attention to Gu Sierra's situation. He felt a bit regretful. Gu Sierra's hair was incredibly long and smooth to the touch. The long hair, combined with her slender figure, made her a standard beauty. Now, a large chunk of it was burned by his bomb, affecting her appearance. What a sin. Chapter 21. Money talk, boss. This is a good thing. Now we can go wherever we want. Can't we? After we eat, let's go to the Moonshadow Pavilion. I'll treat you. Gu Fatty seemed quite generous. That sounds great. Su Hao nodded. He planned to sleep at the Moonshadow Girl's place tonight since the bed at home was too hard. By the way, in a few days, I might leave Fuqing. Su Hao suddenly remembered that he would be going to the county's capture office soon, so he informed Gu Fatty in advance. Brother Hao, are you going to the county seat? No, I might be going to the county town below. Recently, the Northwest County and Fuqing have been a bit unstable. So I might go to the capture office below first to gain some experience before heading to the county's pacification office. Su Hao felt this wasn't a secret, and it was fine to let this guy know in advance. Yeah, I heard today that there are quite a few people in the capture office, which scared me. Boss, when you go to the county town, there are fewer experts there, which is good. Gu Fatty had not only seen the injured Aunt Qing and Aunt Zi today, but also heard some things about the capture office outside, making him quite worried. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll go to the Moonshadow Pavilion. Su Hao started eating. He had consumed too much today. Although he replenished a bit, it wasn't enough, and moreover, this was a table full of incredibly delicious food. He needed to eat his fill. Soon, Su Hao and Gu Huai finished all the dishes and went downstairs, heading for the Moonshadow Pavilion. Just as they were leaving, the maid who had served them earlier had a flicker in her eyes. This Su family's third young master is actually going to the county town below. I need to inform the deputy leader as soon as possible. This might be useful to the leader. This woman was also from the Blood Fiend sect, stationed at the Xiue building. Upon learning that Su Hao was going to the county town below, she prepared to relay this information to another leader of the Blood Fiend sect. At this moment, a piece of news was circulating in the black market of the Northwest County. A pill that could cure the Blood Fiend sect's black blood poison was about to appear in the black market. This news quickly reached the county government. After receiving the news, the Northwest Pacification Office had promptly related to Su Wu in Fuqing. In the Su residence, after Su Wu received the news, he rushed to the young lord's room. Brother Yang, I just heard from in Northwest County that a pill to cure the black blood poison has appeared in the black market. I plan to rush back to the Northwest County overnight. The young lord here cannot move for the time being, so I trouble you to take care of him personally. If there is anything needed, you can contact my brother Su Ming. Su Wu said solemnly. What? A cure for the black blood poison has appeared in the black market. The man in black, Yang Xiong, showed a hint of joy. He didn't expect that just after the young lord was poisoned with the black blood poison, such news would come from the black market. It seemed to be a deliberate act. He wasn't worried at all about whether it could cure the black blood poison. Since the black market had released such news, its accuracy could be trusted, as it concerned the reputation of the black market. Then I'll trouble you, Su brother. The Marquis should also know this news by now. When you return to the county government, go see the Marquis first, Yang Xiong suggested. Thank you, Brother Yang. I'll head back to the Northwest County right away. After Su Wu finished speaking, he immediately took a fast horse back to the Northwest County. On the streets of Fuqing, a luxurious carriage was slowly moving. Sitting in the carriage, Su Hao felt a bit frustrated. Since he came out, he hadn't received a single task. The system seemed too idle. He was just out for a stroll, hoping to trigger a system task. But until he reached the Moonshadow Pavilion, he hadn't triggered any system tasks, making Su Hao feel quite helpless. The two entered the Moonshadow Pavilion. At this moment, the Moonshadow Pavilion was bustling with activity. In the center stage, a group of dancing women dazzled the eyes. Some portly merchants and knife-wielding wanderers were rushing upstairs with beautiful girls in their arms. After entering the Moonshadow Pavilion, Su Hao and Gu Huai parted ways. Su Hao headed towards the Moonshadow's room, while Gu Huai went to another room. The Moonshadow Pavilion was not just about the courtesan Moonshadow. There were many top performers, all of whom were not only beautiful but also talented, making them very popular with the guests. Of course, Moonshadow sold her art, not her body, and besides Su Hao, few other guests stayed long. However, today the door to Moonshadow's room was open, so Su Hao walked right in. Inside the room, besides Moonshadow, there was another person. This person was not very old, about the same age as Su Hao, dressed in luxurious attire, and exceptionally handsome. When Su Hao entered, his eyes narrowed. Sima Mingwei, what are you doing here? Su Hao recognized this person. In Fuqing, the Su family was absolutely dominant, but in the Northwest County, there were a few families that could rival the Su family, and the Sima family was one of them. Su Hao, just because you can come, does that mean I can't? The Moonshadow girl is not just yours, Sima Mingwei said coldly. After that, he didn't look at Su Hao again, as he didn't think much of him at all. Among the young masters of the Northwest County's big families, Sima Mingwei was a standout among his peers. He had already stepped into the realm of strength, which was not something a waste like Su Hao could compare to. Damn it, this kid is so arrogant. He really thinks he is something special. Su Hao cursed inwardly but didn't make a move. His strength didn't allow it. If he fought, he would probably be beaten up first, so he had to endure. Task content. What does it take to visit a brothel? It takes money. Please let the other party understand that money speaks volumes. Task reward. 300 sign-in points, 2 bronze lottery cards. The task came. It was about slapping the other party in the face with money. Su Hao checked the silver notes on him and found them to be sufficient. Before he came out today, he had put all the money he received over the years during festivals and his pocket money into his item storage. After all, the system's item storage was the safest. Now he had a total of 300,000 taels of silver in his item storage. You could say he was quite wealthy now. Sima Mingwei, don't underestimate me. Do you know where this is? This is the Moonshadow Pavilion, where money talks. Tonight, I'm taking the Moonshadow girl. This is my initial offer, 100,000 taels. You can raise it. After speaking, Su Hao took out 5 notes of 20,000 taels each and slapped them down on the table extravagantly, then found a chair to sit down, looking provocatively at Sima Mingwei. Damn! Sima Mingwei looked at the banknotes Su Hao had put down and couldn't help but curse. He didn't expect Su Hao to use banknotes to hit back at him, and right off the bat, it was 100,000 taels. Is the Su family's money just blown in by the wind? You, a wastrel, actually carry 100,000 taels in banknotes. If you don't have money, then stop talking nonsense and get the hell out. Su Hao wouldn't be polite with him and coldly said, "You should just leave." Sima Mingwei's face turned red. The money he had on him was only about 10,000 taels. Spending a few dozen taels at a brothel was considered a decent outing. Even at the most famous brothel in the Northwest Prefecture, the top courtesan's first night would cost at most 1,000 taels, and normally only 100 taels. Today, he had come to Fuqing, hearing that the Moonshadow at the Moonshadow building had exceptional skills and was ready to enjoy the performance. But unexpectedly, not long after sitting down, Su Hao from the Su family appeared and was so brazen. He smashed money around at the slightest disagreement. 100,000 taels. Damn it, could buy dozens of courtesans. Of course, even if Sima Mingwei had that kind of money, he wouldn't waste it on a brothel woman. He'd rather use it to enhance his own cultivation. The costs of cultivation are substantial. Perhaps this wasteful person is only so extravagant because he doesn't cultivate. Su Hao, are you trying to be my enemy? You better think it through, Sima Mingwei said, looking at Su Hao with a dark expression, his eyes gleaming with coldness as he threatened him. In his eyes, Su Hao was just an ant that could be crushed at any moment if he weren't backed by the Su family. Without money, don't talk so much nonsense. You think you can threaten me? You're not enough, Su Hao said disdainfully. You. Sima Mingwei's eyes narrowed, and he coldly glanced at Su Hao before standing up and saying in a low voice, "Su Hao, I remember you. I hope you don't fall into my hands. When the time comes, you'll know how powerful Sima Mingwei is. Remember me? You're such a man, it's disgusting. Hurry up and get lost." Su Hao didn't want to waste any more words with this guy and directly chased him away. Sima Mingwei didn't say anything more and left the room with a gloomy face. "Third young master, here are your banknotes. Take them." As soon as Sima Mingwei left, Yue picked up the banknotes on the table and handed them to Su Hao. "What? Do you want to drive me away? I want to stay here for the night." Su Hao didn't take the banknotes from Yueying's hand. As a wastrel, how could he go back after showing off his money? That wasn't the style of a wastrel. Yue looked at Su Hao, a bit dazed. She had just received 1,000 taels from him today, and now he was giving her another 100,000 taels. It left her at a loss for words. "Take it. I might leave Fuqing for a while, and this money might be useful for you." Su Hao held Yueying's hand, feeling the gentle coolness of her soft hand, and said tenderly, "You're leaving Fuqing? Are you going to the prefecture? But you just offended Sima Mingwei. They might make things difficult for you at the prefecture." Yue said worriedly upon hearing that Su Hao was leaving Fuqing. In her mind, Su Hao was probably going to the prefecture, and the Sima family's base was over there in the Northwest Prefecture, having just offended Sima Mingwei. Going to the prefecture now would definitely lead to trouble. "If I don't go to the prefecture, I might go to a lower county town, so you don't need to worry. I'm a bit tired today. Help me with a massage, and I'll sleep here tonight." Su Hao recalled the gentle scene from yesterday in Yueying's arms, and his mind drifted away. He immediately laid down on the soft couch in the room. "Third young master." Yueying looked at the silver notes in her hand, and then glanced at Su Hao, who was already lying on the couch. A wave of emotion flashed in her clear eyes. She knew that Su Hao left her so much money because he was worried she would have trouble. Of course, she really needed the silver. She put away the banknotes and slowly approached the couch, placing Su Hao's head on her straight, soft legs. Then she extended her delicate, fair hand and gently began to massage Su Hao. At first, a cool breath flowed from Yue Ying's fingers into Su Hao's head. But as Yue Ying's hands massaged with more strength, faint warmth began to flow from her hands into Su Hao's mind, relaxing his spirit. Unknowingly, Su Hao began to emit soft snoring sounds. Looking at the peacefully sleeping Su Hao, a trace of tenderness appeared in Yue Ying's eyes. Suddenly, she gently leaned down and kissed Su Hao, then placed him back on the couch and covered him with a thin blanket. Slowly standing up, she walked to the window, gazing at the moonlight outside, lost in thought. Miss, Sima Mingyue has left. Should we still make contact? The heavily made-up matron of the brothel appeared behind Yue Ying at some point. She glanced at Su Hao lying on the couch and then looked at Yue Ying by the window, her eyes filled with affection. She knew that the burden her young lady carried was too heavy. Sima Mingyue is a leading figure among this generation of the Sima family. Only by contacting him do we have the opportunity for revenge, Yue Ying said softly. Miss, Sima Mingyue, although young, is clearly a person with deep schemes. It might be hard for us to utilize him, the matron said in a low voice. He cultivates the Sima family's frost palm and seems to have just broken through to the 3rd level. If he learns through secret information that the Qingyun village has the frost pearl, a treasure beneficial for his cultivation, I think he will be tempted. Yue Ying's eyes glimmered with coldness. Yes, I will arrange for someone to handle it right away. The matron prepared to leave the room. Here are 100,000 taels. Take back part of it to provide for the clan members in the village, and the rest, quickly get me the secret medicine. I want to enhance my strength. Yue Ying took out the 100,000 taels Su Hao had given her earlier. 100,000 taels. Just as the matron was about to leave, her face filled with shock as she carefully took the banknotes from Yue Ying's hand. If they had had 100,000 taels back then, the young lady wouldn't have had to expose herself. When did young Master Su become so extravagant? The matron looked at Su Hao, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. Surprised. 100,000 taels could buy 3 of our brothels. Just now, he took out 100,000 taels to make things difficult for Sima Mingyue, saying to book me for a night. I wanted to return it to him, but he didn't want it, saying he was leaving Fuqing soon and that the money was for me. We need silver now, so I accepted it without hesitation. Yue Ying smiled slightly when she talked about Su Hao. Miss, this young Master Su, although a bit unambitious, treats you really well. If it weren't for the hatred between families, he might be worthy of your lifelong trust. The matron sighed and respectfully exited the room, instructing that no one should disturb young Master Su in Yue Ying's room. Chapter 23. Blood Demon Sect. Blue Moon. The night sky was brilliant. The bright moonlight slanted down from the sky, illuminating the entire street as if it were broad daylight. Sima Mingyue sat gloomily in the carriage, not expecting that he would lose face in this prosperous city to the dandy Su Hao. If this matter were to reach the county magistrate, he would likely become the laughingstock of the magistrate's group of aristocratic youths during their tea and meals. He wanted to secretly deal with Su Hao, but he had important matters to attend to. If he dealt with Su Hao and attracted the attention of the Su family behind him, it might affect what he needed to do, so he held back. However, he made a mental note of this grudge. The carriage moved slowly along the street. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew outside, causing the coachman to shiver. This ghostly wind is really quite cold, the coachman complained. Sima Mingyue's expression changed. What are you complaining about? Hurry back to the inn. I'm a bit tired, he told the coachman. Yes, young master. The coachman dared not complain further. Since his master said he was tired, he could only hurry the carriage back to the inn. As he spoke, he cracked the whip on the horse's rear. Instantly, the horse pulling the carriage neighed loudly and sped up, causing the pedestrians on both sides to shout in anger. Before long, they returned to the inn. Sima Mingyue went straight upstairs and opened his room door. As he pushed the door open, the room instantly brightened. A woman dressed in a blue long dress, revealing her legs, was sitting on a chair in the room. She did not notice Sima Mingyue's entrance, but was staring at her long, slender hands. Her hands were long and fair, but her nails shimmered with a blue light, looking somewhat eerie and dangerous. Young Master Sima, you're back so soon. Is Miss Yue Ying not to your taste? The woman in blue said with a smile. Lan Yu, you should be considering how to get out of this prosperous city. After all, Li Xing is currently in the prison of the Catcheress office. Sima Mingyue said in a deep voice. You need not worry about that, young Master Sima. Li Xing knows very little about my affairs, so even if he confesses, the catcher's office won't be able to catch me, the woman in blue replied calmly. It seems you've plotted against Li Xing and Han Lu. What a good strategy. Aren't you afraid the leader will blame you? After all, you're sacrificing the entire branch in this prosperous city, Sima Mingyue said coldly, glancing at the woman in blue. As a disciple of the leader, don't you understand his working style? The leader is a results-oriented person. Now that the young lord is poisoned and the task is completed, as long as I return to the branch, the leader will definitely reward me, Wan Yu said. You should know that some things cannot be spoken out loud. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can bear, Sima Mingyue warned, his expression darkening upon hearing that Lan Yu was the leader's disciple. The Sima family cooperated with the leader of the Blood Dark sects Northwest Branch, and he had become the disciple of the Northwest Branch's leader at the request of the Sima family. However, this news could not leak out. Once it did, he would be immediately abandoned by the Sima family, and the cooperative relationship between the Sima family and the Blood Dark sect would instantly terminate. What do you want to see me about? Sima Mingyue asked coldly, not wanting to entangle himself further with the woman in blue. I have received news that Su Hao of the Su family is leaving the prosperous city for the county below. Lan Yu said softly. Su Hao of the Su family is going to the county below. What does that have to do with us? Sima Mingyue frowned and asked. After this assassination attempt on the young lord, the town's protector, Su Wu, will likely launch a massacre against our Blood Dark sect disciples. Our losses will be severe. If we capture this Su Hao and extort a large amount of resources from the Su family, won't that reduce our losses in the Northwest Branch? I believe the leader will be very pleased, and when the leader is pleased, the rewards for you and me will surely be significant, Wan Yu said seriously. Su Hao is just a dandy from the Su family. Would the Su family expend vast resources for him? Sima Mingyue replied coldly. He understood the cruelty of large families and knew that if they tried to exchange a dandy like Su Hao for the Su family's resources, the Su family would probably abandon Su Hao outright. Young Master Sima, Su Hao is not the same as you. He is the favored son of the head of the Su family and his wife, so we have a good chance of success. Even if we fail, bringing back Su Hao's head to the branch would still please the leader, Lan Yu said with a hint of ruthlessness in her laughter. Truly worthy of being the leader's adopted daughter, cold and ruthless. Fine, I agree to cooperate with you, Sima Mingyue said, glancing at the woman in blue. In his heart, there was a hint of excitement. After all, he also wanted to deal with Su Hao. All right, young Master Sima, just wait for my notification, Lan Yu said softly. Swell, moving away from the prosperous city, would surely have skilled protectors. If she had enough skilled people by her side, she wouldn't have sought cooperation with Sima Mingyue. Suddenly, a sound of shattered tiles came from outside their window. Both Lan Yu and Sima Mingyue shot towards the sound. On their rooftop, a man in black saw the two rushing towards him and quickly retreated. He had accidentally stepped on a broken tile while preparing to leave. Realizing he had been detected, he had no choice but to escape. Don't let him escape. Sima Mingyue's pupils turned red. Just now, he had revealed a lot of information while talking with Lan Yu. If it were to be known by outsiders, it would lead to great danger. Lan Yu also understood the seriousness of the situation. Her internal energy quickly circulated, and with a flash of blue light, she stepped out to chase the man in black. Sima Mingyue's eyes narrowed. Lan Yu had actually reached the Earth realm, but there was no time for him to think. Killing the person in front of him was the most important thing. Cold Frost Palm. Sima family's advanced palm technique emerged, instantly enveloping his palm with a wave of cold air. If this palm struck, it would likely seal the heart meridian, causing the heart to stop. The man in black's face changed drastically. He was just a scout, with a strength of only the human realm level 5. If caught, he would definitely die. Just as he was about to be attacked, he stomped hard on the rooftop. Boom! He fell from the roof. As a result, Sima Mingyue and Lan Yu's attacks missed. They did not expect the man in black to escape in such a manner. Falling into the room, the man in black wasted no time and directly smashed through the wall in front of him, then rushed into the street. Seeing the escaping man in black, Lan Yu's expression changed. In her hand, a blue light shot out, piercing directly into the back of the man in black. The man in black let out a muffled groan, forcibly taking a breath and quickly fleeing. Chapter 24. Storm clouds gather. Having been hit by my blue dart, if he forcibly operates his chi and blood, the poison will accelerate its flow to his heart meridian, and he won't be able to escape far. Your identity is not suitable for action. Return to the inn first. I will chase him. Rest assured, he will definitely die, Lan Yu said in a deep voice, blocking Sima Mingyue. Sima Mingyue's face was dark, but he still nodded. If he acted, it would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. At this moment, the black-clothed man who had fled into the street felt his face starting to darken, and his heartbeat began to accelerate. He realized he had been poisoned and probably wouldn't last long. He took out a silver needle from his bosom. Without any hesitation, he inserted all of them into his body. Suddenly, a massive surge of vital energy erupted, suppressing the toxins in his body. He consumed his life force to transform it into vital energy to suppress the toxins. Once the vital energy was exhausted, it would be his moment of death. This frenzied vital energy significantly increased his speed, allowing him to shake off Lan Yu's pursuit for the time being. He fled while observing his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression brightened. Not far away, by the edge of a small alley, a beggar was squatting on the ground begging. He immediately changed direction and fled into the alley. As he passed by the beggar, he transmitted a message. Sima Mingyue, a disciple of the Blood Dark sect, intends to attack Su Hao with the Blood Dark sect's deputy leader Lan Yu in Fuqing to extort the Su family. Please inform the young lady. Although he transmitted the message, his speed did not change at all. The beggar continued to squat with his head down, seemingly indifferent to the black-clothed man, as if he had nothing to do with him at all. Seeing the black-clothed man turn into the alley, Lan Yu let out a cold laugh, suddenly accelerating her pace, passing through the beggar and quickly chasing after the black-clothed man. After the two disappeared, the beggar suddenly stood up, took out a white cloth strip from his bosom, wrote down everything the black-clothed man had just said on the cloth, then pried out a brick from the corner of the wall, stuffed the cloth inside, and returned the brick to its original place. After that, he picked up the broken bowl in front of him and walked out of the alley. However, he had barely taken a few steps when a blue figure appeared behind him. The blue figure extended a hand, fingers radiating blue light, and plunged it directly into the beggar's head. With a squelch, a stream of blood sprayed out from the beggar's head. The blue figure paid no attention to the spraying blood and even licked the splattered blood, revealing a cruel smile. I almost forgot about you. The one who struck was indeed Lan Yu. After killing the black-clothed man, she didn't understand why he had come to this alley. Then she remembered the beggar at the street corner and instantly became suspicious, so she returned to check, and sure enough, the beggar was about to leave. Thus, she killed him in one blow. Glancing at the beggar on the ground, a blue bottle appeared in her hand, which she poured over the beggar's body. Instantly, the beggar's corpse turned into a puddle of thick liquid, emitting a disgusting odor. Inside the inn, Sima Mingyue's face was gloomy and a bit anxious as he waited for Lan Yu's return. Soon, Lan Yu appeared before Sima Mingyue. It's done. I've also dealt with their bodies, so you can rest easy, Lan Yu said coldly after entering the room. That's good. Sima Mingyue immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I'll leave here first. When Su Hao leaves, I will contact you, and we will act together then. Lan Yu did not linger and quickly jumped out of the window. The next morning, outside the room, the chirping of birds awakened Su Hao from his sleep. He stretched lazily and prepared to get up. Young Master Su, you're awake. Breakfast is ready for you, so please eat first. Su Hao often stayed overnight at Yu Ying's place. However, nothing unusual had happened. He just wanted outsiders to know that Yu Ying was his person and to prevent others from disturbing her. Yu Ying is still as considerate as ever. After a simple wash, Su Hao sat at the table and began to eat heartily. In no time, he had devoured 2 baskets of soup dumplings, 5 pieces of deep-fried dough sticks, and drank 2 bowls of soy milk. He truly had a huge appetite, while Yu Ying just watched him eat without joining him. I'm going to hunting office. After finishing breakfast, Su Hao did not linger and went downstairs to prepare for the hunting office. Downstairs, Su Ping's carriage was already waiting at the bottom of the building. When he saw Su Hao, he immediately arranged for him to get on the carriage, then jumped onto the carriage himself and drove it towards the hunting office. After Su Hao left, the madam hurriedly walked in, holding a white cloth strip in her hand. Miss, the people we sent to follow Sima Mingyue disappeared yesterday. This is the information they left concerning young Master Su. After speaking, she handed the cloth strip to Yu Ying. Related to Su Sanshao, Yu Ying frowned. Could it be about what happened last night? Is Sima Mingyue planning to act against Su Hao and Fuqing? This is not Sima Mingyue's style. After taking the white strip and seeing its contents, Yu Ying's expression changed. Sima Mingyue is actually a member of the Blood Dark sect. He and the deputy leader Lan Yu of the Fuqing branch plan to capture Su Hao and extort the Su family. Has anything happened to the Su family recently? Ewing suddenly asked about the Su family. Last night, we heard news that young master Dong Huáng Ming has been poisoned by the Blood Dark sect's black blood poison and is currently lying in the Su family. The third master of the Su family, Su Wu, returned to the county office overnight. Do you know the situation? The madam relayed the information she had received to Ewing. It seems something big is happening. No wonder the Su family sent Su Hao down to the county city. Ewing seemed to understand something in an instant. Just then, a shadow flew into the room and landed in Yu Ying's hand. It was a small color bird, and a small cloth strip was tied to its leg. The antidote for the black blood pill has appeared in the black market of the Northwest County. Looking at this news, Yu Ying's brows instantly furrowed. The antidote for the black blood pill had always been controlled by the Blood Dark sect, and it was generally difficult to appear in the black market. Moreover, the timing seemed a bit strange. Last night, young master had just been poisoned, and the antidote appeared in the black market. Did the Blood Dark sect release it themselves, or is someone targeting the Blood Dark sect? Ewing thought to herself, these matters are beyond our control. You should quickly relay the news about the Frost Pearl to Sima Mingwei. Once he acts, we will be able to grasp him. At that time, we won't have to worry about him not cooperating with us. Also, discreetly inform young Master Su about the news we just received and remind him to be careful. After pondering for a moment, Ewing said, yes, I will arrange it right away. The madam received her orders and quickly exited the room. It seems the Northwest County is about to experience a storm. Su Hao, I can't help you, so I hope you can protect yourself. Ewing looked out the window and murmured. Chapter 25. A bottle of truth water inside the carriage. Su Hao looked at the bustling crowd on the street and thought to himself that sometimes ordinary people could adapt to life better. Third young master. The master has instructed that you should return to the Su residence recently and not stay out overnight. Su Ping said softly while driving the carriage. When he came this morning, the master specifically instructed him. During this time, various changes could happen. Su Hao is a direct descendant of the Su family, and if he is not careful, something could happen. That's why he asked Su Ping to inform him not to stay out overnight. Going home to live? I'll see how it goes. If it doesn't work out, you can tell my old man to arrange for a few skilled experts for me. Su Hao didn't think much of it. He was just a young dandy, and it was unlikely that anyone would target him. Besides, he would be going to the county town soon, and he wouldn't be able to enjoy himself like he could now. So he wanted to have some fun while he still could. By the way, why is Sima Mingwei appearing in Fuqing? A sudden doubt flashed through Su Hao's mind. Fuqing is the Su family's territory, and the basic commerce is controlled by the Su family. The Sima family has some products in Fuqing, but they are minor and not worth Sima Mingwei coming all the way here. Could it be related to the young Marquis? Su Hao thought to himself, maybe I'm overthinking it. The Sima family had allied with the blood-weeping Marquis a long time ago. Are they planning to make a move against the Su family? Whatever, as long as my third uncle brings back the antidote from the black market to cure the young Marquis of the black blood poison, then even if someone has ulterior motives, they would only be wasting their efforts. Su Hao thought with a cold smile. The carriage quickly arrived at the jail, and seeing the patrolling constables and mounted captains, Su Hao couldn't help but feel a bit out of place. It seems I need to find a fine horse. Riding a fine horse and wearing my luxurious constable's outfit will surely attract a crowd of girls. Su Hao thought to himself. Third young master, please be generous and give me some money. At this moment, a little beggar appeared in front of Su Hao with a broken bowl, flattering him. Get lost. Get lost. The constables at the entrance immediately came over to shoo the little beggar away upon seeing him begging from Su Hao. You two continue to stand guard. Little beggar. Today I'm in a good mood, so here is something for you. Su Hao waved his hand to let the two return and took out a piece of broken silver from his pocket, tossing it into the little beggar's bowl before turning to enter the jail. Third young master, someone asked me to give you this. The little beggar blocked Su Hao's way, handing him a piece of paper. Su Hao took the paper from the little beggar's hand and opened it, his brow furrowing. He then took out some broken silver and said, Tell me, who gave you this note? And this silver is yours. Third young master, I really don't know who gave me the note. The person was wearing black clothes and a cloak. The little beggar's eyes lit up as he looked at the broken silver in Su Hao's hand, quickly recounting the origin of the note. Take it. Su Hao threw the piece of broken silver to the little beggar and quickly stepped into the jail. The content of the note surprised Su Hao. Sima Mingwei turned out to be a member of the Blood-Weeping sect and was planning to collaborate with the vice leader of the Blood-Weeping sect in Fuqing, Lan Yu, to capture him in exchange for resources from the Su family, warning him to be very careful. Who got this information? Why tell me? Su Hao pondered as he walked. By the way, didn't Captain Liu catch Li Xing from the blood-weeping sect in Fuqing yesterday? Perhaps I can get some information about Lan Yu from him. Su Hao suddenly slapped his forehead. He wanted to inquire about the information regarding Lan Yu from Li Xing. As he thought about it, Su Hao arrived at the front of the courtyard. Entering the yard, he found only a constable named Liu Xiao there. The other constables were absent. Liu Xiao looked a bit dejected and was lost in thought, not even noticing Su Hao's entrance. Liu Xiao, what are you thinking about? Where did the others go? Su Hao couldn't help but ask. Deputy Captain, you're here. Hearing Su Hao's voice, Liu Xiao came back to his senses and replied gloomily. They all went out to search for clues about the blood-weeping sect. My strength is too low, so they didn't let me go. Indeed, your strength is a bit low. Su Hao had checked Liu Xiao's file. He was only at the second level of the human realm, just a novice in martial arts, suitable for doing miscellaneous tasks in the jail. Help me investigate where Li Xing and Han Lu, who were brought back by Captain Liu yesterday, are being held. Su Hao looked at Liu Xiao, who seemed a bit down, and thought it was a good opportunity to send him to handle this task. Deputy Captain, are you planning to interrogate them? Take me along when you do. Liu Xiao, the constable, suddenly showed interest and pleaded in a low voice. Hurry up and investigate, and then I'll take you along. Su Hao nodded in agreement. Okay. After getting Su Hao's approval, Liu Xiao quickly left the courtyard. Su Hao then pushed the door and entered his room to begin his sign-in. Host, this is your third consecutive day signing in. You have earned 40 sign-in points. Using the double sign-in card, you have gained 40 sign-in points, totaling 80 sign-in points. Random reward for the host. 1 bottle of truth water, which has been stored in the item bar. There's a random reward this time, and it's truth water? Does the system know I'm going to interrogate? It specifically prepared this for me. Su Hao looked at the system, feeling that it was like a worm in his heart. Having a few more such worms would be great. Su Hao opened the item bar and saw an extra bottle of truth water. He clicked to check it. Truth water. This is a special agent developed by the distant Galactic Federation for criminals. After drinking it, the criminal will enter a state of confusion and will answer questions from the Interrogator 100. Just as I thought. The description of truth water confirmed his speculation. Once he got the information about Lan Yu from Li Xing, let us see how I deal with you. You think you can kidnap me? Su Hao snorted coldly. Although the information on the note from the little beggar was likely correct, Su Hao had already convinced himself that it was true. Then Su Hao opened his system interface. Name, Su Hao, realm, human realm, 4th level sign-in points, 600, item bar, 3 bronze lottery cards, 1 limited time possession card for Li Xuanhuan, 1 low-level ninja group card, remaining time 13 days, 1 bottle of truth water. Martial arts, golden bell shield, 2nd layer, can be upgraded, consumes 100 skill points, can be raised to the 3rd layer, strength increases by 1000 gene, physique doubles, can withstand ordinary stick attacks. Powerful stone palm, 1st layer, can be upgraded, consumes 25 skill points, can be upgraded to the 2nd layer. Vajra flame technique, entry level, can be upgraded, consumes 20 skill points, can be upgraded to the 1st layer. With 600 sign-in points, I can only exchange for 60 skill points. The Golden Bell Shield can't be upgraded to the 3rd layer. But should I upgrade the powerful Stone Palm and Vajra Flame technique? Su Hao fell into deep thought. Both the powerful Stone Palm and Vajra Flame technique are offensive martial arts. Upgrading them a bit would allow him to act boldly without always having to hide. Chapter 26. 1000 Gene Palm Strength. The Vajra Flame technique is a high-level martial art. If I upgrade it, it might directly break through my cultivation to the 5th level of the human realm. Su Hao looked at the Vajra Flame technique, pondering. If he broke through to the 5th level of the human realm, it would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Considering his previous cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the human realm, 2 levels in 2 days is a bit unbelievable. So Su Hao decided to only upgrade the powerful Stone Palm to increase his offensive power. Upgrading powerful Stone Palm consumes 25 skill points. Upgrading the martial art powerful Stone Palm to the 2nd layer. Suddenly, Su Hao's hands felt a sense of swelling as streams of vital energy circulated through them, strengthening his hands. Su Hao moved his hands and found that his fingers and arm joints had become more flexible, and the muscles in his arms had already been enhanced during the Golden Bell Shield upgrade. Now they were strengthened once again, strong and powerful. Even a martial artist at the 5th level of the human realm would probably not be able to withstand my palm strike. Su Hao felt the strength in his arms and palms, murmuring to himself. He now had a feeling of wanting to find someone to fight. Great power opening the stone hand. Second layer. Used in conjunction with the golden bell shield, palm strength can reach 1,000 pounds. Consuming 50 skill points can unlock the third layer. With the golden bell shield, palm strength can reach 2,000 pounds. Wow, one palm strike has 1,000 pounds of strength. Su Hao felt secretly delighted and withdrew the vital energy from his palms, instantly restoring his hands to their original state. He was very satisfied with this upgrade and decided to save the 35 skill point for now. With 35 skill points, aside from upgrading the Brahma Flame technique, he couldn't improve anything else, so Su Hao temporarily stopped his training. How come Xiao Lu hasn't returned after such a long time? Su Hao felt a bit puzzled. It shouldn't take much time to inquire about where a prisoner is detained. His gaze involuntarily looked towards the courtyard. A white figure walked in from outside the courtyard. It was Gu Xie, whom Su Hao did not want to see. At this moment, Gu Xie looked haggard, with a hint of worry and pallor between her brows, completely lacking her previous arrogance. Her long hair that used to fall to her waist was now only shoulder length, losing its previous elegance, and instead appearing a bit more capable. This girl, didn't she say she was afraid to go out? How could she come here? Su Hao's heart raced. After all, he had bombed someone yesterday, causing her to lose her long hair. Su Hao, I'm going back to the Qingmu sword sect. Gu Xie walked up to Su Hao, her tone very gentle. Going back to the Qingmu sword sect? That's great. I need you to leave immediately, so I won't be on edge all day. Su Hao thought to himself, but didn't dare to say it out loud. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry to return to the Qingmu sword sect? I was thinking of familiarizing myself with the situation in the capture court, and then taking you and Fatigu to enjoy a boat ride on the Luoshui River outside Fuqing. The Qingmu sword sect sent a message for me to return immediately. It should be related to the blood demon cult. For a while, the entire Northwest Prefecture will probably not be peaceful, so you need to be careful. Gu Xie was a bit worried about Su Hao's safety, so she specially came to remind him to be cautious. Okay, I understand. You also need to be careful returning to the Qingmu sword sect. Those people from the blood demon cult are ruthless. A lot of people were injured or killed in the capture court yesterday. Since she was concerned about him, he felt he should say something warm in return. Hearing Su Hao's concern, a hint of a smile appeared on Gu Xie's face. However, when Su Hao mentioned the blood demon cult, she immediately gritted her teeth. Her long hair had been ruined by the people of the blood demon cult, which was as hateful as ruining her looks. In her mind, she believed that the people from the blood demon cult had killed to prevent the Xue family brothers from leaking secrets. So all the responsibility for her destroyed hair fell on the blood demon cult. The blood demon cult made Su Hao bear the blame. I will definitely find that ambusher. I want to tear him to pieces. Gu Xie spat out a fierce remark, and a chill instantly rose in the courtyard. My goodness. Su Hao couldn't help but shiver. It was just a bit of hair that got blown off. Was it necessary to be so fierce? He mustn't let her know that it was him who blew up her hair. Su Hao thought to himself, Xie, short hair is also very good. I like your current look. Su Hao stared at Gu Xie with wide eyes. Really? But before, you like girls with long hair. Gu Xie's eyes brightened with happiness upon hearing Su Hao's words, but then she recalled what Su Hao had said before and couldn't help but ask. Before was before. Now is now. People need different aesthetic perspectives at different times. Xie, you are very beautiful, Su Hao said, trying to flatter her. In fact, he thought to himself, the original Su Hao, like him, also liked girls with long hair. This common hobby was great. At that moment, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the courtyard, and soon, Xiao Lu, the constable, appeared in the courtyard, breathing heavily as if he had run very fast. Upon seeing Su Hao and Gu Xie, he immediately bowed. I met Miss Gu. I found out where Li Xing and Han Lu are being held. Su Hao was very anxious to get information about the Blue Moon from Li Xing. After all, they wanted to take action against him, which he absolutely had to eliminate. Reporting to Deputy Chief Su, Li Xing and Han Lu are being held in the dungeon on the back mountain. Today, Chief Lu went there, but he seemed very angry when he came out. Xiao Lu relayed the information he had gathered to Su Hao. It seemed that Chief Lu hadn't obtained any useful information. Let's go. We need to head to the back mountain dungeon. A hint of joy flashed across Su Hao's brow as he prepared to go to the dungeon. You want to see Li Xing? Gu Xie's brows furrowed immediately upon hearing this, stopping Su Hao, who was about to leave. She had just warned Su Hao not to get too involved, but in the blink of an eye, Su Hao was going to see Li Xing, looking like he was preparing to stir up trouble. Don't you think it's good to be a salted fish? Li Xing is the altar master of the Blood Demon cult. He must know some things about the Blood Demon cult. Besides, they have tried to harm you, and I will definitely avenge you. I must pry open Li Xing's mouth today, Su Hao said fiercely. Hearing Su Hao's words, Gu Xie was taken aback. Su Hao actually wanted to avenge her, and her face instantly flushed, revealing a sweet smile, but she soon grew worried. If Su Hao went to interrogate Li Xing and was found out by the Blood Demon cult, it might not end well for him. Leave Li Xing's matter to Chief Lu. You shouldn't get involved. After all, you've just been appointed as deputy chief. You should familiarize yourself with some basic cases first. Gu Xie hurriedly said. That won't do. You don't need to worry about this. This is a man's business. Su Hao immediately waved his hand, refusing to let go of this opportunity. Then I will go with you. Gu Xie thought for a moment and said, what are you a girl doing in a dungeon? Just stay here, and after I deal with Li Xing, I'll take you shopping. Su Hao said domineeringly, then left the courtyard with Xiao Lu, leaving Gu Xie in a daze. Chapter 27. Another task encountered back mountain of the capture court. Dungeon in a cell made of fine iron. Li Xing, whose tendons had been severed, lay slumped on the cold stone floor. A mouth guard made of iron chains was strapped over his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. In front of the dungeon door, Su Hao said to the guards, take me to see Li Xing. Yes, sir, please follow me. The guard led Su Hao down, and since Su Hao was the deputy chief of the capture court, no one stopped him from entering the dungeon. The dungeon was a bit dark and damp, with water dripping intermittently from the rocks. Drip, drip. The sound echoed in the dungeon. The bailiff led Su Hao and Xiao Lu down the steps, step by step, deeper into the dungeon. This dungeon was specifically for imprisoning martial artists from the Jianghu, while ordinary people who committed crimes would be held in other cells in the detention center. Soon, the bailiff brought Su Hao and Xiao Lu to the place where Li Xing was held. Where's Han Lu? Su Hao glanced around and found no sign of Han Lu in the adjacent cells, so he asked the accompanying bailiff. Deputy Han is held on the other side. About 10 cells away from here, the bailiff pointed in the direction opposite to them. Open the cell. I want to see this Li Xing. Su Hao nodded, letting the bailiff open the cell door and walked inside. Looking at Li Xing collapsed on the ground, Su Hao couldn't help but click his tongue. So miserable. At that moment, Li Xing opened his eyes, surprised to see Su Hao. He didn't understand what a playboy was doing here. Did Lu Hao fail to get him to talk in the morning, and now send a playboy to make him speak? He then closed his eyes again without looking at Su Hao. Xiao Lu, hold his mouth, bailiff, remove the iron gag from his mouth, and pry his mouth open for me. Su Hao had no time to linger in the dungeon. He needed to finish his business quickly and leave. Yes, the two acted quickly, swiftly prying open Li Xing's mouth. Then, Su Hao took out a bottle of truth water from his pocket, uncapped it, and poured a little into Li Xing's mouth. With Li Xing's current mental state, he didn't need much truth water. Li Xing wanted to speak, but didn't know what Su Hao was pouring into his mouth, and Su Hao was completely breaking the rules. Who starts pouring things into someone's mouth right away? However, after a while, Li Xing's eyes began to glaze over, and he appeared dazed. Let him go. Su Hao waved his hand, signaling the bailiff and Xiao Lu to release Li Xing. Li Xing immediately slumped to the ground. Su Hao walked over to Li Xing, lifted him up, and said sternly, tell me all the strongholds of the Blood Demon sect in Fuqing, and the list of members you know. Li Xing was now dazed and unclear. Hearing Su Hao's words, he began to mumble some incoherent things. Su Hao leaned in closer to hear what Li Xing was saying. Xiao Lu, you take notes. Su Hao instructed Xiao Lu. At this moment, Xiao Lu was in a dazed state, not understanding why Deputy Han had poured something into Li Xing, causing him to become confused. When Su Hao asked, Li Xing began to mumble, and Xiao Lu didn't think Li Xing would say anything, but he obediently followed Su Hao's instructions and took out pen and ink. He leaned his ear closer to Li Xing's mouth. Suddenly, he was shocked. What? Write it down quickly. Su Hao urged from the side. Xiao Lu immediately perked up and quickly recorded what Li Xing was saying. After Li Xing finished speaking, Xiao Lu completed his notes and handed them to Su Hao. Su Hao glanced at the list and saw the name Lan Yu. Tell me, who is Lan Yu? Give me her details. Su Hao stepped forward and whispered in his ear. His goal was to know more about Lan Yu. Lan Yu is the adopted daughter of the branch leader. She came to Fuqing 2 months ago to serve as the vice leader of the branch. Although she is the vice leader, she does not fall under my jurisdiction. From my observations, she has the strength of the initial stage of the Earth realm. Li Xing's voice was intermittent and grew fainter. The adopted daughter of the branch leader of the Blood Demon sect and possessing the strength of the initial stage of the Earth realm. It was a headache for Su Hao. Tell me where the stash is hidden? Su Hao grabbed Li Xing and pulled his mouth closer to his ear. He needed to hear clearly. In the know. 2. Courtyard on West Street. All my things are there? Li Xing said intermittently. Put a gag on him. We're going to Han Lu's side. Su Hao's face darkened. He had received too little information about Lan Yu, not even knowing where she was. However, it was still good to get some money. The detention center had regulations. For those held in this dungeon, the detention center generally did not care what information you could extract from them, as long as you submitted the important information obtained. As for money, whoever could get it would keep it. That was why Su Hao was so bold in asking. Afterward, they arrived at Han Lu's cell. At this time, Han Lu was similar to Li Xing, and using the same method, Su Hao obtained some information from Han Lu. Of course, the main focus was on the situation of the Blood Demon sect disciples in the detention center. Here, take this. After getting the information, Su Hao took out a 200-tael silver note from his pocket and handed it to the bailiff accompanying him. The bailiff's face showed excitement. He was just a dungeon bailiff, earning only 10 taels of silver a month. He never expected the third young master to reward him with 200 taels. Thank you, deputy leader. Let's go. Xiao Lu. Contact Captain Wang and have them raid those 2 places, bring everything back, and immediately hand these 2 lists to Captain Lu. On the way back, Suao instructed Xiao Liu. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Xiao Lu looked extremely happy. The harvest this time was enormous, and he quickly ran off. Meanwhile, Su Hao returned to the courtyard. He had asked Guxier to wait for him here, and he hoped she wasn't still here. When he returned, he felt a bit frustrated. Guxier was sitting in his chair, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Su Hao, she quickly stood up and walked towards him. Come on, accompany me to go shopping. She didn't ask about the interrogation results, probably worried that it would make Su Hao uncomfortable. After all, since Lu Hao couldn't get anything from Li Xing, it was normal for Su Hao not to get anything as well. Task. Guxier is the first person the host kissed after arriving in this world. Guxier is about to return to the Qingmu sword sect, and the host needs to accompany Guxier shopping for 2 hours, with hand-holding time reaching 15 minutes. Reward: 500 sign-in points, 5 bronze lottery tickets. Chapter 28. Ambush under the setting sun. What the hell? System, what are you planning? Upon seeing the task prompted by the system, Su Hao's pupils dilated, and his heartbeat instantly accelerated, thumping loudly. Guxier seemed to sense Su Hao's rapid heartbeat and looked at him with confusion. Why is your heart beating so fast? Isn't it because I'm going shopping with you? I'm just too excited. Let's go. Today I will accompany you for 2 hours. Of course. He was even more excited inside. He had already completed 2 tasks involving Guxier, and the rewards were incredibly generous. He was somewhat reluctant for Guxier to return to the Qingmu sword sect. 2 hours. Guxier suddenly felt a bit dazed. Su Hao had never spent this much time alone with her before. An unusual feeling arose in her heart. In fact, she had liked Su Hao since she was young, especially after sharing a bed with him that one time. She had placed her heart on him. However, Su Hao was too debauched and often frequented brothels, which made her very irritated, leading her to frequently beat him up. But today, unexpectedly, Su Hao wanted to accompany her alone for shopping, and she instantly felt incredibly sweet. Let us go, what are you dazed about? Today, whatever you want to buy or eat, your brother Hao, will take care of it. Su Hao suddenly felt like a rich man returning to the present. While speaking, he walked up to Guxier, grabbed her hand, and headed out of the courtyard. When Su Hao held Guxier's hand, her face instantly turned red, but she didn't pull her hand away. Seeing that Guxier didn't let go, Su Hao was secretly amazed. Could it be that this girl likes me? He had prepared himself for her to pull away since he had never held her hand before. But then he thought it over and felt relieved. After all, he had kissed her before and hadn't been beaten up for it. So holding her hand should be fine. Guxier's small hand was slightly cool, but very soft, and Su Hao had the urge to touch it. But he steadied his mind. If he accidentally angered Guxier, he wouldn't be able to complete his mission. It would be a loss. Holding Guxier's small hand, Su Hao walked out of the capture courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Guxier felt a bit shy and tried to withdraw her hand. But Su Hao wouldn't let her. The 2 of them held hands and got on Su Ping's carriage. To Qingrong Street, Su Hao instructed Su Ping. Qingrong Street was one of the most bustling commercial streets in Fuqing, where shops mainly sold clothes, jewelry, and cosmetics. Of course, there were also some snack shops. So taking Guxier shopping definitely required going to Qingrong Street. in the back hall of a cosmetic shop on Qingrong Street in Fuqing. Lan Yu stood with a gloomy face. On the ground in front of her lay a corpse, the face blackened, clearly dead from Lan Yu's hand. Damn black market. Why did the antidote to the black blood poison appear? And it was obtained by Su Wu. The plan of my adoptive father has failed. She had just received news from the Northwest County. The antidote for the black blood poison had appeared in the black market, obtained by Su Wu, who was now on his way back to the Su family in Fuqing. The young lord's poison was about to be cured. If the young lord's black blood poison was cured, then their previous plan would fail. Bang! Lan Yu slammed her palm on the wooden table in front of her, instantly shattering it. Damsu Wu, Damsu family. Lan Yu was extremely furious and placed all the blame for the plan's failure on the Su family. I can't just be passive. Come here. Lan Yi spoke Li. A man with a curved knife at his waist walked in, his eyes filled with admiration and desire for Lan Yu. Sima Mingyue, is there any movement over there? Lan Yu coldly asked, not paying attention to the man's gaze. Miss, we just received news that Sima Mingyue and his merchant team have left the city gate of Fuqing and should be returning to the county. The man said in a low voice. It seems he has received the news about Sima Mingyue. A trace of anger flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. But she knew that with the young lord getting the antidote, it was no longer necessary for him to stay here. Then let me take action myself. Get ready. Tonight we will ambush Su Hao. Once we succeed, we will leave Fuqing immediately. A cold light flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. The Su family disrupted her adoptive father's plan. So let Su Hao's life serve as a warning to the Su family. Yes. The man bowed and exited the room, taking the corpse with him as he left. Inside the room, only Lan Yu was left. She extended her hands, a faint blue light radiating from her palms. Su Hao, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born into the Su family and being a waste. If I don't kill you, who should I kill? In the capture courtyard, little Lu, the constable, handed over the testimony he obtained to the head of the capture courtyard. Lu Hao, is this the testimony you got from Li Xing? Lu Hao's gaze was fixed on little Lu, the constable, wanting to see something in his eyes. Earlier, he had personally interrogated Li Xing, but hadn't obtained anything useful. Now, however, little Lu claimed to have a testimony from Li Xing head. This is truly what Li Xing said. I don't know what Deputy Head Su fed Li Xing, but whatever Deputy Head Su asked, he answered. Little Lu, the constable, hurriedly recounted the events that happened in the dungeon to Lu Hao. Upon hearing that Su Hao had fed something to Li Xing, Lu Hao's expression tightened. You may leave for now. I will arrange the other matters. Lu Hao waved his hand, signaling little Lu to retreat. He picked up the testimony again. Aside from the lack of information about the deputy altar master Lan Yu, the rest was quite detailed. However, Lu Hao hesitated because many people from the capture courtyard were mentioned. If they took action, it would certainly cause a stir. He decided to wait for Commander Su Wu to return and report to him, then see what the commander's decision would be. After contemplating for a while, Lu Hao decided to wait until he saw Su Wu before taking action. Otherwise, if something went wrong, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. On Qingrong Street, Su Hao inadvertently spent the entire afternoon shopping with Guxier. As the sun set, Su Hao and Guxier got into Su Ping's carriage. First, take Xieter back. Then we will return to the Su residence. Su Hao instructed the driver, Su Ping. Okay, young master. Su Ping immediately drove the carriage towards Gu's residence. Not far from them, two figures appeared, Lan Yu and the man with the knife. That girl is Guxier from the Gu family, and also a disciple of the Qingmu sword sect. They are heading towards the Gu family. The man beside Lan Yu said in a deep voice. As for the disciple of the Qingmu sword sect, we will deal with her as well. We will ambush them on the street outside the Gu family. After speaking, Lan Yu led the man with the knife away quickly, preparing to ambush Su Hao and the others. Chapter 29, Reckless Protection. Clop, clop, clop. Su Hao's carriage rolled on the sunset's afterglow, arriving at the street in front of Gu's residence. The street was quite a distance away from the main courtyard of the Gu family. The Gu family was a prominent family in Fuqing, occupying a vast area. Even the street in front of the residence was their territory. At dusk, there were very few people on the street. Sierra, when will you return to the Qingmu sword sect? Su Hao asked Guxier beside him in the carriage. After spending the day together, Su Hao discovered that Guxier could be quite gentle at times, of course, except when she was irritated. The senior brothers in the sect should have already arrived at the Gu residence. I will return to the Qingmu sword sect with them tomorrow. Guxier glanced outside the carriage, her expression a bit nostalgic. After spending the day with Su Hao, their relationship had grown closer, and she felt that if she stayed a little longer, she would definitely be able to win over Su Hao. However, she had to return to the Qingmu sword sect tomorrow. Returning to the Qingmu sword sect this time, she was going to break into the Earth realm, and it seemed she wouldn't be able to come down the mountain for a while. Leaving tomorrow, Gu Xie was his close friend, and just like that, Su Hao felt a bit reluctant. The prefecture is very close to the sword sect. As long as you go to the prefecture, you can come to the sword sect to see me. If your strength improves, you can also join our Qingmu sword sect when you arrive at the prefecture. Gu Xie said seriously, looking at Su Hao. Join the Qingmu sword sect? But I'm currently with the Capture Institute. Can I still join the sword sect? Su Hao asked with confusion. Why not? Many people in our sword sect are in the prefecture's pacification office. My senior brother is even 100 households in the prefecture's pacification office, Gu Xie said softly. Oh, I see. It seems I know too little. Su Hao nodded. Suddenly, Su Ping's carriage came to a halt. What's going on? Su Hao opened the carriage door, and his expression changed instantly. In front of their carriage stood a man dressed in a plain long robe, with a curved knife at his waist, exuding a fierce aura as he stared at Su Hao's carriage. He drew his curved knife and coldly said, Young Master Su San, today I will take your life. I am Moku from the Blood Demon sect. A faint airflow swirled around the blade of the knife. The opponent was a master who had stepped into the Earth realm. Inside the carriage, Su Hao was a bit speechless. Why would the Blood Demon sect come after him? He was just a playboy. The Su family had obtained an antidote for the black blood poison from the black market, ruining the Blood Demon sect's plans. And now they were retaliating against the Su family. Gu Xie, who was beside him, was afraid Su Hao didn't know the reason, so she explained in his ear. So it was trouble he had caused himself, but they were too shameless to target a playboy like him, just picking on soft persimmons. Su Hao felt a bit bitter. The antidote was something he had contributed, and now the Blood Demon sect was after him. Young Master San, let me handle this. Su Ping's voice was calm as he got out of the carriage, his eyes fixed tightly on the man in front of him. With just you think you can kill him? Do you have that ability? Seeking death. Moku stepped forward, and the aura of the third level of the Earth realm erupted instantly. The dust around him flew wildly under this aura, and he looked at Su Ping with fierce eyes. Then let me take you down first. He flashed forward. His curved knife, glowing a bloody red, slashed directly at Su Ping. Su Ping also unleashed an aura that was not weaker than that of the man in front of him. A fierce light shone in his eyes, and combined with the scar on his face, he looked even more ferocious. As he watched the attacking curved knife, he directly punched out. A layer of true energy, as hard as iron, covered his fist. Su Ping practiced the iron sand fist, his palm like iron. When his fist collided with the curved knife, the sound of impact rang out. The man with the knife showed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected that a mere playboy would have someone of equal strength by his side. The curved knife was quickly switched to his other hand and then swiftly slashed towards Su Ping's chest. Crack! Su Ping's outer robe was torn, but no wounds appeared on his body. My iron cloth shirt has already reached perfection. Your knife can't hurt me. A sinister smile appeared on Su Ping's face as he grabbed the shoulder of the man with the knife. His fingers suddenly became as strong as iron and pierced into Moku's shoulder. With a forceful yank, he directly tore off Moku's arm. Moku screamed in agony as his right arm was ripped off. But at that moment, suddenly, a blue figure dashed out from the side of the street and struck towards Su Hao's carriage with a palm. Boom! The carriage canopy was instantly torn apart by this palm, and Su Hao and Gu Xie fell out of the carriage. At this moment, Gu Xie, with a serious expression, protected Su Hao, her gaze fixed on the blue figure that appeared. After smashing the carriage, the blue figure did not stop. With a flash, it darted towards Su Hao like a bird. With a palm strike, a burst of blue true energy erupted from her hand. The attacker was a martial artist at the Earth realm. Just as Su Hao had jumped out of the carriage, he hadn't regained his senses yet. After all, he only had the strength of the 5th level of the human realm, and his perception and awareness were too far behind. He immediately activated his item interface to use the Li Xuanhuan possession card, but the attacker was very fast. As he checked the item interface to prepare to activate the Li Xuanhuan possession card, that palm was already in front of him. Whoosh! At that moment, a white figure appeared in front of him. Puffed. He then saw a mouthful of blood splatter on his face, and when he looked up, it was Gu Xie, who had blocked in front of him in the moment of crisis. The blood on her face was from Gu Xie herself. Young Master San. At this moment, Su Ping had already torn off Mo Ku's other arm. Seeing this, he immediately abandoned Mo Ku and rushed towards Su Hao. However, the disarmed Mo Ku, with a twisted face, stepped on the fallen curved knife, which flew up, and then he bit down on the curved knife. With a swift step, he charged towards Su Ping. Seeing this, Su Ping instinctively turned to look. Swish! The curved knife instantly sliced through Su Ping's eyes. Su Ping immediately cried out as black blood flowed from his eyes. The curved knife had been poisoned by Mo Ku. Although poisoned, he still grabbed Mo Ku's body with both hands and, with a forceful pull, directly tore him apart. Xie, are you okay? Seeing Gu Xie spitting blood, Su Hao looked very anxious and shouted. Uft! Gu Xie spat out another mouthful of blood. Quick, quick, run, she said, her words broken and intermittent due to her severe injuries. I didn't expect that a playboy like you would have someone willing to die for you. This really surprises me. Let me send you both on your way. The blue figure, now revealed, looked at Su Hao and Gu Xie with a cold expression. In fact, she hadn't expected that Gu Xie would block her palm for Su Hao, but she knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she prepared to strike again. At this moment, Su Hao's Li Xuanhuan possession card was also activated, and a system task appeared. Task 1. The host was ambushed by enemies and nearly died. Eliminate the attackers to earn 300 signing points and 5 bronze lottery cards. Chapter 30. Possession of Xuanhuan. Instant kill at this time. The ordinary people on the street had long since fled in fear, leaving a desolate scene. Su Hao glanced at Gu Xie, who lay in his arms, already unconscious. On the other side, Su Ping, with his eyes injured, felt a wave of toxins spreading in his eyes. He roared, searching for a target. But his senses were affected by the spreading poison, and he couldn't detect the direction of the blue figure. Su Hao's eyes were icy cold. He really didn't expect to encounter such a situation. If it hadn't been for Gu Xie blocking a palm for him just now, he would likely have already died. After all, he only had the strength of the 4th level of the human realm, unable to withstand a palm strike from an earth realm martial artist. The system has just released a new task, and he is paying attention to it. He is receiving information transmitted by Li Xuanhuan's spirit card. This information is vast, encompassing Li Xuanhuan's entire being, his martial arts, and the stories of his joys and sorrows. Su Hao does not have the inclination to delve deeply into it. He is focused on killing. He must slay the blue-clad woman in front of him. He gently places Gu Xie on the ground, his movements very tender. Coupled with Li Xuanhuan's inherent sense of worry, Su Hao appears somewhat hazy. When he sets Gu Xie down, he takes a silver hairpin from her head and holds in his hand. The blue moon across from him has sensed something is off. She feels a chilling sense of danger emanating from Su Hao. How is this possible? The blue moon does not believe it. A burst of blue, true energy erupts from her body, her strength having reached the 2nd level of the earth realm. Yet, Su Hao is merely a 4th level human realm warrior. How could he give her such a feeling? However, when she looks up at Su Hao, she cannot sense even a trace of his aura. Su Hao coldly says. Then, the hairpin he holds suddenly flies out. You want to use a hairpin to kill me? Trying to play tricks, Dai? The blue moon laughs maniacally at Su Hao's attempt to kill her with a hairpin. Thinking this small hairpin couldn't even break through her true energy, let alone kill her. However, her laughter suddenly chokes off. At this moment, a hairpin has pierced in her throat, and drops of blood are dripping down along the hairpin. The true energy she had accumulated instantly dissipates, as if it had been released. How is this possible? When did this hairpin penetrate my true energy? The blue moon cannot comprehend it, but it no longer matters. As she finishes this thought, she collapses to the ground, lifeless. At this point, Su Hao is also extremely weak. Although Li Xuanhuan's spirit had just taken over, his own strength is too low. And that throw of the hairpin has exhausted all of his energy and spirit. Thud! He falls to the ground. At this moment, from a distance, the Gu residence notices what has happened, and a white figure rushes out, followed by several others who quickly arrive at the battlefield. At this time, Su Ping has already collapsed to the ground, his entire face blackened, but he is roaring the words Blood Demon Sect. The white-clad man glances at Su Ping, but does not inquire further, looking instead in another direction, where he sees Gu Xie lying on the ground injured. His expression changes drastically. Junior sister. This white-clad man is Gu Xie's senior brother, Lu Chuan. He has come to take Gu Xie back to the Sword Sect. Lu Chuan quickly checks Gu Xie's injuries, and his expression relaxes a bit. He pulls out a white pill bottle from his robe, takes out a pill, and swiftly feeds it to Gu Sierra. Then he picks up Gu Sierra and quickly returns to the Gu residence, completely ignoring the collapsed Su Hao. The other members of the Gu family, upon discovering Su Hao lying on the ground, gasp in shock. Something has happened. This is the third young Master Su. Hurry and notify the Su family. The leading member of the Gu family picks up the third young Master Su and instructs someone to go to the Su family. On the other side, Su Ping is also lying on the ground. The young lord of the Su family, having taken the antidote, is no longer in critical condition and is using his true energy to recover from his injuries. Thank you this time, Commander Su. The young lord expresses his gratitude to Su Wu and Su Ming after his recovery. It was my duty, Su Wu says politely, but he is still grateful to Su Hao. If it weren't for Su Hao, he would have been at a great disadvantage. Not good. Master. At this moment, Han Bo hurriedly walks into the room, looking tense. What happened? Su Ming has never seen Han Bo so anxious and knows that something serious has occurred. Master. The third young master was attacked at the Gu family's entrance, and his life is unknown. We must hurry there. Han Bo says urgently. What? Upon hearing that Su Hao was attacked, Su Ming's originally calm demeanor suddenly erupts with an overwhelming aura that suppresses everyone in the room. The young lord, who had just begun to recover, instantly spits out a mouthful of old blood and turns pale. The bodyguard beside him, Yang Xiong, is also immobilized by this pressure. Go! With a dark expression, Su Ming grabs Han Bo and rushes out of the room, speeding towards the Gu family. The young lord watches Su Ming leave, his face filled with shock as he glances at Su Wu. Young lord, my nephew is in trouble. I need to check on him. Yang Xiong, I leave the young lord in your care. Su Wu is also very anxious. Su Hao is the treasure of his older brother, and now he has been attacked. If something serious has happened, the entire northwest region will be in chaos. Who dares to attack Hao? Su Wu quickly chases after him. It turns out that the deepest secret of the Su family is actually Su Ming, the head of the family. After the people leave, the spitting blood young lord looks at Yang Xiong and says, the news of Su Ming reaching the heaven realm, you must convey it to father. Our attitude towards the Su family must also change. The subordinate will handle it immediately. At this moment, Yang Xiong also recovers from a shock and says solemnly, the Gu family is also in chaos, with Gu Sierra and Su Hao both injured and unconscious. Gu Sierra is being cared for by her senior brother, while Su Hao is being looked after by Gu Huai. How is the third young master? Gu Huai asks the doctor who is checking Su Hao's pulse. Young master, the third young master should be fine. He has just severely depleted his energy and spirit, and he will need a long time to rest. I will prescribe some pills to replenish his energy and blood. The doctor replies softly. Good, as long as he's fine. Gu Huai wipes the beads of sweat from his forehead and murmurs. Do you know who ambushed the third young master? Gu Huai asks a steward-like person nearby who had carried Su Hao back. Young master, Su Ping was shouting the words blood demon sect when we arrived. So it must have been them who attacked. The steward recalls. Where's Su Ping now? Gu Huai cannot help but ask. Young master, Su Ping died from poisoning. The servant, while carrying Su Hao back, had the attendants check on Su Ping, but after a few shouts, he lost all breath. Chapter 31, Golden Lottery Card. Bloodthirsty demon Vine Su Ping is dead. This is terrible. The blood demon sect, the third young master, will definitely be devastated when he wakes up. Gu Huai's face turns furious upon hearing the news of Su Ping's death. Su Ping has served Su Hao for many years, and Su Hao will surely be deeply affected by the news of his death. You all can leave. I will watch over the third young master here. Just as Gu Huai speaks, a ghostly figure appears in the room. This figure is Su Ming, who places Han Bo aside and walks up to Su Hao. He checks on Su Hao's condition. The depletion of energy and spirit is extremely severe, and there are signs of his meridians fracturing. Su Ming pondered. A stream of blue, true energy slowly entered Su Hao's body, repairing the injured meridians. However, the consumption of vital energy could only be replenished through rest. Arrange for the young master to be taken back to the residence. Su Ming instructed Han Bo. Yes, sir. Han Bo picked up Su Hao from the bed and said to Gu Huai beside him, Young Master Gu, please arrange a comfortable carriage. I will take the young master back to the Su residence. Hurry up, Gu Huai ordered. Young Gu, where's Su Ping? Su Ming asked in a low voice. Uncle, Su Ping is dead, poisoned. His body and the bodies of 2 others are outside. I will arrange for them to be sent to the Su residence. Gu Huai replied. Do you know who did it? Su Ming's voice was quiet but carried an oppressive tone. Uncle, when the housekeeper Gu arrived, Su Ping was shouting the words Blood Demon Cult, so it should be their people. Gu Huai informed Su Ming. Blood Demon Cult? I will head back now. Thank you for your help, Gu family. Please convey my thanks to Old Master Gu. Su Ming said. When Su Ming entered the Gu residence, he learned that Gu Sierra was also seriously injured, and since he was worried about Su Hao, he came over first. Then, Uncle, I won't see you off. I need to check on my cousin. Her injuries are more severe. Go ahead. Su Ming nodded, walked over to Su Hao, and gently picked him up. He cared about Su Hao's life and death. As for Gu Sierra, her life and death were temporarily not within his consideration. Inside the carriage, Su Hao slowly regained consciousness. Wanted to sit up, but feeling a tightness in his chest, and his head felt heavy, as if it had been hammered. You've exhausted too much vital energy. Rest more. Su Ming said softly beside him. What about Sierra and Su Ping? After killing Lan Yu, Su Hao collapsed on the ground and couldn't check on Gu Sierra and Su Ping's conditions. Su Ping is dead. Gu Sierra should be fine. You don't need to worry about her. Just rest well. Su Ming said gently. Su Ping is dead. When Su Hao heard this, his eyes filled with sadness. He inherited all of Su Hao's previous consciousness, including emotions. Su Ping had served him since he was 10 years old, but now he was dead. Blood Demon Cult. I will make you pay. Su Hao roared weakly, but due to his frail body, he immediately blacked out again. Sir, let him sleep for now. Su Ming said in a deep voice. Big brother, is Hao okay? At that moment, a figure squeezed into the carriage. It was Su Wu, who had followed behind. He looked at Su Hao with concern. He's exhausted too much vital energy. After resting for a while, he should be fine. I brought back the bodies of the attackers. If they are from the Blood Demon Cult, then we won't hold back next time. Su Ming's tone was cold. Originally, Su Ming didn't want to clash with the Blood Demon Cult over this matter, but now that they had targeted the Su family, it was intolerable. Understood. Su Wu nodded. His eyes also filled with killing intent. He wanted people to know the consequences of messing with the Su family. The next morning, Su Hao was awakened by a cool sensation on his face. He opened his eyes to see his mother, Su Mu, wiping his face. How are you awake? I was so worried. Seeing Su Hao awake, Su Mu, who had been wiping his face, revealed a hint of a smile in her originally red eyes. Su Hao had returned unconscious last night, causing Su Mu immense worry. Although Su Ming said Su Hao was fine, as a mother, she was still very concerned, crying all night until her eyes were red. Mother, I'm fine. Seeing his mother's red eyes, Su Hao felt a pang of heartache and immediately said softly, Gulme, I have made a nourishing soup for you to restore your vitality and spirit. Drink some. Su Mu lifted Su Hao's head and fed him some of the prepared tonic. She carefully fed Su Hao one spoonful at a time. After finishing a bowl, feeling a little revitalized, he said, Mother, you should go rest. I'm fine. I can't agree to that, Su Mu said, a bit unwilling. Mother, you haven't rested all night. If you keep this up, I will be unhappy. Shout die. Take Madam back to rest, Su Hao said, pretending to be unhappy. All right, then you rest well. The doctor said you need to recover properly and not move around too much. Su Mu expressed her concern before leaving with Xiao Dai. Blood Demon Cult. I will avenge this grudge. After Su Mu left, a fierce expression appeared on Su Hao's face. He knew that the woman in blue yesterday was Lan Yu of the Blood Demon Cult, the adopted daughter of the mysterious leader of the Blood Demon Cult's Northwest branch. Having completed 2 tasks yesterday, I should have gained quite a bit. Also, I used the card for Li Xuanwan's possession. I wonder what abilities I've gained from him. Su Hao immediately accessed his information. Name, Su Hao Realm, Human Realm, 4th level sign-in value, 800 skill points, 35, item inventory, 13 bronze lottery tickets. 1 low-grade ninja card, remaining time, 13 days, half a bottle of truth water. Techniques, Golden Bell Shield, 2nd layer, can be upgraded, consumes 100 skill points. Can be raised to the 3rd layer, increases strength by 1,000 pounds, doubles physique. Can withstand ordinary stick attacks. Mighty Stone Breaking Hand, 2nd layer, used with Golden Bell Shield, palm strength can reach 1,000 pounds, consumes 50 skill points. Can be upgraded to the 3rd layer, can reach 2,000 pounds. Heavenly Flame Technique, entry level, can be upgraded, consumes 20 skill points. Can upgrade to the 1st layer. Consciousness Perception, range can be increased within 10 meters. Using 100 skill points can increase the perception range by 50 meters. Host, gathering 10 bronze lottery tickets can synthesize 1 silver lottery ticket. Synthesized silver lottery ticket. After pondering for a moment, Su Hao used 10 bronze lottery tickets to synthesize 1 silver lottery ticket. He wanted to see what he could draw from the silver ticket. The host has synthesized a silver lottery ticket for the first time. Reward: lottery ticket upgraded once. Silver lottery ticket upgraded to golden lottery ticket. Host: do you want to use the golden lottery ticket? What? Golden lottery ticket? Su Hao's eyes filled with excitement, but he began to cough due to his currently weak body. Use it. Su Hao calmed his emotions and silently thought. Using golden lottery ticket, obtained a blood-sucking demon vine, already stored in the item inventory. Blood-sucking demon vine. Su Hao quickly opened the system's item inventory to check the information on this vine. Blood-sucking demon vine. A vine from the demon realm with strong vitality, capable of devouring all flesh and blood, growing rapidly. The stronger the consumed flesh and blood, the faster its power increases, and it can also nourish the host, enhancing the host's vitality. Chapter 32. Better to wrongly kill than to let go. Demon realm species? Su Hao looked at the blood-sucking demon vine in the item inventory and immediately clicked to activate it. Suddenly, a small vine appeared in Su Hao's hand. The vine was about 5 centimeters long, dark blood-colored, and was affectionately wriggling in his hand. Suddenly, the small vine protruded a tiny sharp thorn. The thorn, like a mosquito, pricked Su Hao's finger, instantly creating a small wound. The vine directly entered Su Hao's palm through the wound, disappearing into his hand. It can actually enter my body. It truly is a reward from the golden lottery card. Excitement flickered in Su Hao's eyes. However, soon after, Su Hao felt a bit of a headache. Using the Li Xuanhuan possession card had drained too much of his mental energy, and he hadn't recovered yet. Of course, without enough energy, he couldn't rely on just a hairpin to kill that Earth Realm powerhouse, Blue Moon. Earth Realm experts can separate their true energy, forming a protective barrier. With his current strength, even if he burned all his energy and blood, it would be impossible to penetrate the barrier and shoot Blue Moon with just a hairpin. Wait a minute, it seems a new ability called consciousness perception has appeared in my basic information. Could it be a random ability gained from Li Xuanhuan? Su Hao struggled to raise his hands, rubbed his temples, and forced himself to concentrate, preparing to check the consciousness perception ability. However, just as he was about to use it, a burst of golden stars appeared in his vision, and he felt dizzy. To consume energy, it seems he would have to wait some time before checking. Su Hao immediately stopped. He then continued to squint and rest his body. At this time, in an underground secret chamber of the Su family, there were 2 corpses. One was Blue Moon's body, and the other was Moku's body. Moku's earlier corpse had been torn apart by Su Ping, but now it had been sewn back together, forming a complete body. Su Ming and Han Bo were in the secret chamber. Master, this woman with a silver hairpin pierced through her throat is named Blue Moon. She has the strength of the 2nd level of Earth Realm and is one of the adopted daughters of the mysterious leader of the Blood Fiend sect. The other corpse belongs to the swordsman Moku, who had been active in the western regions and disappeared in recent years. It turns out he had joined the Blood Fiend sect. Su Ming did not speak but stared intently at the silver hairpin in Blue Moon's throat. With just a silver hairpin capable of penetrating the Earth Realm's barrier and piercing her throat. Such ability could only be achieved by a master who comprehends the intent in the celestial realm. Who save Hauer? Su Ming walked up to Blue Moon, took out the silver hairpin from her throat, and then his right index finger instantly turned red as he inserted it into the wound where the hairpin had been. The wound, which had originally disappeared, seemed to be burned. Take these 2 corpses to Third Master. Su Ming instructed and left the room. At this moment, in the hall of the Fu City Capturing Institute, Lu Hao was facing away from Su Wu. Next to Su Wu stood 2 men dressed in brocade uniforms, expressionless. Su Wu was being suppressed by Su Wu's immense aura, drenched in cold sweat. Lu Hao, here is the list. Why aren't you taking action? Su Wu looked at Lu Hao with a hint of coldness in his tone. The list involves people within the Capturing Institute, and my subordinates are afraid that if there's a problem with the list, it will lead to a major mistake. So we prepare to report to you first and wait for your instructions before taking action. Lu Hao said nervously. Afraid of killing the wrong person? Lu Hao, when you became the leader of the Fu City Capturing Institute, I told you something. I wonder if you remember? Su Wu asked coldly. Swish. Lu Hao's face instantly turned pale. It seems you still remember that phrase. What will happen now? My nephew Su Hao was attacked by the Blood Fiend sect yesterday and is heavily injured in the mansion. If you had acted against the Blood Fiend sect earlier, I believe they would have had some reservations, and my nephew wouldn't have been attacked or severely injured in the Su mansion. Su Wu's expression was calm, but his voice emanated a chilling aura. His gaze towards Lu Hao was somewhat icy. At this moment, Lu Hao looked tense. He certainly remembered what Su Wu had said when he became the leader of the Capturing Institute. After you took control of the Capturing Institute, everything should be based on the will of the Su family. Any threats against the Su family, even if it means killing the wrong person, should not be spared. Commander, it was my mistake. Lu Hao knelt down, lowering his head. Su Hao, as a descendant of the Su family, represented the Su family, and he, Lu Hao, should execute orders unconditionally. Whether it was a wrongful killing or not was not his concern. If you can't even follow orders, what use do I have for you? Su Wu's figure flashed and appeared in front of Lu Hao, slapping him on the head. Lu Hao didn't even have the chance to argue back before he died under Su Wu's palm. Su Wu didn't look at Lu Hao's corpse, but coldly said, "Leave no living witnesses among those involved." Yes. One of the captains beside him walked to the table, picked up the confession, and bowed as he exited the room. In an instant, a bloodbath swept through the entire Fu city, especially in the Capturing Institute, where a third of the personnel were cleaned out. Meanwhile, on the other side, the governor of Fu City, Su Hong, also took action, but his moves were very discreet, silently eliminating some officials in Fu City. The entire Fu City, except for ordinary people, was in a state of fear, fearing that their families might be eliminated if they were not careful. Su Hao did not sense any of this. When he woke up again, it was already nighttime. After drinking some calming and nourishing soup, his mental state improved significantly, but after lying down for a day, he felt a sense of soreness in his waist and back, so he wanted to get out of bed and walk around a bit. A maid quickly helped Su Hao put on his outer garment and assisted him outside to the courtyard. Third young master, just now. Young Master Gu Huai sent a message saying that Miss Gu Sierra is a bit seriously injured and was taken back to the Qingmu sword sect for treatment by her senior brother. But don't worry, she should be fine, the maid Xiao Dai whispered. Taken back to Qingmu sword sect? That's good. Qingmu sword sect is the #1 sect in the northwest, with rich heritage and resources. Su Hao said solemnly. Third young master, don't think too much. Just rest well in the mansion for these days. When you were sleeping, Madam came by to see you. Seeing you sleeping soundly, she didn't disturb you. My mother came? I made her worry this time. Has Su Ping been buried? Speaking of Su Ping, a look of sadness appeared on Su Hao's face. When Su Ping's family was destroyed, he was saved by his father and had always been by Su Hao's side. Now he had been killed by the Blood Fiend sect, which made him very sad. He has already been buried. That's good. Once I recover a bit, I'll go to his grave to pay my respects. Su Hao sighed. At that moment, a cold wind suddenly swept through the courtyard, causing Su Hao to sneeze and shiver. Third young master. It seems it's going to rain. Let us go back inside. You shouldn't get cold. Xiao Dai quickly said, helping Su Hao towards the house. My body is too weak. Su Hao felt a bit helpless in his heart. Chapter 33. First layer of the Yi Jin Jing cultivation, Card Moon Shadow Tower. A gentle breeze blew through the windowsill, and the rain dripped steadily from the eaves. Miss, we have found that young Master Su San is just physically weak and not seriously injured. Miss Gu from the Gu family is heavily wounded and has been taken back to the Qingmu sword sect for treatment. However, the Su family has bloodily cleaned out Fu City because of Su Hao's incident. Anyone with even a slight connection to the Blood Demon sect has been executed with ruthless methods. The old madam trembled slightly as she spoke. Are our people okay? Moon Shadow asked softly. Our people are fine. I have already ordered them to hide away and not investigate anything recently, to avoid being purged by the Su family. Miss, the Su family has made the decision to err on the side of caution and not let anyone escape. They do not care at all about the Blood Demon sect and other families. Miss, perhaps young Master Su San can help us take revenge. The old madam said to Moon Shadow. This matter doesn't need to be discussed any further. Moon Shadow said coldly upon hearing the old madam's words. Subconsciously, she did not want to use Su Hao for anything. Then we can only pressure Sima Mingyue to cooperate with us. The old madam said solemnly. Sima Mingyue had previously intended to join forces with the Blue Moon of the Blood Demon sect to deal with Su Hao. They had leverage in this matter and could threaten Sima Mingyue. Let's leave this matter for now. Are my medicinal materials ready? Moon Shadow did not answer the old madam, but inquired about the medicinal materials. The materials are ready. Elder Qi is preparing to concoct the secret medicine, but the elder advises Miss that it's best not to break through in Fu City to avoid being detected. Arrange for us to go to the outpost outside the city. I will break through there. Moon Shadow nodded. Have the people from the county watch Sima Mingwei. Once I break through, I will personally talk to him. Moon Shadow said calmly. Understood. I will take my leave now. The old madam nodded and bowed as she exited the room. Since you're fine, I must attend to my own matters. This farewell may be hard to come by again. Moon Shadow gazed at the rain-soaked night and murmured. For several days, Su Hao lay in the Su residence, slowly recovering his body. Feeling the sun outside, he thought it was necessary to go out for a walk. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but he was no longer in serious trouble, and his vitality had mostly recovered. He checked his sign-in points and skill points. Sign-in points, 3490 skill points, 35 not bad. He could exchange for 349 skill points, but accumulating sign-in points purely through sign-ins was still too slow. Completing tasks was quicker. Su Hao sighed as he looked at the sign-in points. However, when signing in, he could also receive some rewards. Over the past few days, he had received 10,000 taels of silver and 3 bronze lottery tickets, meaning he now had 6 bronze lottery tickets in his inventory. If he gathered 4 more, he could synthesize a silver lottery ticket again. Su Hao thought to himself. He hadn't completed today's sign-in yet. After a moment's thought, he silently recited the sign-in. Host has signed in for the 5th consecutive time, gaining 160 points and a random reward. 1 Yijing Jing first layer cultivation card, which has been stored in the inventory. Wow. A Yijing Jing first layer cultivation card. I didn't expect to get a technique, and it's the Yijing Jing. But what is this first layer? Su Hao immediately opened the Yijing Jing first layer cultivation card in his inventory. Yijing Jing, a secret manual from the ancient martial world as Shaolin sect, a sect-defining scripture that can transform external force into internal power, providing an endless supply of internal energy for the practitioner. It can also refine one's own vitality and heal injuries. The Yijing Jing first layer cultivation card will automatically cultivate to the first layer once opened by the host. This Yijing Jing is quite powerful, but it's only the first layer. Whatever, I'll cultivate it first. Su Hao directly clicked to open the skill card, and instantly, all information about the Yijing Jing first layer filled his mind. As he operated the first layer of Yijing Jing, he suddenly felt a surge of true energy or internal power begin to emerge within him. It started to repair the injuries to his vitality and meridians, and his complexion gradually improved. Moreover, his original strength at the 4th level of human realm quietly broke through to the 5th level. Truly worthy of being a Shaolin absolute skill, Su Hao felt the enhancement of his strength and displayed an expression of admiration. He then paused the circulation of the Yijing Jing. He didn't want his family to notice. Recently, he had also been pondering how to deal with the Blood Demon sect. The Blood Demon sect, a major evil faction in the south, had a branch leader in the northwest who dared to act against the crying Blood Marquis and the Su family, indicating the immense strength of the Blood Demon sect. Although he had been staying in the Su residence during this time, he had sent out a ninja to investigate the situation in Fu City. After the Su family was injured, they had purged Fu City. This shook him, but he also felt a sense of vague concern. The Su family's such hard-handed methods would surely anger the Blood Demon sect. Although the Blood Demon sect had not made any moves for the moment, they would undoubtedly lurk like a venomous snake, watching the Su family. Therefore, he must take advantage of this time to improve his strength, engage in more tasks, and draw more trump cards to deal with the Blood Demon sect's actions, or be able to assist if anything happened to the Su family. I'll go to the martial pavilion and see if there are any knife or sword techniques to learn. Su Hao thought for a moment, then left the courtyard and headed toward the martial pavilion of the Su residence. The martial pavilion was a small building set up in the inner courtyard of the Su residence, containing various martial arts manuals collected by the Su family. Of course, the core absolute skill of the Su family, the Vientiane Flame technique, was not in the martial pavilion. Su Hao enjoyed the sunshine as he slowly arrived at the martial pavilion. The guards at the entrance immediately opened the large door upon seeing Su Hao. As long as one was a direct descendant of the Su family, they could enter the martial pavilion at any time. Ordinary members of the Su family could only enter the martial pavilion after obtaining permission to select martial arts. Su Hao wandered around the martial pavilion for a while and found no extraordinary martial arts manuals. However, he discovered a technique called the Turtle Breath technique, which had the characteristic of concealing one's own aura and cultivation. Su Hao thought that with this technique, he could rapidly enhance his strength without being detected by others. He flipped through the turtle breath technique and prepared to take it back to cultivate. Host, would you like to spend 50 skill points to cultivate the turtle breath technique? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Hao's ear. This is possible. Su Hao initially thought he needed to cultivate the technique to the entry level before using skill points to enhance it. He didn't expect he could directly cultivate the technique by consuming skill points. In that case, as long as I have enough skill points in the future, I can learn any technique. Su Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Exchange 50 skill points, consuming 50 skill points to cultivate the turtle breath technique. Without any hesitation, he confirmed it. He currently had plenty of skill points, and 50 skill points were completely manageable. He then felt the aura of the turtle breath technique emerging within him. Technique, turtle breath technique, entry level, requires 10 skill points to upgrade to the first layer, which can conceal the host vitality and aura by 2 small realms. Consume 10 skill points to upgrade the turtle breathing technique to the first level. Su Hao thought about continuing to enhance the I Jin Jing, but considering that his strength had already broken through to the 5th level of the human realm, if he further improved the I Jin Jing, it would be hard to explain his increased cultivation. So he decided to first upgrade the turtle breathing technique to the first level and see if it could indeed hide his cultivation level. Chapter 34. Changes in the graveyard. After upgrading the turtle breathing technique to the first level, Su Hao felt a peculiar aura emerge within him. It was quite subtle. Not only did it cover his body, but it could also conceal the fluctuations of his vital energy, making it very effective. Su Hao operated the turtle breathing technique to hide his strength to the 4th level of the human realm and walked out of the martial pavilion. He was ready to find his father, Su Ming, to ask about the matter of his demotion. After leaving the Su family, he was quite anxious, as it was difficult for him to take on any tasks there. Without tasks, there would be no rewards, and without rewards, his strength would increase slowly, which was not what Su Hao wanted. Recently, he had been ambushed by the Blood Fiend sect, which made him realize how cruel this world was. Even if one wanted to be a playboy, they needed strength and talent, or else they could easily meet their end. Upon entering the living room, he saw his father, Su Ming, with a serious expression, as if he was encountering a difficult situation. When he saw Su Hao, his face immediately returned to normal, and he said happily, "Your vital energy and spirit have recovered well. Being young is great." Su Ming did not ask Su Hao why he had consumed so much energy or what the silver hairpin stuck in Lan Yue's throat was about. Su Hao was old enough to have his own secrets. "Father, I've recovered quite a bit. Can I go to the capture court to work now? I'm almost going moldy from being cooped up at home." Su Hao did not ask about his demotion, but rather whether he could start working at the capture court. After all, he needed to wait for his third uncle's notification regarding the demotion. "You don't need to go to the capture court in Fuqing for now. Your uncle and I are considering which county to send you to," Su Ming replied. "Isn't had decided yet?" Su Hao couldn't help but ask, as he thought everything had been arranged. The initial idea was to send you to Luoyuan County, which is closest to Fuqing. If anything happens, we could take care of you immediately, but now there has been a bit of an incident," Su Ming said, frowning. "Incident?" Su Hao asked in confusion. "Your third uncle and second uncle have recently wiped out some people, and their actions have been a bit too noticeable. If we send you to the nearby Luoyuan County, I'm afraid you'll be in danger," Su Ming explained. "Luoyuan County is where your third uncle built his reputation. Once you go there, many people will be watching you, which is not good for you at this stage." Su Ming had been troubled by this issue lately. "How about you send me to Qingyuan County instead?" Su Hao suggested. During his recovery in the past few days, he had familiarized himself with the situations of some counties below Fuqing. Luoyuan County was the wealthiest among them, located in a plain area. Qingyuan County, however, was remote, with continuous mountains and wild beasts, making it the most backward. Going to Luoyuan County would definitely make you a target, but Qingyuan County is different. It may give people the impression that I've been abandoned by the Su family, thus not attracting attention, and wouldn't that make me safer?" Su Hao explained, noticing his father's strange expression. Su Ming's eyes lit up. Su Hao's idea was quite good. Perhaps it was because he had spoiled this child too much that he had been attacked by the Blood Fiend sect. If he were a discarded scion of a noble family, the Blood Fiend sect wouldn't bother to keep an eye on him, making Su Hao potentially safer. "Father, what do you think? I'll discuss this with your third uncle. Let us wait a few days." Su Ming felt that this method was good. but the specific implementation might take a few days. You go discuss it with your third uncle. I'll go out for a bit. Su Hao turned to leave, preparing to exit the Su residence. Inside the hall, Su Ming initially thought about calling Su Hao back, but after some consideration, ultimately decided not to stop him. Follow the young master closely and protect him secretly. Su Ming waved his hand, and two black figures appeared before him. These two had no emotions in their eyes. They were the assassins raised by the Su family. The two figures quickly exited the living room. Outside the Su residence, Su Hao felt a bit melancholic. As soon as he reached the door, he thought of Su Ping. Blood Fiend sect, I will avenge you. At that moment, a brand new carriage appeared before Su Hao, driven by an ordinary coachman from the Su family. Young master, where are you going? First, go buy some joss paper. We're going to Su Ping's grave. Su Hao instructed after getting into the carriage. Yes, young master. The coachman took Su Hao to buy some joss paper on the street, then headed towards Su Ping's grave. Su Ping's grave was located outside the city in a cemetery. He was a member of the Su family, so he couldn't enter the Su family's mausoleum. When Su Hao arrived at the cemetery, he suddenly felt something was off. In this area of graves, some were piled on one side, appearing loose and forming a deep pit, as if something had crawled out from below. What is going on? Could there be a corpse crawling out from inside? Su Hao's face darkened as he walked towards Su Ping's grave, as he didn't want any issues to arise there. However, when he reached Su Ping's grave, his expression darkened further, for Su Ping's grave showed the same signs. He approached the grave, staring at the loose area. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he spotted a small piece of coffin fragment. He slowly cleared away some soil along the fragment and was shocked to find a dark hollow underneath. Young master, how could this happen? Could it be that Su Ping crawled out from inside? The coachman who had accompanied Su Hao exclaimed in shock. Su Ping's body should no longer be in the grave. It must have been stolen. Take me to the gravekeeper nearby. Let us ask him what these loosely piled graves contain, Su Hao said solemnly. Some evil sects like to use corpses for cultivation, especially those of deceased martial artists, as their vital energy is rich when alive and continues to condense for a while after death, making them suitable for cultivation by evil practitioners. Task 1. Su Ping served the host for half a lifetime. Now that he is dead, his body has been stolen. The host must find out who stole the corpse and deal with them, allowing Su Ping to rest in peace. Reward: 600 sign-in points, 6 bronze lottery cards. Young master, there's a small courtyard over there. There should be a gravekeeper. Let's go ask him. The coachman pointed to a simple small courtyard not far away and said, Let's go ask. Su Hao's face was dark as he strode towards the gravekeeper's small courtyard. Su Ping died protecting him, and after death, his body was taken away. This was simply a provocation to him that he absolutely could not tolerate. Chapter 35. The blood-devouring devil vine moves at this moment. Inside a simple small courtyard beside the graveyard on the outskirts, a gaunt middle-aged man was sitting cross-legged on a bed that looked like dry wood. The man's face was pale, and there were dried bloodstains on him, indicating that his injuries were not light. In front of him lay several corpses, all recently buried warriors, including Su Ping's body. On these corpses crawled thumb-sized, disgusting white worms that resembled maggots. The worms were gnawing at the flesh and blood of the corpses, and as they continued to eat, the white worms gradually turned blood red. Fortunately, in this Fu city, many warriors had died recently, including Earth Realm warriors. Otherwise, it would probably take me a year and a half to recover from my injuries. The man glanced at his chest, where there was a deep wound the size of a fist. What should have been a bright red wound now appeared whitish and carried a slight corrosive aura. He seemed not to feel the pain in his chest. With a wave of his hand, the worms that had been crawling on the corpses quickly gathered towards his body and then crawled into his injured wound. Soon, the area around his whitish wound began to slowly heal, becoming like normal skin. However, his expression started to twitch, indicating that the process of recovery was also extremely painful. After a while, the worms that had crawled into the wound crawled out again from the unhealed wound. The worms that had turned blood red from consuming flesh returned to white and began to crawl back onto the corpses in front of them to continue eating. The sound of the white worms gnawing was somewhat terrifying and eerie. Suddenly, the man in black changed color. The worms that were gnawing at the corpses quickly burrowed back into the bodies. The young man in black got off the bed, put on a grayish-white garment, and a gray-black hat. This was the clothing worn by the previous owner of the house, the gravekeeper of this graveyard. A few days ago, he had fled here after being injured, and after killing the original gravekeeper, he became the guardian of this graveyard. He walked out of the small courtyard and looked up to see Su Hao approaching. He then lowered his head, but his eyes relaxed in vigilance. One was a fourth-layer human realm warrior, and the other was an ordinary person. However, the fourth-layer human realm warrior was dressed in luxurious clothing, indicating he was likely a member of a prominent family. "Excuse me, are you the gravekeeper here?" Su Hao asked as he quickly approached upon seeing someone come out from the courtyard. "I am the gravekeeper here. I'm not sure what business you have, young master." The man in black lowered his head, his voice taking on an aged tone. "Old man, I want to ask if there have been any changes in this graveyard lately? Why is my friend's body missing from the grave? This kid is here to cause trouble?" The man in black did not expect Su Hao to come looking for this matter. He did not have the patience to answer. Those who had asked before had already become corpses in the small courtyard. "Since that's the case, you don't need to leave." The man in black lowered his head, a cold light flashing in his eyes, and a killing intent arose in his heart. So cold, when the man in black emitted his killing intent, Su Hao felt a chill emanating from him. He then saw the man in black raise his head and fix a chilling gaze on him. "You're not the gravekeeper here?" Su Hao was taken aback because a real gravekeeper would never have such an aura. Sometimes, meddling in others' affairs could lead to death. "Let me send you on your way." The man's dark eyes shot out a cold light, and one hand reached out to grasp at Su Hao. Although he was injured, his combat power still remained at the 5th layer of Earth Realm, and dealing with a mere human realm warrior was as easy as killing a chick. He extended his arm, which radiated a black, cold aura. His hand, pale as a ghost, shot towards Su Hao's neck like lightning. Creak, creak. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Swish, swish. But at that moment, 2 sharp blades of energy appeared above his arm. If he did not retract his hand, it would be directly severed by these 2 blades of energy. The man in black quickly changed his grasp to a fist, and a black energy instantly condensed on his fist, then slammed towards the incoming blade light. Clang, clang. The fist and blade light clashed, and waves of energy spread out. Su Hao was knocked back several steps by this force, and his face felt a bit painful from the blast. However, he kept a close eye on the 2 sides in combat. The 2 men in black, holding knives, had cold expressions, their eyes devoid of any emotion, almost like machines. On the other side, the one who had just attacked him now had his gray clothing torn, revealing a black outfit stained with blood underneath. And his gray hat was blown aside. The fist-sized wound on his chest was now exposed. "I didn't expect there to be 2 third-layer Earth Realm assassins protecting you. It seems your identity is not simple." The man in black looked at Su Hao with a dark gaze. "You should leave first. We'll handle this here." One of the assassins protecting Su Hao spoke up. Su Hao glanced at the situation before him and realized that staying here would probably only hinder them. He looked back at the coachman, who was already shivering, and nodded. He quickly retreated. "After all this effort to find a place to heal, and you guys have ruined it. Do you think you can leave?" The man in black, hiding in the graveyard to recuperate, could not let Su Hao disturb him. As Su Hao moved, the man in black flashed, transforming into a cloud of black mist, attacking Su Hao. A pale hand, with fingers turning into sharp blades, surged with black light as it reached for Su Hao's retreating body. Whoosh, whoosh. The 2 black-clad protectors of Su Hao also quickly moved, their bodies transforming into phantoms as they chased after the man in black. The long knives in their hands erupted with black light again, fiercely slashing towards the black-clad man. Hey, I only said I would deal with him, but the real target is you. Only by killing you can I easily crush that kid." Suddenly, the black-clad man who had attacked Su Hao abruptly stopped, turning around. He instantly shot out 2 beams of white light from his hand, penetrating the 2 men's blade light and directly hitting their bodies. Then, with a flash of light, the white light entered the bodies of the 2 men, causing their expressions to change as their movements slowed down. The black-clad man lightly dodged their attacks. Meanwhile, Su Hao had also retreated several steps. He sensed something was off, and his gaze sharpened. He stumbled, falling to the ground, and the blood-devouring devil vine in his hand instantly entered the ground. Chapter 36 Terror. A pile of white bones after the bloodthirsty demon vine entered the ground. Su Hao could feel it rapidly reproducing. In the blink of an eye, it had spread throughout the entire area he was in. The things from the demon realm, even in their juvenile stage, are not simple. Su Hao thought to himself. He glanced at the two death warriors protecting him, their faces somewhat pale, as if they were desperately suppressing something. However, their hands gripping the knives remained steady and strong. As expected of the death warriors trained by noble families, their endurance is indeed not something ordinary people can compare to. But that doesn't matter. Your strength is only at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, and you can't suppress my Yin Corpse insects. Just wait for my Yin Corpse insects to devour your organs. I'll deal with this kid first, then take care of you. The man in black let out a sinister smile. Yin Corpse insects. Are you from the Yin Corpse sect? We are the death warriors of the Su family. If you kill this 3rd young master of the Su family, you will definitely not be able to leave the Northwest County. One of the death warriors said in a deep voice. Su, no wonder there are death warriors of the Earth realm. In fact, I should thank the Su family. If it weren't for you recently cleaning up people, I might not have been able to recover to my current level. But we of the Yin Corpse sect are not afraid of a Su family. The man in black spoke coldly, his gaze fixed on Su Hao as he walked step by step towards him. The Yin Corpse sect is a sect in the Southwest County, slightly weaker than the Qingmu sword sect in the Northwest County. The people in the sect practice dark and vicious techniques and are also one of the evil sections. This man in black, named Gu Ming, along with a senior brother from the same sect, discovered an ancient tomb at the border between the Southwest and Northwest counties. They originally intended to use the death energy within the tomb to cultivate, but unexpectedly, a corpse pearl was born from the bodies inside the tomb. At once, Gu Ming revealed his greedy nature and launched a surprise attack on his senior brother. However, his senior brother was slightly stronger than him. Although he was severely injured by Gu Ming's sneak attack, the other party also managed to inflict a wound on Gu Ming with a single strike. The scar on his chest was left by that strike. At that time, he didn't dare to linger and immediately fled the tomb. Upon entering Fuqing, he happened to find this graveyard, which was suitable for his recovery, so he stayed there to heal his injuries, preparing to absorb the corpse pearl after his injuries healed and return to the Yin Corpse sect. At that time, his strength would surely reach the 7th level of the Earth realm, and he wouldn't have to fear his senior brother anymore. The two death warriors protecting Su Hao saw Gu Ming approaching Su Hao and became extremely anxious, wanting to take action. However, they found that the Yin Corpse insects entering their bodies were gnawing at them even more fiercely. Without any hesitation, both of them immediately unleashed their full true energy to suppress the Yin Corpse insects within them, allowing them to rescue Su Hao. As death warriors, their only mission was to protect their master, so now was the time for them to fight desperately. Why do people always want to kill me? Su Hao felt very displeased, his eyes flashing with cold light as he commanded the bloodthirsty demon, Vine, lurking in the ground to attack and kill this man from the Yin Corpse sect. Whoosh! Suddenly, Gu Ming's body halted, sensing something moving beneath the ground. He looked down and saw blood-colored vines shooting up from beneath his feet, instantly wrapping around his legs. What is this? Gu Ming's expression changed as he looked at the blood-colored vines wrapping around his feet. A black aura erupted from his feet, trying to shatter these vines. But the aura was surprisingly absorbed by the blood-colored vines upon contact. At this moment, several blood-colored vines appeared on the ground, quickly covering Gu Ming's body. Gu Ming felt a surge of fear. His surrounding aura erupted, transforming into razor-sharp fingers that continuously sliced at the vines. However, it was of no use at all. The moment the vines enveloped him, countless sharp spikes suddenly extended from them, instantly piercing into his body. Seeing these spikes, Gu Ming's face changed dramatically. An aura covered the surface of his body, but the blood-colored vines seemed unaffected by this aura. They pierced into his body and began to devour his flesh and blood. Within a few seconds, his body turned into a pile of white bones. The two death warriors protecting Su Hao watched in horror as the blood-colored vines covered the ground. These blood-colored vines are terrifying. They thought to themselves. Whoosh! Two blood-colored vines suddenly shot into their chests. The two of them were taken aback, but soon realized there was no pain. The Yin Corpse insects that had entered their bodies were pierced out by the blood-colored vines. Then the vines disappeared into the ground. The two of them took deep breaths, trying to dispel the fear in their hearts. Su Hao retracted the blood-colored vines that had entered his palm from the ground. He sensed that the vines seemed to have grown quite a bit, and the bloodthirsty demon vine was even signaling to provide some vitality to Su Hao. However, he temporarily stopped it. If he allowed the vitality from this man in black to feed back to him, he would surely break through on the spot. Given the current situation, he was not yet ready to break through. He looked at the terrified coachman nearby, who had his eyes wide open. Su Hao coughed and slowly sat up from the ground. What just happened? Su Hao pretended not to understand and asked the two panting men. Third young master. We also don't know. That thing was extremely terrifying. In front of it, I had no power to fight back at all. One death warrior said solemnly. Third young master. Let us return to the mansion first. We were lucky this time. That blood-colored vine should prefer to devour things with heavy Yin energy. Another death warrior spoke up. Let us check the courtyard. I want to see if Su Ping's body is still there. Su Hao still needed to find Su Ping's body. The man in black had just come out of the courtyard, and if the body was still there, it should be in that courtyard. Su Hao stood up and cautiously walked towards the courtyard. Pushing open the wooden door, he discovered several corpses lying in the courtyard and a room with an open door. Su Hao bypassed the corpses and entered the room. He saw Su Ping lying on the ground, his flesh already mostly gone, and his expression turned cold. He found a piece of cloth from the bed and wrapped Su Ping's body, carrying it on his back as he slowly walked towards Su Ping's grave. The coachman, who had been terrified earlier, had mostly recovered and hurriedly picked up a shovel from the courtyard, following Su Hao towards the grave. After placing Su Ping's body back in the grave, Su Hao lit the paper money he had prepared earlier in front of the grave to pay respects to Su Ping. Then he got back on the carriage and left the grave. At this time, he also heard the sound of the system task completion, but he wasn't too happy. Task completed. Reward. 600 sign-in points. 6 bronze lottery cards. Already stored in the item bar. Chapter 37, Improving Techniques. The carriage returned to the Su residence. The two death warriors quickly left first. They needed to inform the family head about what had happened today. Su Hao returned to his residence alone. He had no mood to linger in the brothel. He originally wanted to pay respects to Su Ping, but unexpectedly encountered a corpse digger. Although he had been consumed by the demon vine into white bones, his mood was still hard to calm. Lying on his bed, Su Hao looked at the bloodthirsty demon vine hidden in his hand. Sure enough, it was something drawn from the golden lottery card. Its strength was indeed formidable. Su Hao thought to himself, the blood-devouring demon vine was currently in its juvenile stage, a 5th-tier martial artist in the Earth realm, and it seemed to pose no difficulty for him. He just didn't know what state the blood-devouring demon vine would be in against a heaven realm expert. However, as long as it evolves, the power of the blood-devouring demon vine would surely advance further, and later on, devouring heaven realm experts wouldn't be a big deal. This could be considered my trump card now. Su Hao thought to himself. Today, after completing the task, he gained 600 sign-in points and 6 bronze lottery cards. Checking the sign-in points. Name, Su Hao sign-in points. 3750 skill points. 25 inventory. 9 bronze lottery cards. 1 low-class ninja. Remaining time. 13 days. Half a bottle of truth water. 200,000 silver notes. First, exchange 1 bronze lottery card. Su Hao planned to gather 10 bronze lottery cards to exchange for 1 silver card and see what he could draw from the silver lottery card. Consume 100 sign-in points to exchange for 1 bronze lottery card. Gather 10 bronze lottery cards. Will you synthesize a silver lottery card? Synthesize. 1 silver card synthesized. Has been stored in the inventory. Please check. Su Hao looked at the inventory, where a silver lottery card appeared, revealing a joyful expression as he directly clicked it to start the lottery. Consume 1 silver lottery card. Drawing. The silver lottery card in the inventory flashed, and after a few seconds, a line of text appeared before Su Hao. Congratulations, host. You have received a 100,000 silver note. Su Hao's mood instantly collapsed. Looking at the silver lottery card that appeared in the inventory, he felt almost speechless. Could it be that he was really unlucky? Su Hao didn't know how to describe himself. He could only think this way. Drawing a 100,000 silver note from a silver lottery card was definitely a loss. Even with 10 bronze lottery cards, he should have been able to draw something better. Having more silver notes wasn't useful at all. Recently, he hadn't been lucky, so it was better not to draw for now. Su Hao thought for a moment, deciding to keep some bronze lottery cards in the future and not rely entirely on the silver lottery cards. Drawing has its risks. Synthesis requires caution. Sign-in points. All exchange for skills. Su Hao glanced at the remaining 3,650 sign-in points, exchanged them for 365 skill points, and adding the previous 35 skill points. Su Hao now had 400 skill points. Investigating the martial arts. Martial arts. Golden Bell Shield, 2nd layer. Can be upgraded. Consumes 100 points to upgrade to the 3rd layer. Strength increases by 1,000 pounds. Physique doubles. Can block ordinary stick attacks. Mighty Stone Palm. Second layer. One palm with 1,000 pounds of force. Consumes 50 skill points. Can be upgraded to the third layer. Palm strength can reach 2,000 pounds. Brahma Flame Art. Entry level. Can be upgraded. Consumes 20 skill points to upgrade to the first layer. Consciousness Perception. Range within 10 meters can be enhanced using 100 skill points. Perception range can be increased by 50 meters. Muscle Changing Scripture. First layer. Can recover 10 of its consumed chi per minute. Resists some weak toxins. Repair damaged meridians. Consumes 100 skill points. Can deduce the second layer of Muscle Changing Scripture. Turtle Breathing Technique. First layer. Can be upgraded. Consumes 30 skill points to upgrade to the second layer. Can hide the host's realm. 3 layers of vitality and cultivation. First, upgrade the Turtle Breathing Technique. Su Hao looked at the martial arts interface. Consume 30 skill points. Turtle Breathing Technique upgraded to the second layer. Su Hao felt the peculiar aura on his body re-emerge, then spread throughout his body, and he sensed that his body was slightly strengthened. Although it wasn't obvious, Su Hao still felt it. It seems this Turtle Breathing Technique also has body refining effects. Let us see how many skill points are needed to upgrade to the third layer. The Turtle Breathing Technique has a total of 5 layers. As long as the 5th layer is completed, he can completely hide his cultivation. Turtle Breathing Technique. Third layer requires 50 skill points. Does the host wish to cultivate? 50 skill points, that is quite high. If the 4th layer requires more, it might be even higher. However, I still have 370 skill points available to spend. Consume 50 skill points to upgrade the Turtle Breathing Technique to the third layer. Su Hao's body was once again strengthened, and the original 5th tier strength in the Earth realm was faintly approaching the 6th tier. Turtle Breathing Technique 4th layer consumes 100 skill points, can produce Turtle Breathing Chi, can withstand the strikes of a 3rd tier Earth realm expert, hiding the host's Earth realm cultivation. Upgrade. Su Hao upgraded the Turtle Breathing Technique to the 4th layer, and at that moment, a flow of chi was generated in his dantian, forming a pattern resembling a turtle shell, and his strength stepped into the 6th tier of the Earth realm. Is this Turtle Breathing Chi? Su Hao felt this aura, which didn't seem aggressive. It appeared to be defensive. However, after stepping to the 4th layer, the Turtle Breathing Technique showed that it could not be upgraded further. Now I still have 220 skill points left. Let us upgrade the Golden Bell Shield. Immediately, Su Hao felt that his body was strengthened by a peculiar power. Blades and swords would probably leave no scars on him. Of course, if they were imbued with chi, his flesh would still not be able to withstand it. Below the Earth realm, there shouldn't be anyone who could break through his defenses. Su Hao muttered softly. He upgraded the Golden Bell Shield to the 3rd layer, and his strength also reached the 7th tier of the Earth realm. 4th layer of Golden Bell Shield could produce Rebound Force. Will you consume 150 skill points to upgrade? The 4th layer of the Golden Bell Shield requires 150 skill points, and I currently only have 120 skill points left. However, I'm quite looking forward to this Rebound Force. Su Hao thought to himself, but my cultivation speed is already fast enough, so I'll upgrade the Mighty Stone Palm first. Su Hao once again consumed 50 skill points to upgrade the Mighty Stone Palm to the 3rd layer. Coupled with the Golden Bell Shield, the palm strength reached 2,000 pounds, which should allow him to compete with early-stage Earth realm experts. The Mighty Stone Palm has a total of 4 layers. Let us see how many skill points are needed for the 4th layer. Mighty Stone Palm 4th layer. Consumes 70 skill points to complete. Will you consume 70 skill points? Su Hao thought for a moment, and then spent his last 70 skill points to complete the training of the Mighty Stone Palm. Host, Mighty Stone Palm training completed. Reward, 2 bronze lottery cards. Just as Su Hao consumed his last 70 skill points and completed the training of the Mighty Stone Palm, the system actually issued a reward notification. Check attributes. Name, Su Hao Realm, 7th layer of the Earth Realm, Martial Arts, Golden Bell Shield, 4th layer, can be upgraded. Consumes 150 skill points to reach the 5th layer. Mighty Stone Palm, with Golden Bell Shield, palm strength can reach 3,000 pounds, Brahma Flame Art. Entry level, can be upgraded. Consumes 20 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer. Consciousness Perception. Range within 10 meters can be enhanced using 100 skill points. Perception range can be increased by 50 meters. Muscle Changing Scripture. 1st layer, can recover 10 of its consumed chi per minute. resists some weak toxins, repair damaged meridians. Consumes 100 skill points, can deduce the second layer of muscle-changing scripture. Breathing technique, 4th level, cannot be enhanced at the Earth Realm stage. It can all be concealed. Item inventory, 2 bronze lottery cards, 1 low-level ninja. Remaining time, 13 days, half a bottle of truth water, 300,000 silver notes. Chapter 38, Blood Demon Sect Leader Harvest, an absolute bountiful harvest. Su Hao swept away the previous frustration from the lottery draw, with his current strength at the 7th level. Once he has enough skill points, he can consider upgrading the Fiery Brahma technique. The Fiery Brahma technique is the Su family's ancestral skill that can cultivate fiery energy, with immense destructive power beneath a single palm. However, he currently has the blood-devouring demon vine providing him with vitality, making his blood power extraordinary, well suited for external martial arts, allowing him to push through below the Earth Realm. In the Su family, within the living room, the Death Warriors informed Su Ming of the events that occurred today. Su Ming's expression was grave. A mysterious blood-red vine suddenly surged up from the ground, devouring a Yin corpse sect master at the 5th level of the Earth Realm, leaving nothing but bones, while also consuming the Yin insects within their bodies. This left Su Ming puzzled. Previously, the silver hairpin at Blue Moon's throat, and this time the blood-red vine, seemed to be protecting Su Hao. Does it have something to do with Hao? Su Ming wondered, and then a glint flashed in his eyes. No one should speak of this. You must follow Hao and protect him. This time you have merited your lord's protection. Go to the secret treasury first and collect some secret medicines to recover your injuries. Su Ming commanded. Yes. The two bowed and exited, their faces showing a hint of joy. Previously, they were the kind of death warriors who could not be seen. But after protecting Su Hao, they were no longer death warriors. If permitted by Su Hao, they could even take the Su surname, marry, and have children to continue their lineage. The two bowed and exited. Perhaps in the future, I won't need to worry about Hao. He should venture on his own. Su Ming murmured. The connection between the two events, he did not believe it was a coincidence. Northwest Prefecture, the jail of the town protector's office. The air felt dark and damp, with a stench of decay permeating the cell. A guard, around 30 years old, was carrying a lantern, slowly patrolling the prison. After a round, he slowly approached the cell. Inside was a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, with long hair and an aura of death, sitting cross-legged in the corner of the cell. The guard opened the cell door and entered. The man sitting cross-legged suddenly raised his head, a flash of divine light passing through his eyes before disappearing, and his head lowered again. Didn't I say, no important matters should come to see me? The middle-aged man's voice carried a hint of coldness and reproach. Foster father, our plan has failed. The Su family obtained the antidote for the black blood poison from the black market, neutralizing the poison on the young lord. Now the Northwest branch has suffered joint strikes from the Crying Blood Marquis and the Su family, losing many of our pieces buried within Northwest Prefecture. The lantern bearer said solemnly. The antidote for the black blood poison appeared on the black market. Can we trace who released it? How did Su Wu obtain it? The long-haired man frowned and asked. We couldn't infiltrate the black market, so we have no way to find out, nor do we know how Su Wu got it. The lantern bearer shook his head in response. In that case, there is no need to investigate further. I have 1 month left before I can emerge, and I will personally meet the Crying Blood Marquis. I believe he will agree to our terms. What about the Su family? They killed Yue. The lantern bearer asked in a deep voice. The Su family killed Yue? Immediately, the long-haired man's expression changed. His gaze sharp and fierce as he looked at the lantern bearer. A chilling aura instantly filled the cell. After learning that the Su family sabotaged the foster father's plan, Yue intended to kill the Su family's 3rd young master, wanting the Su family to know the consequences of meddling with our blood demon sect. But unexpectedly, there were experts protecting the Su family's 3rd young master, and Yue was killed. The lantern bearer said, trembling under the cold aura. The Su family cannot be moved for now. After all, Su Wu is about to become the leader of the Northwest Town Protector's office. We must give face to the commander of the Shiliang Empire, but the 3rd young master of the Su family must not live. You will handle this matter. As for the Su family, we will deal with them after I emerge. After saying this, the chilling aura emanating from the long-haired man quickly subsided, and he continued to lower his head, closing his eyes and falling asleep in the cell. The child understands. The lantern-bearer knelt before the long-haired man and bowed as he exited the cell. No one would expect that the mysterious leader of the Blood Demon sect's Northwest branch was hiding in the jail of the Northwest Prefecture's Town Protector's office. After the lantern-bearer left this cell, he continued to patrol the other cells, as if performing his duties. As night fell, the lantern-bearer left the prison and returned home. His home was in the poorest street in the northwest part of the prefecture, fitting his ordinary guard identity, a somewhat dilapidated small courtyard. The lantern-bearer changed out of the prison uniform and into an exquisite blood-red robe, walking to a small room next to the main house filled with miscellaneous items, gently moving a piece of the wall aside. A staircase appeared before him, and he walked gently towards it. The area around the staircase was illuminated by flames. After walking for some time, he found himself in a secret room. In the center of the secret room, a huge brazier was burning. Surrounding the brazier were 5 individuals dressed in blood-red patterns. Upon seeing the newcomer, all 5 stood up. They, along with the earlier man and the deceased Blue Moon, were the 7 adopted sons and daughters of the Blood Demon sect leader in Northwest Prefecture, managing the entire Northwest branch of the Blood Demon sect in Duan Muming's absence. Brother, what arrangements does the foster father have? Are we going to take action against the Su family? One of them, a robust man, said in a deep voice. Third brother, Su Wu is about to become the leader of the Northwest Town Protector's office, and if we act against the Su family, it would be opposing the Town Protector's office of the Shiliang Kingdom. We don't have that strength yet before he comes out. A thin man, around 8 meters tall, with a gloomy expression, said coldly next to him, Am I not going to avenge my little sister? The strong man questioned the thin man. Third brother, Of course we will avenge this, but it's not the right time yet. Let us follow the big brother's arrangements for now. On his other side, a woman with heavy makeup and a flat figure looked at the incoming men with admiration in her eyes. The foster father means to wait until the Su family acts after he emerges, but since the Su family killed Yue, we cannot refrain from taking action. First, eliminate that Su third young master to give the Su family a reminder. Third brother and fourth brother, you'll go to Fuqing and bring back Su Hao's head. Duan Mu Chun commanded coldly. Understood. The 2 immediately accepted the orders. Do not underestimate the Su family. After all, they are a major clan in Northwest Prefecture. After the 2 received their orders, Duan Mu Chun said solemnly. Chapter 39. The Fish King of the Falling Water River, Systemal. The next morning, when Su Hao opened his eyes, he began his check-in, earning 320 check-in points, but he did not receive any random rewards. Today was the 6th day of continuous check-in, and he should be able to get 640 check-in points tomorrow. Later on, it would drop to a miserable 10 check-in points. The accumulation of these points was indeed slow. I hope one day they send me a double or triple check-in card. Su Hao muttered to himself. After getting out of bed and tidying up a bit, he asked the maid to prepare some food when Gu Fatty walked in from outside. How good do you know? Yu Ying has left the Yu Ying Tower. Gu Fatty moved a stool, sat down, and took a bite of meat bun from the table. Yu Ying left the Yu Ying Tower? I really didn't know that. I haven't been out much these days. I was planning to go out today to stretch my legs. Su Hao was taken aback. Yu Ying. He had invested a lot of effort into her, even throwing in 100,000 taels of silver recently. But unexpectedly, there was no return, and she left first. She didn't even leave a message. That's a bit heartless. I thought Hao Go would know. By the way, I'm also leaving Fu City to go to Yinling County to join the Hunyuan Ichi sect. The Hunyuan Ichi sect is a top-tier sect in the Shiliang Empire. Su Hao couldn't help but look at Gu Huai, not understanding how this kid could enter the Hunyuan Ichi sect. Your strength is about the same as mine. How could the Hunyuan Ichi sect accept you? Besides, if you leave Fu City, who will inherit your family's large estate? The Gu family was different from the Su family. The Su family was flourishing, but old Master Gu only had Gu Huai as a son. Hao Go, remember 2 years ago when I saved a wandering man? You don't know, that wandering man is an elder of the Hunyuan Ichi sect. A year ago, he sent me a letter asking if I wanted to join the Hunyuan Ichi sect and become his disciple. At that time, I thought we were brothers, enjoying ourselves in Fu City. How could I go cultivate? But after you encountered that ambush, I was very angry. So I specifically found someone to inquire about the Blood Underworld sect, which is a major evil faction. If I want to help you take revenge, I can only join a top-tier sect, so I decided to go cultivate in the Hunyuan Ichi sect. When I reach a certain level of cultivation, I will help you take revenge. Gu Fatty said very seriously. You want to help me take revenge? Su Hao looked at the serious Gu Huai. not expecting this kid to have such great ambitions. Not only to help you, how go, but also to take revenge for my cousin Gu Shi'er. How go? Do you know? Because of this serious injury, my cousin will probably take 2 years to recover. Such a serious injury. Su Hao frowned. He didn't expect Gu Shi'er's injury to be so severe, which made him hate the Blood Underworld sect even more. When are you going to the Hunyuan Ichi sect? Su Hao kept this grudge in mind. With the system as a backup, he was quite confident in dealing with the Blood Underworld sect. I'm leaving tomorrow, so I can't find how good today. Let's go have fun at Falling Water River and taste the black fish, Gu Fatty said solemnly. He knew that this trip might be the last chance to have fun with Su Hao at Falling Water River for a while. All right, I also want to taste the black fish. Su Hao nodded. He also planned to leave Fu City soon, so he wanted to try the delicacies of Falling Water River. Falling Water River in Fu City is the second largest river in the Northwest Prefecture, and there were many people taking boat rides during this autumn season. Su Hao and the others didn't have much for breakfast and rushed in a carriage to the banks of Falling Water River. Since Falling Water River was part of the Su family's estate, when they arrived at the dock, the staff immediately arranged for them to board a pleasure boat, which then set off from the dock. Standing at the bow of the boat, feeling the gentle breeze, Su Hao relaxed. If it weren't for that damn Blood Underworld sect, I could enjoy the life of a rich second generation. Su Hao sighed. When the boat reached the center of the river, 2 boatmen came from the stern with fishing nets, preparing to fish. Falling Water River is rich in a type of fish called black fish, which has no aggression, is delicious and nutritious. The boatman on the pleasure boat would catch some black fish as ingredients for the passengers to enjoy. How go? The wind is a bit strong today. Since you've just recovered, why not go inside the boat? Gu Fatty, feeling the strong wind in the center of the river, worried that Su Hao, having just recovered, would catch a chill, so he said with concern, "It's fine, I can handle this little wind." Su Hao had fully recovered, and he found the wind relaxing, so he shook his head. The 2 boatmen on the boat began to cast their nets for fishing. There were several other pleasure boats nearby, and their boatmen were also casting nets to fish. Fish King! Fish King! We caught the Fish King! Suddenly, a shout erupted from a nearby pleasure boat. Su Hao and Gu Fatty's faces lit up with excitement. There had always been rumors of a Fish King in Falling Water River, but they had never seen it. Today, someone actually caught the Fish King, and all eyes were drawn to that boat. At that moment, 2 men who looked like boatmen on that boat were frantically pulling on their nets, straining to bring the fish up from the water, but the tourists on the boat did not show themselves. Su Hao looked towards the net, and in the river, a giant fish measuring at least 15 meters long was caught in the net. The giant fish looked no different from an ordinary black fish, but an ordinary black fish weighs at most 23 pounds, while this one appeared to weigh around 150 pounds. The giant fish caught in the net was struggling wildly, thrashing about, creating waves, but the boatman also began to exert more strength, holding tightly onto the fishing net, or else it would escape. Task. The Fish King of Falling Water River has lived in the river for 100 years and contains an unrefined fragment of a spirit stone. Once the host acquires it, the system malfunction can be activated. System mal? Su Hao heard the system prompt in his ears. Spirit stone, activate the system malfunction. Gu Huai, we must catch this Fish King. Whoever tries to take it from us, we'll just use money to crush them. It must be ours. Su Hao stared intently at the giant fish caught in the net, his eyes filled with fervor. Of course, who dares to compete with us brothers in Fu City? Gu Huai also spoke boldly and immediately instructed the nearby boatman to head towards that boat. At that moment, after struggling for a while, the Fish King seemed to run out of strength and stopped moving on the water surface, while the boatmen increased their effort to pull the Fish King towards the edge of the boat. Many pleasure boats on the river approached this boat. Some wanted to compete for the Fish King, while others simply wanted to see what the Fish King looked like and join the excitement. Chapter 40. What need is there to have met before? On the pleasure boat, 2 young men were sitting comfortably, sipping tea, completely indifferent to the noise and commotion outside. Next to them sat a girl in a blue dress, her eyes sparkling with a certain aura. She stood up to look outside, but the young man beside her didn't move, so she could only sit there, occasionally glancing outside. Brother Dongfang, I didn't expect that we would encounter the Fish King during our trip to Fuqing. I was still thinking about how to entertain you, but now that we have this Fish King, I can extend my hospitality. Let's go out and see what makes this Fish King so special. Cousin Xiang'er is already anxious, one of the young men said, noticing the girl's eagerness. Although his expression was calm, he was also excited inside. The person opposite him was Dongfang Mu from the Dongfang family of the Xiliang Empire, a person he, Qin Hao, needed to curry favor with. He had been thinking about how to entertain him, but now with the Fish King, perhaps he could seize the opportunity to please him. As for the girl in the blue dress, she was Dongfang Yun's cousin, Xiao Xiang'er. Qin Hao didn't know much else about her. When Qin Hao referred to Xiao Xiang'er as cousin Xiang'er, a flicker of displeasure crossed her eyes before quickly disappearing. In her eyes, Qin Hao was not worthy of that title. Brother Qin, many people will likely be competing for this Fish King. Dongfang Mu glanced at the approaching boat outside the window and said softly, "Haha, Brother Dongfang, you can rest assured. Our Qin family has some standing in the Northwest County, and I believe they will give me face. Besides, this Fish King was caught by our boat's fishermen, so it should rightfully belong to us." Qin Hao replied with a smile, appearing quite confident. "All right, let's go take a look." Dongfang Mu stood up, glancing at the eager Xiao Xiang'er beside him, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The three of them exited the cabin and arrived on the deck. At this moment, the Fish King had already been brought onto the deck by the fishermen, who were holding it down to prevent it from moving around. "I've never seen such a large freshwater fish before," Xiao Xiang'er exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the Fish King on the deck. "Yes, it's my first time seeing one too," Dongfang Mu said, equally astonished, as it was indeed his first encounter with such a large freshwater fish. "Haha, how go? This fish is truly enormous. Today, I'll buy it and help you replenish your health." At that moment, a chubby man and Su Hao stepped onto the boat. As soon as Gu Fatty saw the Fish King on the deck, he burst into laughter. The other fishermen on the deck immediately bowed and greeted Third Young Master. "Young Master Gu, hello. Good, Uncle Li, you all had a good catch today. Let us take this fish onto our boat." Gu Huai ordered directly. "You chubby guy. How can you say that? This fish was caught by our boat. Why should it go to yours?" Xiao Xiang'er said, visibly unhappy as she looked at Gu Fatty. "Why should it go to our boat? Because we paid more?" Gu Fatty looked at Xiao Xiang'er curiously, implying that if she had money, she could pay too. "You." Xiao Xiang'er's expression changed instantly. She hadn't brought much money when she came out and unconsciously glanced at Qin Hao. "Just now you seemed so confident. Now it's your time to perform. This brother here, I am Qin Hao from the Qin family in Northwest County." Qin Hao stepped forward, introducing himself. "Northwest County? Qin family? Are you trying to use your family's status to pressure us? Don't tell me you have no money." Gu Huai looked at Qin Hao with a surprised expression. "What kind of look is that?" Qin Hao felt a surge of frustration at Gu Huai's expression. "What's wrong with my look? Don't you need to spend money to buy things? Whoever pays more gets the Fish King," Gu Huai said coldly. Su Hao remained silent, determined to have the Fish King for himself. He would get aggressive with anyone who tried to compete with him. "Fine, I'll offer 500 taels. The fish belongs to us." Qin Hao's face turned pale as he took out a 500 tael silver note to hand to Uncle Li, who was holding the Fish King. Although the Fish King was large, it was still just a fish, and 500 taels was sufficient to buy it. 500 taels was sometimes more than these fishermen could earn in a lifetime. 1,000 taels, Gu Huai said softly. 1,000 taels? Qin Hao frowned, glaring at Gu Huai. But Gu Huai seemed unfazed as he rummaged through his belongings for more silver notes. 2,000 taels. Qin Hao's expression turned cold. 5,000 taels. Gu Huai raised the price to 5,000 taels in one go, seemingly unwilling to negotiate further. This is too much. Qin Hao glared at Gu Huai, nearly spitting blood. They had arranged for servants to come on board, so he only had 2,000 taels on him. "Now, can we take it away? You still want to act like a big shot without money? Uncle Li, take the Fish King to our boat." Gu Huai instructed Uncle Li. "Wait, Su Hao. I think you should give me, Qin Hao, some face." Suddenly, Qin Hao turned to ask Su Hao, who was next to Gu Huai. While Gu Huai might not know, Qin Hao recognized Su Hao and believed Gu Huai was acting on Su Hao's orders. Hence, he directly approached Su Hao. "Young Master Qin, we've already bought the Fish King. So sorry, but we can't give you face." "Give you face? I want the fish's insides for the system shop. Anyone who competes with me is my enemy," Su Hao said, ignoring Qin Hao's anger and instead addressing Dongfang Mu and Xiao Xiang'er. "You want to invite us?" "We don't know you," Xiao Xiang'er said, staring at Su Hao with wide eyes. "Is there a need to know each other to meet? The Fish King is so big. We can't enjoy it alone. So if you're interested, you can come to our boat to enjoy it together," Su Hao said with a smile. Of course, he mainly felt pressure from Dongfang Mu. Although Su Hao was at the 7th level of the human realm, he could easily overpower someone at the 1st level of the Earth realm. The pressure Dongfang Mu gave him indicated that his strength was not simple. Coupled with the aura he emitted, no matter how much Qin Hao tried to curry favor, it was clear that Dongfang Mu's background was extraordinary. So it was best not to become enemies. As the saying goes, accepting favors means you owe a debt. Since I've invited you to eat, you probably won't make things difficult for the Su family. Mainly, Su Hao wasn't there just for the Fish King. He was after the spirit stone fragments inside the fish. So inviting everyone to enjoy it together would also gain him goodwill, more suitable for his playboy style. What a saying, no need to know each other to meet. Then I shall not disturb you. I am Dongfang Mu, and this is my cousin, Xiao Xianger. Dongfang Mu greeted and stepped onto the boat with Su Hao and the others, leaving behind a gloomy and angry Qin Hao, who shot a resentful glare at Su Hao but quickly concealed it before stepping onto Su Hao's boat as well. Chapter 41. Activation of the system mall on the cruise ship. There is a dedicated kitchen. Uncle Li and the others dragged the giant Fish King into the kitchen at the rear of the ship, allowing the chefs aboard to prepare this Fish King into a delicacy. At this moment, some familiar faces gradually boarded the ship. They were wealthy young masters from Fu City. Su Hao asked Gu Huai to take care of these people, while he went to the kitchen at the back to check on the Fish King and retrieve the spirit stone fragments inside it. The spirit stone fragments were crucial for activating them all, so there could be no accidents. In the kitchen, several chefs were sharpening their knives, ready to take action on the Fish King. Third young master, what brings you here? One of the chefs asked, bowing slightly upon seeing Su Hao. I'm just here to take a look at the Fish King. You've dragged it inside, so I want to see if there's anything special. You all can start working. Su Hao replied. He didn't want to retrieve anything from the Fish King's belly in front of everyone. If rumors spread, the entire Fu City would know that Su Hao had obtained something extraordinary, which would only bring trouble for himself. Yes. The helpers in the kitchen immediately dragged the Fish King to a nearby storage room, clearing a space for Su Hao. Su Hao waved his hand, and everyone stepped back. He leaned down and looked at the Fish King, which was breathing heavily, and reached his hand directly into its belly. After stirring it a few times, a glimmer flashed in his eyes as he touched something hard and pulled it out. Is this the spirit stone? Su Hao looked at the walnut-sized spirit stone fragment in his hand, his expression puzzled. This spirit stone was just a bit shinier than ordinary stones. Holding it in his palm, a peculiar energy surged from the stone into his body, entering his meridians and cleansing his physique. This spirit stone seems to be able to cleanse the body and increase inner energy, Su Hao murmured as he felt the energy emitted by the spirit stone fragment. Detecting spirit stone fragment will absorb it to activate them all. The system's voice interrupted Su Hao's contemplation. Absorb. Absorbing 50 spirit energy, activating system all. After the spirit stone fragment in Su Hao's hand disappeared, a section for the system mall appeared in the system. To his surprise, that small piece of spirit stone only contained 50 spirit energy. However, being able to activate the system all was an unexpected gain. Once he returned to the Su residence, he would study the system mall thoroughly. Su Hao stepped out of the room and washed his hands with clean water. I thought a fish this big would have some inner elixir. I didn't expect it to have nothing. Hurry up and cook the Fish King and bring it up quickly, Su Hao said, glancing back at the Fish King. Yes, third young master. A few helpers exchanged glances at the hole in the Fish King's belly, initially puzzled. But after hearing Su Hao's words, they looked at each other in disbelief, not expecting him to believe in such legendary things. After leaving the kitchen, Su Hao arrived at the center of the ship. Inside, some delicacies and fine wines were already laid out. When Su Hao returned, the few newcomers on the cruise ship expressed their gratitude to him, as he had given them the opportunity to enjoy the Fish King. Fatty, you take care of them. I'll go entertain our new guests, Su Hao said to Gu Huai, and walked over to where Dongfang Mu and the others were sitting. No need to rush. I've instructed them to cook it as soon as possible. Meeting is fate. Let's share a drink. Su Hao raised his glass and downed the wine in one gulp. Yes, we must thank Brother Su for his hospitality. Dongfang Mu also drank the cup in front of him without any hesitation. Xiao Xianger, sitting beside him, wanted to raise her cup to drink as well, but was stopped by Dongfang Mu. My cousin can't handle her liquor well. Let her eat some fish and drink some fish soup later. Brother Su won't mind, right? Dongfang Mu said softly. If she can't handle liquor, then she shouldn't drink. I'll have someone prepare some fruits. Su Hao waved to a servant nearby, instructing him to bring up some fruits. After that, the few of them chatted casually. As they were not very familiar with each other, Su Hao wouldn't pry too much into their information. While they were talking, a delicious fish aroma wafted through the ship. "Smells so good." The people on the ship exclaimed in surprise. "This fragrance is so strong, I'm about to drool." Xiao Xiang'er could hardly contain herself. Wanted to go to the kitchen to take a look, but was held back by Dongfang Mu. It seems this fish king is quite extraordinary. Although Dongfang Mu held Xiao Xiang'er back, he too sensed the rich aroma and said softly, "It will be ready soon. Everyone don't worry. Our goal today is to finish the entire fish king," Su Hao said with a smile, as his stomach started to rumble. At this moment, by the riverside, a group of masked men in black were gathering behind a woman wearing a silver mask. "Miss, Qin Hao from the Qin family is on the cruise ship. It seems he's hosting guests from the imperial capital," one of the black-clad men said in a deep voice. "Guests from the imperial capital? Could it be that the Qin family has established connections with the imperial capital?" The silver-masked woman's expression became serious. It was incredibly difficult for them to deal with the Qin family now. If the Qin family advanced further, it would be even harder for them to take revenge. Her voice was somewhat cold, but if Su Hao were here, he would definitely recognize her voice as that of Ying, who had left the Moon Shadow Pavilion. She had recently broken through to the 4th level of the Earth realm and learned that Qin Hao from the Qin family had appeared in Fu City, so she was determined to take action against him. Qin Hao was considered one of the outstanding members of the Qin family in this generation. Therefore, if she could kill him, it would also be a significant loss for the Qin family. Suddenly, a person emerged from the river. He surveyed the surroundings and, upon seeing Ying and the others, quickly climbed up from the river. "Miss, we discovered the Fish King in the river, which has been taken by 3rd Young Master Su. Now Qin Hao and the others have boarded 3rd Young Master Su's cruise ship. This was a spy sent by Ying and her group to monitor Qin Hao and the others on the cruise ship. However, now that Qin Hao and the others were on Su Hao's ship, they had no chance to board Su Hao's ship, so they hurried to report back. The Fish King, 3rd Young Master Su. Ying did not expect such a situation to occur. "Miss, 3rd Young Master Su has recently been targeted for ambush. I believe there will be experts around him. If we act on his ship, we probably won't have the chance to kill that Qin Hao," the spy said solemnly. "It seems we can only act on the shore. You all go back first. I'll see if there's a chance to strike," Ying said after pondering for a while. She had originally planned to act against Qin Hao in the river, but since they couldn't make a move on Su Hao's ship, they could only wait for an opportunity on the shore. "Miss, why don't you go back first? We can ambush Qin Hao on the shore," a nearby black-clad man said uneasily. "I know what I'm doing. You all leave first," Ying said coldly. Chapter 42, Assassination by the Riverbank on the Cruise Ship. Delicious fish soup and fish meat were served by the attendants, with each person sitting down receiving a plate of fish meat and a bowl of fish soup. The sound of a rumbling stomach echoed inside the boat. Especially for Xiao Xiang'er, when the fish soup was served, she couldn't wait to dig in. "Xiang'er, Brother Su is the host, and he hasn't started eating yet. How can you eat first?" Dongfang Mu said elegantly. In fact, he was worried that the fish soup might have a problem, so he wanted to see the reactions of others first. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that everyone else had already started eating, especially Su Hao, who had stuffed a large piece of fish meat into his mouth. Huh! When the fish meat entered his mouth, he found it exceptionally tender. After swallowing it, he felt a special energy entering his body. At that moment, a few weak young masters suddenly had blood oozing from their nostrils, feeling like they were overdosing on nourishment. "This is useful for martial artists. What a waste. I'm such a fool." Su Hao's expression changed, and he silently thought. This fish king consumed fragments of spirit stones, and over the years, these fragments had nourished the fish king's body. Otherwise, it wouldn't have grown so large. Therefore, this fish king was definitely a treasure for martial artists. Some young martial artists had already noticed this situation. They devoured the fish meat in their bowls, feeling energy circulating within them, giving them the sensation that if they ate a little more, they could break through. A few individuals at the 3rd or 4th level of the Earth realm had improved a small level after eating for a while. As expected of the Fish King, it could replenish internal energy. Seeing the changes in the boat, Dongfang Mu's expression became slightly serious, and he thought to himself. Then he started eating, and his expression became a bit joyful. When he finished the fish soup and fish meat, he actually felt a sense of improvement. "If I eat this whole fish, I might be able to break through to the 5th level," Dongfang Mu murmured. Next to him, Qin Hao was also quickly refining the energy from the fish soup and fish meat. His original strength was at the 3rd level of the Earth realm, and he felt a bit impulsive. He sensed that if he had a few more bowls, he should be able to break through to the 4th level. In the blink of an eye, the fish soup and fish meat in front of Su Hao and the others were all gone. Brother Hao, after eating this, I feel full of strength. As expected of the Fish King, hurry up and bring me the rest. While Su Hao was thinking about how to enjoy it alone, Gu Huai next to him spoke up, instructing the attendants. Su Hao's expression froze, and he wanted to smile bitterly. This guy was too wasteful. Can't we just enjoy it ourselves? Martial artists inherently consume a lot of energy. An Earth Realm martial artist could easily eat dozens of pounds of meat if they really let themselves go. Although there was a lot of fish meat and soup, it couldn't withstand their voracious eating. Soon, the entire Fish King was consumed by everyone, with not even a drop of soup left. This Fish King is truly delicious. At this moment, Xiao Xiang'er, sitting next to Dongfang Mu, patted her stomach and said, "Thank you, Brother Su, for the hospitality. We won't stay here any longer." Dongfang Mu felt that he had accumulated some energy and was ready to return to refine it, so he spoke up. "See you again." Su Hao clasped his fists. He felt very regretful inside. Such a good thing was wasted on others, and just thinking about it made him feel pained. Suddenly, Su Hao seemed to sense a malicious intent. He couldn't help but look toward Qin Hao, who was leaving with them. At this moment, Qin Hao was filled with resentment. He hated Su Hao. If this Fish King had only been enjoyed by the 3 of them, he was confident he could step into the 4th level of the Earth Realm. The difference between the 1st and the 4th level was like heaven and earth. One was at the initial stage of the Earth Realm, while the other was at the mid-stage, making their true energy twice as thick. Therefore, he was filled with hatred towards Su Hao, with a murderous intent in his eyes. Before they came, he had heard that Su Hao was going to the county below. Perhaps he could have the people from Qingyun village kill him on the way. Qin Hao thought to himself, "This kid must have developed malicious intent toward me. I didn't expect that after I kindly invited him to eat, he would still dare to have an opinion about me. It seems I need to find an opportunity to get rid of this kid." Su Hao looked at Qin Hao's back, already convinced that Qin Hao harbored malice towards him. So he thought about getting rid of Qin Hao. "Brother Hao, everyone has left. Let's go back too." But Brother Hao, after eating the Fish King's meat, "I have now reached the 5th level of the human realm, and I feel full of inexhaustible energy. Why do I feel like we seem to have suffered a great loss?" Gu Fatty seemed to realize something, mumbling, "You only just thought of that? I didn't plan to give them a second bowl. You, on the other hand, directly had them bring everything up and ate to your heart's content. How could I stop that?" At this point, Su Hao almost wanted to beat the Fatty. "Fatty, sometimes you're very clever, but other times it seems like your head isn't very bright. Is it possible that your old man's head is also problematic? But that shouldn't be the case. Business is so good. How could there be a problem? Brother Hao, I didn't think of it earlier, did I? Gu, why didn't he seem to care much? Let us go back too." Su Hao instructed the boatman to steer the boat toward the shore. When their boat reached the shore, Qin Hao and the others had already disembarked. The guards of Qin Hao quickly gathered around them, preparing to leave. Qin Hao has quite a few guards. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. Gu Huai glanced at Qin Hao's direction and said disdainfully, "Qin Hao is from the Qin family in the Northwest County. It's normal for him to have these guards. However, Dongfang Mu and Xiao Xiang'er should have higher statuses. Otherwise, Qin Hao wouldn't need to curry favor with them. Let us go. We had a good harvest today, and we should head back." Su Hao didn't pay any more attention to Qin Hao and was ready to return. Suddenly, he felt a familiar aura. He raised his head and looked toward the crowd on the riverbank, his eyes narrowing instantly. A woman wearing a silver mask suddenly sprang out from the crowd, her long sword striking out like lightning. In that moment, the sword seemed to find no trajectory of movement. By the time it was noticed, waves of sword energy appeared around Qin Hao. Roar! Qin Hao didn't expect to be attacked here and was momentarily stunned, but he was at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. He immediately let out a low growl, and black energy surged from his mouth, trying to temporarily block the incoming sword energy. This roar carried a hint of a tiger's roar, generating a wave of energy that weakened and slightly diverted the power and direction of the sword energy. Swish! Swish! The diverted sword energy hit Qin Hao, leaving a deep sword mark on him, with blood gushing out. At this moment, a blue martial artist next to Qin Hao reacted quickly and punched toward the silver-masked woman. After the silver-masked woman failed to land her strike, she rapidly retreated, evading the incoming punch and dashed toward the trees by the lakeshore. "Catch her! Alive if possible, dead if not." Injured, Qin Hao roared at the attacking blue-clad warrior. today was already filled with resentment, and now he had nearly been assassinated, with waves of pain in his chest, making his face look particularly fierce. The blue-clad warrior swiftly pursued him. Qin Hao was truly unfortunate. How could he have been assassinated without being killed? Gu Huai looked at the bloodied Qin Hao and said regretfully, "You go back first. I'll take a look." Su Hao furrowed his brow as he watched the fleeing figure, whispering something in Gu Huai's ear before slowly blending into the crowd and heading towards that figure. He had recognized that the silver-masked woman who attacked was from the Moon Shadow Tower. He had slept in Moon Shadow's chambers for many years, familiar with her figure and aura. Chapter 43. Piercing the skull, the silver-masked Moon Shadow moved nimbly through the forest, using the power of the trees to rush deeper into the woods. The blue-clad man behind her remained calm, but kept pace closely. "With the strength of the 4th level of the Earth Realm, you can't escape from me," he said coldly, watching Moon Shadow's rapidly moving figure. Moon Shadow felt a pang of bitterness upon hearing his words, but she also felt a bit relieved. The bitterness came from her surprise at having a 7th-level Earth Realm warrior protecting Qin Hao. The relief stemmed from the fact that her clan members had not joined the fight. Given the strength of the opponent's guard, if they had engaged, it would have been difficult for her clan members to escape. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be such a powerful protector beside Qin Hao. But due to Dongfang Mu's appearance, the Qin family had sent a 7th-level Earth Realm guard to protect him. Shaking off these thoughts, Moon Shadow urged her true energy to the maximum in an attempt to shake off the blue-clad man behind her. "Get down!" Suddenly, the blue-clad man behind her emitted a fierce aura, his foot striking the ground and creating a small pit, using that power to appear right behind Moon Shadow in an instant. Without any mercy, he punched toward where Moon Shadow was about to appear. The air from the punch made a hissing sound. As Moon Shadow, racing ahead, prepared to change direction, she sensed the powerful punch behind her, and her expression changed. She forcibly twisted her body to the side. However, the blue-clad man gave her no chance. After missing with one punch, he launched another, faster and more ferocious than before. With no other option, Moon Shadow could only turn to defend herself, spreading a gust of energy across her palm as she struck toward the incoming fist. Boom! Moon Shadow was sent flying backward by the massive force of the blue-clad man's punch, crashing to the ground. A mouthful of blood immediately erupted from her lips. The gap in strength meant she was no match for him. However, even if she was no match, she would not concede. Using her long sword to support herself, she slowly stood up, a renewed fighting spirit erupting from her. Instant kill. The moment she stood up, she mobilized her true energy, her entire being intertwined with her sword, transforming into a shadow resembling moonlight. Once the shadow appeared, the sword light manifested, piercing directly toward the blue-clad man's throat. In the face of absolute strength, all of this was just flashy and useless. The blue-clad man sneered, his energy bursting forth as a strong gust formed around him. When the moonlight-like instant kill sword energy met that gust, it was instantly repelled. "Come with me." The blue-clad man extended his right arm, reaching for Moon Shadow's neck. If he could capture her alive, he might uncover who was behind this assassin. Moon Shadow's face turned pale. The rebounding force from earlier had made her grip on the sword unsteady. Yet she knew she absolutely could not fall into his hands. Gripping her long sword once more, a cold light erupted from it, aiming for the blue-clad man's eyes. The blue-clad man's eyes caught the sudden cold light, causing him to flinch, and his attacking arm immediately retracted. Both hands quickly formed a gust of energy that reached out to grasp the thrusting longsword. Sizzle, sizzle. The longsword and his hands collided, producing hissing sounds. The blue-clad man's expression turned vicious as he blocked the thrust. His entire body lunged at Moon Shadow like a leopard pouncing on its prey. Fierce and ruthless, he had lost all patience and was prepared to seriously injure Moon Shadow and take her back. At this moment, Su Hao was rushing over, but he was only in the human realm, far weaker than them, and moreover, he had no lightness skill. He had previously focused on strength, wanted to push through, but now he realized he needed to learn a form of footwork. Otherwise, he couldn't even catch up, let alone push through. But why did Moon Shadow attempt to assassinate Qin Hao? Suoken blanding worthy. Whoosh! Hearing the sounds of fighting ahead, he immediately quickened his pace. When he arrived, he saw the fierce blue-clad man lunging at Moon Shadow. Just in time, Su Hao quickly slapped the ground. causing the vines in his hand to instantly detach from his body and enter the ground. He then found a place to hide. The Devil Vine had gained strength after devouring a 5th-level Earth Realm warrior last time. After Moon Shadow thrust her sword, it was as if the gust of energy within her had snapped, leaving her unable to muster even a trace of power, while the blue-clad man had already pounced. Her face turned ashen. She was not afraid of death, but she could not die because her vendetta had yet to be avenged. Block. The blue-clad man also sensed the change in Moon Shadow's body, but his pounce did not alter in the slightest. Suddenly, several blood-red vines shot out from the nearby trees beside Moon Shadow. As soon as these vines appeared, they rapidly shot toward the blue-clad man. Instinctively, he halted his movement, raising both hands to swat at the incoming strange vines. Smack! Smack! The sound of palms meeting vines echoed like the clash of weapons. The blue-clad man's expression changed. He expected that his strike would fail to break the vines. However, he had no time to think as the vines he had blocked reappeared, and their numbers increased, attacking even faster. The blue-clad man quickly mobilized the energy in his body, forming a blade of energy on his palms to slash at the incoming vines. Clang! The blade of energy collided with the vines but failed to cut through them. This is bad. I've run into trouble. The blue-clad man realized he was in a predicament and turned to flee. However, he found that several vines had emerged from beneath his feet, quickly wrapping around his legs. Break! The blue-clad man's legs erupted with energy as he attempted to shatter the blood-red vines, but he discovered that his energy was being absorbed by them. Were these things? The blue-clad man was alarmed. However, his battle was also quite rich. Seeing this, he freed one hand to grab the vines on his legs, trying to pull them up from the ground. Just as he made his move, a spiked vine suddenly shot out from a large tree behind him. The moment the vine appeared, it pierced towards the man in the green shirt, who was busy dealing with other vines, like a flash of lightning. The green shirt man seemed to sense a gust of wind and turned to look. Crack! The spiked vine instantly pierced through his skull. The man's eyes lost their light as his body slowly slumped down, but the vines on the ground quickly wrapped around him. Then the vine disappeared, leaving a pile of white bones on the ground. Chapter 44. Identity. Little recovery pill. It seems that a warrior at the 7th level of the Earth Realm can withstand an attack from the blood-devouring demon vines. Su Hao, hiding under a distant tree, was closely observing the battle. Although the blood-devouring demon vines devoured that man in the green shirt, it wasn't a crushing consumption. After all, the opponent struggled for a while. The recent battle made Su Hao further understand the current strength of the blood-devouring demon vines. However, why didn't T-Ren show up? After all, this woman in front of me has some connection to me. It should have been triggered. Su Hao found it a bit strange. He had hurriedly come here, originally thinking about saving the beauty and conveniently completing a task. But now that the opponent was reduced to ashes, he hadn't seen any task appear. According to the system's characteristics, it shouldn't be like this. Could it be that the system is broken? Su Hao couldn't help but pout, thinking, and then he stopped dwelling on it and headed towards the half-reclining Yuing. He carefully examined Yuing from a distance. The silver mask she wore, combined with her slender figure, was quite pleasing to the eye. At this moment, Yuing looked in horror at the white bone fragments on the ground. The earlier scene had somewhat overturned her perception. A blood-red vine, whose origin she did not know, suddenly emerged from the trees and the ground. In no time, it pierced through the man in the green shirt who was chasing her and devoured his flesh and blood, leaving behind a pile of bones, too terrifying. Although the vine had now burrowed underground and disappeared, that fear still lingered in her mind. Cough, cough, cough. A fit of coughing interrupted her fear, bringing her back to her senses. Yuing, you're back. Just as she regained her composure, a figure appeared before her. She looked up and found Su Hao staring at her, seemingly knowing who she was. That mask looks good. Where did you get it? If you have time, get one for me as a reward for saving you, Su Hao said with a smile. Third young master, how could it be you? And that strange vine just now? Is it related to you? Yuing asked in surprise as she looked at Su Hao. Task. Cherishing beauty is the host's virtue. Now that the beauty has fallen to the ground, use your warm hands to lift her up and leave this place. Reward. 200 sign-in points, 2 bronze lottery cards. The system reset? Su Hao was a bit speechless about this task. The system's quirks had appeared again. Hearing the task issued by the system, Su Hao felt puzzled. It's not convenient to talk here. Let me take you away first. He definitely wanted to complete such a task. So he extended his arms and picked up Yue from the ground, quickly leaving with her. Not long after Su Hao left, several figures appeared at the battle site. These people were all guards of Qin Hao. The man in the green shirt hadn't returned, so they sent someone to investigate. There's a trace of the guard captain here and bloodstains. It seems they fought here, but what's with this pile of bones? One of them looked at the bones on the ground and reached out to touch them. The moment he touched them, the bones instantly shattered into piles of dust. The man's expression changed as he uttered a surprised voice. It's a bit eerie. It seems the guard captain is in grave danger. With his strength, he couldn't bring back the opponent. Should we report to the young master first? Another person said in a deep voice. The one who came to chase Yue was one of Qin Hao's guard leaders, possessing the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Realm, while they only had the strength of the 4th or 5th level of the Earth Realm. Continuing the chase would likely be extremely dangerous. Let's go. The others quickly agreed and hurriedly evacuated the area. At this time, Su Hao was carrying Yue toward the pavilion by the riverside. The silver mask on Yu's face had already been put away by Su Hao, revealing a pale face that gave a sense of morbid beauty. Did you go to assassinate Qin Hao? Do you have a grudge against him? Su Hao asked softly. Yue looked at Su Hao, somewhat unfamiliar. Today's Su Hao gave her a different feeling. Being held in his arms just now made her feel a sense of security she had never experienced before. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. However, you're seriously injured and need a place to recuperate. I have a small courtyard by the riverside. How about you stay there for a few days? After placing Yue on a bench, he half held her in his arms and asked softly. Although he could have let Yue go, Su Hao felt that half holding her was more comfortable and caring, embodying a warm male image. My real name is Murong Yu. Yue, half reclining in Su Hao's arms, said softly. Murong Yu? Are you from the Murong family of the county government back then? But what does this have to do with your assassination of Qin Hao? Su Hao knew about the Murong family. The Murong family was once a prominent family in the Northwest County, not inferior to the current Sima family or Qin family. But he didn't know why one day the Murong family just disappeared from the Northwest County. Of course, when the Murong family disappeared, Su Hao was still young. He had only heard some storytellers mention the Murong family on street corners. But he didn't expect that Yue was actually from the Murong family. Our Murong family was framed by the county governor and the Qin family, leading to our disappearance overnight. Only a few people escaped, and I was only 2 years old at that time. Yue said softly. The county governor and the Qin family? The county governor was also involved in this matter? Su Hao appeared somewhat shocked. In the Xiliang Empire, the county governor was responsible for local politics, economics, and management, while the local security office dealt with the security of the area, handling martial arts sects, and capturing criminals. The two institutions were separate but jointly managed a county. One could say that the county governor was one of the two people with the greatest power in the county. He actually participated in such a massacre case. At that time, our Murong family obtained a spiritual stone, which was accidentally discovered by the Qin family. The Qin family reported it to the county governor and privately came to our Murong family to try to obtain the spiritual stone. Spiritual stone? Su Hao asked in confusion upon hearing about the spiritual stone. Although he had seen spiritual stones before, he didn't know what they were used for. I'm not sure what the spiritual stone is. I just know that it can help warriors in the heaven realm improve their strength. And our Murong family's ancestor needed the spiritual stone for cultivation, so we didn't agree. Could it be that they acted against your Murong family because of this? Su Hao continued Yu's words. This goes without saying. It must be like this. Yes, only a few people managed to escape. We have been thinking about getting revenge on the Qin family and the county governor, but the county governor is powerful, and he has only one offspring who has joined the Mingyue sect of the Xiliang Empire. So we can only target the Qin family first. Qin Hao's arrival is my opportunity, but I didn't expect to fail. Yue sighed and said, Qin Hao, should I help you deal with him? Su Hao said softly, feeling a bit sorry for Yue. I don't want you to get dragged into this vortex because of me. Yue shook her head and said as she looked at Su Hao, the strength of the Qin family is not lower than that of the Su family, especially with the county governor behind them. She didn't want to drag Su Hao into this. You underestimate me, but I'm indeed a bit weak right now. However, that may not be the case in the future. Su Hao said seriously while looking at Yue. Cough, cough. At this moment, Yue coughed again and spat out a mouthful of blood before fainting. She's too seriously injured. Su Hao frowned and suddenly thought of the system store. He wondered what was in the system store. Thinking this, he immediately opened the system store interface, and after opening it, Su Hao was a bit confused, because there was only one item available for exchange in the system store. Small recovery pill. A pill that can heal injuries and enhance one's internal energy. The exchange requirement for a bottle of small recovery pill is 500 sign-in points. Note, a bottle contains 2 small recovery pills. Chapter 45. Anger. Revenge. This is too harsh. 2 small recovery pills cost me 500 sign-in points. Su Hao cursed, but still obediently exchanged a bottle of small recovery pills from the system store. He then checked his sign-in points. He had received 320 points from signing in this morning and gained another 200 points from completing a task, totaling 520 points. After exchanging for the small recovery pill, he now only had 20 sign-in points left. I'm broke. Su Hao could only groan in pain. He took out a small recovery pill from his inventory. The small recovery pill was emerald green with a faint scent of herbs. Su Hao took the small recovery pill, broke it in half, and placed it in Yue Ying's mouth. He then went to the riverside, took a little water, and helped Yue Ying swallow the pill. After a while, the aura around Yue Ying began to gradually recover. Su Hao picked her up and prepared to leave the pavilion to find a small courtyard to settle her. A figure appeared outside the pavilion. It was the madam of Yue Ying Tower. Third young master, is the young lady all right? She looked at Yue Ying in Su Hao's arms with a worried expression and asked anxiously. Su Hao looked at the madam's appearance and showed no signs of surprise. Although he had always cherished Yue Ying, he hadn't spent much money on her. However, as a brothel, they should be making more money off Yue Ying. Yet this madam had never forced Yue Ying to do anything, indicating that their relationship was unusual. Yue Ying has taken a healing pill. Her breathing is already stabilizing. She won't be in any danger. You are also from the Morung family? Yes, I was a maid by the lady's side back then. Third young master. Can I take the young lady back now? The madam relaxed upon hearing that Yue Ying was fine. When she learned that the young lady had gone to assassinate Qin Hao alone, she rushed over immediately. Upon reaching the riverside, she heard about the assassination and immediately came to look for them, searching for a long time before finally finding Su Hao and the others. Then I'll leave Yue Ying to you. There's still 1 pill left in this small bottle. If Yue Ying's injury hasn't healed, give her another one. Su Hao handed Yue Ying and the small recovery pill to the madam. Thank you, third young master. The madam expressed her gratitude. Here are 100,000 taels of silver. When Yue Ying wakes up, give it to her. I think you will need this money. Su Hao thought for a moment and took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. Yue Ying's strength is at the 4th level of the Earth Realm. To enhance her strength for revenge, she would need more resources, and this was all he could do for her at the moment. Thank you, third young master. Actually, the young lady really likes you. She has never taken advantage of you. If it weren't for the family feud, I think you would be her best choice. The madam explained while thanking Su Hao. I know. Su Hao nodded. I will be going to Qingyuan County in a while. If you encounter any special situations again, you can contact me. I believe I can still help. And tell Yue Ying that if she wants revenge, she must first ensure her own safety. If her life is gone, she will never be able to take revenge. Su Hao said softly. I will pass third young master's words to the young lady. Then, third young master, I will take my leave. After the madam thanked him while carrying Yue Ying, she quickly left. This world is truly cruel. For a piece of spirit stone, a family was destroyed. Is a martial arts world really like this? Su Hao murmured as he watched her departing figure. You can come out now, Su Hao suddenly said. Third young master. 2 figures in black slowly approached from not far away. You don't need to stay in the shadows anymore. Just be my servants from now on. Thank you, third young master. The 2 immediately knelt down in gratitude. Although they had already received the master's permission, they still needed third young master's approval. Let's go back. Su Hao turned and left, estimating that Fatty Gu was still waiting for him by the riverside. Before long, Su Hao got into the carriage, and Fatty Gu was already lying in the carriage, snoring. When he saw Su Hao get into the carriage, he yawned and woke up, rubbing his eyes, and said, How Gu? Was that assassin a beauty? Did you go to save the beauty? I felt it was a beauty, but my strength is too weak to keep up with them, causing me to wander around in the woods without any gains, so I came back. Su Hao pretended to sigh and shake his head. Did that Qin Hao leave? Su Hao casually asked. He left, and his face was as dark as shit when he left. But how Gu? I think that kid is ruthless and vicious. He will probably retaliate against us. Shouldn't we strike first and kill this kid? After all, someone tried to assassinate him today, so no one would suspect us. Gu Huai said fiercely. That guy has experts by his side. Even if we strike, it won't yield any results. But if he wants to take revenge on us, then even if he is in the county office, he will still die. Su Hao said coldly. Hao is reserved for Yue Ying. So Su Hao doesn't plan to kill this guy for now. Of course, if this guy doesn't know his place, Su Hao wouldn't mind taking care of him first. Meanwhile, in a moving carriage, Qin Hao's expression was extremely grim. The guards he sent out returned to report that they had not seen the assassin and had not found the expert Li. With no trace. It seems that Li is in great danger. Who on earth wants to kill me? Qin Hao pondered, but he didn't know who was trying to kill him. Damn Su Hao, if I had eaten that fish king today, I should have been able to break through to the 4th level of the Earth Realm. In that case, I wouldn't have been injured, and I could have captured the opponent right then and there to see who was trying to kill me. Qin Hao couldn't help but curse, putting all the blame for his injury on Su Hao. Perhaps we can use the people from Qin Yunjai to deal with Su Hao. A glint of cold light flashed in Qin Hao's eyes. Outside Fucheng, there were many bandits, among which Qin Yunjai was one of the larger forces, secretly controlled by the Qin family. You go to Qin Yunjai and order them to find a way to kill Su Hao from the Su family. One of the guards in Qin Hao's carriage said softly. Got it. This guard was Qin Hao's trusted confidant. After hearing Qin Hao's order, he got out of the carriage and quickly left. Behind them, in another carriage, Dongfang Mu and Xiao Xiang'er were conversing. At this moment, Xiao Xiang'er was not as lively as before. Although her eyes were bright, they revealed a sense of calm. Suddenly, Dongfang Mu narrowed his eyes, as if he had sensed something. Beside him, Xiao Xiang'er said softly, Cousin, who do you think Qin Hao is planning to target? Probably Su Hao, Dongfang Mu replied calmly. Actually, I have a good impression of Su Hao. If it weren't for his weak strength, I would want to recruit him for my use. Xiao Xiang'er said with a hint of regret. But Qin Hao is a bit reckless. Su Wu from the Su family is about to become the leader of the Northwest Pacification Office, and the Su family's position in the Northwest County will definitely advance. Doesn't he fear causing trouble for the Qin family by targeting the Su family? Dongfang Mu shook his head. The Qin family is backed by the county government, which is the target we want to win over. Otherwise, will we waste time on Qin Hao? Xiao Xiang'er said coldly. Chapter 46. 2 consecutive strikes, illusionary finger later. Su Hao was called to the hall by his father, Su Ming. The order to go to Qingyuan County has come down. You will head to the Qingyuan County Court tomorrow. Pack up and see what you need to bring. Su Ming said as he handed Su Hao the order placed on the table. So soon, excitement appeared on Su Hao's face as he took the order from his father's hand. He had been waiting for this order for a long time. At that time, far from the emperor's reach, he could not only survive but also enjoy himself. In the Shiliang Empire, the head of the court was on the same level as the county magistrate. Once he arrived in Qingyuan County, he could become the overlord of Qingyuan County. As for the county magistrate, he was not in Su Hao's consideration. He would find a way to either recruit or deal with him. The pacification office from the county government has already sent out the order. Those watching you outside should have gotten the news that you are leaving Fucheng. If someone wants to make a move against you, they will probably do it on the road. I also want to see who wants to take action against you. Perhaps this time, I can get some exercise. Su Ming's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Is that a bit fierce? Su Hao thought to himself as he looked at the aura emanating from his father. However, he felt quite pleased because he could sense the ruthlessness of the Su family, which was different from other aristocratic families. You go back and pack up, and by the way, accompany your mother. After all, it's your first time going far away. She will be worried, Su Ming said to Su Hao, who was about to leave. I know. Su Hao left the hall with the order. At this moment, in an inn in Fucheng, a burly man was eating meat voraciously, while beside him sat a thin young man in gray clothes, lost in thought with a piece of paper in his hand. The burly man's name was Pan Ta, and the thin man's name was Lu Yi. They were both the adopted sons of the leader of the Blood Demon sect in the Northwest, ranked 3rd and 4th. Fourth brother, has there been any news from the big brother? When will we make a move against Su Hao? Pan Ta asked, swallowing a fist-sized piece of meat. Su Hao from the Su family is going to take office in Qingyuan County in the next few days. Perhaps this is our opportunity to strike. Lu Yi said in a low voice. They had arrived in Fucheng 3 days ago, but Su Hao had not left the Su residence even once during that time, which left them with no opportunity to act. If we can quickly deal with Su Hao, we can return to the county government. Our adoptive father-s training is about to be completed, and then it will be time for our Blood Demon sect-s Northwest branch to act fully. The burly man Pan Ta said in a deep voice. I've been keeping an eye on Su Hao's movements. Once he leaves Fucheng, we will act. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, He was also eager to resolve Su Hao quickly and return to the county government. At the Qin residence. In Qin Hao's room. Young master, I've gathered some information regarding Su Hao. He has been sent by the Su family to Qingyuan County as the head of the court, which may be our chance to strike, a guard said softly beside Qin Hao. Qingyuan County? That seems to be the most remote and impoverished county under Fuqing. Why would the Su family send him to such a desolate place? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Young master, do you think Su Hao has been abandoned by the Su family? After all, it is said that Su Hao has low aptitude and has only reached the 3rd level of the human realm with the Su family's resources. He really is quite useless, the guard said quietly. Su Hao, someone without talent and a playboy, can indeed only be sent to such a place, Qin Hao said, not feeling anything from the guard's words. In large families, resource allocation is definitely tilted towards those with better aptitude. To him, Su Hao was someone who had been abandoned. Send this information to Qin Yunjai. This is our chance to act, Qin Hao said in a low voice. I will do it right away. The guard immediately left the room, leaving Qin Hao alone. Su Hao, last time you messed up my plans, you will pay with your life, Qin Hao said fiercely. 3 days ago, after they returned, Dongfang Mu and Xiao Xianger left the county government and returned to the capital. He originally wanted to keep them in the county for a few more days, but they clearly seemed distant, which made him hate Su Hao even more. The next day, Su Hao got up lazily when the sun rose. However, his mother had gotten up early and prepared a lot of things, enough to fill half a carriage. As the saying goes, a mother worries for her child traveling 1,000 miles. Su's mother, with tears in her eyes, sent Su Hao off to the carriage. But his father did not show up. 2 carriages. The 2 death warriors who had been protecting Su Hao each drove one. The front carriage was for Su Hao, while the other was for the supplies prepared by his mother. The 2 death warriors were also given the surnames Su, named Su Yuan and Su Ning respectively. Su Hao sat in the front carriage. Inside the carriage, it had been decorated like a small room, equipped with fruit and a soft couch. Looking like a young noble going for an outing. The carriage smoothly left the Su residence. With 2 third-level Earth realm warriors protecting him, they could handle anything. Watching the carriage move, 2 figures emerged from a street corner outside the Su residence. Panta and Lu Yi from the Blood Demon sect. Let us go to Qing Feng Cliff first. We'll ambush him there, Lu Yi said coldly as he looked at the departing carriage. If we act near Fuqing and get intercepted, the Su family will probably receive news. At that time, if we're not careful, we might not be able to kill Su Hao. They're preparing to act in a place far from Fuqing. After successfully carrying out their plan, they can quickly retreat. After Su Hao's carriage leaves, in the Su family's hall, Su Ming stood up, followed by several guards. Let's go too. Su Ming had decided to secretly protect Su Hao to Qingyuan County, eliminating some people who intended to target him. The carriage moved smoothly. Su Hao was half lying in the carriage, feeling a mix of excitement and nervousness. It was his first time going out, and he felt so tense. Maybe he should check in first, and then draw rewards to ease his nervousness. Su Hao thought to himself. Check in. The host has checked in for the 3rd consecutive day, earning 40 check-in points, random reward. 10 taels of patterned silver. 10 taels of silver, that's too stingy. Su Hao looked at the 10 taels of silver deposited in his item bar, feeling a bit dazed. Let's draw rewards again. Su Hao looked at the 2 bronze lottery tickets in his item bar, his eyes turning a bit red. Give me 2 consecutive draws. The 2 bronze lottery tickets began to spin. Congratulations, you have drawn a single-tube vintage telescope, which has been deposited in your item bar. Please check it. Congratulations. You have drawn the martial arts technique Phantom Finger, which has been deposited in your item bar. Please check it. Real items and martial arts, not bad. Su Hao's eyes lit up when he heard the system's voice, and he quickly opened his item bar to check these 2 items. Chapter 47. Horse Bandits. Blood Demon Sect. Su Hao eagerly opened his item bar. Single-tube vintage telescope. From a distant island world, it has extremely high clarity, making it an essential item for home travel and lookout. Phantom Finger. From the world of martial arts, a unique martial art of the mixed element thunder hand of Chung Kun, a very vicious finger technique. Once mastered, it can convert any internal energy into cold energy through the Phantom Finger, striking it into the opponent's body, causing the opponent to be afflicted with poison that cannot be resolved except by pure yang techniques. Training Phantom Finger requires 80 skill points. 80 skill points. I'll not consider it for now. Su Hao looked at the introduction of the Phantom Finger, not feeling too urgent. After all, he still had a family technique, the Heavenly Flame technique, that he hadn't practiced yet. Of course, it wasn't that Su Hao wasn't tempted. It was just that he was too short on skill points right now. He planned to accumulate some after reaching Qingyuan County and quickly step into the earthly realm. Overall, these 2 consecutive draws were pretty good. The tension that Su Hao had felt earlier disappeared, and then he noticed the system shop interface beside him. There was still just a lonely small elixir exchange in the shop. He had studied it for several days, but couldn't develop more items. So he had basically given up on it for now. Let's wait for the system to prompt me. Qingyuan County is the most remote county of Fuqing. Normally, it takes more than half a day's time to drive a carriage there. On the way, Su Hao didn't encounter any danger and even found a small hotel to eat a meal. Could it be that they won't make a move? After filling his stomach, Su Hao got back on the carriage, feeling a bit puzzled. After all, they were still 20 kilometers away from Qingyuan County. But they had to pass through a small valley. Third young master, if someone is going to act, it should be at the front near Qin Feng Cliff. Su Yuan, who was driving the carriage, said. Up ahead, Su Hao lifted the carriage curtain, took out the single-tube telescope from his item bar, and prepared to scout the situation in the valley. At this moment, near a rock in the valley, the Blood Demon sect and Panta and Lu Yi were waiting for Su Hao's carriage. This kid's speed is too slow. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Panta said gruffly. Look at that small hill. There are some horse bandits. They've been waiting here for quite a while. Lu Yi pointed to a group of horse bandits on the opposite hillside. Horse bandits, aren't they all like this? Waiting for prey to come and then robbing. Panta glanced over and said, disinterestedly, I've observed them for a while. Several merchant teams have passed by here, and they haven't acted. It seems our target is the same, that's Su Sanshao. I didn't expect this Su Sanshao to have offended quite a few people, Lu Yi said softly. Are you saying they want to rob our target? I'm going to take care of them now, Panta said anxiously. No need to rush. Perhaps we can let them act first, probe the way for this Su Sanshao. Besides, those horse bandits should be from Qingyuan village. I wonder which leader they came with. If you charge in, you might not gain anything. Don't be impulsive. Lu Yi stopped Panta, who was ready to act. Listen to you. Panta glanced at the bandits on the opposite hill. Due to visibility issues, he couldn't see clearly how many people there were, and in the end, he gave up on killing those horse bandits. Outside the valley, Su Hao picked up the high-definition telescope, preparing to take a clear look at the situation inside the valley. Damn, there are really people watching me, and there are 2 groups. Not looking was one thing, but seeing made him jump. The situation inside and above the valley appeared clearly under his high-definition telescope. Of course, if Su Hao could read lips, he would also know what the other party was saying. Third young master, what's wrong? Su Yuan, who was driving the carriage, saw Su Hao take out something and put it to his eyes, then started cursing and couldn't help but ask. Take a look. Su Hao placed the single-tube telescope in front of one of Su Yuan's eyes. Close the other eye. Su Yuan didn't know what this thing was. But following Su Hao's instructions, he closed one eye, and immediately it seemed like he could see the things in the valley clearly. As Su Hao moved the telescope, Su Yuan saw the situation in the valley. Young master, that group of horse bandits, I know they are from Qingyuan village. In the middle is their second-in-command, Xiao Hu. As for the other 2, I'm not sure. When Su Hao took back the telescope, Su Yuan said in a low voice, Third young master, how about you get off the carriage first, and I and Su Neng will drive the carriage to scout a bit. Su Yuan said in a low voice. No problem. My father should be right behind. As long as he dares to act, I'll take care of them all. Su Hao said nonchalantly. He knew his father had been following them all along, and besides, his own strength wasn't weak. Perhaps he could take action too. Let's go. Su Hao instructed the carriage to continue moving. Above the valley, a group of horse bandits stood on the hilltop. Behind the horse bandits, a big man with a machete on his shoulder rode a horse. He was the second-in-command of Qingyuan village, Xiao Hu, at the 5th level of the earthly realm. Second-in-command. This Su family's young master, that playboy, only has the strength of the 3rd level of the human realm. You don't need to personally take action. The underlings can handle it, a horse bandit with a sharp face said with disdain. It seemed that in his eyes, Su Hao was nothing to worry about. Of course, at the 3rd level of the human realm, among these horse bandits, he was considered at the bottom. The Su family was a big family in Fuqing, and even if Su Hao was a playboy, he would still have some guards, which shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, this time it was a secret order from young Master Qin Hao. We mustn't be the slightest bit careless. We must eliminate this kid. The second-in-command, Xiao Hu, said with a serious expression. The second-in-command, Su Hao's carriage is about to enter the valley. At this moment, a scout rushed over anxiously. Have they arrived? A glint of light flashed in Xiao Hu's eyes as he spurred his horse forward to the front of the bandit group, looking towards the entrance of the valley. He saw two carriages but did not see Su Hao. "Which carriage is Su Hao on?" Xiao Hu asked in a deep voice. "He's on the first carriage." "Should we charge down now?" The scout immediately replied. "Take my knife. Give me your bow." Xiao Hu handed his long knife to a bandit and called to another bandit carrying a bow. The bandit quickly took down his longbow along with an arrow and handed it to Xiao Hu. Xiao Hu drew the bowstring tight. Whoosh! He then shot directly at Su Hao's carriage. Inside the carriage, Su Hao appeared very alert. Although he trusted his father, he was still a bit nervous, as he wasn't quite used to the situation yet. Suddenly, he heard the whistling sound of an arrow speeding through the air. From a mountaintop, it shot straight down. Whoosh! Su Yuan, who was on the second carriage, instantly leaped into the air upon hearing the sound of the arrow, drawing his long knife to slash at the incoming arrow. Crack! The speeding arrow was cleaved in two by his long knife and fell to the ground. But the force of the arrow also knocked him back in front of Su Hao's carriage. Chapter 48. The outburst of Su Hao. Has he made a move? Inside the carriage, Su Hao curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. He could clearly sense the sound of the arrow in Su Yuan's block. Just now, Su Hao had used his consciousness perception. He could clearly sense everything within a 10-meter radius. So he felt as if he had seen the entire process of Su Yuan blocking the arrow with his own eyes. This consciousness perception must be a capability that only a master of the heavenly realm possesses, Su Hao thought to himself. Task 1. The host has left the city and no longer needs to disguise. It is time to showcase his formidable strength. Kill 3 ordinary bandits for a reward of 20 sign-in points, and kill 1 Earth Realm martial artist for 2 bronze lottery tickets. Task 2. The bandits are attacking the host, which is absolutely intolerable. Annihilate this bandit group for a reward of 1,000 sign-in points and 1 silver lottery ticket. They should feel my terror. Su Hao already had a fighting spirit, and with the system's tasks, his battle intent surged even more. Perhaps today he wouldn't need his father, Su Ming, to act. He could kill everyone in the forest himself. Ha! You were able to cut my arrow. Very good. But you will still die. Above the valley, Xiao Hu, the second in command of Qin Yun village, charged down the mountain with his men as soon as the arrow was cut. They surrounded Su Hao's carriage. With his long knife in hand, he stepped in front of Su Hao's carriage and shouted loudly, "Young Master Su, come out. I need your head for a bit." How arrogant. Sitting in the carriage, Su Hao pulled back the carriage curtain and stepped out. "Young Master, be careful. This is Xiao Hu, the second in command of Qin Yun village, with the strength of the 5th level of the Earth Realm. We must be cautious." Su Yuan and Su Nung immediately gathered beside Su Hao, on guard against Xiao Hu. Although they knew their master had a backup plan, they couldn't let their mistakes lead to Su Hao's accident. "Xiao Hu of Qin Yun village, you actually know who I am and still dare to come and kill me. Aren't you afraid that my Su family will flatten your Qin Yun village?" Su Hao looked at Xiao Hu, who was full of murderous intent, with a calm expression. "The Su family, of course, I'm afraid, but who would know it was us who killed you? Moreover, it's not just our Qin Yun village that wants to kill you. Friends, come out." Xiao Hu shouted towards the location of Panta and Lu Yi from the Blood Demon sect. "Let us go, we should go out too." Seeing this, the two did not hide either. They dashed down, jumping a few times until they reached the front of Su Hao's carriage. As they landed, they removed the black cloaks they were wearing, revealing dark red robes, with the sleeves embroidered with a blood character. Blood Demon sect. Xiao Hu's expression darkened as he looked at their clothing. "Xiao Hu, we want to take Su Hao's head. You have no objections, right?" Louis glanced at Xiao Hu and said in a deep voice, "Of course, I have no objections. Young Master Su, take your body parts. You can take whatever you want. I only want his life," Xiao Hu said with a smile. He had received orders to have Su Hao killed, and now that people from the Blood Demon sect were taking action, he was even happier. "The Blood Demon sect? I had originally planned to find trouble with you later. I didn't expect you to show up here. Then today, all of you will stay behind." When Su Hao saw that the two were from the Blood Demon sect, a chill surged across his face, and the blood energy in his body began to boil. The Blood Demon sect's Lan Yu had ambushed Su Hao, not only killing Su Ping, but also severely injuring Gu Shi'er. He had a deep grudge against the Blood Demon sect. At this moment, not far away, Su Ming was watching the people from Qin Yun village and the Blood Demon sect appear, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. "Master, should I take action and kill them all?" A cold-faced, middle-aged man beside him said coldly. No need. Su Ming waved his hand. But the third young master is there. I'm afraid there will be danger. The cold-faced man said, his body stiffening as he spoke. Xinqiang, you should know Hauer's character very well. If he were afraid, he should be inside the carriage right now. But he has walked out by himself, and his blood energy is surging. It seems he wants to take action himself. Let us just watch for now. Perhaps Hauer will surprise us, Su Ming said while looking at Su Hao, his eyes flashing with strange brilliance. Hearing the head of the family say this, Xinqiang's face also showed surprise as he looked towards Su Hao in the valley. Stay behind. Does your Su family have experts protecting you? Hearing Su Hao's words, Lu Yi's expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice. Panta beside him immediately focused his gaze around, while Xiao Hu and the other bandits also became tense. Not long ago, the Su family had cleaned up the city, and it was indeed ruthless and powerful, so they couldn't afford to be careless. Are they nervous now? Su Hao looked at the suddenly tense crowd and let out a cold smile. No need to look. There are no other people. Upon hearing Su Hao's cold smile, everyone's expressions suddenly changed. Looking for death, I'll cut you down. A knife-wielding bandit beside Xiao Hu, who had previously been scared by Su Hao, thought there were really people from the Su family. Upon hearing Su Hao say there was no one, he immediately started cursing, brandishing his knife and charging at Su Hao. As this bandit made a move, the other frightened bandits around him also began to roar. Several bandits attacked Su Hao all at once, as if they wanted to chop him to death in a flurry of blades. Su Ning and Su Wu immediately drew their knives in response. Although they were puzzled as to why the followers hadn't acted, their strength was enough to handle these ordinary bandits rushing forward. Whoosh! But at that moment, Su Hao acted faster than them, suddenly shouting lowly, his body instantly enveloped in a golden bell shield, and then he transformed into a blur, charging at the dozens of horse bandits. Let me warm up. Keep an eye on the cart. Su Yuan and Su Ning heard Su Hao's voice in their ears. They watched as Su Hao shot out. Both of them looked at each other in shock. He actually came up to kill you. A horse bandit swung a knife at the rushing Su Hao. Su Hao revealed a fierce and cruel smile, and with one hand, he struck down hard on the incoming knife. Clang! When the horse bandit's long knife collided with Su Hao's palm, a loud sound rang out. And then Su Hao's hand grasped tightly, suddenly applying force, causing the long knife to twist like a noodle. How is this possible? The horse bandit looked at the long knife in his hand in surprise, his face filled with astonishment, but Su Hao did not give him the chance to be surprised. His figure flashed, and he slapped the horse bandit's head. The horse bandit's head was smashed like a watermelon by Su Hao's palm. After shattering the head of one horse bandit, Su Hao felt a surge of excitement, as if he had released all the pent-up frustration he had felt recently. He grabbed another horse bandit beside him and smashed his palm into the opponent's chest. Then, like a hungry wolf, he charged at the dozens of horse bandits. These horse bandits were all around the 5th level of human realm, wielding long knives, but they couldn't break through Su Hao's defense. So in just a few minutes, the dozens of horse bandits were reduced to just a few, and these remaining ones were terrified and wanted to escape. Run? Do you think you can escape? Su Hao's entire body was now ignited, and of course, he wouldn't let these people get away. Chapter 49. Fierce Rampage. I really didn't expect that the third young master of the Su family had cultivated external martial arts to such a powerful level. It truly surprises me. But even if your hard skills are cultivated well, you will still die today. The second in command of Qingyun village, seeing this situation, had a gloomy expression and was furious. He really did not expect that in just a blink of an eye, his subordinates had been reduced to only a few. Thunderous sounds echoed within him, and then strands of thunderous, true energy appeared around him. He, Xiao Hu, practiced the wind thunder technique, and his true energy took the form of wind and thunder. Whoosh! A gust of wind and thunder true energy appeared on his long knife, and the next moment, he shot out like a cannonball, the long knife slashing towards Su Hao. Stop him! Su Yuan and Su Nung saw this and unleashed their true energy, charging towards Xiao Hu simultaneously. Clang! Their long knives collided with Xiao Hu's long knife, and the two were directly shaken back a step by the force of the long knife, their faces turning pale, their hands trembling on the knives, and their bodies shaking violently. Third young master, hurry and run. The two showed serious expressions. After fighting until now, the family head still hadn't arrived. In their minds, he must have been stopped. so they urged Su Hao to escape quickly. At this moment, Su Hao had already killed the last few horse bandits. His body was covered in blood, but none of it was his. It was all from the horse bandits. Su Hao violently killed dozens of horse bandits with his bare hands, and the blood was his achievement. His blood surged, and his gaze turned toward Xiao, who had forced Su Yuan and Su Ning back. "You little brat, you actually didn't run and still want to attack me? Then I'll chop you down." Xiao, whose mouth revealed a cruel smile as he stomped on the ground, launching himself into the air and slashing at Su Hao with his knife. "You can't touch the third young master." Su Yuan and Su Neng, who had been forced back, gripped their long knives tightly again, enduring the pain in their bodies as they slashed at Xiao, who's back. "You two trash, I'll clear you out first." Xiao, who sensed the two attacking from behind and turned mid-air, deciding to kill these two first. He wielded his knife fiercely, like a ferocious beast, slashing at Su Yuan and Su Neng, the long knife shimmering with lightning. "Ha, I'm feeling a bit itchy too. Let me take off Su Hao's head first." At this moment, Pan Ta from the Blood Demon sect stepped forward. His figure was already somewhat large, and with one step, the entire ground felt like it was shaking. Pan Ta practiced body and strength techniques, and since he had already reached the Earth realm, he often used his true energy to temper his body, showing just how strong his physique was. His skin was like iron, and his arms appeared reddish-brown, looking down at Su Hao with disdain. Whoosh! When Pan Ta and the others emerged, Su Hao felt a wave of pressure, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his eyes. "This guy's vitality must be enormous. If I absorb it all, I believe my body could be strengthened by as much as 2 times. Swish! Just then, Su Hao took the initiative, pushing off the ground with his feet, using the ground's power to charge at Pan Ta. "Master, should we not act now? The people from the Blood Demon sect are at the 5th level of the Earth realm, although the 3rd young master's hard skills are at an extremely strong level. He hasn't broken through to the Earth realm, so there's no chance of winning," Shen Chong said anxiously. Su Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, a gleam of light shining within them. He had originally suspected that Su Hao was hiding something, but he didn't expect his son to hide it so deeply. He could see that even at the 1st level of the Earth realm, Su Hao might not be his opponent. He underestimated his own son a bit. "Perhaps we know too little about you," Su Ming thought to himself. External martial arts are not something that can be achieved overnight. Su Hao must have paid a huge price to cultivate to such a level. He did not intervene. He wanted to see Su Hao's limits, to what extent he could reach. Of course, even if there was danger in the end, he would step in immediately to eliminate the opponent. He had that confidence. Meanwhile, Pan Ta was sneering in his heart. Although Su Hong was fierce, trying to attack him was like seeking death. "Let you know how powerful I am." Pan Ta grinned, throwing a punch directly at Su Hao's fist. Just as their fists were about to meet, the soaring Su Hao revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes. Seeing Su Hao smile, Pan Ta felt a chill run down his spine. Then he saw a blood-colored vine shoot out from Su Hao's hand, piercing through his fist in an instant. At the moment his fist was pierced, a sense of deathly fear surged in Pan Ta's heart. His pupils constricted, and he frantically mobilized the true energy within him, rapidly retreating, trying to shake off the blood-colored vine that had pierced through his fist and entered his arm. However, the blood-colored vine began to grow wildly as soon as it entered his arm, and in no time, it covered his entire arm. These vines were filled with sharp thorns, and these thorns absorbed his blood and true energy. The intense pain made Pan Ta's face twist as he howled. Swish! Just then Lu Yi, who had not acted before, struck with a sword, severing Pan Ta's arm. The arm fell to the ground, and those blood-sucking vines covering the arm instantly devoured Pan Ta's flesh and blood. Watching the scene unfold before him, Lu Yi's pupils also constricted, and then he looked at Su Hao in terror. "We need to go." Lu Yi did not hesitate at all, shouting towards Pan Ta, who was screaming in agony. As he spoke, he quickly retreated, fleeing into the distance. "You all underestimate me too much. Everyone here will die today. Bloodthirsty vines go wild and devour," Su Hao said coldly. The bloodthirsty vines that had originally consumed Panta's arm quickly burrowed into the ground after receiving Su Hao's command and began to grow wildly. Countless bloodthirsty vines also emerged from the corpses that Su Hao had previously slain. Hearing Lu Yi's voice, Panta, who had lost an arm and was howling in pain, also fled into the distance. However, under his feet, a blood-colored vine suddenly erupted, climbing up his body, and soon he was entirely covered by the bloodthirsty vines. Louis shot forward, his heart racing, daring not to look back. He could only flee with all his might. But just as he jumped again, a vine shot out from a rock, its sharp tip gleaming with a deadly light, making it impossible for him to dodge. He could only watch helplessly as his chest collided with that sharp tip. He could still see the tip piercing through his chest, his vision starting to blur. And then his consciousness fell into darkness. The bloodthirsty vine that pierced his chest quickly spread within his body, the vine as tough as a sword, suspending his corpse in midair, and then his flesh was devoured by the bloodthirsty vines. In the blink of an eye, a skeleton fell from the sky. Chapter 50, Shock. Team Annihilation Bang. When Xiao dodged a knife from Su Yuan and the others, he heard a scream. Initially, he thought it was Su Hao's scream, grinning and turning to look, but his expression changed drastically when he turned to see Panta, who had lost an arm, wrapped in a mass of blood-colored vines, screaming. And in the blink of an eye, he was devoured into bones. On the other side, Louis, who was pierced in the chest and hanging in midair, also became a skeleton and fell down. His gaze unconsciously turned to the ground. At this point, there were no corpses left on the ground, only skeletons without flesh. Sweat beads the size of beans appeared on Xiao Hu's forehead, continuously dripping down, and his knife-holding hand trembled slightly, as if it were no longer under his control. This is terrifying. What the hell is this thing? Fear filled Xiao Hu's pupils. Huff! After the bloodthirsty vines finished devouring these people's flesh and blood, they transformed into a thin vine, turning into a blood light, appearing in front of Su Hao but not merging into his body. Su Hao played with the bloodthirsty vine, slowly walking towards the utterly terrified Xiao Hu. I'll give you a chance. Tell me who wants to kill me. Su Hao said, his gaze cold as he looked at Xiao Hu. We're just robbers. We just want to steal some things. Although Xiao Hu was terrified, he still wanted to struggle a bit. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty vine in Su Hao's palm shot to Xiao Hu's face, a vine extending a sharp tip towards his head, as if it could pierce his skull at any moment. The sharp tip glimmered with a fierce light under his gaze, and cold sweat flowed down Xiao Hu again. I say, it was young Master Qin Hao's order. Faced with death, Xiao Hu could only prioritize the present and hope to get through this crisis first. If he could return, he would cut down those spies one by one. The third young master of the Su family is a waste. This is no waste. This is a monster. Third young master, I beg you. Before Xiao Hu could finish his words, the bloodthirsty vine on his face instantly pierced through his skull, burrowing into his body, beginning to devour Xiao Hu's flesh and blood. At this moment, Su Ming and Shen Chong, who had been watching from a distance and had previously worried about Su Hao's safety, both looked extremely shocked, especially Shen Chong, who stammered, Master. The young master not only has cultivated his hard skills to a very high level, but he has also obtained a strange treasure. I'm afraid, even if I intervene, I might not be able to take down the young master. Shen Chong, the leader of the Su family's death warriors, was at the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Yes, he had known about the bloodthirsty vines earlier, but he never expected that Su Hao could actually use them. You go to Qingyun village and surround the perimeter. I will join Hauer at Qingyun village shortly. After Su Ming said this, he rose into the air, his figure flickering, and soon appeared in front of Su Hao. Old man, are you just going to watch? Su Hao smiled as he saw his father, Su Ming, appear. You brat. You can handle it yourself. Why do I need to intervene? Do you know who wants to kill you? Su Ming said solemnly. Without a doubt. It's the Blood Demon sect. After all, I killed that Lanhua. This bandit from Qingyun village was sent by Qin Hao of the Qin family. Su Ming's face revealed confusion. He didn't understand why the Qin family would target Su Hao. A few days ago, I made a little enemy, but I didn't expect this brat to have the bandits take my life. I think I need to kill him. Su Hao said coldly. Qin Hao of the Qin family actually dared to make a move against you. It seems these sons of the county's aristocratic families have no fear at all. But since he dares to make a move, then I'll cut him down. Su Ming's face darkened. Old man, you don't need to worry about Qin Hao. I will handle it myself. As soon as Su Hao heard his father, Su Ming, was going to take action, he immediately stopped him, saying very seriously, Su Ming looked at Su Hao and then nodded. These bandits come from Qingyun village, which is 40 miles away from here. You and I, father and son, will go to Qingyun village and destroy it. Su Ming casually glanced at Xiao Hu, who had already become a skeleton, and said, a little bandit actually dares to make a move against a member of the Su family. No matter whose orders he followed, he doesn't need to exist anymore. Okay. Su Hao, who was also thinking of annihilating this group of bandits, nodded as he still had a mission regarding eliminating bandits. Let's go. Su Ming lifted Su Hao, and the two quickly sped away. With Su Ming's cultivation at the heavenly realm, his speed was rapid, and Su Hao could only feel the scenery before him becoming a blur, unable to see clearly. About 20 minutes later, Su Hao and the others appeared before the gates of Qin village. Who goes there? As soon as Su Hao and the others appeared, two bandits guarding the gate of Qin village immediately shouted, "Huff!" Su Ming glanced around, ready to take action, but the Su Hao beside him acted even faster. His figure flashed, and with one punch, he broke the neck of one bandit, then leaped to the side of another bandit, similarly breaking his neck with a punch. His actions were swift and decisive. "Old man, leave these little bandits to me. I haven't had enough fun today," Su Hao said coldly. These bandits were all points for signing in. If he missed them, there would be no more. Once missed, he wouldn't know when he would have another opportunity for this kind of task to sign in. After saying this, Su Hao charged forward. At this point, the situation at the gate had already been noticed, and a small team of bandits, about a dozen or so, came out from inside. Upon seeing the corpses on the ground, they immediately shouted that they were under attack and rushed towards Su Hao with their knives. Being bandits, they were inherently ferocious. Su Hao smirked coldly, grabbing the machete with one hand, and then snatching it away, chopping off the head of the bandit rushing towards him. Blood splattered all over him. But Su Hao's previously calm mood became heated again. He swung the knife to continue slaughtering the bandits. Clang! The bandit's machete struck Su Hao's body, but was blocked by the golden bell shield, sending a shockwave that numbed their hands. Su Hao showed no mercy, easily cutting down the dozen or so bandits like slicing melons. Whoosh! At that moment, a powerful arrow suddenly shot towards Su Hao from the stronghold. Not far from Su Hao, Su Ming flicked his hand, instantly releasing a red energy that destroyed the arrow. "Kid, who are you to dare to be so arrogant in my Qin stronghold?" At this time, a group of people emerged from within the stronghold, led by three individuals. In the center stood a muscular man with his upper body bare, holding a machete as tall as himself. He was the third leader of Qin stronghold, Li Hu. Beside him was a woman dressed in revealing clothing, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she looked at Su Hao. She was Sun Wunyang, the fourth leader of Qin stronghold and the mistress of the third leader, Li Hu. The other was a young man with a slightly yellow complexion, holding a longbow. He was Lu Ming, the fifth leader of Qin stronghold, and had just fired that arrow. At this moment, Su Hao had blood flowing down his face, obscuring his original appearance. For a moment, the three from Qin stronghold did not recognize him as the third young master of the Su family, Su Hao. As for Su Ming, who had blocked the arrow, he had already disappeared from the gate. When the three appeared, he sensed their strength, fifth level of the Earth realm. The strength of these three posed no threat to Su Hao. His blood-red vines could easily strangle them. The most formidable figure in Qin stronghold was the leader, Dōng Fan, a rarely seen character. Therefore, Su Ming entered the stronghold first to find the leader of Qin stronghold, either to control or kill him. "Who am I? Aren't you here to kill me? Don't you know who I am?" Su Hao said while wiping the blood from his face, speaking grimly. This person's face seems a bit familiar. While Su Hao was wiping the blood from his face, the bow-wielding young man's brow furrowed as he felt Su Hao's face was very familiar. Upon a closer look, his expression changed drastically. Third brother. He is the third young master of the Su family, Su Hao. Today, second brother took people to ambush him. How did he end up here? Lu Ming's face showed a hint of panic when mentioning Su Hao. Second brother, Xiao Hu, left the stronghold early to ambush Su Hao. But now Su Hao appears at the gate. How can this not surprise him? What? Hearing Lu Ming's words, the other two's expressions tightened as they looked at Su Hao to confirm, then exchanged glances. It really is the third young master of the Su family. Their expressions changed instantly, filled with disbelief. They also knew that today, second brother Xiao, who had taken people to ambush Su Hao in Qingyun Gorge. The fact that second brother Xiao, who had not returned, while Su Hao had come here, indicated that second brother Xiao, who had fallen, defeated by the Su family. Just thinking about the Su family made them break out in a cold sweat. The Su family in Fuqing was an absolutely ruthless and domineering family. And having ambushed the Su family, Qingyun stronghold would definitely be destroyed by them. Damn Qin Hao! The three cursed in their hearts simultaneously. The people sent by Qin Hao had claimed that Su Hao had already been abandoned by the Su family, which was why they acted. Otherwise, they would have reported to the boss first and waited for his orders before taking action. The three exchanged glances and turned to flee into the stronghold, wanting to escape from within and report to the leader outside, preparing to bring people to flee. They didn't escape outside for fear of an ambush by the Su family. Run? You think you can run without my permission? A cold glint appeared at the corner of Su Hao's mouth. He could see the intentions of these three and would not let them escape. All three were at the Earth Realm. Killing them would grant him bronze lottery cards. And the bloodthirsty demon vine would evolve better after devouring their blood. Bloodthirsty demon vine, take care of these three. Su Hao sent the bloodthirsty demon vine towards the three. The moment the bloodthirsty demon vine was thrown out, countless vines proliferated, transforming into a blood-colored cage that enveloped the three attempting to return to the stronghold. Strangle. Watching the three being enveloped by the blood-colored cage, Su Hao shouted. The cage-like blood-colored vines quickly began to tighten, trying to wrap around the three. Break this thing. Although they didn't know what the blood-colored vines were, they knew they absolutely could not let it wrap around them. Watch me cut it apart. The second leader, Li Hu, immediately swung his machete towards the blood-colored vines, trying to sever them. A thick blade aura covered his long knife, striking the approaching vines. However, after the blade light passed, the blood-colored vines showed no signs of damage. After absorbing the blood and flesh of 3 5th-level Earth Realm experts and dozens of bandits, the bloodthirsty vine's power had skyrocketed. Now, even if it encountered a 7th-level Earth Realm warrior, it could still quickly deal with them. This is impossible. Seeing his strike on the blood-colored vines had no effect. Li Hu's face changed dramatically. Watch me fire palm. Despite being a woman, Sun Wunyang practiced a fiery martial art, fire palm. As her palm struck out, a flame energy quickly spread over her hand, slashing towards the approaching vines. Whoosh! When her palm hit the bloodthirsty demon vine, a hole was instantly burned through the vines. It works. This thing is afraid of fire. Sun Wunyang smiled. However, her smile didn't last long. The hole created by her palm quickly healed. At this moment outside, the bloodthirsty demon vine had already begun to spread wildly, and countless terrified and screaming voices filled the entire stronghold. It's afraid of fire. The temporary weakness of the bloodthirsty demon vine. Su Hao saw Sun Wunyang's flame energy continuously burning holes, muttering to himself. However, the bloodthirsty demon vine has countless blood and flesh to consume. So even if Sun Wunyang's flame energy can destroy some vines, it won't be of much use. As the bloodthirsty demon vine spreads too quickly, Sun Wunyang kept using her fire palm to strike the enveloping vines, while the other two desperately used their energy to slash at the vines, but they could only delay the approach of the vines and could not destroy them. They had to place all their hopes on Sun Wunyang. What on earth is this thing? Li Hu roared, his energy nearly exhausted. Sun Wunyang's face was also pale. She had been using the fire palm continuously, which took a heavy toll on her. At this rate, we'll eventually be strangled by this thing. Lu Ming shouted in terror while fending off the vines. This terrifying thing was something he had never seen before. Whoosh! At that moment, a vine with sharp thorns suddenly appeared behind him. As he let out a low growl, it pierced directly into his body. Ah! He screamed in agony, reaching out to grab the vine behind him. But the vine, after entering his body, instantly emerged from his chest and stabbed towards Li Hu, who was beside him. When Li Hu saw Lu Ming being attacked, he thought of helping, but he didn't expect that the thorn would penetrate Lu Ming's body and enter his own chest. Ah! Li Hu also let out a scream. Who? Sun Wunyang immediately slapped the vine that had pierced into Li Hu's body. Under her palm, the vine was severed. But as she moved to save Li Hu, 3 more thorny vines appeared beside her. The first vine quickly lunged toward her head, while the others aimed at her chest and the arm she used to strike. Sun Wunyang felt the threat and turned her head to slap out, trying to block these attacks. The vine directly pierced through her outstretched arm, and Sun Wunyang let out a scream, while the other 2 vines took the opportunity to penetrate her head and body. After eliminating Sun Wunyang, the blood-devouring demon vine quickly gathered, wrapping around the 3 corpses, swiftly strangling and devouring them. Chapter 52, by E-Fruit Deathworm. When the 3 corpses fell to the ground, the blood-devouring demon vine shrank again, flying back into Su Hao's palm, and made affectionate gestures in his hand. It had consciousness. Seeing the affectionate behavior of the blood demon vine, Su Hao's gaze sharpened. He thought to himself, perhaps the more flesh and blood this blood-devouring demon vine devoured, the faster it evolved. Just as Su Hao was thinking this, the demon vine conveyed a thought, indicating that it had absorbed too much flesh and blood and needed some time to digest. It seems that the juvenile blood-devouring demon vine's devouring ability is not endless. Su Hao withdrew the blood-devouring demon vine into his palm and rushed towards the mountain stronghold. Along the way, the bandits he encountered were violently slaughtered by Su Hao. Soon, he arrived at the center of the stronghold. Some horse bandits attempted to escape, but Su Hao paid them no mind. His father did not come alone this time. There must be members of the Su family at the foot of the mountain intercepting those fleeing horse bandits. At the center of the stronghold, Su Ming's expression was gloomy because he had not found the figure of the leader of the Qingyun stronghold, Dōng Fan. "Where is your leader?" Su Ming grabbed a trembling horse bandit in the courtyard. The leader is often not in the stronghold, and even when he appears, he wears a mask. We have never seen his true face. The horse bandit stammered. Su Ming fronith. He had heard that the leader of the Qingyun stronghold was very mysterious and rarely showed himself. He thought that Dōng Fan had always been in the Qingyun stronghold training. But now it seemed that this leader had deep schemes and should have another identity outside. Crack! Su Ming crushed the horse bandit's neck and then glanced at the remaining horse bandits in the courtyard, preparing to slay them all. "Father, didn't you say you would leave them for me?" At this moment, Su Hao walked in, exuding murderous intent. Seeing several horse bandits in the courtyard, he stepped forward and broke one bandit's neck with a punch. The other horse bandits wanted to escape, but they found a pressure suddenly weighing down on them, making it difficult for them to move. This pressure was emitted by Su Ming. He suppressed these people to make it easier for Su Hao to execute them. Su Hao calmly dealt with the remaining horse bandits. "Father, why haven't I seen the leader of the Qingyun stronghold?" Su Hao knew that there were 5 leaders in the Qingyun stronghold, and he had already killed 4. He thought there was still one left. Assuming his father had dealt with him, hence he asked. "This Dōng Fan is very cunning. He is not in the stronghold. He must have another identity at the foot of the mountain. This person is not simple. We cannot underestimate him. Father, a turtle hiding its head cannot become a great figure. Our Su family need not fear such people. As long as he dares to show himself, we will eliminate him." Su Hao said domineeringly. "Ha, I didn't expect how to have such ambition. There is a mechanism on the wall behind the courtyard. Inside is the treasure vault of the Qingyun stronghold. You can pick a few items, and I will arrange for someone to move the rest back to the Su family." Su Ming said solemnly. "Understood." Su Hao opened the treasure vault, which contained a dozen wooden boxes. He opened them one by one and found they were filled with gold, jewelry, silver notes, and some other treasures. Next to the treasure vault, there was a secret chamber containing a bead that emitted a chilling aura. This bead is nice. It could be used to cool down in the summer. Su Hao put the bead away, then casually took a dozen silver notes, each with varying amounts, totaling nearly 200,000 taels of silver. "You brat." Seeing Su Hao casually take so much silver, Su Ming's mouth twitched. He didn't expect Su Hao to be so greedy, taking away 200,000 taels of silver at once. However, he had already said it, and, as the saying goes, a word spoken is like water spilled. It cannot be taken back. He could only watch helplessly as Su Hao took away the silver notes. In the outside world, we need money. I won't support him with money for now. Su Ming thought to himself, "Father, I'm leaving first. I'll leave this place to you." Su Hao waved his hand at Su Ming, taking the money and leaving first. There was no point in staying here. It was either bones or corpses, and he wasn't interested in that. However, Su Hao's speed returning was not as fast as his father's earlier arrival. An hour later, he finally returned to Qingyun Gorge. At this time, Su Yuan and Su Ning's faces had recovered quite a bit. They had reorganized the cart and buried all the bones in the valley. "Third young master, you're back." Seeing Su Hao, the two bowed. "I'll change my clothes, and we will head to Qingyun County immediately." Su Hao got into the cart, changed out of his blood-soaked clothes, and handed them out for Su Yuan to find a place to dispose of. Then the cart continued towards Qingyun County. As night approached, Su Hao and the others finally arrived at Qingyun County. "Young master, are we still going to the patrol agency today?" Su Yuan, who was driving the cart, asked softly. "It's getting late. Let's not go to the patrol agency. Just find an inn to stay in. Tomorrow, let Su Ning choose a good residence to buy. When I have time, I will go live in the small courtyard," Su Hao instructed. Although he had become the head of the patrol agency and could stay there, It was crowded and chaotic, so he still needed a quiet small courtyard. In the small courtyard, if he practiced and caused any commotion, it wouldn't attract anyone's attention. Yes, young master. Su Yuan nodded and drove the cart toward an inn by the street. In no time, Su Yuan had arranged their stay. After Su Hao entered the room, he sat cross-legged on the bed. He wanted to check the sign-in points and lottery cards he had obtained today. Character, Su Hao sign-in value, 4,010 sign-in value. Let me calculate. I initially had 730 points, gained 1,000 from defeating the Qinyan stronghold, leaving me with 2,280 sign-in points. Each 3 ordinary bandits contribute 20 points, which means I killed 342 ordinary bandits. Damn, I've become a killing machine today. After the calculations, Su Hao felt a bit crazy. He never expected he had slain that many bandits. I should rein in this killing instinct. After checking the system sign-in value, Su Hao muttered to himself, with 4010 sign-in points, I can exchange for 401 skill points. If that's the case, I can enhance my martial arts, and with the blood-devouring Vine's blood replenishment, I wonder what level my strength can reach. Su Hao opened his item inventory. At this moment, he had 12 bronze lottery cards and 1 silver lottery card. 12 bronze lottery cards, 1 silver lottery card. Combine the bronze lottery cards. Consume 10 bronze lottery cards to combine into 1 silver lottery card. Added to inventory first. Let us draw 2 bronze lottery cards. Host consumes 2 bronze lottery cards, drawing. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. What? Hearing this voice, Su Hao's pupils widened. He never expected to get 2 thank you for your patronage. This means he didn't draw anything at all. He completely wasted those 2 bronze lottery cards. Wasn't the minimum before a silver ticket? Now, not even a silver ticket. I still have the silver lottery card. Let us keep drawing. I refuse to believe I can't get anything. Consume 1 silver lottery card for drawing. Drawn, Baichi fruit. Added to inventory, drawn, Deathworm, juvenile stage. Added to inventory, Baichi fruit, Deathworm. Su Hao immediately opened the item inventory to check the descriptions of these 2 items. Chapter 53, Earth Realm, County Respect, Baichi fruit. A fruit that can unblock meridians, has remarkable healing effect for those with severe injuries or block meridians. Deathworm, a creature from Earth's legends, a poisonous worm that grows in the Gobi Desert, entirely blood red, with a bizarre shape, can spray corrosive venom from its mouth, and its eyes can emit a strong current, capable of splitting its body. Su Hao looked at the descriptions of the Baichi fruit and Deathworm, his eyes shining with excitement. Although the Baichi fruit has good abilities, it's not particularly special, but the Deathworm is extraordinary, even in its juvenile stage. It seems terrifying. These 2 silver cards were not a loss. Su Hao felt quite pleased. He then began to check his martial arts. Character, Su Hao realm, human realm. 7th layer, martial arts, golden bell shield. 4th layer, can be upgraded, consume 150 skill points to upgrade to the 5th layer. Great strength stone breaking hand, fully cultivated. Brahma flame technique, entry level, can be upgraded, consume 20 skill points to upgrade to the 1st layer. Consciousness perception, range within 10 meters can be enhanced. Using 100 skill points, range can be increased by 50 meters. Yijinjing, 1st layer, can recover 10 of the consumed vital energy per minute, resist some weak toxins, repair injured meridians, consume 100 skill points to estimate the upgrade to the 2nd layer. Turtle breathing technique, 4th layer, cannot be upgraded, Earth Realm stage. Can conceal oneself. Inventory, 1 lower ninja, 3-person card. Remaining time, 13 days, half a bottle of truth water, martial arts phantomine finger, several silver tickets. Upgrade Brahma flame technique, Su Hao silently thought. Consume 20 skill points, Brahma flame technique upgraded to the 1st layer, attach skill flame hand. Whether to consume 100 skill points to upgrade to the 2nd layer. Phew. When the Brahma flame technique reached the 1st layer, the true flame energy in Su Hao's body doubled. Yet he didn't consume much of his own vital energy, and his eyes instantly lit up. It only consumed a small amount of vital energy, and he successfully stepped into the human realm, 8th layer. Su Hao murmured, continue to upgrade. Consume 100 skill points. Brahma flame technique upgraded to the 2nd layer. Whether to consume 200 skill points to upgrade to the 3rd layer. When the Brahma flame technique reached the 2nd layer, Su Hao's original human realm, 8th layer strength smoothly reached the human realm, 9th layer. If I continue to upgrade the Brahma flame technique, I might be able to step into the early Earth realm. Su Hao's eyes shone, feeling a bit excited. Upgrade to the third layer. Phew. Skill points disappeared again, and the true energy in Su Hao's body surged wildly, with fiery, true energy continuously cycling within him, visibly consuming his vital energy. Su Hao immediately conveyed his consciousness to the blood-devouring vines in the center of his palm, asking it to provide enough vital energy for support. With the blood replenishment from the blood-devouring vines, the fiery, true energy in Su Hao's body continuously emerged. This fiery, true energy cycled through his meridians and then crazily converged towards his dantian. The dantian, the root of energy, once opened, the earth realm is formed. I'm about to break through to the earth realm. Su Hao's face showed excitement as he observed the flow of true energy within him. Boom! Once this true energy entered the dantian, it slowly began to circulate, constantly expanding the dantian's range, forming a hazy nebula. My dantian seems extraordinary. Su Hao looked at the hazy nebula within his dantian, secretly thinking. The size of the dantian represents the capacity of true energy within a body, as well as the time and power for a martial artist to exert true energy. Now, his dantian is not something an ordinary early Earth realm martial artist can compare to. Phew! Su Hao immediately used Flame Hand, and the true energy in the dantian quickly gathered towards his palm, soon covering his hand with flames. He slapped the nearby wooden table, instantly burning a large hole into it. Not bad. Su Hao withdrew the fiery true energy from his body, and the flames in his palm vanished. Checking the true energy in the dantian again, he found the consumption was minimal. He could probably strike dozens of times without issue. With my current strength. Even Earth Realm, third layer, wouldn't be my opponent. Su Hao felt the power in his body. Earth Realm cultivates energy, and this true energy not only protects the body, but also refines it, significantly enhancing the martial artist's physique. I still have 81 skill points left. They're consuming fast. Su Hao looked at his remaining 81 skill points and shook his head. The Phantom Yin Finger in the inventory seems to require 80 skill points to learn. Consume 80 skill points practicing Phantom Yin Finger. Phantom Yin Finger practice completed. After consuming the skill points, Su Hao felt as if he had practiced the Phantom Yin Finger for many years, directly achieving a seamless understanding. There was no need for further enhancement. He could directly use the Phantom Yin Finger, which was very convenient. Su Hao thought to himself. Then he glanced at his remaining skill points, shaking his head. With no skill points left, I should rest. I still need to go to the capture yard tomorrow. Su Hao tidied up a bit and then fell onto the bed to sleep. He had expended a lot of energy today and needed a good rest. At this moment, in the county office of Qingyuan County, in the inner courtyard, County Magistrate Li Nantian was conversing with his advisor in a pavilion. On the stone table in the pavilion, some wine and dishes were laid out. County Magistrate, according to the time, the newly appointed head of the catchment should be arriving today. But the person we sent has reported back that Su Hao did not show up at the catchment to take office. The advisor, Fong Hong, had a fair complexion and a small goat beard below his mouth. He had come with the county magistrate when he arrived in Qingyuan County. Didn't he come? Although he is from the Su family, a wastrel is still a wastrel. County Magistrate Li Nantian snorted coldly. He looked down on Su Hao greatly. In Qingyuan County, Li Nantian could cover the sky with one hand. Even if Su Hao came, he still felt he could control the entire Qingyuan County. County Magistrate, after all. Su Hao is the third young master of the Su family. We cannot be careless. Advisor Fong Hung said softly. The Su family is indeed dominant in Fuqing, but they are not the strongest in the prefecture. Once the leader emerges from the mountains, our blood demon sect will officially appear in the prefecture. At that time, what is there to fear from the Su family? The county magistrate said coldly. Just then, a blackbird landed in advisor Fong Heng's hand. Fong Hung took a piece of paper from the bird's foot, and his complexion suddenly turned pale. Brother, our Qingyun Zhai has been destroyed. What? You say our Qingyun Zhai has been destroyed? County Magistrate Li Nantian grabbed the paper from Fong Heng's hand and looked at it, his expression changing drastically. What on earth happened? Why would our Qingyun Zhai be destroyed? Although shocked, Li Nantian managed to stabilize his emotions. His real name was Dugu Fan, the head of Qingyun Zhai, and also of the Blood Demon sect. Of course, he was a high-ranking in the northwest branch of the Blood Demon sect, directly ordered by Duan Mu Ming, and his strength had reached the 7th level of the Earth Realm, far beyond that old ghost in Fuqing. When When the county magistrate took office in Qingyuan County, he passed by Qin Yunjai and was killed by Dōng Fan. At that time, Dōng Fan used Lin Nanshan's human skin to refine a human skin mask, disguising himself as Lin Nantian to become the county magistrate of Qingyuan County, secretly controlling Qin Yunjai. After becoming the county magistrate, he learned that Lin Nantian was from the Qin family, so he secretly allowed Qin Yunjai to pledge allegiance to the Qin family, becoming a force in the hands of the Qin family. Advisor Feng Heng had previously been his advisor within Qin Yunjai. Feng Heng, you must return to Qin Yunjai immediately and investigate who destroyed our Qin Yunjai. County Magistrate Lin Nantian ordered immediately. Yes, I will return to Qin Yunjai to investigate right away. Feng Heng also wanted to know what had happened, and he immediately bowed and exited the courtyard, disappearing from the county office. Chapter 54. Blood. Homicide in the Pavilion. County Magistrate Lin Nanshan's face suddenly turned ugly, and his whole body felt a twitching tremor. How could this happen at this time? He ripped off the mask of Lin Nantian from his face, revealing a scarred face. These scars were hideous and scarlet, and within each scar, there were red maggots moving. With each movement of these red things, the scars on his face expanded a bit more, causing his whole body to tremble. His blood boiled uncontrollably. As the boiling blood rushed toward the scars on his face, the red maggots began to frantically devour the incoming blood. Blood, I need fresh blood right now. Otherwise, I fear I will be drained to a dry corpse. Dōng Fan, who had torn off his skin, murmured, his expression frantic, and in a flash, he rushed out of the county office. The next day, in Qingyuan, Su Hao woke up early and ordered Su Neng to buy a small courtyard, letting Su Yuan drive the cart to take him to the catchment. At this time, in the catchment of Qingyuan County, several corpses were piled up in the courtyard. These corpses were all women, their faces pale, as if their blood had disappeared. The blood-sucking demon has appeared again. Damn it, if this continues, our Qingyuan County will be finished. The head of the catchment, looking at the corpses on the ground, had a serious expression and shook his head with a sigh. I hope the new head can catch this blood-sucking demon. Master, even when head Wang Zhen was here, he didn't go after this blood-sucking demon. As soon as he discovered a corpse, he just threw it into the catchment for me to deal with. Now that head Wang has been reassigned, the new head, I heard, is Su Sanshao from the Su family in Fucheng, whose martial arts seem about the same as ours. Catching the blood-sucking demon will probably be very difficult. A young catchment officer beside him couldn't help but say, alas. The older catchment officer sighed. Although he was the head of the catchment, he belonged to a group of eliminated personnel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been left in this catchment. Let us prepare to bury these corpses. The older catchment officer sighed and instructed the officers in the courtyard to prepare the corpses for burial. As the other scattered catchment officers prepared to move to bury the corpses, the catchment gates creaked open and two figures walked in. The catchment officers, who were about to move the corpses, couldn't help but look towards the door. It was rare for anyone to come to this catchment. At the entrance, Su Hao and Su Yuan stepped in, dressed in a cloud beast robe adorned with silver edges and wearing the bronze token of the head at his waist. He perfectly embodied the identity of the head of the catchment. When he first arrived at the catchment, he found that the catchment in Qingyuan County was very desolate and cold, and there wasn't even a gatekeeper, so he entered with Su Yuan. You're the new head of the catchment, Su Sanshao. The elderly head of the catchment recognized the head's clothing and the token at his waist, but still asked in confusion. This is my transfer order. Su Hao took out the transfer order from his arms. As soon as the transfer order was presented, the officers in the courtyard quickly knelt down. Greetings, head. What's going on? Why are there so many corpses? What do you call yourself? Su Hao waved his hand for them to rise. His gaze fixed on the corpses on the ground, frowning and asking. Head, I'm the old officer Rong, one of the catchment officers here. These people were harmed by the blood-sucking demon, and the officers from the county office sent the corpses over. Blood-sucking demon? Su Hao's face showed a hint of confusion. He then walked over to one of the corpses, uncovered the white cloth on top, and asked in a low voice, the blood in their bodies has been drained. This should be the work of someone practicing demonic arts or a martial artist. Officer Wu, do you mean this has happened before? Yes, in our Qingyuan County. This blood-sucking demon feeds on the blood of some women every 2 months or so. Previously, it targeted young women, but now that there are fewer young women in our county, the blood-sucking demon has started to target ordinary women. Officer Wu sighed and said, This blood-sucking demon has been committing crimes for so long. Didn't the previous catchment investigate and pursue it? Su Hao's face appeared very grim. The Qingyuan County Catchment had about 70 officers, responsible for the daily case-solving and apprehension work within Qingyuan County. Now, there is such a major issue that hasn't been dealt with. This is extremely abnormal. Then Su Hao seemed to realize something, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard, and his expression instantly turned sour because there were only 12 constables in the courtyard, including Captain Wu. Captain Wu, are there really only this many constables in our precinct? Su Hao asked coldly. I've seen the personnel records of the constables in Qingyuan County, and there are 70 constables registered. The other constables are over at the county office. Why would they come to our precinct? We're just here to help clean up the bodies. It has almost become a mortuary, said a young constable beside Captain Wu, speaking bluntly. What's going on? Su Hao was taken aback. Why would the constables be at the county office instead of at the precinct? This was done by the previous head of the precinct to protect the safety of the county office and to facilitate case handling. Moving most of the personnel over there and leaving only a small number here, Captain Wu hurriedly explained, giving the young constable a look to signal him to stop talking. Su Hao narrowed his eyes. He knew that things were probably not as Captain Wu said. The previous head of the precinct might have been lured or subdued by the county magistrate. System Task 1. As the head of the precinct, the host cannot fully control the precinct. This is an absolute disgrace. The host must let everyone in the precinct know that the host's authority cannot be challenged. Issue an order to gather the constables. Those who disobey will be expelled from the Qingyuan County Precinct. Reward: 200 sign-in points, 5 bronze lottery tickets. System Task 2. The host has just arrived in Qingyuan County, and the bloodsucker has already committed a crime. This is a complete provocation against the host. Find out the identity of the bloodsucker and slay the blood demon. Reward: 200 sign-in points, 1 silver lottery ticket. Looking at the tasks issued by the system, a slight smile appeared on Su Hao's lips. What is your name? Su Hao asked the young constable from earlier. Head, my name is Lu Bin, and I am Captain Wu's apprentice. Lu Bin, go to the county office and notify the other captains and constables, telling them to drop all their work and gather at the precinct before noon. If they don't come, they no longer need to come to the precinct and will no longer be constables in the precinct. Su Hao commanded with a cold snort. Upon hearing Su Hao's order, Constable Lu Bin's face was filled with astonishment. He didn't expect the new head to be so strong-willed. Head, they might not come? After a shock, Lu Bin reminded him worriedly. Did I not say? If they don't come, they will be expelled from the precinct, Su Hao said nonchalantly. There has never been a shortage of warriors in this world, so he could recruit warriors as constables at any time. Yes, I will go right now. Lu Bin, hearing this, did not dare to delay and quickly dashed out of the precinct's main gate. At this moment, some remaining constables in the courtyard also showed a hint of a smile on their faces. They were marginalized constables, receiving the lowest salaries and doing all sorts of miscellaneous tasks, hardly resembling real constables at all. Now, seeing how strong-willed the new head was, they felt a glimmer of hope. Chapter 55. Disobedience and Difficulty Inside a Room at the County Office in Qingyuan County. The other 3 captains of the Qingyuan County Precinct were gathered together. Captain Wu, since the head of the precinct did not take office yesterday, he should arrive at the precinct today. Should we go to the precinct and meet this new head? After all, he is the 3rd young master of the Su family, said a large, robust man. Lin Meng, if you want to go, no one will stop you, but you should know that the clerk hasn't said anything yet. Do you dare to go? Said another captain, Chun Xian, coldly. He and Lin Meng had always been at odds, and when he saw Lin Meng wanting to go to the precinct to meet Su Hao, he couldn't help but mock him. Chun Xian, shut your mouth. I didn't take you for a mute, Lin Meng shot back defiantly. I say, both of you, don't start arguing as soon as you meet. Lin Meng is right. This new head is the 3rd young master of the Su family. His identity is not simple, but it is said that he only has a cultivation level of the 3rd stage of the human realm. We don't need to pay him any mind. Captain Wu, who had been asked by Lin Meng, spoke up. His cheekbones were prominent, and his gaze was hawk-like. His outstretched hands were thin and bony, with fingers that looked like the talons of an eagle. This man was named Wu Sun and practiced a palm technique. All 3 of them had a cultivation level of the 7th stage of the human realm, making them experts in this small Qingyuan county. They were all people of County Magistrate Li Nantian. The previous head of the precinct, Wang Zhen, had strength equal to theirs, and upon arriving at the precinct, he was suppressed by the 3 of them, ultimately leading to Wang Zhen being subdued by the county magistrate, thus allowing Li Nantian to control the entire Qingyuan County. I'm not afraid of the third young master of the Su family. What I fear is that the third young master brings experts from the Su family. My strength is truly insignificant in front of the Su family. Lin Ming expressed his concerns. Lin Ming, you're being overly worried if the Su family sends experts. I believe the county magistrate and Clerk Fong will intervene. We just need to follow their orders. You know how capable Clerk Fong is, Wu Sun said with a smile. Lin Ming broke out in a cold sweat when Wu Sun mentioned Clerk Fong. Years ago, when the head of the precinct, Wang Zhen, arrived, he was also ambitious. But he was ultimately toyed with by Clerk Fong, and in the end, even his mind was controlled, obeying the county magistrate and Clerk Fong. Knock, knock, Captain Wu. Someone from the precinct is here to see you, a constable said from outside. Come in, Wu Sun shouted, allowing the outside constable to bring someone in. A young constable entered the room with Liu Bin. Greetings, captains. Liu Bin immediately bowed to the three men. Liu Bin, why aren't you with your crippled master guarding the precinct? What are you doing here? Chen Xian said coldly upon seeing Liu Bin. Three captains, the new head. The third young master Su has already arrived at the precinct. He sent me to inform you that all constables and captains must stop their current work and gather at the precinct before noon, Liu Bin hurriedly said. Is there anything else? Wu Sun asked with narrowed eyes. The third young master said that if any constable does not show up, they will no longer be considered part of the precinct. Liu Bin relayed Su Hao's final words. What? He actually dares to do this? Upon hearing Liu Bin's words, Captain Chen Xian slammed his hand heavily on the table, saying sternly, Does the third young master have anyone else with him? Wu Sun, standing up from his seat, slowly walked in front of Liu Bin, resting a bony hand on his shoulder and asking, Yes, there's a servant. Liu Bin felt a pain in his shoulder and quickly replied, What about their strength? I don't know, Liu Bin said, cold sweat breaking out on his face. He truly had no idea about the strength of the person beside Su Hao. You can go back now. Wu Sun released his hand, and Liu Bin let out a sigh of relief, quickly exiting the room. Our new head, the third young master Su, is still so strong-willed. If we don't appear at the precinct, we will no longer be considered part of the precinct, meaning that if we don't show up, we will all be dismissed. Wu Sun said coldly, Humph, does he have that ability? Without our group of constables, he thinks he can do anything in Qingyuan County? That's simply a dream. Chen Xian said disdainfully. However, Lin Ming, you can go and take a look. Chen Xian glanced at Lin next to him and said, Chen Xian, I'll chop you to death. Lin Ming immediately became angry, grabbing the long knife on the table, ready to strike Chen Xian. Whoa! Wu Sun grabbed Lin Ming's hand and said, Let's not fight among ourselves here. Now that young Master Su San has issued an order for us to gather at the capture court. Although this young Master Su is a wastrel, you all need to understand that he is the legitimate head of the Qingyuan County Capture Court, and we must nominally obey his orders. Moreover, his uncle is the deputy commander of our Northwest County Town Garrison. Even if he's a wastrel, he's not someone we can deal with. Let's go meet Master Fong and see what he thinks. Wu said in a deep voice. Master Fong is not in the county office today. Chen Xian shook his head upon hearing Wu Sun's words. After he came to the county office, he went to see Master Fong. But the servants reported that Master Fong was not in the county office today. If Master Fong is not in the county office, then let's go meet the county magistrate and see what he thinks, Wu Sun said, furrowing his brow and thinking for a moment. The other two nodded in agreement. Let's go. Wu Sun stepped out of the office first, heading towards the inner court of the county office. At this moment, in the inner court of the county office, County Magistrate Lin Nantian was practicing. The originally crimson scars on his face had disappeared, and the bright red scars from last night were no longer visible. The cycles of his condition were getting shorter, and he needed to find a solution quickly. Otherwise, he might lose his life if he wasn't careful. It seemed that once the leader finished his training, he should return to the county town to see if the leader had any good methods. Duga Fan put on the mask of Lin Nantian and slowly stood up. He pushed open the big door and saw Wu Sun and the other three walking in from the courtyard. What are you three doing here? Lin Nantian asked the three in a deep voice. County Magistrate. Su Hao has arrived at the capture court and ordered all constables to gather at the capture court before noon, or they will be expelled from the court. Wu Sun said in a low voice. I didn't expect our young master Su San to be so overbearing. Wu Sun, notify the constables here in the county office and tell them that none of them are allowed to return to the capture court. I want to see if this young Master Su will really expel all of you from the capture court. Lin Nantian said with a hint of a smile on his face, wanting to see Su Hao's audacity. Yes, after receiving Li Nanshan's instructions, Wu Sun and the three didn't dare to delay and immediately went to make arrangements. Young Master Su, if you expel them all from the capture court, I will admire your audacity and look at you in a new light, Li Nantian murmured after the three left. In fact, in his heart, the constables of the capture court were just his tools, which he could abandon at any time. Chapter 56, Expelled All, Recruiting Methods Inside the Capture Court of Qingyuan County. Su Hao sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, eating fruit bought by the constables from outside, looking relaxed. In the small courtyard, Captain Wu had a disappointed expression on his face. Right now, Su Hao looked nothing like the head of the capture court. He was completely like a young master from a wealthy family. Although the previous head, Wang Zhen, had sided with the county magistrate, he had done well in other aspects except for dealing with the blood-sucking demon. Although young Master Su San was the head of the capture court and held all the authority, Qingyuan County was still under the control of the county magistrate. With Su Hao's current performance, could he be a match for the county magistrate? Such thoughts flashed through his mind. Before long, Constable Lu Bin returned to the capture court. Seeing Su Hao sitting in the pavilion, he immediately stepped forward to report. Head Su, I've conveyed your message to the three captains and posted a notice to inform the constables in the county office to gather by noon. What was the reaction of the three captains? Su Hao asked softly, spitting out a fruit pit. The three captains had no reaction. Among them, Captain Wu asked about the strength of the guard around you. I replied that I didn't know, and they didn't ask anything further, so I was allowed to return. Lu Bin briefly recounted what had happened in the county office. Su Hao looked up at the sky. There were still less than 2 hours until noon. He said in a deep voice, "It seems they don't intend to come." According to reason, after Lu Bin's notification, they should have come to report immediately. But since Lu Bin had returned and the three captains hadn't shown up, it was clear that they didn't take him, the head, seriously. Captain Wu, have someone organize the list of constables. Any constable who does not appear in the capture court by noon, cross them off the list for me, and draft the documents to announce their expulsion from the Qingyuan County Capture Court, Su Hao said lightly. Head Su, do you really want to do this? If you do, the capture court might become paralyzed, Captain Wu said worriedly upon hearing Su Hao's words. I think that if the constables of the capture court do not obey my orders as the head, then what's the difference from paralysis? Moreover, it's hard to find a three-legged frog. Isn't it easy to find a two-legged person? Lu Bin, if no one comes by noon, post a notice to recruit constables from the entire county. Su Hao said coldly. Head, in Qingyuan County, the county magistrate has the final say. I'm afraid we won't be able to recruit anyone for the capture court, Captain Wu said. I'll consider this matter. You don't have to worry, Su Hao said in a deep voice. In this matter, Su Hao felt he didn't need to care about anyone's opinions. In a small place like Qingyuan County, no one could make him afraid. If the county magistrate dared to openly oppose him, Su Hao would find a way to eliminate the opponent. Su Yuan, you and Captain Wu go to the archives and bring me some files on the blood-sucking demon. I want to take a look. Su Hao then instructed Su Yuan. He now had two tasks. One was to establish his authority, and the other was to investigate this blood-sucking demon to prevent it from committing more crimes. So he planned to first understand the files on the blood-sucking demon to see if he could find any clues. After all, he was also a 21st century intellectual and should be able to discover some clues. Head, the files on the blood-sucking demon case are in my office. I'll bring them over shortly. Hearing that Su Hao wanted the files on the blood-sucking demon, Captain Wu's face lit up with joy, and he hurriedly said. He had been following this case all along, and although he hadn't found any clues, he had never given up. Okay, Captain Wu. You first bring the files on the blood-sucking demon to my office. Su Hao nodded and then walked towards his office. Before long, Su Yuan brought in the files on the blood-sucking demon. Su Nung, how's the house over there? Su Hao asked. Su Nung had bought a small courtyard not far from the capture court, and he had already arranged for people to tidy it up. Once it's done, young master, you can move in, Su Yuan said, bowing. You and Su Nung will also join the capture court. With your strength, I can directly give you positions as captains. Su Hao said to Su Yuan. We will definitely swear loyalty to the young master, the subordinates replied. Su Yuan hurriedly said, you can go now. Come back to call me at noon. Su Hao waved his hand and then picked up a file on the bloodsucker. An hour and a half later, Su Hao put down the case of the bloodsucker. His eyes narrowed and his face was filled with frost. He rubbed his head and half lay on a bench, recalling the information about the bloodsucker in his mind. This bloodsucker appeared about 5 years ago. Every time it struck, it would suck the blood of several living people, initially targeting young women. However, in the past year or two, the number of young women in the county has decreased, and the bloodsucker has started to prey on ordinary women, although the number is somewhat greater than that of young women. From the information in the case, this bloodsucker should be in Qingyuan County, Su Hao thought to himself. However, this bloodsucker case should have exceeded the capabilities of the Qingyuan County Catching Institute. Why didn't the previous head of the institute, Wang Zhen, report it to the Fuqing Catching Institute for support? A doubt arose in Su Hao's heart. It seems he should know something, otherwise he would not have coldly handled this matter. Wang Zhen tuli deserves tuti, so Hao cursed internally. No matter what reason Wang Zhen had for concealing this matter, allowing so many women to lose their lives is a crime deserving of death. The crime scene of the bloodsucker. Su Hao's eyes suddenly narrowed, and then he took out the map of Qingyuan County. He circled all the locations where the bloodsucker had committed crimes over the years, but when he finished circling the case addresses, his face instantly became serious. Because these murders occurred in locations that were all centered around the county office and spread outward. At that time, Wang Zhen used the excuse of protecting the county office to move the personnel of the Catching Institute into the county office. Suel murmured. Perhaps the bloodsucker is right within the county office. Su Hao's eyes lit up. It seems that after we finish our work at the Catching Institute, we should meet this county lord. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Hao's mouth. Knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came from the door. Come in. Su Hao tidied up the files on the desk and let them in. Su Yuan, Head Wu, and his apprentice Lu Bin walked in. Among them, Head Wu had a bad expression, Lu Bin was somewhat excited, and only Su Yuan appeared calm. Head, not a single catcher from the county office has come to assemble. Head Wu said in a deep voice. They haven't come? Then seal the documents we prepared, post a notice, and remove these people from the Catching Institute. Suel continued. Lu Bin, when you go to post a notice, also tell the catchers in the institute that if they can introduce someone to the Catching Institute, once hired, a martial artist of the third realm will be rewarded with 5 taels of silver. A martial artist of the fourth realm will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. And so on. For introducing a martial artist of the earth realm, the reward is 100 taels of silver, and I will personally cover these expenses. The number of people is tentatively set at 70. The catchers introduced can also introduce others, and the rewards are the same. Su Hao then said, people in the 21st century have many ideas. Upon hearing Su Hao say this, both Head Wu and Lu Bin's faces lit up with joy. Su Hao's rewards were too generous, and all the catchers in the institute would surely act. Head Su, I will go announce this right away. Lu Bin quickly left the room. He was secretly calculating in his heart that if he introduced a martial artist of the fourth realm, he could get 10 taels of silver. His monthly salary was only 20 taels. This was simply windfall, and he had to tell everyone as soon as possible. Chapter 57. Jumping out and crushing down. As soon as the announcement from the Catching Institute was released, the entire Qingyuan County seemed to have exploded, especially the catchers who were removed from the Catching Institute. There were more than 50 of them, and immediately the catchers became restless. Let's go find the head catchers and see if they have any solutions, one catcher said. Yes, let's go find the head catchers. Another echoed. Immediately, a group of catchers responded and gathered towards the county office's barracks to discuss with the 3 head catchers. After all, they were following the orders of the 3 head catchers and did not go to the Catching Institute to assemble, so now they could only consult the 3 head catchers. At this time, in the barracks, the 3 head catchers looked very angry. They did not expect that Su Hao would actually remove all of them from the Catching Institute and issue a notice. This Su Hao, he really removed us from the Catching Institute. How outrageous! Head Chun Xian slammed the table in front of him in anger. The teacup on the table shook loudly under his palm. Anger is useless. Since he has removed us, let's have a good rest for a while. I also want to see how this Su Hao manages the Catching Institute in Qingyuan County during this time. Head Wu Sun appeared very calm, picking up the teacup on the table and taking a sip. Old brother Wu, resting is no problem, but the brothers below are relying on the Catching Institute's salary to support their families. Now that they have all been dismissed, they will have no income, and it won't be easy to restrain them, Lin Meng said with a serious expression. It doesn't matter for the 3 of us, but the catchers below can't hold on. I think they will come to find us soon. We need to discuss how to appease them. Lin Meng said, let's take some silver to let them rest at home for a while. I want to see how Su Hao maintains the security of Qingyuan County without catchers. While Wu Sun spoke, he took out 2 100-tael silver notes from his pocket and placed them on the table. Let's do it according to Brother Wu's idea. Lin Ming and Chun Xian thought for a moment and also took out 2 silver notes, totaling 600 taels. Each catcher following them could receive more than 10 taels of silver, enough to live for a while. Gentlemen, the security of Qingyuan County is a bit too good. We should talk to the 3 major gangs in the county and let them come out to be active. Wu Sun did not pay attention to the silver notes on the table, but said in a deep voice, I will handle this matter. Chun Xian's eyes flashed with cold light. He wanted Su Hao to see that with just over 10 catchers in the Catching Institute, he could not manage Qingyuan County at all. At this moment, outside the barracks, a noisy sound came as the catchers gathered outside. They are here. Let's go out. Wu Sun glanced out the window and stepped out of the barracks, with the other 2 following closely behind. Head Lin, the Catching Institute has dismissed us. What should we do now? A middle-aged catcher under Lin Ming asked in a deep voice. The county lord has arrangements for this matter. We have 600 taels of silver here. Everyone can take a share. After we get through this period, it should be fine. Everyone can rest assured. Lin Ming handed out the silver he brought from the table. Everyone take the silver and stay home. No matter what happens in the county, don't come out. Lin Ming said in a deep voice. Understood. Rest assured, gentlemen, we know what to do. After receiving the silver, the catchers felt relieved and exclaimed, Not good. At that moment, a constable rushed in from outside. What's going on so flustered? Lin Ming asked as he looked at the running constable. The people left in the constabulary are currently making a big move in the city, contacting the martial artists within the county and inviting them to join the constabulary. It seems that if someone introduces a 3rd-tier martial artist to the constabulary, they can earn 5 taels of silver for each introduction, and for higher tiers, the rewards are even greater. Many martial artists are already tempted, and I think within about 3 days, the constabulary will be fully staffed, the constable said eagerly. Wow. Upon hearing this news, the constables, who had initially calmed down, suddenly felt a chill in their hearts as they looked towards Lin Ming and the other 2. If the constabulary was fully staffed, they would really lose their jobs. They didn't expect that Su Hao would have such a method. Wu Sun's face darkened instantly upon hearing the constable, and he glanced at the constable who was watching them, feeling a wave of annoyance in his heart. Within 2 days, we will resolve this matter, and everyone need not worry. Go back for now, and you must know that we have the county lord supporting us. Wu Sun said calmly, even mentioning the county lord. Yes, we have the county lord backing us. What is there to fear? We'll just wait at home for your news, constable. The group of constables became excited upon hearing the county lord's name. With the county lord backing them, they feared nothing from the constabulary. After the constables left, Lin Ming said, No time to lose. Let's split up and find the people from the 3 major gangs, and let them move now. I want to see how Su Hao will deal with things without his constables. Let's go. Lin Ming and Chun Xian understood the urgency and immediately left the county office. After they left, 3 shadowy figures appeared on the rooftop, watching the direction the 3 left and quickly followed. Upon learning that the 3 major constables were at the county office today, Su Hao had summoned the lower-ranked ninja trio to keep an eye on the 3 major constables. Although the lower-ranked ninjas weren't very strong, they had no problem watching Lin Ming and the others. In the evening, in Su Hao's room, a ninja appeared before him. What were their movements today? Su Hao asked. Reporting to the master, the 3 major constables have contacted the 3 major gangs in Qingyuan County, the Haisha Gang, the Lu Gang, and the Boxing Dojo, asking them to stir up trouble in Qingyuan County. The leaders of the major gangs have already agreed. Moreover, the 3 major constables are all people of County Lordly Nantian, the ninja added, informing Su Hao about the happenings in the county office. The county lord? He's still thinking about controlling the constabulary? He really doesn't take my Su family seriously. Let's deal with the 3 major gangs and the 3 major constables first. Su Hao said softly, Continue to monitor them for me. As soon as there's any situation, report back immediately. Suo instructive. Yes. The 3 ninjas quickly left Su Hao's room. The 3 major gangs? If you behave yourself, I might let you continue to exist, but if you dare to jump out, then I will have to crush you. Su Hao let out a cold smile. The Haisha Gang, the Lu Gang, and the Boxing Dojo are the 3 strongest gangs in Qingyuan County. The Haisha Gang controls the river transportation and docks, the Lu Gang controls the road transportation, and the Boxing Dojo manages the street shops and collects protection fees. Su Yuan, go call Constable Wu over. I have something to instruct you. Su Hao shouted to the outside. Yes, young master, I'll go right away. Su Yuan replied from outside. Before long, Su Yuan brought Constable Wu to Su Hao. Constable, is there something you need to instruct? Constable Wu bowed respectfully. In a while, I will have Su Yuan go to the Haisha gang, Lu gang, and boxing dojo to notify their leaders that I will be hosting a banquet for them tonight at the Yingshun building, Su Hao said lightly. Hearing this, Constable Wu was still unclear about Su Hao's intentions, so he couldn't help but ask, "What do you need me to do?" Constable Wu, you have been in Qingyuan County for many years. You should know which individuals among these three gangs have ambitions. Go and invite them in my name as the third young master of the Su family to the Yingshun building, Su Hao said coldly. Constable Wu's expression changed, and he felt a chill in his heart. Although the third young master was young, his methods were not ordinary, and this was also a test for him. I will not disappoint the constable's instructions, Constable Wu said, bowing his head, and then exited the room with Su Yuan. Chapter 58. 3 corpse brain poison. After the two left, Su Hao immediately called for Lu Bin. How many people signed up for our constabulary this afternoon? Su Hao wanted to know the number of applicants for the constabulary. Reporting to the constable, there are currently 20 martial artists signed up. Within 3 days, we should be able to complete the staffing, Lu Bin replied immediately. So fast. Tomorrow, bring me the information on these people, and I'll review it to see who can join the constabulary first, Su Hao said after thinking for a moment. He planned to boost the popularity of the constabulary. It was a bit lacking with only a dozen people. Constable, I will organize it right away, but Constable, your method is very effective. Not only are we constables introducing people, but even those martial artists we introduced are bringing their friend to sign up at the constabulary, Lu Bin said excitedly. Although Qingyuan County is not large, there are still quite a few martial artists, especially since the constabulary status in the Shiliang Empire is not low. You handle your tasks first, and you go to Yingshun building to book a private room. I will be hosting the leaders of the 3 major gangs in Qingyuan County tonight, Su Hao instructed. Yes, Constable, I will take care of it right away, Lu Bin said as he bowed and exited the room. Once Lu Bin left, Su Hao sat back down on the long bench and began to check the rewards for completing the previous tasks. Sign-in value, 200 points, 5 bronze lottery tickets. Let's see if I can draw something good. Su Hao looked at the 5 bronze lottery tickets in his inventory and couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. He had drawn empty in the previous 2 bronze draws and was feeling a bit dissatisfied. He wanted to test his luck again. Consuming 5 bronze lottery tickets, drawing. Su Hao went for 5 consecutive draws. The host has drawn a silver note of 1,000 taels, which has been added to the inventory. Please check. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. The host has drawn a bottle of corpse dissolving water, which has been added to the inventory. Please check. The host has drawn a 3 corpse brain poison, which has been added to the inventory. Please check. Su Hao looked at the lottery information reported by the system, his face filled with joy, and immediately checked his inventory. Corpse dissolving water. A potion that can dissolve corpses. Just 1 drop can turn a corpse into a pile of yellow liquid, capable of erasing all traces, making it an essential item for murder and smuggling. This aligns with Su Hao's thoughts and is nothing too special. What Su Hao focused on was the 3 corpse brain poison he had drawn. 3 corpse brain poison, a type of poison from martial arts novels. It feeds on decaying corpses, toxic insects, and poisons, and can produce 3 corpse poison. The 3 corpse goo can be injected into the enemy's body, entering their mind. When a host activates it, it can immediately devour the enemy's brain marrow, causing them to die in excruciating pain. Wow! Seeing such an introduction, Su Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Recently, it seemed that he hadn't obtained anything legitimate, like the bloodthirsty magic vine, the death worm, the corpse transformation water, and now this 3 corpse brain god goo. This is definitely an evil faction, a demonic item. Is the system trying to guide me towards the path of evil? Su Hao couldn't help but think. I hope next time I can draw some powerful martial arts manuals or elixirs to enhance my abilities. Of course, if any extraordinary treasures or items appear, I would also be able to accept them. The more, the better. Su Hao's mind began to wander. As the moonlight descended, Su Hao stepped out of the classroom, allowing Su Nung, who had already returned home, to prepare the carriage to go to the Yingshun building. At this time, the Yingshun building was adorned with bright red lanterns, illuminating the entire building as if it were daytime. Su Hao lifted the curtain of the carriage. In front of the door, besides Lu Bin, there was also the manager of the Yingshun building, Wu Kuei. The head of the Su Institute graces our tavern. It truly brings glory to our establishment. I am Wu Kuei, the manager of Yingshun building. Wu Kuei immediately stepped forward and helped Su Hao down from the carriage. His attitude very humble. Manager Wu, you are too polite. Today I came to Yingshun building to host some guests. If there are any losses, just report them to the catchment office for reimbursement. Su Hao said with a smile. Head of the Su Institute, you jest. Even if you were to demolish my tavern, it would be nothing. Wu Kuei immediately expressed. Wu Kuei from the Yingshun building was a businessman who had been to Fuqing and knew who Su Hao was. The third young master of the Su family. If Su Hao were to demolish his building, he would actually be quite pleased, because in that case, he might be able to expand his business to Fuqing. At that time, with a word from the Su family, his business would absolutely thrive. He would be more than happy for Su Hao to demolish his Yingshun building. Manager Wu, you are very to my liking. Su Hao, really appreciate people like you. We should get closer when there's time. Su Hao patted Wu Kuei on the shoulder, smiling. Hearing this, Manager Wu's face immediately lit up with joy. He had made a good impression in front of the third young master Su, which was a great start. Please, head of the Su Institute. I have arranged the best private room for you. Upon hearing Su Hao's compliment, Wu Kuei's greasy face was filled with smiles as he led Su Hao into the Yingshun building. Wu Kuei escorted Su Hao to the largest private room in the Yingshun building. Third young master, if you have any needs, please notify me immediately, and I will arrange it. After delivering Su Hao to the private room, Wu Kuei was ready to leave. First, bring me the food and drinks. If there are any other matters, I will have someone notify you. Su Hao found a main seat and sat down, waiting for the leaders of the three major gangs. Su Neng and Lu Bin stood behind him. At the hour of Su Yuan pushed the door and entered the private room. Following them were three people, Sun Hu from the Haisha gang, Lu Yang from the Lu gang, and Zhou Yuan from the boxing dojo. Greetings, head of the Su Institute. As soon as the three entered, they cupped their fists towards Su Hao and directly found a place to sit down. Their expressions were somewhat cold, and they only showed verbal respect towards Su Hao. The three had long been subdued by the county magistrate, so they didn't feel the need to show much respect to Su Hao, especially since they were preparing to cause trouble and embarrass him, neglecting their official duties. Of course, Su Hao's identity as the third young master of the Su family still made them a bit apprehensive. However, they knew the terror of the county magistrate and Master Fong, so they didn't think Su Hao could confront them just because of his identity. They had come to merely go through the motions, intending to eat a meal, and after that, they would proceed with their plans. Su Hao looked at the three who sat down directly, his face darkening, but then a faint smile appeared in his eyes. The atmosphere in the private room suddenly became a bit tense. Sun Hu, the leader of the Haisha gang, was the first to break the silence. I wonder, head of the Su Institute, why did you invite us here? To be honest, head, I still have some matters to attend to in the Haisha gang. After enjoying your banquet, I need to hurry back to handle things, so time is limited. Please keep it brief, Sun Hu said, cupping his hands simply. Su Hao looked at Sun Hu, who was dressed in black, with a fierce expression on his face, and his muscles bulging. It seemed he had trained hard in martial arts, his strength approximately at the 7th level of the human realm. Yes, if you have something to say, just tell us directly. We will definitely help you with what we can. The other two quickly chimed in. Then let's keep it brief. I heard that Wu Sun and the others have found 3 people, wanting them to make things difficult for our catchment office. I wonder how the 3 of you feel about that. Su Hao stated directly, without any concealment. Head of the Su Institute. Aren't Wu Sun and the others the catchers of the catchment office? How could they ask us to make things difficult for the catchment office? Are you mistaken? That didn't happen, Zhou Yuan from the boxing dojo said with a look of disbelief. It seems the 3 of you are pretending not to know. Let me inform you that Wu Sun and the others are no longer the catchers of Qingyuan County. They have been removed from the catchment office. But that's all irrelevant. The reason I brought you here today is to get your stance. If you drink the wine in front of you, you are my friend, otherwise you are my enemy. Su Hao said coldly, looking at them. He had no intention of wasting time with them. If they were unwilling to comply, he was prepared to deal with it on the spot, as he had that strength. Chapter 59, Not Obeying, Replacing People Head of the Su Institute. Are you forcing us to make a decision? Seeing Su Hao's intimidation, Lu Yang from the Lu gang's eyes turned sharp, and his tone became cold. Although you are a descendant of the Su family, this is Qingyuan County. What qualifications does a young master of the Su family with a mere 3rd level in the human realm have to force us to make a decision? You 3 should think carefully. Sometimes, a wrong decision can lead to irreversible consequences. Remember, life only has one. Su Hao smirked, seemingly unconcerned by their glances, threateningly speaking. Head of the Su Institute, you are threatening us. We 3 were born in the grass, living on the edge of a knife. And it's not something you can threaten at will. Sun Hu said with a fierce look, as he realized Su Hao was directly threatening them. Yes, what Sun said is right. I also want to advise the third young master. This is Qingyuan County, and it's best for the third young master to act low-key. Otherwise, with your mere third-level strength in the human realm, you really can't guarantee that nothing unexpected will happen. At that time, it will be too late for regrets. Zhou Yuan from the boxing dojo said softly. Su Hao frowned slightly and glanced at Zhou Yuan. After Zhou Yuan finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Yuan with a smile, his eyes full of disdain, not hiding it at all. Manager Zhou, are you threatening me? I truly don't know who gave you the courage to dare to threaten me. To threaten a direct descendant of the Su family. Su Hao's voice became even colder, his gaze dark as he looked at Zhou Yuan. Using his identity as a direct descendant of the Su family. Third young master Su, we call you third young master. But do you really think you are worthy of that title? You are just a waste abandoned by the Su family. Besides, even if you represent the Su family, we are not necessarily afraid of you. Seeing Su Hao flaunt his identity from the Su family, Zhou Yuan said coldly. What you mean is that those who support you can compare to my Su family. It seems we no longer need to discuss. You are determined to oppose me, which is really a pity. For those who do not listen, I generally do not keep them around. Su Hao sighed and shook his head, a killing intent spreading in his eyes, and he clapped his hands. Clap, clap. As Su Hao's palms came down, the box door was opened again, and Captain Wu walked in with 3 people, 2 middle-aged men and a young man. Upon seeing these 3, Sun Hu and the other 2's expressions changed. After years of licking blood on the knife's edge, they knew what this situation meant. They never expected Su Hao to invite people from their gang to come and represent them. Ileana, why are you here? Sun Hu shouted sternly at the young man in black who had just entered. This young man is one of the 5 leaders of their Haisha gang. The fastest rising one in recent years, with high talent and a strength of the 6th level of human realm, wielding a swift sword. The other 2 are Xiezhen, the leader of the Liu gang, and Wang Kuan, an elder of the boxing gym. Xiezhen, Wang Kuan, why are you also here? Liu Yang and Zhou Yuan shouted angrily at the same time. They had always believed they had complete control over everyone, but they never expected such a thing to happen today. The 3 who entered did not speak in response to their shouts. They slowly walked behind Su Hao, motionless, quietly watching the 3 across from him. Today, they had already made the decision to side with Su Hao, the 3rd young master of the Su family. Su Hao invited them in the capacity of the 3rd young master of the Su family. They believed this was an opportunity not to be missed. There wouldn't be many such opportunities in a person's life, so they cherished it greatly. Since the 3 of you insist on opposing me, I will have to choose others to replace you. With such words, I won't have to worry so much about street matters. Su Hao took a sip of the wine on the table and said coldly, Xiezhen, I want to know what the 3rd young master of the Su family promised you to betray me. I have not treated you poorly. Liu Yang looked at Xiezhen behind Su Hao and asked coldly, Why? You still ask me why? I am the deputy leader of the Liu gang. But you took all my power back and handed it to your precious son, making me a mere figurehead deputy leader. You have really treated me well. Xiezhen said coldly, Old Liu, since they have already rebelled, what's the use of asking these questions? Just kill them all. Sun Hu said coldly. After saying that, the blood energy around him quickly condensed. With his strength at the 7th level of human realm, killing these traitors would not take much effort. His clenched fist transformed into a palm, reaching towards the black-clad young man, Ileana, behind Su Hao. This claw was exceptionally fierce. He intended to crush Ileana's head with one move, making him understand the consequence of betrayal. Oomph. At that moment, Su Yuan, behind Su Hao, snorted coldly, and his true energy erupted instantly, sweeping through the entire room with his strength at the 3rd level of Earth Realm. The speed of Sun Hu's attack slowed down instantly under this pressure. Meanwhile, Ileana, behind Su Hao, had his eyes light up. He quickly drew the soft sword from his waist and stabbed out in an instant. The speed was extremely fast. Before Sun Hu could react, the soft sword pierced his throat like a serpent. PFF. The soft sword was pulled out, and a jet of blood sprayed from Sun Hu's neck. Sun Hu's eyes widened. He never expected to die under Ileana's sword so easily, and in such a suffocating manner. Thud! Sun Hu's corpse fell to the ground, blood gushing out. Zhou Yuan and Liu Yang were both shaken. They never expected that once the fight began, it would be a death sentence. The 2 exchanged glances and immediately took action. preparing to jump out of the window to escape. However, as they reached the window, two figures appeared in front of them, blocking their escape route. The ones who acted were Su Yuan and Su Neng. Seeing this, the two of them suddenly twisted their bodies and charged towards Su Hao, simultaneously launching a palm strike towards Su Hao's chest. Both of them were from mixed gangs. In a mixed gang, one must be ruthless. Since Su Hao wanted their lives, they would first take Su Hao's life. "You dare!" The others in the room exclaimed in shock, wanting to stop them, but they were already too late. At this moment, Su Hao seemed to be stunned by the sudden counterattack from the two, sitting there motionless. Zhou Yuan and Lu Yang's faces were grim as they slapped their palms against Su Hao. At this moment, they envisioned Su Hao being killed by their strike. Bang! Their palms struck Su Hao's body. However, their expressions quickly changed because their palms felt as if they had struck an iron block, with no effect whatsoever. And a recoil force came back at them. "You think you can kill me with this little power? How ridiculous!" Suo is native, channeling the gold bell shield within him. A tremendous recoil force emerged from Su Hao's body, instantly sending the two of them reeling back. How is this possible? The two were being pushed back, looked incredulous, but then felt a sudden shortness of breath, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Chapter 60. Poisoning, control, silence. The air in the box seemed to freeze instantly. Su Yuan and Su Ning's expressions were calm, showing no surprise, as they had long known Su Hao's true strength. The eyes of the others were filled with shock. Lu Yang and Zhou Yuan, both 7th-level warriors, struck simultaneously at Su Hao's chest, yet they failed to inflict any damage and were instead heavily injured by Su Hao's recoil. Su Hao's apparent strength at the 3rd level of human realm was entirely FAOD. The 3rd young master of the Su family has hidden himself too deeply. Captain Wu thought to himself in the box, but then a glimmer of excitement flashed across his face. Hiliana, Wang Kuwen, Xi Tian, and the others seemed to have thought of something as well, all showing expressions of excitement. This time they had bet right. A so-called waste of the Su family, rumored by the outside world, was actually so formidable. It was evident that Su Hao was definitely not abandoned by the Su family to come to this remote Qingyuan county. 3rd young master Su, I never expected you to have such strength. You have deceived everyone so deeply. We were not wronged in our defeat. But the county lord will avenge us, and you 1T live long. Zhou Yuan looked at Su Hao, spitting blood, and glared at him viciously. The county lord? Perhaps he won't come looking for me, but I'll find him. Xiezhen, Wang Kuan, kill them. Su Hao glanced at the two lying on the ground and said casually, "Whoosh." The two individuals showed no hesitation and each struck down on the heads of Zhou Yuan and Lu Yang with a palm. Su Hao's rebound force injured them. They wanted to dodge, but were powerless, only able to watch as the hands fell on their foreheads. Blood flowed from their foreheads, and then they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Thus, the 3 leaders of the major gangs in Qingyuan County died before Su Hao. Good. Su Hao looked at the fallen bodies with a satisfied expression, then stood up and slowly walked to the 3 corpses. He took out a small porcelain bottle from his pocket and slowly opened the cork. With a flick of his wrist, 3 drops of corpse-dissolving liquid spilled from the bottle onto the 3 individuals. Sizzle, sizzle. A series of sizzling sounds echoed as the 3 corpses rapidly transformed into a pile of yellow liquid at a visible speed, releasing a foul odor that spread throughout the private room. Inside the room, everyone watched as the bodies turned into yellow water, their gazes instantly focused. After destroying the corpses, Su Sanshao truly left no trace. While they respected Su Hao, they also felt a chill in their hearts. Su Hao said nothing and slowly walked to the window, opening it. The cold night wind blew in, dissipating the unpleasant smell in the room. Let's change to another private room. Although the cold wind from outside had eliminated some of the odor, it was still somewhat pungent. Lu Bin, go ask Wu the manager to change us to a new room. Su Hao said to Lu Bin beside him. Yes. Lu Bin, recovering from his shock upon hearing Su Hao's voice, hurriedly pushed open the private room door to find the restaurant's manager for a room change. In no time, Lu Bin returned, leading them into another private room. Captain Wu, please take a seat. Su Hao found a main seat and gestured for Captain Wu to sit down. Please, 3 of you. Captain Wu invited Xiezhen, Wang Kuan, and Hiliana to sit down together. Su Yuan and Su Neng were still Su Hao's guards, tasked with protecting his safety, while Lu Bin, being the weakest, didn't he dare to sit down or speak. At this moment, the 4 from Captain Wu, all those seated, appeared quite reserved, remaining silent as they awaited Su Hao's instructions. Just then, waiters in the restaurant began to bring out dishes one after another. Manager Wu even specially sent a small jar of 100-year-old fine wine to Su Hao and the others. Su Hao held the wine jar in his hand and opened the seal. A fragrant aroma of wine wafted through the private room. Good wine, Su Hao exclaimed, savoring the fragrance. He grasped the wine jar with his right hand and poured himself a cup. After pouring the wine, a brown worm appeared from his sleeve, spitting some white eggs into the wine jar before retreating back into Su Hao's sleeve. The entire action was very discreet and completely undetectable. Su Hao did not trust these people, so he used the 3 corpse goo on the 5. If they dared to betray him, he would let them know what fear was. If they did not betray him, the 3 corpse goo in their brains would not erupt, obediently staying in their heads. Su Hao placed the wine jar on the table and said to Su Yuan behind him, "Pour wine for the others. Liu Bin, sit beside your master and have a drink together." "Thank you." Liu Bin, feeling nervous, sat beside his master, his eyes filled with both fear and excitement. After Su Yuan filled the bowls of the 5, he returned to stand behind Su Hao. "Let's have a toast first to calm our nerves." Su Hao downed the bowl of wine in front of him, and the others stood up to finish their drinks in one gulp. "All right, everyone sit down." Su Hao waved for the 5 to take their seats. "Now let's discuss business. I have already resolved your biggest problem, so I hope that from today onwards, you can completely take control of your respective gangs." After everyone sat down, Su Hao spoke. "Of course, if anyone is facing difficulties, feel free to tell me, and I will help you. But if you leave this room unable to handle your matters, I, Su Hao, will choose others to replace you." "Third young master, I need assistance here." Helian Na was the first to speak. He was just one of 5 major leaders of the Hai Sha gang, and there were 4 others at his level, making it difficult for him to deal with them, so he sought help. "Good." Su Hao nodded to Helian Na. Following others not only required ruthlessness, but also self-awareness. He then looked at Xie Zhen and Wang Kuan. These 2 were different from Helian Na. They were both veterans in their respective gangs. Su Hao did not know their influence within their gangs, so he waited for them to decide. "I have no problems here. Third young master, I can take over the Liu gang tonight," Xie Zhen said. He was the vice leader of the Liu gang and had left many hidden stakes within, to prevent Liu Yang from targeting him for his son. And now that Liu Yang was dead, these hidden stakes could help him eliminate potential threats. "Good, Wang Kuan. What about you?" Su Hao turned to Wang Kuan, who had remained silent. "Third young master, I need a master at the Earth Realm." Wang Kuan pondered for a moment and said, although he had backup plans, he still requested a master at the Earth Realm to be stationed, just in case. "All right, Su Yuan, you follow Helian Na, and Su Neng, you follow Wang Kuan. If necessary, act to take down the 3 major gangs. After that, arrange a meeting with the 3 captains in the name of Sun Hu and eliminate those 3 together. These 3 clowns are unnecessary," Su Hao said casually. However, this sent a chill down the spines of the few present. Su San Shao had a significant kill intent. Su Hao did not pay attention to their expressions. He merely thought of the 3 captains who were making trouble and asked them to deal with it. After dealing with the 3, he could have the 3 ninjas fully search for the blood demon's whereabouts. The 3 ninjas had a time limit. Once the time was up, they would disappear. So he had to find the blood demon while the 3 ninjas were still present. Subordinates will complete the task. "Third young master, we should not delay. We must return to the gang immediately to handle matters. After everything is settled, we will host a banquet for you." The 3 stood up, realizing they had lost interest in eating here. They needed to quickly take control of their gangs and complete the tasks assigned by Su Hao. "Good." Su Hao nodded, then said to Liu Bin, "You go back and call all the captains left behind in the station. Tonight, I will treat everyone. Captain Wu, I will not stay here. Organize a good meal for everyone. Tomorrow, come to me for reimbursement." Su Hao stood up, picked up the wine jar from the table. This wine contained worm eggs and was not suitable to be left here. He needed to take it with him. Chapter 61. Discovery. Blood God Finger outside the county office. A figure hurriedly entered the county office, and moments later, this figure arrived outside a room within the office. Inside the room, County Magistrate Li Nantian was sitting cross-legged, practicing. Upon hearing the sounds outside, his ears moved, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. He then stood up and slowly opened the door. Outside stood Feng Heng, who had gone to investigate the destruction of Qing'an village. At this moment, Feng Heng's breath was rapid, looking travel-worn. Upon seeing Li Nantian, he wanted to speak, but was urged to come in first. Li Nantian, noticing this, couldn't help but narrow his eyes and allowed Feng Heng to enter the room for a discussion. What on earth had happened that led to the destruction of Qinyan village? After entering the room, Li Nantian asked in a deep voice, "Sir, Qinyan village was destroyed by the Su family. They were truly ruthless, and very few managed to escape from the village." Feng Shuya stabilized his breath, his face filled with anger and hatred. Qinyan village pays a significant tribute of silver to the Su family every year. They had no reason to destroy us. Has something special happened? Li Nantian asked with a furrowed brow, feeling puzzled about why the Su family would take action against Qinyan village. I found some clues. Some time ago, Qin Hao from the Qin family sent people to the village, instructing us to find a way to kill the Su family's third young master, Su Hao. Feng Heng said with a dark expression, "Killing Su Hao is such a big matter. Why didn't Xiao Hu and the others report it to me?" Li Nantian's face showed anger. Xiao Hu and the others failed to kill Su Hao, and instead, Qinyan village was destroyed by the Su family. Li Nantian roughly guessed the situation. Yes, according to the information I gathered, it was after Xiao Hu's attack on Su Hao that the Su family decided to destroy Qinyan village. Feng Heng nodded and said solemnly, "But Xiao Hu isn't foolish. He shouldn't take such a big risk to kill Su Hao at this time. Is there a reason?" Li Nantian was a bit confused. Xiao Hu was the first subordinate he had recruited in the Northwest County, with good intellect and strength. However, recently the Su family had been exceptionally domineering. Anyone who provoked them would be destroyed, so Xiao Hu shouldn't have acted foolishly at this time. Qin Hao's guards went up the mountain. Su Hao has already been abandoned by the Su family and sent to the remote Qingyuan County. They don't need to worry now. And they've even sent over 10,000 taels of silver, which is why Xiao Hu and the others were tempted. Feng Heng investigated thoroughly. Did Qin Hao order this? Did Su Sanxiao offend him? Li Nantian narrowed his eyes, seeming to be deep in thought. A few days ago, outside Fuqing River, Su Hao embarrassed Qin Hao, which probably made him harbor murderous intent. He couldn't act himself, so he had us from Qinyan village take action. Feng Shuya explained the reasons. "Sir, now that Su Hao is in Qingyuan County, if we deal with him, we can avenge our brothers in Qinyan village." A hint of ruthlessness appeared on Feng Heng's face. "Absolutely not. Perhaps the Su family is using Su Hao as bait. If we act, we might fall right into their trap. Let's observe for a while. After all, Su Hao is in Qingyuan County, and we can act at any time." County Chief Li Nantian immediately shook his head to stop him. "This is the Su family fishing, waiting for someone to take the bait. Sir, on my way back, I also received news from the branch about the disciples of the gang. What are Duanmu Chun and the others doing?" Li Nantian asked. "Lan Yu died because of Su Hao. So Duanmu Chun sent Lu, Yi, and Panta to Fuqing to deal with Su Hao, but they also disappeared without a trace. They must have been taken care of by the Su family." Feng Heng replied. "A group of self-righteous individuals, losing 3 adopted sons and daughters at once, is bound to anger the gang leader." Li Nantian's expression grew serious. Although he looked down on the gang leader's adopted children, losing 3 at once was significant. Once gang leader Duanmu Ming emerged from seclusion, the Su family would surely become a target. In the Northwest Blood Demon sect branch, there were 2 factions. One was led by Duanmu Chun, the adopted son of Duanmu Ming, and the other was led by the elder who followed Duanmu Ming. Let's put Qingyuan village's matter aside for now. Since Su Hao has come to Qingyuan County, I had an outbreak of blood poison yesterday and need to recuperate, so I can't make an appearance. You should go meet this Su Hao in my name tomorrow and probe his background," Li Nantian said in a deep voice. "Sir, why has the frequency of blood poison outbreaks been decreasing recently? If this continues, we might not be able to stay in Qingyuan County for long. We need to find a way to suppress the blood poison." Feng Heng's expression changed in worry upon hearing Li Nantian mention the blood poison. "Unless I break through to the heavenly realm, otherwise with my current strength, it's difficult to suppress it. Once the gang leader emerges from seclusion, you should be able to help me integrate this blood poison into my true energy. Is there any news from the gang leader?" Li Nantian said solemnly. "The gang leader is still in the county's jail, absorbing the earth evil energy in the prison for cultivation. He should soon break through to the late heavenly realm. Once he does, he can surely help you solve this blood poison issue." Feng Heng nodded. "Let's wait for the gang leader to emerge. Also, this time we from Qinyan village were destroyed because of the Qin family. You contact Qin Hao and ask them to pay 500,000 taels of silver as compensation for our losses." Li Nantian thought for a moment and said, "Understood." Feng Heng nodded, bowing slightly as he exited the room. At this moment, on the rooftop, a black figure slowly emerged. This shadow was one of the 3 ninjas sent by Su Hao to monitor the county office. He had just noticed someone entering the county office and followed, overhearing their entire conversation. The information was too significant. He needed to inform Su Hao as soon as possible. He moved his body, preparing to retreat slowly. Inside the room, just as Li Nantian sat down, his expression suddenly changed, and he lunged forward, punching the roof. Boom! The roof instantly broke open with a large hole, and he flew onto the rooftop. The ninja, who was about to retreat, was forced to reveal himself. Li Nantian, who struck, showed no signs of hesitation. His palm directly slashed, unleashing a wave of palm energy toward the black-clad ninja. The black-clad man's expression changed, just as he was about to retreat. He revealed a hint of aura, which Li Nantian detected. The moment the other party acted, he sealed off all escape routes. Boom! The palm energy struck the black-clad ninja, while Li Nantian's figure flashed, appearing right in front of the black-clad ninja. But then his expression changed. The spot he struck was unexpectedly empty. He focused his gaze and found a shadow speeding away. Blood God finger. Suddenly, a dark red aura wrapped around his fingers. In the next moment, he flashed his body and pointed at the black-clad man's back. Puff! The blood finger pierced through the back of that shadow. The shadow spat out a mouthful of blood and then transformed into a blood mist, disappearing without a trace. Chapter 62. The Fall of the Ninja. Li Nantian looked at the disappearing shadow, his eyes calm, concentrating to sense the changes around him, but he couldn't detect the aura of the escaping ninja. His expression suddenly darkened as he tasted the blood on his hand, and his eyes seemed to be enchanted, turning blood red as his senses heightened. At this moment, Fang Heng, who had just left, returned upon hearing the commotion. Seeing Li Nantian's transformation, his expression changed, but he did not approach and instead quietly stayed aside. Suddenly, Li Nantian's figure flashed, rushing toward the county office's exit. Fang Heng, seeing this, immediately followed. Outside the county office, the injured ninja's face was pale. Just now, Li Nantian's finger had severely wounded him, and his blood seemed to be boiling inside, as if it would evaporate at any moment. After this ninja appeared, the other 2 ninjas immediately rushed over to check on his injuries. However, a powerful aura burst forth from within the county office, striking towards them with a punch. You hold him off, I'll go see the master, there's important news. Seeing this, the ninja's expression changed dramatically, and he hurriedly shouted. He originally intended to inform the other 2 of the news he had received, so they could report it to Su Hao. He was heavily injured and couldn't hold on much longer, but now, with the opponent's punch descending, he was given no chance to relay the message. One of the ninjas immediately drew his sword to block Li Nantian's punch, while the other ninja produced 3 shurikens and threw them towards Fang Heng's position. Fang Heng's figure flashed, skillfully dodging the 3 shurikens. The previous ninja took this opportunity to transform into an afterimage and disappeared in front of the county office. Boom! The ninja who attempted to block Li Nantian was directly blasted away, blood spurting from the corner of his mouth. Let's go. The 2 exchanged glances and fled in different directions. Li Nantian's scarlet eyes were filled with rage, and the crimson aura around him quickly enveloped his body, transforming him into an afterimage as he charged towards the blocking ninja. A massive surge of blood energy erupted from his palm, enveloping the ninja who had blocked him. Before this ninja could react, he was surrounded by the blood energy, which then seemed to go out of control, rapidly depleting. In no time, the blood within his body disappeared. The corpse fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Heng, after dodging the shuriken attack, noticed that the previous ninja had vanished, and his expression changed instantly. A folding fan appeared in his hand. As he opened the fan, sharp, small blades emerged at the edges. He then flicked the fan, launching it rapidly towards the ninja. The ninja suddenly felt a gust of wind at his back and turned his head to look. Swoosh! The blades at the edge of the fan sliced through his neck and then spun back into Fang Heng's hand. Fang Heng leaped forward, appearing in front of the ninja in an instant. Blood gushed from the ninja's neck, but his eyes showed no sign of pain, as if he didn't care about his life or death at all. Thud! The ninja collapsed to the ground. Find that person. We cannot let him leave Qingyuan County. He must have just heard our conversation. Li Nantian commanded Fang Heng with crimson eyes. He had just used blood poison to enhance his perception, and now it was backfiring. He needed to suppress it immediately. Otherwise, the blood poison would expand within him. So he could only have Feng Heng send someone to find the opponent. What? Heard our conversation? Damn it. Feng Heng's expression changed, realizing the seriousness of the situation, but also noticing Lin Nanshan's condition. My lord, that person is infected with your blood poison and cannot escape Qingyuan County. You should go back and suppress the blood poison. I will immediately arrange for people to capture him. We must find him, or we will both face death. Lin Nantian said gravely. Understood. Feng Heng nodded. At this moment, Su Hao left Yingshun Tower and unknowingly arrived on a street not far from the county office. Suddenly, Su Hao's expression tightened as he turned and entered a nearby, secluded street. A bloodied ninja appeared before Su Hao, who sensed that the ninja's vitality seemed to be constantly depleting, as if it would evaporate at any moment. He stepped forward to embrace the ninja, wanting to help stabilize his injuries. Master, my blood is almost depleted. There's no chance of survival. Don't waste your effort. The ninja immediately stopped Su Hao. What happened? Su Hao asked urgently upon seeing this. County Lord Lin Nantian is the leader of Qingyuan Village, a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. And my subordinate also heard that the leader of the Blood Demon sect is at the town protector's office. Before this ninja could finish, his vitality was completely consumed, and he breathed his last. Su Hao looked at the ninja, who collapsed in his arms with a cold expression. Although these three ninjas were merely transformed from a ninja card, they were still living beings with flesh and blood. Whoosh! At this moment, the ninja card in Su Hao's inventory shattered and disappeared. The ninja in Su Hao's arms turned into a wisp of nothingness. Meanwhile, outside the county office, Lin Ming, Wu Sun, and Lu noticed the commotion and hurriedly ran out, approaching Clerk Feng Heng to ask, Clerk Feng, what happened? Feng Heng turned to the three and said, someone attempted to assassinate the county lord. 2 were killed on the spot, and 1 was severely injured and fled. Chun Xian, go check the bodies and see if you can find any clues. Wu Sun, Lin Ming, you two immediately organized the constables and searched the entire city. We must find that person. My lord, where are the bodies you mentioned? Chun Xian looked around but didn't see any corpses and couldn't help but ask. The 2 corpses are right behind me, and you can't see them? What use are you? Feng Heng scolded, turning to look at the 2 ninja corpses, only to find that they had already vanished from the ground, revealing an expression of disbelief on his face. What? Feng Heng's expression turned serious. Did a master take the 2 corpses away while they were talking? Was this a warning to them? Or Feng Heng's mind raced. But when he thought about their conversation being known to the other party, which might leak information about the leader, and if it affected the leader's breakthrough, it would be hard to escape death. Therefore, the person who escaped must be found. Moreover, if the opponent had strength, they wouldn't need to hide. If the bodies are gone, then they're gone. You 3 leave and lead the constables to seal off Qingyuan County. We must find that person. Only that person heard our conversation. We must deal with him. Yes. Lin Ming and the others immediately sent word to the constables who had already returned home, urging them to take action. Chapter 63. Investigating the county office. In the dimly lit street, Su Hao's expression was serious as he pondered the news the ninja had just informed him. The identity of County Lord Lin Nantian was quite complex. The leader of Qingyuan Village, a disciple of the Blood Demon sect. And the mention of the leader of the Blood Demon sect at the town protector's office likely referred to a specific location. It seemed to indicate that the leader of the Blood Demon sect was in a certain place within the vast structure of the town protector's office. But finding one person amid such a large organization would be difficult. I need more information. Su Hao fell into deep thought. Task. Investigate the hiding place of the Blood Demon sect leader. Reward. 1,000 sign-in points, 1 silver lottery card. A current task about the Blood Demon sect leader. And the rewards are quite generous. 1,000 sign-in points plus 1 silver lottery card is already a decent reward. There is no way to investigate from the town protector's office. But both Lin Nantian and Master Feng are in Qingyuan County, so let's start the investigation from them. A glimmer flashed in Su Hao's eyes. Just then, a group of people appeared at the front of the street, dressed in catcher's clothing and armed with long knives, numbering around 70. Su Hao's expression turned cold as he looked at the arriving catchers. These more than 70 people were the catchers who had not reported to the catcher's office today and had been dismissed by him, led by Chun Xian, Wu Sun, and Lin Ming. Search every street, inn, and house. We must find the person who attempted to assassinate the county magistrate. Lin Ming shouted loudly, pointing at his subordinates. More than 20 catchers quickly split off from behind him and surged into a street, while the other two also began to make arrangements. Chen Xian led the catchers towards Su Hao Street. Search everyone here. Seeing a few pedestrians on the street, Chen Xian immediately ordered the catchers to interrogate them. Su Hao's face grew increasingly gloomy. These people had already been dismissed from the catcher's office, but still dared to exercise the authority of the catchers. One catcher approached Su Hao, intending to search him. Su Hao snorted coldly and angrily said, "Who gave you the right to impersonate a catcher? You brat. Are you looking for death? You look like an assassin. I'll take you back to the county office," the catcher shouted angrily, trying to arrest Su Hao. He reached out to grab Su Hao, attempting to subdue him, but crack. Just as his hand reached out, Su Hao grabbed it and twisted it, breaking it instantly. The catcher let out a scream, and the catchers nearby immediately turned to look. Chen Xian leaped forward and appeared in front of Su Hao. "You dare to attack a catcher? Are you seeking death?" Chen Xian's face twisted in fury, staring at Su Hao like a feral beast. "You're no longer catchers. Yet you still dare to use the authority of the catchers. Who gave you the audacity? In the laws of the Xiliang Empire, impersonating a catcher is punishable by death." Su Hao paid no attention to Chen Xian's menacing glare and took out his catcher's token. "Catcher's token, you are Su's head." Chen Xian's expression changed as he recognized Su Hao. In an instant, the other catchers trembled. They had been dismissed from the catcher's office today and were now just ordinary people. "Now that you know who I am, why don't you hurry up and leave? Otherwise, tomorrow I will have the catcher's office issue a warrant for your arrest," Su Hao said coldly, looking at the more than 20 catchers around him. "Catcher's head. Someone has just attempted to assassinate the county magistrate. We are executing the county magistrate's orders to capture the assassin. I am Chen Xian," Chen Xian said at this moment, revealing his identity, not expecting to encounter Su Hao here. "The county magistrate has been attacked. Such matters should be handled by our catcher's office. Why are you doing it? Is there no one at the county office? Or does the county magistrate want the county office to replace our catcher's office?" Su Hao narrowed his eyes, quietly watching Chen Xian. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Xian's forehead, cursing inwardly. Su Hao could really escalate matters. The authority in the Xiliang Empire is divided into 3 departments: the local government, the town protector's office, which establishes catchers' offices in subordinate cities, and the military, with each authority not interfering with the others. Saying that the county office would replace the catcher's office could be said in private, but absolutely not in public. Saying it was akin to seeking death. "Catcher's head, you must be joking. We will withdraw now, and I will report this matter to the county magistrate and Master Fong. I believe the county magistrate will want to see you," Chen Xian said, giving Su Hao a glance before speaking in a deep voice. He then waved his hand and led his men away, not informing the other 2 teams. And just like that, they left. Su Hao watched as Chen Xian retreated, his eyes narrowing slightly. He originally wanted to provoke this guy's anger to force him to act, so he could trouble him, but this guy held back. "If I investigate the county office now, I might obtain some useful information. Moreover, the bloodsucker should also be inside the county office, making it even better to investigate together." A glint flashed in Su Hao's eyes as his thoughts turned. As Chen Xian led his men out of Su Hao's sight, his expression began to twist with malice. "A mere Su Hao dares to be so arrogant. I will definitely report this matter to the county magistrate and Master Fong, making him wish he were dead." Chen Xian's eyes glinted with venom. "You all continue the search. I will return to the county office. This matter must be reported to Master Fong and see his thoughts on it." After giving a few instructions, Chen Xian immediately returned to the county office. Meanwhile, as Su Hao left the street, he found a set of ordinary clothes and a hat in a small courtyard, tossed down some silver, put on the clothes, donned the hat, and headed towards the county office. Inside the county office's main hall, Fong Hung sat with a gloomy expression, waiting for reports from below. "Chen Xian, why are you back so quickly? Have you found any trace of the assassin?" Master Fong asked, looking at Chen Xian with a hint of excitement, thinking he had discovered something. "Master, I didn't find anything. Not far from there I saw Su Hao. He even yelled at us, saying that capturing the assassin is the duty of the catcher's office and that we have no authority. If we send people to search, he will have the catcher's office issue a warrant for our arrest tomorrow." "Su Hao, has he already come to the catcher's office?" Fong Hung asked, puzzled. When he left, Su Hao hadn't arrived in Qingyuan County yet. "But you are catchers. Why don't you have the authority to search the county?" he further questioned. Su Hao came and dismissed all the catchers from the county office, and our positions as captains were also revoked. Chun Xian replied immediately, recounting everything that had happened that day, thinking about how the Su family's third young master was so overbearing and somewhat clever. Fang Heng hadn't expected so much to happen in just a day or two. You don't need to worry about the matter of capturing the assassin. Let Lin Ming handle it. You immediately go to the 3 major gangs and get them moving. We can't be the only ones busy while Su Hao is sitting idle. After pondering for a moment, Master Fang said. Chapter 64. Confrontation in the county office. In the back courtyard of the county office, Su Hao flipped over the wall and, after wandering around for a while, was somewhat dumbfounded because Qingyuan County's county office was quite large, and since he had never been there before, he did not know the layout and couldn't find County Magistrate Li Nanshan's room. I miscalculated. I should have obtained a map of the county office before coming to determine Li Nanshan's room. Su Hao shook his head inwardly. The hall over there is brightly lit. They might be there. I'll go check it out. Su Hao leaped onto the roof and, seeing the bright lights in the county office's main hall, hurried toward that direction. Inside the hall, Fang Heng took a big sip of tea. Having searched for so long without any news made him somewhat anxious. Su Hao arrived at the eaves outside the hall and looked inside, seeing Fang Heng sitting at the head of the hall. You should be Master Fang, Li Nanshan's advisor. But where is County Magistrate Li Nantian? Did something happen to Li Nantian? However, judging by the injuries on the ninja, Li Nanshan's strength is quite formidable, so he should be fine. Su Hao's gaze searched the hall again, but he still couldn't find any trace of Li Nantian. Is Fang Heng also from the Blood Fiend sect? Let's see if I can get some information from this person. A slight smile appeared on Su Hao's lips. Inside the hall, Fang Heng, who was holding a cup of tea, suddenly changed his expression, his ears twitching slightly. The fan in his hand reappeared, and then it opened instantly. With a gentle turn of his hand, the fan spun like a gear and attacked Su Hao, who was near the eaves. Su Hao was momentarily stunned. Seeing the fan flying towards him, with sharp blades on its edges, he quickly descended and punched towards the incoming fan. At the moment Su Hao swung his fist, Fang Heng, who had been sitting still, suddenly vanished, moving as if he had changed positions. One hand grabbed the folding fan, which instantly opened, releasing several sharp chi waves that swept towards Su Hao. The speed was fast and fierce. As Su Hao landed, he quickly gathered his energy, leaping into the air to avoid the fierce chi attack. First level of Earth Realm. Upon seeing Su Hao soaring into the air, Fang Heng sensed his cultivation level. His eyes widened in shock, and his entire aura erupted. Sharp chi appeared in his hands, swirling around the fan. He lightly stepped on the ground, following the fan's shadow, appearing before Su Hao. Just as he dodged Su Hao's attack, he felt a chilling energy surge towards his chest. In an instant, a faint golden light emerged from his hands, and he slapped towards the incoming edge of the fan. Golden Bell Shield. Watching the change in Su Hao's palm, Fang Heng frowned, but the fan in his hand showed no signs of stopping and emitted a black chi. Boom! The fan and palm clashed. Su Hao's face flushed suddenly, and he staggered back a few steps, a mouthful of fresh blood surging up his throat, but he managed to block Fang Heng's attack. Fang Heng felt his fan grow heavy, nearly slipping from his grip. Great power splitting palm. Feeling the pressure from the palm, Fang Heng's expression became serious. The opponent had only used 2 very ordinary techniques, making it difficult for him to discern the opponent's background from their techniques. First level of Earth Realm. Able to withstand my attack. Quite impressive, but that's all. Let me see who you are. As Fang Heng spoke, he did not pause, closing in. The fan in his hand continuously sliced towards various parts of Su Hao, giving him no chance to catch his breath. Su Hao felt a wave of regret. He had been a bit overconfident. Previously, when dealing with Earth Realm warriors, he had relied on the blood-devouring demon vine. The blood-devouring demon vine easily dealt with Earth Realm warriors, leading him to underestimate them. Now, with his strength greatly improved, he thought he could handle it himself. But unexpectedly, he found himself at a disadvantage. The opponent's strength should be at the 5th level of Earth Realm. Su Hao assessed the opponent's strength, his palm continuously clashing with the folding fan. However, each time the fan struck, a force would transmit into his body, creating a wave of vibrations that threatened to shatter his meridians. However, Su Hao not only practiced the Golden Bell Shield but also the I Jin Jing, making his meridian strength not comparable to an ordinary first-level Earth Realm warrior. He quickly operated the I Jin Jing to resolve the vibrating energy, resulting in a stalemate between the two. Fang Heng also felt the pressure. This person wearing a bamboo hat had a dominant power in every palm strike, causing his arms to start to numb. This won't do. Suddenly, Fang Heng's figure flickered. The folding fan in his hand snapped shut, and a blood-red qi appeared around him, instantly entering the fan. He then swiped the fan, unleashing a wave of blood-red qi towards Su Hao. The blood-red qi was overwhelming. Su Hao felt that this blood-red qi could cut through metal and jade. His expression hardened, surprised at Fang Heng's formidable strength. If he took a head-on, he felt he might get injured. Without hesitation, Su Hao immediately executed the Phantom Yin Finger. As the Phantom Yin Finger came out, a cold qi appeared on Su Hao's fingertip. He quickly pointed, and the Phantom Yin Finger produced waves of cold energy, rushing to clash with the incoming blood-red qi. So cold, Fang Heng watched as Su Hao continuously pointed out the cold energy, each finger more frigid than the last, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet rapidly. The two forces collided again, and Su Hao's body was slammed against the courtyard wall by the impact before coming to a stop. Fang Heng, on the other hand, retreated a few steps. Just as he rushed in to deal with Su Hao, he suddenly felt an icy cold energy surging through his meridians. This cold energy invaded his meridians and caused his entire body to stiffen. Boom! Fang Heng hurriedly mobilized his internal power to resist the erosion of the cold energy. Su Hao, who had been slammed against the wall, spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling a faint pain in his meridians. He immediately executed the I Jin Jing to heal his meridians. In a short while, his injured meridians had mostly recovered. Without any hesitation, he immediately charged forward, appearing beside Fang Heng and slapping him on the back. Fang Heng was still focused on resisting the cold poison in his body and didn't notice Su Hao, who had been pushed back, had approached. He was struck heavily on the back and instantly fell unconscious. Without any hesitation, Su Hao grabbed Fang Heng's body and leaped into the air, preparing to leave. But at that moment, a scarlet aura soudain attaqué, and a blood-colored palm energy struck towards Su Hao's back. In a moment of panic, the blood-devouring demon vine within Su Hao rapidly covered his body, forming a red armor. The blood-colored palm energy struck the blood-devouring demon vine, and Su Hao used this force to escape the county office in an instant. Chapter 65. Discovering Secrets. A figure landed outside the main hall. It was County Lord Li Nantian, who fixed his gaze on the direction Su Hao had fled, his expression dark and sinister. My lord. At that moment, 3 Yamen runners, who had just been hiding in the shadows, stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Li Nantian looked at the 3 who had emerged, and a flash of red light appeared in his eyes. He extended his right hand, which spasmed and glowed red, reaching for one Yamen runner's head, and then blood from that Yamen runner's body surged madly into his arm. The other 2 Yamen runners tried to suppress their urge to scream, but found their throats felt blocked, only able to emit hoarse sounds. At this moment, the first Yamen runner collapsed to the ground, his energy and blood completely drained, leaving him pale. Li Nantian, with a sinister expression, approached the 2 remaining Yamen runners, placing his hands on their heads. In an instant, the blood in these 2 Yamen runners surged towards his hands. After absorbing the blood of the 3, Li Nantian's originally copper-red skin slowly returned to its normal color. You can hide, but why come out? Looking at the 3 corpses, Li Nantian said coldly. Then he frowned, a serious expression in his eyes. The events of today made him feel like he couldn't control the situation. This was the first time in Qingyuan County. Once I suppress the blood poison, I'll drag all of you out, Li Nantian murmured. He wasn't worried about the safety of his advisor, Fang Heng, for the time being. The kidnappers took Fang Heng likely to extract information from him, and, as long as Fang Heng held on for a while, it would buy him some time. Then, with a flash of his figure, he returned to the back courtyard and did not pay attention to the corpses on the ground. At this moment, Su Hao was holding Fang Heng and wasn't heading to the capture courtyard. Instead, he was heading to his newly purchased residence. After the intense battle, Su Hao remembered the half bottle of truth water in his inventory, which was why he took the severely injured Fang Heng with him. The small courtyard was silent as Su Hao casually found a room. After entering, he directly severed Fang Heng's tendons and then woke him up. When Fang Heng woke up, he immediately felt the pain in his limbs and then realized that his tendons had been cut. His expression changed drastically. He growled, "Who are you? I want to know about Li Nantian's situation." Su Hao lowered his voice and said, "Humph." Fang Heng snorted coldly, his eyes glinting as he looked at Su Hao. refusing to speak. You think that if you don't say anything, I can't do anything to you? Seeing this, Su Hao took out the remaining half bottle of truth water from his inventory, grabbed Fang Heng's chin, and poured the entire bottle into his mouth. He didn't have time to waste with this guy. You think that using some poison will make me talk? Don't waste your effort. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Fang Heng was particularly disdainful of Su Hao's method. I'm not in a hurry. Su Hao shook his head. He was waiting for the effect of the truth water. Fang Heng was a martial artist at the earth level and might hold on for a while. After all, the last time he used the truth water, the target was only a human-level martial artist, old Ghostly. After Fang Heng was fed the substance, he stood to the side as if waiting for something, his brows furrowing, not knowing what Su Hao was up to. After a while, Fang Heng felt his head becoming heavy, his vision began to blur, and his mind started to feel fuzzy. He wanted to shake his head to clear it, but found he had no strength at all. Seeing Fang Heng's condition, Su Hao smiled slightly and walked over, saying, "Tell me the news about Li Nantian." In a dazed manner, Fang Heng replied softly, "Li Nantian has long been dead. The current Li Nantian is Dōng Fan. Dōng Fan, the leader of Qin village." Upon hearing this news, Su Hao understood that he had initially thought Li Nantian was Dōng Fan, but it turned out he was just Dōng Fan in disguise. What a clever tactic, impersonating a county governor. Who would have thought? Then let us talk about Dōng Fan. Why is he abandoning his position as the leader of Qin village to come to this remote Qingyuan county as the county governor? What is his purpose? Su Hao asked in a low voice. A few years ago, Dōng Fan was infected with blood poison, which often flares up and requires human blood to suppress it. He couldn't freely consume blood in Qin village, and at that time, Li Nantian had just taken office as the county governor of Qingyuan, and Dōng Fan intercepted him. So, Dōng Fan impersonated Li Nantian to come to Qingyuan County and take the position of county governor. It seems that the blood incidents in Qingyuan County over the past few years were all caused by Dōng Fan. Truly despicable. Su Hao cursed. What is Dōng Fan's strength? Earth level 7th realm, possibly 8th realm. I'm not too clear. Dōng Fan actually possesses such strength. Su Hao frowned upon hearing Fang Heng's words. An Earth level 7th realm cultivator could withstand his blood-devouring vines for some time, while an Earth level 8th realm cultivator might escape from the blood-devouring vines. The strength difference at the late Earth level is significant. Tell me why you two Earth level martial artists came to Fuqing to be bandits. Su Hao voices doubts. The Blood Cult's branch sent 2 Earth level martial artists to Fuqing to be bandits. There should be another purpose. The leader accidentally obtained an ancient manuscript that said there is a gold mine in the Qingyuan Mountains, so he ordered us to investigate. However, we've searched for many years and found nothing. Fang Heng said in a daze. A gold mine. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's expression became serious. Most of the gold mines in the Shiliang Empire are controlled by the Empire, with only a few owned by aristocratic families. He didn't expect there to be rumors of a gold mine in the Qingyuan Mountains. Even the top aristocratic families in the imperial capital would probably go crazy for this news. Where is your leader, Duan Muming, based? In the Jinfu division. Su Hao asked in a deep voice, as he was aware of the situation regarding the northwest branch of the blood cult, knowing that their leader was Duan Muming. The leader is absorbing the Earth Fiend Qi in the Jinfu division's prison, cultivating the Earth Fiend Heart Sutra, preparing to break through to the late heavenly realm. What? Upon hearing Fang Heng's last words, Su Hao's expression changed drastically. The leader of the blood cult's northwest branch was actually preparing to break through to the late heavenly realm. If he succeeded, the Su family would be in trouble. Tell me about the situation of the blood cult's northwest branch. Su Hao wanted to understand the strength of the blood cult's northwest branch, but as he was questioning, he noticed Fang Heng's eyes becoming clearer, his face filled with struggle. Damn, the effect of the medicine is so fast. Su Hao didn't expect the half bottle of truth water to be so short-acting against Earth-level martial artists. He glanced at the struggling Fang Heng. Keeping him was useless, so he struck him dead with a palm. Then, a furry bug crawled out from under his sleeve. This bug was the 3-corpse brain god goo that Su Hao had obtained earlier. The 3-corpse brain god goo was only the size of a thumb, crystal clear, and it crawled into Su Hao's palm, moving affectionately. Devour this corpse, Su Hao said, pointing at the corpse on the ground. The 3-corpse brain god goo, which had originally been resting in Su Hao's hand, seemed to understand Su Hao's intention. It jumped and landed on Fang Heng's corpse, then entered his body through his mouth. In no time, it seemed that something inside Fang Heng began to roll, and countless goo worms drilled out, covering his body. Soon, these goo worms began to devour him. And in just a few minutes, Feng Heng's corpse vanished without a trace. After that, the three corpse brain goo emitted a small sound. And those goo worms seemed to receive an order, quickly gathering towards its body and finally merging into the three corpse brain goo. When all the goo worms disappeared, the three corpse brain goo jumped back into Su Hao's palm, nuzzled for a moment, and then darted into Su Hao's sleeve. Chapter 66. Clarification and showdown. The gold mine in the Qingyun Mountains and Duanmu Ming in the Jinfu Division's prison wanting to break through to the late heavenly realm. These two pieces of news are quite significant. It seems like they are beyond my ability to handle and need to be reported to my father immediately. Su Hao stepped out of the room, frowning. Cough, cough. At this moment, Su Hao couldn't help but cough, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. After 2 battles, he had also been injured. He quickly exchanged for a bottle of minor recovery pills from the system. After taking a minor recovery pill, he stabilized his injuries and then left the small courtyard. Returning to the capture courtyard. In the courtyard, Su Yuan and Su Nung had already returned, and they were waiting for Su Hao to come back. With their strength at the Earth Realm, dealing with some human realm martial artists was really simple. They just needed to kill all those who resisted. Upon seeing Su Hao return, the two immediately bowed and stepped forward. Young master, the matter with the 3 gangs has been resolved, but among the 3 captains. Only Qin Xian went to the 3 gangs and was killed by us. The other 2 are in the city, hunting down the person who attempted to assassinate the county lord, so we did not take action against them. Come with me to the study. I have important news to tell you. Su Hao did not care about the situation with the 3 gangs. He needed to immediately relay the information back to the Su family, as this matter was both significant and urgent. The significance referred to the gold mine, and the urgency referred to the blood demon, Duanmu Ming, who was about to break through to the late stage of the Earth Realm. The 2 of them followed Su Hao into his study with puzzled expressions. Su Hao picked up a brush, recorded the information he had received, placed it in an envelope, and handed it to Su Yuan. Su Yuan, you secretly leave Qingyuan County and return to the Su family overnight, delivering this letter personally to my father. Su Hao said seriously. Understood. Su Yuan took the letter, tucked it into his clothes, and immediately left the courtyard, urging his horse to return to Fuching overnight. Su Nung, keep an eye on the situation outside. If anything happens, notify me immediately, especially regarding the county office. Su Hao instructed Su Nung, who was standing beside him. Yes. Su Nung bowed and exited. After Su Nung left, Su Hao sat on the long bench, rubbing his head. He decided to leave the subsequent matters to his father and the others. But how should he deal with the county lord? Suol Pandith. The county lord managed the political affairs of the county. It wasn't something Su Hao could just kill off. Although he knew the other party was Duanmu Fan, he had no way to prove it. If he had evidence, he could act. However, if Duanmu Fan committed crimes as a blood demon, Su Hao could kill him on the spot. Let's monitor for now and wait for my father and their reply. Su Hao couldn't think of a good method and could only wait. Unknowingly, Su Hao's eyelids began to droop, and soon he dozed off on the recliner. At this moment, Qingyuan County's night was somewhat chaotic. On one side, the county office's constables were searching, while on the other side, the 3 major gangs were undergoing a cleansing. For a time, the entire county town felt tense. Lin Ming and Wu Sun had been searching within the county for a while, but found nothing, so they immediately sent people to seal off the city gates. They then returned to the county office to report to Master Feng. Upon entering the county office, they noticed the atmosphere was a bit strange. Outside the main hall, they found 3 corpses devoid of blood. Blood demon. Lin Ming's expression changed instantly as he blurted out upon seeing the 3 corpses. Wu Sun's face also showed surprise, and he walked towards the main hall but did not find Master Feng's figure. Do you think Master Feng has fallen victim to the blood demon? What should we do now? Lin Ming said with a changed expression when he saw that Master Feng was not in the main hall. Wu Sun frowned at Lin Ming's words. He had some thoughts about the blood demon, but the current situation made him doubt his previous thoughts. We need to go to the county lord. Wu Sun turned and left, with Lin Ming quickly following behind. At this moment, Duanmu Fan had already suppressed the blood poison within him. Although the blood poison would continuously flare up, each time it did, his strength would increase a little. Once the leader helped him refine this blood poison, he would be able to step into the 9th level of the Earth Realm. Duanmu Fan muttered to himself. Suddenly, Duanmu Fan sensed someone outside the room, pushed open the door, and saw Lin Ming and Wu Sun rushing in. County Lord, Master Feng has disappeared. And over there are 3 corpses drained by the blood demon. Lin Ming hurriedly reported upon seeing Duanmu Fan. Master Fong has been abducted. He should be safe for now. I will personally investigate. How's the search for the assassin going? Have you found anything? Duanmu Fan asked in a deep voice, ignoring the 3 corpses. Lin Ming and Wu Sun immediately knelt down. We are incompetent and have not found any trace of the assassin. What about the 3 major gangs? What are they doing? Have them act together to find out who the assassin is. Inform me about the movements of those around Su Hao today, Duanmu Fan commanded. Since Su Hao arrived here, such incidents have occurred, making him start to suspect Su Hao. In Xingyuan County, only the forces around Su Hao remain unclear, so it is very likely that they are Su Hao's people. Urgent report. At that moment, a constable hurriedly walked in, his face pale. He had just entered the main hall and had also seen the 3 corpses. What happened? Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Ming immediately shouted. Both lords. Lord Chun Xian has been killed by the 3 major gangs, and now the people from the 3 major gangs have already allied with the county office. The constable said hastily, trembling all over. What? Are you saying that Sun Hu and the others have allied with Su Hao? Lin Ming grabbed the constable by the collar and asked in a deep voice. No, it's not that. The leaders of the Sun Gang have gone missing. Now it's Xie Zhen and the others who are in charge of the 3 major gangs. They are the ones who have allied with Su Hao. And Captain Qin Xian was also killed by them, the constable stammered. Sun Hu and the others went missing, and Xie Zhen and the others have taken over. Hearing this news, Lin Ming's expression changed. Those who walked the knife's edge going missing meant death. Where did they go before going missing? Wu Sun asked from the side. They were invited by Su Hao to the Yingshun building. The constable replied after thinking for a moment. County Lord, it seems that Su Hao has acted. Should we deal with Su Hao? Wu Sun turned to consult the county lord. Su Hao, he's decisive and ruthless. I underestimated him. Or perhaps I underestimated the methods of the aristocratic families. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Duanmu Fan's eyes. Those present in the county office could infer that they were likely Su Hao's people. You all keep a close watch on the city gates. No one is allowed to enter or exit. Tomorrow morning, we will take these 3 corpses and pay a visit to the county office. Duanmu Fan instructed in a low voice. Knowing that the opponent was Su Hao, Duanmu Fan appeared less anxious. He had just stabilized the blood poison within him and was not suitable for immediate action, so he planned to wait until tomorrow. By then, the reason for acting would be that there was a blood demon beside Su Hao. Yes. Lin Ming and Wu Sun exchanged glances and bowed as they exited the courtyard. Outside the county office, Lin Ming said solemnly, Fortunately, we didn't go to the 3 gangs. Otherwise, you and I might end up like Qin Xian becoming corpses. This 3rd young Master Su is truly ruthless. With one move, he can be fatal. It's likely that Master Fong is in the hands of 3rd young Master Su. This is no longer just a frivolous young master. He is clearly a god of death. Wu Sun's face broke out in a cold sweat beside him. Who the hell still says Su Hao is a frivolous young master? He could take a knife and kill the opponent. The methods he has shown so far are terrifying. How can he be a frivolous young master? Rumors can kill people. Chapter 67. Orange right capital skill card in the early morning as the city gate opened. Su Yuan immediately spurred his horse into the city, causing pedestrians nearby to hurriedly dodge, with a few muttering curses under their breath. Su Yuan, dressed as a martial artist, was not someone these ordinary citizens could offend. A careless move could lead to being beaten or killed. The restrictions on martial artists in this world were not that strong. In no time, Su Yuan appeared at the entrance of the Su residence, handed his horse over to the guard at the gate, and headed straight for the main hall of the Su house. At that moment, Su Ming had just finished breakfast and was discussing matters with Han Bo and another person when he saw Su Yuan rush into the courtyard. His expression changed, fearing something had happened to Su Hao. What happened with the young master? Why did you rush back from Qing County overnight? The young master asked me to return overnight and personally deliver this letter to you, the head of the family. The other subordinates are unaware of it, Su Yuan replied, handing over the letter in his arms. Although they were also in the study at the time, they truly did not know the content of the letter. Su Ming's expression tightened as he took the letter, opened it, and his face changed instantly. He said to Han Bo beside him, You go to the second master's residence and ask him to return to the Su residence immediately. Yes. Han Bo immediately bowed and exited, heading toward the government office. Is everything going smoothly at the capture agency on the young master's side? Su Ming asked with concern. Rest assured, the capture agency has been completely controlled by the young master. Soon, he should be able to control the entire Qingyuan County, Su Yuan said confidently. Is that so? That's good. After you rest, return directly to Qingyuan County. If anything comes up, I will send a message via the hummingbird, Su Ming instructed. Head of the family. The young master is currently short on manpower. I will return to Qingyuan County now, Su Yuan said, bowing before exiting the main hall, leaving the Su residence, and riding back to Qingyuan County. In the main hall, Su Ming frowned tightly. The two pieces of news from Su Hao were not simple. One was about the gold mine, and the other was about Duan Ming's breakthrough to the late heavenly realm. Both matters were extremely important to the Su family. The gold mine was a fundamental resource that any family would want. If it leaked, the entire Northwest County would likely be engulfed in bloodshed. As for Duan Ming's breakthrough to the late heavenly realm, it was also very unfavorable for the Su family. Last time, the Blood Ming sect attempted to use the young Marquis as an opportunity to reach some cooperation with the Crying Blood Marquis, but it was thwarted by the Su family. Subsequently, the Su family killed several disciples of the Blood Ming sect, creating enmity between the two sides. If there was an opportunity, the Blood Ming sect would definitely target the Su family. Duan Ming must not be allowed to easily step into the late heavenly realm. Su Ming's eyes flashed with determination as he immediately returned to the study and sent a message to Su Wu at the county's pacification office regarding Duan Ming's cultivation in the prison of the pacification office. The pacification office, as one of the three major official forces of the Western Liang Empire in Northwest County, had its own means, making Su Wu the most suitable person to handle this matter. The Western Liang Empire's three major official powers in Northwest County comprised the county governor's office, the pacification office, and the Crying Blood Army, representing the political, martial, and military divisions of the court. At this time, in the capture agency of Qingyuan County, Su Hao slowly opened his eyes. He had been so tired last night that he fell asleep in the recliner. First, let me check in. Host has checked in for the 5th consecutive day, earning 160 sign-in points. And a random reward of 1 orange right capital skill card has been added to the item bar. Please check, host. In an instant, Su Hao's mind jolted. It seemed he had randomly obtained the skill card of orange right capital. He immediately opened the item bar. Orange right capital skill card. Using this skill card allows the host to obtain the characters Iato, orange right capital. Iato has 3 forms, Yin Fan, Ai, and Siya. My luck is pretty good, Su Hao said, looking at the orange right capital skill card. After checking his sign-in points and lottery cards, he noted that he had accumulated 240 sign-in points over the past 2 days, plus 1,000 sign-in points from completing the task regarding the leader of the Blood Ming sect. But after exchanging for a small elixir, he spent 500 points, leaving him with 740 points. He currently had only 1 silver lottery card, which could yield good items if he was lucky, but if not, it might just be a thank you for your patronage. I'll just save it for now, Su Hao thought, looking at the lottery card in the item bar, and did not immediately draw a lottery. Use the orange right capital skill card. Su Hao had a limited number of attack methods, and this skill card could increase his options. As the skill card disappeared from the item bar, information about the 3 forms of Iato, as well as a wealth of sword techniques and knowledge, surged into Su Hao's mind. It took him a while to recover. A sharp sword intent even emerged from him. Iato, 3 forms. Yin Fan, no spatial limitations. The user's figure instantly appears in front of the opponent, swiftly drawing the sword and killing them. Ai, quick, countless sword draws, accompanied by mental confusion. Siya, instantly unleashes numerous sword rays, severing the opponent's life force. I should pick a sword today, Su Hao murmured. The weapon used by Orange Right Capital is a katana, but they indeed practiced swordsmanship. So Su Hao planned to use a sword instead of forging a katana. From now on, I am a master of swordsmanship, Su Hao smiled to himself. He got up, tidied himself up briefly, pushed open the door, had a simple meal in the cafeteria of the capture agency, and then returned to his dormitory. His task today was to increase the manpower of the capture agency. Without manpower, how could he hope to control Qingyuan County? When Su Hao entered the dormitory, Su Neng was already waiting for him. Young Master, Lin Ming, and Wu Sun have brought the previous captors to seal off the city gate. No one is allowed in or out, Su Neng reported as he approached. Hearing this, Su Hao's expression turned cold. They have already been dismissed from the capture agency, yet they still dare to be so audacious. Wasn't there a lot of people signing up for the capture agency yesterday? You and Captain Wu gather those people and go to the city gate. Arrest those captors and throw them into the prison. Deal with any resistance on the spot. This is the assessment standard for their entry into the capture agency. He had given those captors a chance yesterday, but they didn't cherish it. Now, if they were still helping the county magistrate, they shouldn't blame Su Hao for being ruthless. Yes, subordinate will go now, Su Nung said, receiving the order and quickly gathering the people who had signed up yesterday with Captain Wu. In the hall of the capture agency, around 40 martial artists had gathered, mostly at the 4th realm of human level, with a few at the 5th realm, and only one at the 6th realm, a large man carrying a meteor hammer. These people were unusually quiet in the courtyard, showing none of the unruly demeanor typical of martial artists. They were all martial artists from Qingyuan County, aware of what had happened the previous night. Just a night ago, the 3 major gangs had changed hands, rumored to be the doing of the 3rd young master of the Su family. Such methods were powerful and frightening. After all, the 3 gangs had previously relied on the county magistrate, but on the very first day of the 3rd young master's arrival, the 3 major gangs had changed hands. How could that not be terrifying? Gather. Just then, Captain Wu and Su Nung entered the courtyard. The order from the courtyard. Everyone joining the capture agency. The assessment now begins. The task of the assessment is for you all to head to the city gate and capture those captors into the prison of the capture agency. Captain Wu said as he stepped forward. Understood. The warriors in the courtyard were taken aback. They hadn't expected such a test. The people at the city gate were all constables loyal to the county lord, and now going to capture those individuals would mean cutting off their own retreat. After severing their escape routes, they could only rely on the constabulary and on Su Hao, leaving them no chance to appease both sides. Those who are unwilling to go can leave. Those who are willing can go to the back courtyard to get the constable's uniforms and follow me to the city gate to capture people, said Captain Wu, looking at the people in the courtyard with a loud voice. Since I'm here, I naturally want to join the constabulary, the only 6th-level martial artist among them. The burly man, carrying a meteor, strode towards the back courtyard. Once someone started, the others gradually followed, with only a handful of 4 or 5 people leaving after pondering for a moment. County Lord Li Nantian had been very domineering before Su Hao arrived in Qingyuan County, so they were somewhat worried about their safety and could only leave. Captain Wu shook his head as he watched the departing individuals. If a martial artist lacks a fighting spirit, then they really have no future. They might as well be an ordinary person. At this time, those warriors who had changed their clothes returned to the courtyard one after another. Let's go. Captain Wu and Su led this group of constables quickly towards the city gate. After Su and Captain Wu left with the constables, a constable left the constabulary in a hurry. At this moment, in the Qingyuan County government office outside the main hall, 3 corpses were wrapped in white cloth and laid on straw mats, while Li Nantian stood at the door of the main hall with his hands behind his back, his expression very calm. Lin Meng and Wu Sun stood cautiously behind Nantian, their eyes occasionally glancing towards the living room. In the living room sat a middle-aged man dressed in light blue clothing, with a long knife at his waist, seemingly resting with his eyes closed. Why is he here? Lin Meng whispered to Wu Sun. I came with you. How would I know why he is here? He must have been invited by the county lord, Wu Sun replied. They had been called over by Li Nantian early in the morning, but upon arrival, Nantian had said nothing and just stood there with his hands behind his back, while a man with a knife sat in the living room. They knew that the man with the knife was named Jiang Xiong, the #1 expert in Qingyuan County. Nicknamed Jiang One Knife, with strength at the 3rd level of the Earth Realm. Reporting, a small constable who had just come from the constabulary knelt halfway in the hall and said, County Lord, one of Su Hao's subordinates and some constables have gone to the city gate to capture people. Now only Su Hao is left in the constabulary. Brother Jiang, it's time for us to take action. Upon hearing the report from the constable, Li Nantian turned to Jiang Xiong in the living room. Li Nantian, I owe you a favor from back then. After today, we'll be even, and I will leave Qingyuan County. Jiang Xiong, who had his eyes closed, opened them and spoke. Jiang Xiong came here to repay Li Nantian's favor. Good. Li Nantian nodded, seemingly indifferent to Jiang Xiong's words. After this, Jiang Xiong would not survive. What good would a dead person's favor be? Take these 3 corpses to the constabulary. Li Nantian instructed Lin Meng and Wu Sun beside him. Yes. Lin Meng and Wu Sun immediately took their orders and directed the bailiffs to place the 3 corpses on a flatbed that had been prepared earlier. Let us go. Li Nantian set off, leading the group towards the constabulary. In a short while, they arrived at the entrance. At the entrance of the constabulary, a constable's expression changed upon seeing Li Nantian and the others, and he wanted to run back inside to report. But Jiang Xiong, standing next to Li Nantian, swiftly appeared in front of the constable, and with a flash of his knife, blood flowed from the constable's throat. Seeing this scene, Lin Meng and Wu Sun were greatly shocked and exchanged glances. Killing someone right after entering meant they intended to take Su Sanxiao's life. Perhaps Jiang Xiong was just Li Nantian's blade, used to kill and take the blame afterward. What are you still standing there for? Get people inside. Li Nantian glanced at Lin Meng and Wu Sun. Yes. Lin Meng and Wu Sun immediately nodded and had people push the flatbed into the constabulary. Inside the constabulary, most of the constables had gone out to capture people, with only a few scattered constables organizing things in the back courtyard. The group entered and headed straight for the main hall, where they encountered another constable who was also killed by Jiang Xiong. In main hall, Su Hao received a sword from Lu Bin. Having acquired the skills of Jiu Yu Jing, how could he not have a sword? So he asked Lu Bin to pick a few swords from the weapon storage of the constabulary to see if any suited him. Suddenly, Su Hao's expression tightened as he looked towards the hall's entrance. Li Nantian and his men had already reached the main hall's entrance. When Lu Bin saw Li Nantian, his face was filled with surprise, and he stuttered, "Captain, he is the county lord." "County lord, you come uninvited. What is the matter?" Su Hao put down the sword in his hand and said calmly, "Su Captain, take a look at these 3 corpses." As Li Nantian spoke, Lin Meng and Wu Sun immediately opened the body wraps, revealing 3 lifeless corpses. Does the county lord want us to solve this case?" Su Hao looked at the 3 corpses, his face showing no signs of disturbance as he smiled at Li Nantian. He now knew that Li Nantian was Dugu Fan, the bloodsucker, and these 3 had to have been killed by Dugu Fan. He just didn't know what Li Nantian's purpose for coming today was. "Su Sanxiao, as soon as you arrive in Qingyuan County, 2 cases of the bloodsucker have occurred. I believe you are related to the bloodsucker." Li Nantian looked at Su Hao and said coldly, "County lord, are you joking, or are you trying to frame me?" Su Hao scoffed. "Li Nantian, stop wasting words with him. Let me kill him with one stroke." Jiang Xiong, standing beside Li Nantian, coldly snorted. Before coming, Li Nantian had already informed him that the purpose this time was to kill Su Hao. Speaking such nonsensical words now was simply wasting time. "Captain, he is Jiang Xiong, known as the #1 expert in Qingyuan County, nicknamed Jiang One Knife, a 3rd-level martial artist," Lu Bin hurriedly said beside Su Hao. At that moment, a scream came from outside the hall, and then a constable rushed in a panic, shouting, "There's been a murder." Just then, Jiang Xiong, who had just spoken, flashed and appeared in front of that constable, slashing at him with his knife. Su Hao's expression changed. Jiang Xiong actually dared to kill in front of him. The constable's cry should mean someone was dead, and the one who struck was Jiang One Knife, holding the long sword in his hand. Su Hao stepped forward and charged towards Jiang Xiong with incredible speed. Jiang Xiong's lips curled into a cold smile as he turned to slash at Su Hao. The knife's cold energy scattered, forming a blade aura that directly cleaved towards Su Hao, intending to split him in 2. Su Hao watched as Jiang Xiong drew his blade and instantly unleashed the sword technique of Jiujing Yanfan. His body shifted and appeared before Jiang Xiong, the long sword unsheathing in an instant, its cold light exuding a chilling sword aura, striking upward toward Jiang Xiong like lightning. At the moment Su Hao executed this strike, he vanished in an incredible manner beneath Jiang Xiong's blade aura. Jiang Xiong, who had missed a strike, suddenly found Su Hao's sword light appearing before him. He attempted to evade, but realized he couldn't escape at all. A line of blood appeared on Jiang Xiong's forehead, and in an instant, blood flowed from that wound. He stared at Su Hao, filled with unwillingness and disbelief. With one sword, he had been slain by Su Hao. Chapter 69. The Deathworm moves, thud. Jiang Xiong's corpse collapsed to the ground, his face still showing reluctance, as if he couldn't believe he had died at Su Hao's hands. The hall was silent. With one sword, Su Hao had taken down Qingyuan's #1 expert, Jiang Yidao, in a single blow. Of course, Jiang Yidao had also struck once, but it was after that strike that he died under Su Hao's sword. Su Hao's expression remained calm as he slowly sheathed his sword and coldly said to County Honor Li Nantian, "I hadn't decided how to deal with you yet, but since you came here today, I can only take action to eliminate you." Outside the hall, Li Nantian narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. Before coming, he had already formed some judgments about Su Hao. However, after witnessing Su Hao kill Jiang Xiong with a single sword, he realized he had underestimated him. He never expected that Su Sanshao was actually a master of swordsmanship. It was truly unexpected. But do you think that with your strength at the first level of the Earth Realm, you can deal with me? I don't know where your confidence comes from. Li Nantian shook his head and looked at Su Hao. Although Su Hao had killed Jiang Xiong in one sword strike, Li Nantian had seen all of Su Hao's movements clearly. The speed of his strike, the incredible body transformation, these were all perceived by him. Therefore, saying that Su Hao wanted to deal with him was just a fool's dream. County honor, or should I say Dōng Fan, I've heard you possess the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Realm. I really like to see it, Su Hao said calmly. His words caused everyone in the hall to gasp in shock, their hearts filled with suspicion. The county honor possessed the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Realm. Such power was absolute in Qingyuan County and could crush everyone present. Dōng Fan, the name of the leader of Qingyuan village, but from Su Hao's words, it seemed that the county honor was Dōng Fan. How could this be possible? Since it seems that Master Feng is in your hands, hand him over, and I will leave you with a whole corpse. Li Nantian's eyes narrowed, and the power of the 7th level of the Earth Realm erupted instantly, causing everyone in the hall to feel an immense pressure. You speak as if you can really kill me. Su Hao also felt a pressure and immediately circulated his internal energy to dissipate it, then coldly said, "You can withstand my pressure, Su family kid, you're quite good. Let your guards come out. I really want to see what kind of experts the Su family has sent to protect you, making you so arrogant." Li Nantian spoke in a deep voice. He had brought Jiang Xiong to test Su Hao to probe his details, but he never expected Jiang Xiong to be slain by Su Hao with a single sword. However, he had drawn a conclusion. Su Hao's performance today was definitely not that of a playboy, so the Su family must have someone secretly protecting him. While speaking, Dōng Fan started to scan the surroundings. Dōng Fan, the Su family hasn't sent anyone to secretly protect me. You can rest assured. Su Hao shook his head, looking at Dōng Fan's expression. Since they're not coming out, then I'll force them out. Dōng Fan wouldn't believe Su Hao's words. With a push of his foot, he lunged at Su Hao, throwing a punch at his chest. He aimed to use Su Hao to force out the person hiding in the shadows. Seeing this, Su Hao's eyes narrowed, gripping his long sword tightly. In that instant, all his energy and spirit converged into the sword in his hand, as if he could unleash a stunning strike the moment he drew it. Dōng Fan's punch aimed to force out the hidden person. So part of his focus was in a state of vigilance, which meant his punch didn't carry too much strength. But the moment Su Hao grasped the sword, he concentrated his spirit. An internal energy surged out, covering his fist in red aura. As that punch approached, Su Hao's sword was drawn, cutting through the air like flowing light, instantly slashing at Dōng Fan's fist. Swish! The crimson aura on Dōng Fan's fist was instantly sliced open, his previously relaxed face stiffening, his expression turning darker. A fierce killing intent erupted from him. From the fist that had been split, crimson energy patterns emerged, roaring towards Su Hao. Boom! The fist struck the ground where Su Hao had stood. But Dōng Fan's expression changed as his punch had unexpectedly veered off course, while Su Hao had already retreated. You just affected my perception. Dōng Fan's face changed, looking at Su Hao with a serious expression. His previous punch should have struck Su Hao, but it had been affected, and Su Hao could not be left alive. Su Hao smiled slightly and said, "I'm not that easy to kill. Is that so? It seems you really don't have any experts from the Su family around you. Then I won't hold back." As Dōng Fan spoke, his pupils suddenly turned crimson, and a wave of intense blood energy surged around him. What is going on? Why do I feel my blood boiling? Lin Ming and Wu Sun, who were close to Dōng Fan, suddenly felt their blood boiling out of control, as if their veins would burst at any moment. What is this? They were horrified, wanting to move away from Dōng Fan, but their feet felt as if they were frozen and couldn't move at all. Puffed. Several people felt their blood vessels burst simultaneously, a surge of blood gushing forth. This blood did not fall to the ground, but gathered into Dōng Fan's hands. As the blood flowed, his strength continuously climbed, reaching the 8th level of the Earth Realm. This, Lu Bin, behind Su Hao, trembled in horror at such a terrifying situation. Bang! Su Hao kicked this guy into the back room of the main hall, while he stared solemnly at Dōng Fan's transformation. The 8th level of the Earth Realm. This is Dōng Fan's true strength. Su Hao also felt the pressure, as if he were being pinned to the ground. Blood-covered hand. Du Gufan looked at the suppressed Su Hao, the corners of his mouth twitching, his killing intent spreading as he struck towards Su Hao with the palm. The blood in that hand boiled like flames burning. Su Hao instantly felt a scorching aura sweeping toward him, his pupils contracting sharply. He knew he couldn't block this palm. Whoosh! Instantly, blood-colored vines surged around Su Hao, attacking that blood-colored palm. The vines moved extremely quickly, penetrating the blood palm and quickly wrapping around it. However, the blood palm, engulfed in blood-colored flames, burned a significant number of the vines. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Su Hao abruptly pushed off the ground and swiftly retreated. Upon seeing the appearance of the blood-colored vines, Du Gufan's expression changed, but then a more sinister look appeared on his face. Even if you possess such a treasure, you will still die. As he spoke, the ground behind him suddenly rolled up, and a gigantic, grotesque worm, entirely blood-colored, crawled out from the ground. Chapter 70. Du Gufan's death. Du Gufan seemed to sense the anomaly behind him and couldn't help but turn his head to look. When he saw the death worm behind him, his head felt as if it were about to explode. A huge and hideous worm was staring at him with its strange eyes, as if it were eyeing its prey. In that instant he looked. The giant worm suddenly opened its mouth wide and lunged at him. Blood flame palm. Seeing this, Du Gufan immediately pushed back the blood-sucking demon and turned to strike at the giant worm. As he made his move, the blood within him boiled, and he seemed to ignite like a burning flame. The blood flames enveloped his body, making him appear as a burning blood god, with waves of scorching power erupting from him. He extended his palm, aiming to slay the giant worm with a single strike. Boom! Just as he struck, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down on his head, causing his body to freeze momentarily. Puffed. In that instant, the blood-sucking vines which he had dodged shot through his body like lightning. The pain from the vines penetrating his body instantly woke Du Gufan's mind. Looking at the vines in his chest, a ferocious expression surged on his face as he tore them out. At that moment, the death worm suddenly spewed out a stream of venom, instantly covering Du Gufan. The most fearsome aspect of the death worm was its poison. Once infected, it could turn a person into a puddle in an instant. As the venom covered Du Gufan, it dissolved the blood energy surrounding him. In a moment, the blood energy dissolved. Du Gufan's meridians suddenly bulged as if something was about to burst out, and he lost control, appearing somewhat mad. During his frenzy, blood-red worms appeared within his blood vessels. These blood-red worms seemed to sense danger and began to writhe incessantly. As they squirmed, Du Gufan seemed to be in immense pain, coughing continuously, his face contorted in agony. However, the blood energy generated by the writhing worms gradually evaporated the venom from his body. Swoosh! At this moment, the blood-sucking demon struck again, with several vines rapidly entering Du Gufan's body. Once inside, the blood-sucking demon quickly sprouted countless tendrils. These tendrils did not consume Du Gufan's flesh, but instead swept towards the blood-red worms, as if they had encountered something they particularly desired. As the blood-sucking demon entered Du Gufan's body, the blood-red worms scurried in all directions. The escape of these worms caused Du Gufan to emit desperate screams. The tendrils of the blood-sucking demon did not let the escaping blood worms go. In no time, the tendrils of the blood-sucking demon enveloped all of Du Gufan's blood vessels. When the tendrils caught up to the worms, they quickly wrapped around them, producing a series of crunching sounds within Du Gufan's body. Bang! After the blood-red worms were devoured by the blood-sucking demon, Du Gufan's body heavily fell to the ground. Still alive, he lay on the ground, his face pale and breathing short, as if he could stop at any moment. He looked at Su Hao, his eyes filled with a hint of fear. This monster that had appeared was definitely related to Su Hao. Whoosh! The blood-sucking demon quickly withdrew from Du Gufan's body, returning to Su Hao's hand, having not devoured Du Gufan. Meanwhile, the death worm began to consume the corpses in the courtyard one by one, also swallowing the half-dead Du Gufan. It then turned towards Su Hao and made a sound. Su Hao looked at the massive body of the death worm, contemplating how to accommodate it. Unlike the blood-sucking demon, it could not shrink to fit into his body. The blood-sucking demon was drawn from a gold card, while the death worm was only drawn from a silver card, with differing qualities and levels. Although its strength was not lacking, it did not possess the same abilities as the blood-sucking demon. I need to find a way to store the death worm in the system space. Su Hao thought to himself. His system space only had a total of 5 cubic units, and after putting the death worm inside, it would probably only leave him with over 2 cubic units. Su Hao felt helpless, but he had no choice. For now, he still needed to take the death worm with him, so he couldn't let it roam free. In resignation, he walked to the death worm's side, touched its head with one hand, and pulled it into the system space. I wonder when I will get a task to upgrade the system space. Sual Matev. Blood-sucking demon task completed. Reward. 200 sign-in points. 1 silver lottery card. Already stored in the item bar. The system prompt sounded. The ground needs to be repaired again. Su Hao looked at the chaotic scene outside the main hall. At this moment, Lu Bin, who had been kicked in the back hall by Su Hao, slowly woke up, dazedly walking into the main hall. What? Seeing the uneven ground outside the main hall and the lingering smell of blood, he couldn't help but feel nauseated and vomited before finally noticing Su Hao standing nearby. Where the county head and the county magistrate. Just a moment ago, when I was thrown in here, it was a fierce battle. But now there is no sign of the county magistrate. They will not appear again. You need not worry. Find someone to clean this place up. Suo instructive. He then looked at the ground and shook his head, saying, I will have to spend money again. Thinking of money, his eyes lit up. He instructed Lu Bin. You go issue a wanted notice for Du Gu Fan for the murder of County Magistrate Li Nantian, announcing a citywide manhunt. Also, report this matter to the Fuqing Capture Office so they can notify the Fuqing Prefecture to send a new county magistrate here. Take some people to the county office in a bit to protect the county office in the name of the Capture Office until a new county magistrate arrives from Fuqing. You should understand what to do next, Su Hao said afterward. Protect the county office? I should understand what to do. I truly do not understand, head of the office. Lu Bin was momentarily confused, looking at Su Hao, eager to know the meaning behind Su Hao's last sentence. Su Hao was taken aback. This kid is usually quite clever. How could he not understand his meaning? The county magistrate Li Nantian has been in Qingyuan County for so many years. He must have some savings. Now that he is dead, what will happen to his savings? Su Hao gently reminded, head of the courtyard, I understand. I will set off immediately. Lu Bin, being a clever person, instantly understood Su Hao's words and quickly left the hall to call for people in the backyard. He wanted to bring all the valuables from the county office back to Su Hao as soon as possible. Chapter 71 in the Nizhong Palace, Dark Building. Outside the city of Fu, in a village, Ying sat quietly by the window, her gaze fixed outside, looking somewhat dazed, as if she were deep in thought. Creak! The door was gently pushed open, and a woman walked in. This woman was the old madam of the Moon Shadow building, and also the personal maid of Moon Shadow's mother, who had helped Moon Shadow escape from the Murong family years ago. After entering, she saw Moon Shadow lost in thought, and immediately approached her. Miss, your injuries have not fully healed. You need a rest. Aunt Wang, my injuries are no longer a major issue. Has anything happened outside recently? Moon Shadow replied softly. Miss, the Qingyun village has been destroyed, and we have no hope of obtaining the Frost Pearl. Aunt Wang said with a grim expression. Destroyed? Hearing Aunt Wang's words, Moon Shadow hesitated, wondering how Qingyun village could be destroyed just like that. It is rumored that the Su family was behind it. Aunt Wang revealed the information she had secretly inquired about. The Su family destroyed Qingyun village? Why would they target Qingyun village? Does it have a connection to the Blood Demon sect? Moon Shadow muttered, somewhat confused. In one night, the Su family had annihilated Qingyun village, and many were speculating the reason, but all were just rumors. No concrete information had been uncovered. If that's the case, our plan to use Sima Mingyue will likely have to be shelved, Aunt Wang said with some frustration. Aunt Wang, this injury has taught me a lesson. Without strength, it's really difficult to annihilate the Qin family or the county magistrate relying on schemes alone. Therefore, I will go to the Nizhong Palace in the Dayan Empire to cultivate, Moon Shadow said softly, her tone indicating she had made up her mind. Nizhong Palace? Has the second young lady come out? But miss, what will happen to the widows of the Murong family here once you leave? Aunt Wang asked quietly upon hearing Moon Shadow's plan. The second young lady mentioned by Aunt Wang was the younger sister of Murong Yu's mother, an elder in the Nizhong Palace of the Dayan Empire. The money given by Su Sand can properly settle them, allowing them to stay away from the hatred of the Murong family. Perhaps this is also a form of liberation, Moon Shadow said solemnly. Most people in this village were widows of the Murong family, and Murong Yu was the only legitimate descendant. So, she became the head of the Murong family, bearing a certain fate. Perhaps this is also a solution, I will follow the Mrs. arrangements. Aunt Wang replied. In fact, over the years, Murong Yu had carried too much pressure. Perhaps this method was the most suitable. When does the Miss plan to leave? Aunt Wang asked softly. 3 days later. My aunt will come here, and then I will leave. Murong Yu said quietly. Then Miss, will you still meet Su-san? Aunt Wang asked. Once I go to the Nizhang Palace, I don't know when I will return to Fu City. It's better not to meet. After I leave, you can go to Qingyuan County and give this jade pendant to him, Murong Yu said, taking a jade pendant from her bosom and handing it to Aunt Wang. Miss, are you planning to hand over the dark building established over the years to Su-san? Aunt Wang said softly while looking at the jade pendant. This jade pendant was a symbol of the owner of the dark building established by Murong Yu using the power left by the Murong family. Seeing the pendant was like seeing the person. Yes, Aunt Wang understood Murong Yu's intention, which was to hand over the dark building to Su-san. Perhaps this was the best way to handle it after Murong Yu left. At this moment, in the Qin family of the county, in Qin Hao's room, young master, Qin Yun village has been destroyed. It should be the work of the Su family. A guard said quietly beside Qin Hao. Qin Yun village has been destroyed. But what about Su Hao? Is he dead? Qin Hao is concerned about Su Hao's well-being. Su-san is not dead. He is currently in Qingyuan County. It seems the Su family has someone protecting Su Hao. The guard reported the information he had gathered to Qin Hao. Not dead? If they couldn't even kill a playboy in Qin Yun village, then let it be. How is the matter I entrusted to you going? Lu Xiao will be back soon. Qin Hao turned and asked. Young master, I've already selected a target, the daughter of the merchant Mu family, Mu Wanqing. I believe Lu Xiao will surely like her. The guard replied. I have seen Mu Wanqing from the Mu family. She is indeed very beautiful, and Lu Xiao will definitely be satisfied. Qin Hao nodded in approval. But young master, after this time, it may be difficult to find someone who meets Lu Xiao's standard again. The guard showed a worried expression. Lu Xiao, whose name is Lu Song, is the son of the county magistrate of the Northwest County and a disciple of the Mingyue sect of the Xiluang Empire, practicing the Mingyue Sutra. This Mingyue Sutra is a dual cultivation method that allows both parties practicing it to complement each other. However, if used on outsiders, it will simply absorb the true yin of the other party, leading to their death due to depletion of true yin. Every time Lu Song returns, Qin Hao would select women for him to offer, allowing Lu Song to absorb their true yin. As the son of the county magistrate, Lu Song has high standards. He must be pure and extraordinary in appearance. Qin Hao carefully selects candidates before sending them to Lu Song to curry favor with him, as doing so would help him become the head of the Qin family. The Northwest County is so big. If there are none around the county office, we must look in the towns below. Remember, I need to curry favor with Lu Xiao to become the head of the Qin family, Qin Hao said coldly. Understood. Young master, the guard quickly replied. In the next few days, keep an eye on Mu Wanqing. Make sure nothing goes wrong, Qin Hao said with concern. Young master, don't worry. I have people watching her. There won't be any issues. On the day Lu Xiao returns, I will take action to bring her here. The guard patted his chest and assured. Very good. Qin Hao nodded. The guard had done this many times, so he only needed a reminder. Young master, since Su Hao is not dead, should we send someone to Qingyuan County? Not for now. After I entertain Lu Xiao, I will think of a way to deal with Su Hao. Qin Hao's eyes flashed coldly. He would not let Su Hao go just like that. At this moment, in the Su family, Su Ming handed over the letter from Su Hao to the second master of the Su family, Su Hong. After reading the contents of the letter, Su Hong took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in his heart. Elder brother, do you really think there's a gold mine in the Qingyuan mountain range? If there really is, our Su family must obtain it. The Blood Demon sect has been searching for it. It must be true. However, the Blood Demon sect has searched for so many years without finding it. It will be difficult for us to locate it, especially since we have no one to send to search for this gold mine, Su Ming said solemnly. We must compete for the gold mine in the Qingyuan mountain range. But right now we haven't thought about who to send to find it. Elder brother, actually it's very easy to determine who will search for the gold mine, Su Hong said softly. Second brother, you already have a candidate. Let us hear it. Su Min looked at Su Hong. It was Hauer who discovered this matter, and moreover, he is in Qingyuan County, the closest to the Qingyuan mountain range. As for whether we can find it, that depends on Hauer's luck. But even if we can't find it, there's no loss for us, Su Hong said with a smile. Chapter 72 Change of Ownership, Mission Yeah. How did I not think of that? Su Ming's eyes lit up. Big brother, you're still viewing Su Hao as the old Su Hao, which is why you didn't think of it, Su Hong said with a smile, but then his expression became serious. Big brother, from this matter, we can see that the strength of the Blood Ming sect in our Northwest County is greater than we imagined, and they may have already established connections with the major families in Northwest County. We must be cautious. I have notified the third brother to act immediately against Duanmu Ming in the town's dungeon. With the means of the town's office, it should give Duanmu Ming some trouble. Su Ming said in a deep voice. The Su family has already made enemies with the Blood Ming sect, and reconciliation seems impossible. So if there is an opportunity to strike, the Su family will definitely not miss it. Just then, while the two were conversing, two birds flew in from the window and landed on Su Ming. Su Ming took out 2 notes from the birds, and then they flew out the window. After reading the 2 secret letters, he handed them to Su Hong and said, the town office has acted against Duanmu Ming, but they couldn't keep him. He has broken through to the 7th level of the heavenly realm. It's not good news that Duanmu Ming has broken through to the late heavenly realm. Su Hong unconsciously frowned. With Duanmu Ming breaking through to the 7th level of the heavenly realm, I think the people from the Qingmu sword sect will be more anxious. They will help us balance out Duanmu Ming. Moreover, Duanmu Ming broke through in the town office's dungeon, which is a slap in the face to the town office. They can't just let him go. For now, he wants time to deal with our Su family, and besides, I also need to take that step. Su Ming said calmly. Big brother, you're also about to break through to the late heavenly realm. Su Hong's eyes brightened. If Su Ming steps into the 7th level of the heavenly realm, their Su family have to fear Duanmu Ming. I will enter seclusion for the next few days. All matters of the Su family will be handled by you. Within a month, I will definitely step into the 7th level of the heavenly realm. Su Ming exuded a strong confidence. The second secret letter is from Su Hao, saying it needs to be dealt with. The content of the second secret letter is about Dugu Fan, and this matter needs Su Hong to handle it. Su Hong also looked at the content of the second letter and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect Howard to take down the 8th level of the Earth realm Dugu Fan by himself. He is the first among the descendants of our Su family. He relied on a rare treasure. If it weren't for that treasure, he wouldn't have that capability. Martial artists ultimately rely on themselves. External forces can only be temporarily used. Su Ming shook his head. Big brother, your expectations are too high. Howard is still young. There is no need to demand too much. Well then, I will return to the government office first and arrange for the county magistrate of Qingyuan County tomorrow. Su Hong stood up and said, I will also send a letter to Su Hao to have him investigate the gold mine. Su Ming nodded and immediately sent a letter to Su Hao, asking him to investigate the gold mine. Qingyuan County in just one day. The entire Qingyuan County was already under Su Hao's control. The constables who had been dismissed earlier were all thrown into the dungeon. Su Hao planned to release these people after a while, warning everyone that those who dare to challenge him would have to bear the consequences. After the death of County Magistrate Li Nantian, martial artists registered actively, and the personnel in the constabulary were quickly supplemented. Su Hao took the opportunity to appoint Su Yuan and Su Nung as the heads of the constabulary. He then handed over all matters in Qingyuan County to them and made himself more leisurely. Head of the institute, a letter from home. Su Yuan handed Su Hao the letter from the Su family. After Su Hao took the letter, he waved his hand and said, I know, you could go down. Su Yuan bowed and exited. Let me check if there are any gold mines in the Qinyan mountain range. Also, Duanmu Ming of the Blood Ming sect has stepped into the late heavenly realm. I didn't expect my news to spread so quickly, and Duanmu Ming has already broken through to the late heavenly realm. Well, good luck. Su Hao crushed the letter and began to ponder. Task 1. Find a gold mine in the Qinyan mountain range. Obtain useful clues. Reward 500 sign-in points, 5 bronze lottery cards. Find a gold mine. Reward 2,000 sign-in points, 2 silver lottery cards. Task 2. The host is a person who repays grudges. Qin family's Qin Hao sent people to deal with the host. It seems the host has forgotten. Kill Qin Hao. Reward 3 bronze lottery cards. Disable Qin Hao. Reward 1 silver lottery card. 2 tasks. One to find the gold mine and the other to deal with Qin Hao. At this time, I had forgotten about that kid Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao is in the county seat, too far from Qingyuan County. I don't have time to go to the county city right now. So let this kid live a few more days. When I have time to go to the county city, I will take care of him. Su Hao thought to himself. As for dealing with Qin Hao, in Su Hao's view, it's really not difficult at all. At that time, I will find a way to put some 3 corpse insect eggs into that kid's food, and it will be resolved in no time. Regarding the gold mine, I have no clues at all how to find it. Su Hao frowned, feeling regret for having killed that Master Feng too early. Otherwise, I might have obtained some more useful information. Qingyun Zhai, Qingyun Mountain Range. Su Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. If Dugu Fan and the others came to find the gold mine, then when they chose to establish a stronghold, they must have had their reasons and wouldn't choose randomly. So Qingyun Zhai might be a breakthrough point, but they have searched for so many years without finding it. Perhaps it is not near Qingyun Zhai. I must think of other ways to search the Qingyun Mountain Range. Su Hao thought, the Qingyun Mountain Range is too vast, and searching directly would make too much noise, attracting others' attention. How can I search for the gold mine without making a big fuss? Su Hao scratched his head. Right? There are many bandits in the Qingyun Mountain Range, and they are entrenched everywhere. They must be very familiar with the Qingyun Mountain Range. So perhaps I can start from them. I am really too clever. Su Hao suddenly slapped his head. The bandits in the Qingyun Mountain Range have existed for a long time, and they are more familiar with the mountain range than anyone else. As long as I control these bandit leaders, perhaps I can get some clues from them. Once the new county magistrate of Qingyuan County takes office, I will head to the Qingyun Mountain Range and visit these bandit leaders one by one, Su Hao said casually. Although his own strength is only at the first level of the Earth realm, he has many things on him, and secretly dealing with and controlling these bandit leaders is not difficult. Lu Bin, you're back. At this moment, Su Hao saw Lu Bin, who was sweating profusely, walking towards him and couldn't help but ask. Lu Bin was sent by Su Hao to seize properties. Head of the Institute, I have brought back everything belonging to County Magistrate Li Nantian, and it has been placed in our constabulary's warehouse. Do you want to take a look first? Lu Bin wiped his sweat and said, Let us go, I'll take a look. Su Hao was a bit excited and followed Lu Bin to the constabulary warehouse, thinking there might be good things. Chapter 73, Infiltrating the Tiger Head Stronghold for 2 consecutive days. Su Hao stayed in the constabulary. Ever since he thought of using the bandits in the Qingyun Mountain Range, he had people move all the information about the bandits in the mountains into his room. Not knowing, one glance made Su Hao feel like his head was about to explode. Within the Qingyun Mountain Range, there were actually as many as 36 groups of bandits, large and small. To deal with 36 groups of bandits, even if I take care of 23 in one day, it would still take about half a month, which is quite a long time. Su Hao felt a bit of a headache. To handle these 36 groups of bandits, this matter cannot rely on the Su family. He could only think of a way himself. After all, he couldn't let this group of bandits know that the Su family was looking for this gold mine. First, he needed to deal with one group of bandits, and then use that group to control the remaining 36 groups. Looking at the information on the table, Su Hao thought of a plan. He had the 3-corpse brain god bug in hand, so controlling these bandits shouldn't be a problem. Yuan Shou, the new county magistrate Tang Mu has come to pay his respects. Lu Bin reported as he entered. The new county magistrate has arrived. Take him to the main hall. I'll tidy up and meet him, Su Hao instructed. The newly appointed county magistrate was named Tang Mu, and he was a man of Su Hao's second uncle, Su Hong. So Su Hao had to meet him and get to know him. In the main hall, the ground damage from the recent battle had been repaired, and the hall itself had also been refurbished, looking more luxurious than before. A middle-aged man dressed in the county magistrate's official robe was led in by Lu Bin. This man showed no signs of being a martial artist, indicating he was a scholar. In order to facilitate Su Hao's control over Qingyuan County, Su Hong arranged for a scholar who didn't understand martial arts as the county magistrate. A county magistrate without martial arts needed to rely on Su Hao in many aspects. Lord Tang, the head of the Su Institute, will be here shortly. Please take a seat. I will prepare tea for you. Lu Bin welcomed the new county magistrate to sit down. The new county magistrate showed no displeasure and found a chair to sit down. Before coming, he had received Su Hong's instructions to cooperate fully with Su Hao, meaning that in Qingyuan County, Su Hao was to be respected. After a short while, Su Hao walked in, and Tang Mu immediately stood up. Lord Tang, you are here to serve in Qingyuan County. I should have come to pay my respects first. Please forgive me. Su Hao immediately apologized upon entering the room. Head of the Su Institute is being too modest. We are of equal rank. It is proper for me to pay my respects to you. Before coming here, Lord Su instructed me to follow your directives in Qingyuan County, Tang Mu said, cupping his hands together, clearly indicating his position and that Qingyuan County would be governed by Su Hao in the future. Lu Bin, who was serving nearby, felt a chill in his heart upon hearing Tang Mu's words. He didn't expect the new county magistrate to regard Su Hao so highly. He would have to be even more respectful towards Su Hao in the future. At this moment, he was also grateful that he had previously allied with Su Hao. Otherwise, he would probably still be stuck in a cell. Lord Tang, you are a man of my second uncle, so we rise and fall together. Therefore, Qingyuan County still needs your governance, and our Capture Institute will fully cooperate with you, Su Hao hurriedly said. Managing a county was a bit difficult for Su Hao, so he didn't plan to get involved in the management of Qingyuan County. Hearing Su Hao's words, Tang Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had been instructed to obey Su Hao, he also wanted to showcase his ambitions. He had previously thought Su Hao was a playboy and would be hard to get along with. However, after meeting Su Hao today, he felt that Su Hao did not have the playboy demeanor he had heard of in Fuqing and was very humble. Then thank you, head of the Su Institute. Tang Mu said he had matters to attend to and would directly send someone to the Capture Institute to find Lu Bin. Lu Bin, you must do your best to fulfill Lord Tang's requests. Su Hao instructed Lu Bin beside him. Understood. Lu Bin replied quickly. Su Hao was now eager to resolve the issues in the Qingyuan mountain range, so he did not entertain Tang Mu further. Tang Mu was also quite perceptive and said that he had just arrived at the county office and had many matters to handle, so he did not linger in the Capture Institute. After sending off Tang Mu, Su Hao called for Su Yuan, Su Ning, and Head Wu, informing them that he would be going out for a few days and asked them to assist Tang Mu in managing Qingyuan County. Not long after, Su Hao, dressed in plain clothes, left Qingyuan County, speeding towards the Qingyuan mountain range. The mountain range had about 50 peaks. The 36 groups of bandits occupied the resource-rich peaks, and previously, Qingyuan village was one of these groups, but it was destroyed by the Su family. Therefore, the nearby Huda village had its sights set on Qingyuan village. Huda village ranked 5th among the 36 groups of bandits. It used to be ranked 6th, but after Qingyuan village was destroyed, they naturally moved up a rank. The leader, Huang Cheng, was at the 6th level of the Earth Realm with 4 deputies, each at the 5th level of the Earth Realm. After observing for a few days following the destruction of Qingyuan village, they found no one had taken over Qingyuan village. So they immediately occupied it and renamed it Huta village. At night, a cool breeze blew as Huda village was brightly lit. Su Hao had been to Qingyuan village before, so he was somewhat familiar with the terrain and quietly infiltrated the village. Inside the village, the bandits were drinking and partying. Su Hao took a glance and stealthily entered the kitchen. In the kitchen, a group of cooks was busy preparing meals. After observing for a while, Su Hao determined which foods and wines were meant for the village leader in the main hall, then arranged for the 3 corpse brain god bug to enter the wine jars and food, placing the insect eggs inside. In the main hall, the 5 leaders of Huda village were eating and drinking heartily. Brother, who do you think Qingyuan village offended to be wiped out in a single night? Said a bald man holding a drink. Second brother, I secretly inquired and found out that it was the Su family that took them out. I don't know what Qingyuan village was thinking to provoke the Su family, said a burly man next to him loudly. The third brother, be careful with your words. No matter how Qingyuan village offended the Su family, it's not something we can discuss. Now that I occupy Qingyuan village, our Hutu village's power will definitely advance further. Huang Cheng, the eldest brother, immediately interrupted. Huang Cheng was a cautious person. He knew some matters were not for them at Huda village to discuss. He was afraid that too much discussion would alert the Su family, leading Huda village to repeat the fate of Qingyuan village. I heard that the leader of Qingyuan village, Dōng Fan, is still alive. Do you think he will come back? Another deputy said worriedly. Although Dōng Fan rarely acted, it was rumored that he had the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Realm. Brothers, don't worry. I think that even if Dōng Fan appears, the Su family will deal with him, and we won't have to lift a finger. Besides, even if he comes to our Huda village, with the strength of our entire village, it wouldn't be hard to take him down, said a middle-aged man in a black robe coldly. All right, everyone keep drinking. After today, we will fully take over Qingyuan village's territory and business, Huang Cheng said, raising a bowl of wine. Chapter 74. Controlling the bandits on the roof of the main hall. Su Hao used the turtle breathing technique to hide his presence, peering through a small gap in the roof at the bandits drinking and eating heartily below. These bandits were indeed living comfortably, eating and drinking to their heart's content. No wonder so many people were drawn to be bandits. Watching the scene below, Su Hao took a bite of a chicken leg he had casually grabbed from the kitchen. After a short while, Su Hao smiled faintly as he watched them swallow the insect eggs he had laid into their bodies. He covered his face and no longer hid his figure, sliding down from the rooftop to the entrance of the main hall. Inside, Huang Qing noticed Su Hao's movement while drinking with his companions and looked toward the door. Since a friend has come to Tiger Head Village, then please show yourself. Instantly, the expressions of the others changed, and a fierce aura erupted from them as they stared toward the entrance. Creak! The door to the main hall was pushed open, and Su Hao, dressed in black, stepped inside. Huang Village Master, such high vigilance, Su Hao said as he entered the room step by step, looking at the group. Why has my friend come late at night? Huang Cheng, unable to sense Su Hao's cultivation, appeared quite wary and did not act immediately. I've come this time to ask Huang Village Master to help me with something, Su Hao said coldly at the door. Please speak, whatever Huang Cheng, can do. I will do my utmost to assist my friend. Huang Cheng's voice was loud, and some bandits outside the main hall heard the commotion and quickly headed this way. Huang Village Master, you have no sincerity at all, Su Hao sneered. As a prize for your lack of sincerity, I will let you appreciate what fear truly is. Su Hao's gaze suddenly fell on the bare-chested man in the room, his eyes icy cold. At that moment, the bare-chested man felt a chill in his heart, sensing that something bad was about to happen to him. Suddenly, the bare-chested man screamed in agony while holding his head. My head, he howled, repeatedly smashing his head into the ground, blood streaming from his forehead, yet he did not stop. What have you done to my brother? Huang Qing's expression changed, staring at Su Hao in terror. He had not seen Su Hao make a move. At this time, the bandits outside the village quickly appeared outside the main hall. Upon seeing Su Hao standing at the door, some bandits wanted to rush up and capture him, but suddenly the ground began to churn. Then they saw a terrifying monster emerge from the ground, spraying venom directly, and the surrounding bandits let out miserable cries, which stopped in an instant. Those covered in venom all collapsed to the ground. Retreat. The bandits looked at the emerging monster in fear, an unknown terror, causing them to back away. Huang Village Master, I have not only acted on your brother, but I have also done something to you and the other village masters. I just haven't activated it yet. So you should talk to me properly, Su Hao said with a smile. Sir, it seems that Tiger Head Village has never offended you. Huang Cheng, hearing Su Hao's words, looked at him with fear, and the other brothers also had expressions of terror. They wanted to take action, but upon seeing the monster behind Su Hao, they immediately lost their courage. Let your subordinates withdraw, Su Hao said to the bandits behind him. Everyone go down. Without my command, no one is to enter the main hall. Huang Cheng ordered the bandits. Upon hearing the command, the bandits quickly retreated. They did not want to face such a monster. Now it's quiet. Su Hao slowly walked into the room and sat in Huang Cheng's position, while the bare-chested man fainted from the pain. I wonder what you have for us brothers to do, Huang Cheng said respectfully, realizing he had to bow his head under the eaves. I have heard that there's a gold mine in the Qin mountain range. I wonder if you have heard of it. Su Hao asked in a deep voice. A gold mine. When Su Hao mentioned the gold mine, Huang Cheng frowned, as if recalling something. I heard such rumors when I was young, but it was never confirmed. Huang Cheng did not dare to lie. I have heard of it. It seems that there should be a gold mine in the Qin mountain range. Su Hao's eyes lit up. The purpose of my coming here is for the gold mine. Your task is to help me find the gold mine. Of course, it will be a bit difficult for you at Tiger Head Village, so I will help you. As he spoke, a tiny insect appeared in his hand. As soon as the insect appeared, Huang Cheng felt immense fear. This fear stemmed from the three corpse goo in their minds. What is going on? Huang Cheng involuntarily glanced at the others, discovering they wore the same expression. Su Hao remained silent as the three corpse brain goo crawled into a wine bowl and then spit out a bowl of insect eggs. You need to find a way to mix these insect eggs into the food of the 36 bandit leaders. At that time, I believe they will help you search together, Su Hao said calmly. However, Huang Cheng and the others felt a chill throughout their bodies. This man in black intended to wipe out all the bandits in the Qin mountain range and make them help him find the gold mine. Meanwhile, in a secret branch of the Blood Underworld sect in the county government. Congratulations, Sect Master, on reaching the late stage of the heavenly realm. In the hall of the secret branch, a middle-aged man in a blue robe with a fair complexion cupped his fists to congratulate Dōng Huáng Tàiyī, who was seated in the main position. This middle-aged man was Yao Kuei, the protector of the northwest branch of the Blood Underworld sect, at the 9th level of the Earth realm, and was Dōng Huáng Tàiyī's right-hand man. Dōng Huáng Tàiyī had changed into a luxurious outfit at this time. He was tall and imposing, radiating a sharp aura as he sat there. To the man's congratulations, he said with a grave expression, "What joy is there?" If the town protector's office had arrived at the dungeon earlier, I might not have been able to break through to the late stage of the heavenly realm. But how could the people from the town protector's office know that I was cultivating in their prison? Yao Kuei, what has the internal response from the town protector's office found out about this matter? Duan Ming asked in a deep voice. The informant said that the news of the sect master cultivating in the town protector's office dungeon was provided by Su Wu. However, he could not investigate how Su Wu got this information. Yao Kuei replied, shaking his head. It should be news provided by the Su family. Duanmu Chun, who stood behind Duanmu Ming, spoke up. When he mentioned the Su family, a flash of anger erupted in Duanmu Chen's eyes. During this time, the Su family had caused him significant losses, having lost 3 men in succession. The Su family? A glimmer of light flashed in Duanmu Ming's eyes. He was also thinking about the Su family. After all, Su Wu was the deputy commander of the town protector's office. And now that the Su family had fallen out with the Blood Underworld sect, Su Wu would certainly not miss this opportunity. But how did the Su family find out? How did the last matter with the Su family go? Has the grudge with Lan Yu been avenged? Duanmu Ming recalled the matter of Lan Yu and asked in a low voice. Forgive me, adoptive father, I failed this time. And the 3rd and 4th brothers also fell to the Su family. Duanmu Chun quickly knelt down and said, Failed. The 3rd and 4th brothers fell to the Su family? Duanmu Ming's eyelid twitched involuntarily. Just one Su Hao caused the 3rd and 4th brothers to fall? There must be experts protecting this Su Hao, adoptive father. I want to personally take action to deal with this Su Hao, Duanmu Chan suggested after thinking for a moment. Wait until I consolidate my cultivation and meet with the blood-weeping Marquis, then we can discuss how to deal with the Su family. Duanmu Ming reached out to stop him. Chapter 75. Experience card of Jing Wuming the next day. Inside the Tiger Head stronghold, the 5 leaders stood nervously in front of Su Hao. Among them, the 3rd in command of the Tiger Head stronghold, Mu Gang, was particularly tense, keeping his head down as if he didn't want Su Hao to see him. He was scared. Last night, he was the most unfortunate one. The 3 corpse goo in his head acted up, causing him severe headaches, and he didn't even know what had happened. When he woke up again, his brothers informed him of the events. As a result, he didn't dare to look at Su Hao, fearing that Su Hao might accidentally target him again. Complete the control over the other bandit strongholds as soon as possible, and help me find the location and clues of the gold mine. Of course, Huang Cheng. I'm giving you an opportunity as well. With this chance, you can become the leader of the Qinyan Mountain Bandit Alliance, Su Hao said softly to Huang Cheng. Leader. Upon hearing Su Hao's words, excitement lit up Huang Cheng's eyes. After experiencing last night's events, they understood that they had no power to resist Su Hao and could only obey him. However, now that Su Hao offered him such an opportunity, it made him feel thrilled. The Qinyan Mountain Bandits were numerous, and many years ago, someone had proposed the idea of forming an alliance, but it had never been realized. If these bandits were all controlled by their leader, and he became the leader, it would be quite easy to achieve. We will definitely complete the leader's task. Huang Cheng and the others immediately replied. You 5 take this with you. If anyone is disobedient, there's no need to hold back. Just replace them with another leader. Su Hao said, producing 5 colored goo worms in his hand. These were the offspring of the 3 corpse brain god goo, capable of controlling the 3 corpse goo that would flow out. Of course, producing these 5 black goo worms had left Su Hao's 3 corpse brain god goo severely weakened, needing to devour poisonous mist and liquid for recovery, and he would be unable to use it for a while. Go, I'll wait for you news here. Su Hao waved his hand. Leader, we will complete it as soon as possible. Huang Cheng and the others excitedly took the black goo worms from Su Hao's hand and immediately descended the stronghold to wreak havoc on their fellow bandits. The bandits of Qinyan Mountain were interconnected, so it was easy for them to take action. Watching them disappear, Su Hao returned to the main hall of the stronghold. Now, aside from those responsible for food, no one else was allowed inside. Once back inside, Su Hao began to ponder. Since Huang Cheng had heard this rumor, the historical bandit strongholds in Qinyan Mountain must have also heard it, or some bandits might have clues that could help him find the gold mine quickly. Su Hao thought to himself. Of course, if there were no clues, he would return to Qingyuan County and let these bandits continue searching. I haven't signed in today. Let me do that first. Su Hao remembered today's sign-in. Host's 4th sign-in this week has earned 80 sign-in points. Wow, another random reward. Su Hao felt a bit dizzy. He hadn't received any random rewards in the past 6 days of sign-ins. Checking his sign-in points, 3 days ago, his sign-in points were 740. After completing a task for Duga Fan, he earned 200 sign-in points and adding the accumulation of 10 points from the past 6 days. He now had a total of 2,050 sign-in points. Perhaps he should enhance his cultivation. Character, Su Hao Realm. First layer of Earth Realm skills, Golden Bell Shield. Fourth layer, can be upgraded, consumes 150 skill points to raise to the 5th layer. Great Strength Stone Breaking Hand, Illusory Shadow Finger, Iaido Slash, Brahma Flame Technique. 3rd layer, can be upgraded, consumes 300 skill points to upgrade to 4th layer. Consciousness Perception. Range can be upgraded within 10 meters. Using 100 skill points can increase the perception range by 50 meters. Yijin Jing. First layer, can recover 10 of its own consumed chi per minute, resist some weak toxins, repair injured meridians, consumes 100 skill points. Can estimate to the 2nd layer of Yijin Jing. Turtle Breathing Technique. 4th layer, can be upgraded, cost 500 skill points to successfully cultivate. Inventory. 2 silver lottery cards. Several silver notes, 2 ordinary long swords, 100 benefits fruit. Skill points. 1. There's so little in the inventory. Su Hao sighed at the information in his inventory. Those 2 ordinary long swords were put there by him for using with Zhu Yujing's Iaido Slash. If he were to exchange for skill points, he would only have 205 points, and it seemed he could only upgrade the Golden Bell Shield, Consciousness Perception, and Yijin Jing. The Brahma Flame Technique and Turtle Breathing Technique couldn't be upgraded. Then I'll exchange for 5 bronze lottery cards. I haven't drawn for a while. So let's get 5 cards to see. Consumed 500 sign-in points, exchange for 5 bronze lottery cards, already stored in the inventory. Other points exchange for skill points. Consumed 1550 sign-in points, exchange for 155 skill points, totaling 156 skill points. Upgrade Golden Bell Shield to the 5th layer. As Su Hao consumed the skill points, his aura suddenly became more intense, and golden chi formed within him, constantly stimulating his muscles, enhancing the strength of his physique. 5th layer, internal energy produced. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Su Hao's eyes as he sensed his cultivation. He had reached the peak of the 1st layer of Earth Realm, as if he could step into the 2nd layer at any moment. After a period of hard training, I should be able to step into the 2nd layer of Earth Realm. Su Hao nodded, feeling no strangeness in his cultivation improvement. After all, he had an advantage. Let's have a bronze 5 draw. Su Hao instantly used 5 bronze lottery cards. Thank you for your patronage. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations to the host for drawing the 1,000 heart fruit, already stored in the inventory. Please check. After 4 consecutive thank you for your patronage on the last draw, he got something. Looking at the inventory with 2 silver lottery cards, Su Hao felt an impulse to use these 2 silver lottery cards. With this thought, Su Hao couldn't help but use the last 2 silver lottery cards. Use 2 silver lottery cards, drawing. Congratulations, you have drawn 10,000 taels of silver. Already stored in the inventory. Please check. Congratulations, you have drawn the Jing Wuming Experience card. Already stored in the inventory. Please check. Jing Wuming Experience card? A smile appeared on Su Hao's face. This experience card should be something similar to the possession card of Li Xuanwan. Opening the inventory. 1,000 heart fruit. A medicinal fruit that can be refined into a pill to restore severely injured martial artist heart veins. Jing Wuming Experience card. When a host uses the experience card, they can transform into the martial arts character Jing Wuming, unleashing the character's maximum combat power, unaffected by their own cultivation level, and with no backlash or side effects. Unleashing Jing Wuming's full combat power with no side effects. This is good. It can serve as my trump card. The last time Su Hao used Li Xuanwan's card, he was completely exhausted, nearly losing half his life, and took an unknown number of days to recover. However, this Jing Wuming experience card allowed Su Hao to use it without any worries. Based on the experience from the last possession of Li Xuanwan, this Jing Wuming probably also possessed the strength of the celestial realm. He originally wanted to be cautious, but now it seemed he was being pushed to have some fun. Su Hao murmured to himself. Chapter 76. Young Master Lu in the county town. At the Mu family's merchant residence, inside a pavilion, a woman dressed in white gauze sat gracefully by the window. The woman had a slender figure and unparalleled beauty, with clear and bright eyes, giving off the aura of a noble lady. She was Mu Wanqing, as mentioned by Qin Hao and his attendant. Behind her stood a maid dressed in a red skirt, who was of similar age but had a mischievous look. The maid's name was Xiaohe, and she had grown up with Mu Wanqing, the two being as close as sisters. Miss, are you thinking about young Master Su? But that young Master Su is really a blockhead. You two have been together for so long, yet he hasn't even come to visit. Miss, do you think young Master Su feels he is not worthy of you? After all, his attire doesn't look like that of a wealthy family. Xiao He said anxiously from behind. I don't mind his background, and he said he would come to the residence today. Mu Wanqing replied softly. Really? Then congratulations, miss. Xiao He said with a smile. Just then, Xiao He suddenly felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision went dark as she collapsed to the ground. A man in black appeared before Mu Wanqing. Seeing the man in black, Mu Wanqing's expression turned to one of terror. As the daughter of a merchant, she had no martial training and instinctively wanted to scream, but the man in black moved swiftly, appearing next to her and striking her, causing her to faint as well. The man in black picked up Mu Wanqing and quickly left the Mu residence. Moments later, Xiao He woke up on the floor, realizing that the young lady had vanished from the pavilion. She hurriedly rushed down to report to the master. At this time, a young man dressed in a blue robe, with an ordinary appearance but a resolute expression, appeared at the Mu residence. He was Su Yuanming, the son of Su Wu and the cousin of Su Hao, slightly older than Su Hao by a few months. His father, Su Wu, had been transferred to the county to serve as the deputy commander of the town's pacification office a few years ago, and he came along. However, having grown up in Fuqing and due to his dull personality, he had been training at the nearby Qichuan Gate. So very few of the noble youths in the county knew him. By chance, Su Yuanming met Mu Wanqing, and although it wasn't love at first sight as in novels, they developed feelings for each other over time. Recently, Su Wu brought back some dragon ginseng pills for him to cultivate, and he had been practicing at home, successfully reaching the 9th level of the human realm. After a period of consolidation and finishing the last of the dragon ginseng pills, he might be able to break through to the earth realm. Thus, he decided to visit Mu Wanqing's family during this time. When he arrived at the door, he sensed some chaos inside, and no one was at the entrance, causing a bad premonition to arise within him as he entered the Mu residence. In the main hall of the Mu residence, chaos reigned. When Old Master Mu received Xiao He's report, his legs trembled, and he sat down on the wooden chair, saying, "You say the young lady is missing? What happened?" "Master, I just felt a pain in my neck, and then my vision went dark and I fainted. By the time I woke up, the young lady was no longer in the pavilion, so I came to report to you immediately," Xiao He explained. "Steward, go report this to the town's pacification office at once, and ask them to help find a young lady, no matter how much it costs. I'm willing." Old Master Mu hastily instructed the steward. For them, this matter could only be reported to the town's pacification office for assistance in searching. "Yes, master, I'll go right away." The steward also appeared anxious and hurriedly walked out of the hall. At this moment, Su Yuanming walked in and seemed to have heard about Mu Wanqing's disappearance. He shuddered and quickly appeared beside Xiao He, grabbing her and asking, "Xiao He, you just said Wanqing has disappeared? What happened?" "Young Master Su, you're here. I was knocked out, and someone took the young lady away. You must save her," Xiao He said urgently upon seeing Su Yuanming. "Take me to the pavilion." Su Yuanming's expression changed as he anxiously spoke to Xiao He. "Let us go." Xiao He immediately led Su Yuanming toward the pavilion in the backyard. Inside the pavilion, Su Yuanming searched around and took a tour of Mu Wanqing's boudoir, but found no clues. Although his father was the deputy commander of the town's pacification office with strong investigative skills, he had not learned them. Feeling very anxious, Su Yuanming suddenly had a flash of inspiration and seemed to think of something. "Give me a piece of your young lady's intimate clothing, quickly," he instructed Xiao He. Intimate clothing? Xiao He was a bit confused, but quickly found a white garment from the cupboard. Su Yuanming took the clothing and immediately turned to head downstairs. He needed to go to the town's pacification office for help. Outside a relatively secluded manor in the county town, Qin Hao's carriage came to a stop. "You take the people in through the back door," Qin Hao instructed as he got off the carriage, glancing at Mu Wanqing, who was lying inside. The guard nodded and drove the carriage to the back door of the manor. Then, using prepared cloth, he wrapped Mu Wanqing up, carrying her inside the manor. In the main hall of the manor, a young master in his 20s sat in the main seat, sipping tea, looking somewhat refined. "Young master, Qin Hao seeks an audience." An elderly steward-like man entered and announced, "That brat Qin Hao is here. Hurry, let him in." The young master's eyes lit up upon hearing that Qin Hao had arrived, instructing the steward to bring him in. "You came just in time. I just arrived at the manor," the young master said with a smile as Qin Hao entered. "Lu Xiao, I'm here to prepare a gift for you. Otherwise, I would have gone to the city gate to pick you up," Qin Hao replied respectfully. This young master was Lu Tianming's son, the current governor of the Northwest County. Lu Song, have you prepared it? Lu Song asked, revealing a slight smirk. It's already been sent to the back room. Young Master Lu can enjoy it shortly. Qin Hao hurriedly said. Good. Qin Hao, I trust you to handle things, Lu Song said, patting Qin Hao on the shoulder approvingly. Serving young Master Lu is my honor. Should I prepare a welcoming feast for you first, or would you like to enjoy this first, and I'll prepare the feast afterward? Qin Hao completely played the role of a sycophant. You arrange the feast. I'll enjoy this first, and I'll arrive on time later, Lu Song casually instructed. Lu Song had a designated partner for cultivation at Mingyue Palace, but he often cultivated with the same person, which made it lose its novelty. Therefore, every time he returned, he would indulge in new experiences. Inside the room, on a pure white bed, Mu Wanqing slowly opened her eyes. The pain in her neck still lingered. She scanned the room and gradually stood up, walking towards the door. She pushed the door forcefully, but it was locked. She wanted to scream, but fearing being heard, she could only continue shaking the door, try to push it open. Chapter 77. Assassination in the county at the town's pacification office. Su Yuanming quickly stepped into the office and headed straight for a room. Where's Uncle Luo? After entering the classroom, Su Yuanming asked the constable, Yuanming, what do you need me for? Just as Su Yuanming was questioning the constable, a middle-aged man happened to walk in from outside. Seeing the anxious Su Yuanming, he couldn't help but ask, Uncle Luo, help me find someone, come with me quickly. Su Yuanming grabbed Uncle Luo and said, find someone? What happened? Uncle Luo furrowed his brow, looking at the anxious Su Yuanming. Someone has been taken away, but I don't know who the culprit is. This is her personal clothing. Uncle Luo, I know you have the ability to track scents. Please help me find her. She is very important to me. Su Yuanming took out Mu Wanqing's clothing from his arms and handed it to Uncle Luo. Uncle Luo did not take the clothing, but simply breathed a few times through his nostrils in the air. Take me to where she went missing, Uncle Luo said to Su Yuanming. He understood the urgency of the situation and did not ask about the relationship between the woman and Su Yuanming. The two left the town protector's office and quickly rode towards the Mu residence. In no time, they arrived outside the Mu residence. Uncle Luo leaped off his horse, quickly assessed the outer wall, and soon mounted his horse again, hastily heading in a specific direction, with Su Yuanming following closely behind. At this moment, inside the manor, Mu Wanqing was desperately searching for a way to escape, but found that all the doors and windows were locked. She had no way to leave and could only shake the door again. Suddenly, the door was opened. Lu Song slowly walked in, looking at Mu Wanqing, who was pushing against the door, his eyes brightening. Indeed, Mu Wanqing was beautiful, exuding the aura of a noble woman. This Qin Hao never disappoints me. Lu Song muttered to himself, then looked at Mu Wanqing with a wicked smile. Who are you? Why did you capture me? Mu Wanqing felt a chill in her heart upon seeing Lu Song's wicked smile and instinctively took a few steps back, nervously staring at him. I didn't capture you. You are a gift sent to me by someone else, Lu Song sneered, taking a step closer to Mu Wanqing. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll bash my head against the wall in front of you. Mu Wanqing felt something bad was about to happen as Lu Song approached, her eyes flashing with determination. She absolutely would not let herself be humiliated. Very stubborn, but now that you're here, you have the chance to die. Lu Song, at the 5th level of the Earth realm, found it difficult for someone like Mu Wanqing, who understood martial arts, to die at his hands. 2 streams of energy emitted from his hands, landing directly on Mu Wanqing's shoulders, causing the white gauze on her body to start falling off. Mu Wanqing quickly hugged her gauze to prevent it from falling. However, Lu Song then released several more streams of energy, and her gauze immediately tore apart, revealing her snowy skin. Mu Wanqing continuously clutched her clothing, but Lu Song wore a wicked smile, sending another stream of energy toward her, causing her to feel as though she had been pressure-pointed, rendering her unable to move. In an instant, the white clothing she wore completely fell away. Mu Wanqing looked at her fallen clothing, her cheeks flushed, full of shame, while Lu Song's eyes gleamed with wickedness. Just then, a shadow suddenly darted out from under the couch in the room, shooting out several beams of blue light toward Lu Song's chest. Lu Song's expression changed as he quickly retreated, twisting his body to dodge the incoming hidden weapon. Who is it? Lu Song glared fiercely at the shadow after evading the attack. After missing its target, the shadow produced a long and a short sword, both glimmering with blue light. appearing to be poisoned. Although the shadow was dressed in black, its curvy figure revealed it to be a woman, whose eyes were filled with rage as she glared at Lu Song, seemingly wanting to tear him apart. Demon, today is your day to die. The black-clad woman moved, instantly appearing in front of Lu Song, her long and short swords transforming into two beams of blue light, attacking Lu Song from both sides with incredible speed, aiming to kill in one strike. However, Lu Song merely sneered at the black-clad woman's attack, standing still, extending his long hand, and forming streams of energy that transformed into a blade, which he swung at the incoming swords, blocking all of her attacks. The black-clad woman's expression changed as she quickly moved to attack Lu Song from different angles, but all were blocked by him. The difference in their strength was quite apparent. "I'm done playing with you," Lu Song suddenly said with a cold laugh, his energy surging, his palm turning into a fist as a thick stream of energy formed on his fist, striking toward the black-clad woman. The black-clad woman shouted in anger, attempting to block the punch, but it was not only powerful but also fast, passing through her sword and striking her chest. She let out a muffled grunt, knocked back several steps, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Hiss! Two streams of energy instantly pierced through the black-clad woman's wrists, causing her great pain, and the swords fell from her hands with a clatter. Lu Song did not stop there. Two more streams of energy pierced through the black-clad woman's knees. She stubbornly refused to fall, but sweat began to bead on her forehead. "Show me your face," Lu Song said, sending a stream of energy toward the black-clad woman's veil, which instantly fell away, revealing a face that rivaled Mu Wanqing's beauty. Have we met before?" Looking at the woman's face, Lu Song furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had seen her before, but quickly dismissed the thought. Someone as beautiful as her should have been dead from his absorption of true essence during his training. "You demon, you cruelly killed my sister, and today I am here to take revenge for her." The woman ignored her injuries, glaring fiercely at Lu Song as if she wanted to swallow him whole. "I see." Lu Song understood. This woman must have a sister who resembled her, killed by him after he drained her true Yin. At this moment, at the back door of the manor, Uncle Luo and Su Yuanming rode over. "Yuanming, the person should be inside." Uncle Luo pointed at the back door of the manor. Upon hearing Uncle Luo's words, Su Yuanming immediately leaped off his horse and entered the manor. He was burning with anxiety, needing to find Mu Wanqing as soon as possible, fearing that if he delayed, she would be in danger. Chapter 78, 7 Killing Fists, Meridians Severed. Uncle Luo followed suit and leaped over the wall. Inside the wall, Su Yuanming was stopped by the butler who had previously entertained Qin Hao. "This is not a place you can come to. Please leave immediately and do not force me to take action," the butler coldly said to Su Yuanming, fully aware of Lu Song's preferences as the butler serving him, and he would not allow anyone to disrupt his master's enjoyment. Su Yuanming completely ignored the man and charged inside, looking for death. The butler saw Su Yuanming ignoring his advice, and his expression instantly darkened. The aura of a third-level Earth realm expert erupted from his body, pressing down on Su Yuanming. Su Yuanming immediately felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest, letting out a muffled groan. Just then, Uncle Luo, who had rushed over, also unleashed an aura that countered the butler's pressure. "I'll deal with him. You hurry and find someone," Uncle Luo said, glancing at Su Yuanming. With the pressure lifted, Su Yuanming looked at Uncle Luo and rushed into the courtyard. "Are you sending him to his death? The people inside are stronger than me." The butler sneered at Uncle Luo. "Young Master Lu's strength is even greater. He's at the 5th level of Earth Realm, just entered adolescence, and his human realm cultivation hasn't even reached Earth Realm yet. To young Master, you're nothing but an ant." "What?" Hearing the butler's words, Uncle Luo's pupils constricted, and he turned to rush over, but the butler appeared in front of him. "Since you stayed, let's have a little spar." The butler had let one person go, and if he let another pass, he would definitely be punished by young Master Lu. Uncle Luo, seeing this, looked serious. He knew that if he didn't shake off the man in front of him, he wouldn't be able to catch up to Su Yuanming. But Su Yuanming absolutely could not get into trouble. If he did, Su Wu's wrath would likely sweep across the entire Northwest County, gripping the long knife at his waist. He concentrated all his aura into the blade. "Blade Master." Seeing Uncle Luo's stance, the butler's expression changed, and he became serious as well, wielding a long sword with flickering energy, pointing it at Uncle Luo. Whoosh! Uncle Luo's long knife was instantly unsheathed, as the blade light flashed. A wave of blade energy surged towards the butler, who slashed fiercely with his long sword, and the two forces collided. At that moment, after striking, Uncle Luo's figure flickered and rushed towards the direction Su Yuanming had just left. The butler didn't expect Uncle Luo to turn and leave after just one exchange, and he quickly followed. At that moment, inside the room, Lu Song had already achieved victory. He glanced at Mu Wanqing and then at the black-clad woman, who was weak from excessive blood loss. Today I'm quite lucky. I have two exquisite offerings to enjoy. By absorbing you both, I might be able to step into the 6th level of Earth Realm. You demon, you will definitely face retribution. The black-clad woman cursed, while Mu Wanqing was unable to move, her face full of humiliation. Just kill me. I don't want to be defiled by him, she pleaded to the black-clad woman. The black-clad woman looked at Mu Wanqing, wanting to act, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Defile? You dare say I'm defiling you? Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Lu Song's face revealed a sinister expression. With his status, how could an ordinary woman dare to say such things? He flashed to Mu Wanqing's side, grabbing her by the neck and throwing her onto the bed. You can be my furnace. It's your honor. Lu Song snorted coldly, walking towards the black-clad woman. The black-clad woman's face was pale, but there was a glimmer of light deep in her eyes. When Lu Song reached her side, he lifted her chin. At that moment, a silver needle suddenly shot out from the black-clad woman's mouth, piercing straight for his eyes. By the time Lu Song sensed it, it was too late. A protective aura appeared in front of him, trying to block the silver needle, but it still penetrated his protective energy and struck his eye. Lu Song let out a scream, but he did not die. His protective energy had slightly reduced the speed of the needle, so it only pierced his right eye and did not penetrate his skull. Damn it, you all should die. Lu Song pulled the silver needle out of his right eye, looking at the black-clad woman with a twisted expression. The pain in his right eye made his head feel as if it were being torn apart. He covered his right eye with one hand and stepped forward, determined to drain this woman first. Just at that critical moment, Su Yuanming heard the screams and burst into the room. Wanqing. He saw Mu Wanqing lying on the bed, completely naked, and his expression changed. He leaped to her side, grabbed a bedsheet, and wrapped Mu Wanqing in it. Then, he channeled a burst of energy into her body, helping her regain movement. Yuanming, quickly save that girl. Seeing Su Yuanming, Mu Wanqing's eyes lit up, urging him to save the black-clad woman. Another useless human realm. Lu Song looked at Su Yuanming, whose uninjured eye was filled with contempt. A mere human realm 9th level guy could be killed with a flick of his hand. Do you want to be a hero, saving the beauty? I'll cripple you first, and then let you watch how I deal with them. Lu Song glared at Su Yuanming, wanting to cripple him so he could watch. Su Yuanming's expression was serious. The aura from the opponent was beyond his capability. Although the opponent was injured, he still felt a tremendous pressure. Watch me crush your meridians. Lu Song clawed at Su Yuanming, aiming directly for his chest, the claw carrying a fierce blood energy. Not good. Seeing this, Su Yuanming didn't hesitate and threw a powerful punch. Seven Fist Sects Martial Arts. Lu Song snorted coldly. He saw the movement of Su Yuanming's punch and recognized his sect, not changing his stance at all, and actually suppressed Su Yuanming's punch. Su Yuanming immediately felt a tightness in his chest, his chi and blood stagnating, but Lu Song's claw was already upon him. 7-Kill Fist. Pressured, Su Yuanming gritted his teeth and unleashed the 7-Kill Fist, the ultimate skill of the 7 Fist sect, using all his chi and blood to unleash the strongest 7 punches, each punch doubling in power. Of course, Su Yuanming's current strength was not enough to fully execute this technique, but he had no choice at this moment. Lu Song's claw was neutralized by Su Yuanming's 5th punch. Shocking Lu Song. With his aura swirling, he prepared to strike again, but Su Yuanming's 6th and 7th punches struck his chest. The two sides clashed in an instant, with Su Yuanming's 2 punches landing on Lu Song, while Lu Song's palm also struck Su Yuanming's chest. Boom! Both were sent flying. At that moment, Uncle Luo and the butler arrived, shocked by the situation, quickly rushing to their sides. Meridians severed. Uncle Luo checked Su Yuanming's condition, frowning deeply. The butler glanced at Lu Song. Although Lu Song's Earth Realm cultivation and protective energy had neutralized most of the attack, he was still severely injured, especially with blood streaming from his right eye. Chapter 79, Money Gang. Qinan Mountain Range. In just a week, Huang Cheng and his group had secretly controlled all the bandit leaders within the Qin mountain range and established a bandit alliance, declaring themselves the leaders. Of course, some people wanted to resist, but after seeing their companions scream in agony, as the 3 corpse worms crawled out of their heads like maggots, they were filled with terror and obediently accepted Huang Cheng's rule. Of course, Huang Cheng also hinted that there was a powerful force behind him. Inside the Tiger Head village, Huang Cheng and a few others were full of energy as they walked towards Su Hao's room. When they arrived at the door of Su Hao's room, they immediately reined in their smiles and cautiously knocked on the door. Inside the room, Su Hao was holding an ancient manuscript that contained rumors of a gold mine in the Qin Mountains. The rumor stated that a long time ago, a shepherd brought a piece of gold or down from the mountain, but was captured by bandits along the way. When they asked him about the source of the gold, the shepherd said he found it on the mountain. Upon hearing this, the bandits took the shepherd up the mountain overnight, but none of them returned. Damn it, this is called a rumor? It's practically saying nothing at all. Hao looked at the manuscript in his hand and cursed, thinking it was ridiculous to rely on this manuscript to find a gold mine. It was just a pipe dream. Could it be that the Blood Demon sect also received such a manuscript? But that shouldn't be the case. Duan Muming from the Blood Demon sect shouldn't be that foolish. I think their manuscript should be more reliable than mine. Su Hao thought to himself. Guoming, is there something you need? Su Hao asked in a deep voice. My lord, Luo Yun village's Ma Huzi has provided a piece of information, saying that the Sima family in the prefectural city seems to have inquired about the gold mine in the Qin Mountains back in the day, Huang Cheng reported softly. The Sima family inquired about this gold mine? Su Hao recalled that the Sima family seemed to have connections with the Blood Demon sect. Were they searching for it themselves, or helping the Blood Demon sect? This needed to be investigated. Continue searching for the gold mine. We must not delay. Su Hao instructed Huang Cheng. Now he had secretly taken command of all the bandits in the Qin Mountains, and if there truly was a gold mine, they would definitely find it. My lord, the people outside know that I have a powerful force behind me, but what kind of force are we? Task. Please create your first force. Reward. 1,000 sign-in points, 2 silver lottery cards, 5 bronze lottery cards, and you can generate gang tokens in the system store. After Huang Cheng finished speaking, he saw Su Hao's face was silent, and his heart sank. He realized he had asked something he shouldn't have. The others looked at Su Hao nervously. Creating a force, what should we name it? Suel Fronith. Since this time he was out to find a gold mine, he thought, why not name it the Money Gang? Finally, he settled on the name Money Gang. Host has confirmed the force name as Money Gang. Rewards have been issued and stored in the item column. Please check, and the host can choose the gang token. The Money Gang token would certainly be related to money. Copper coins would be the tokens among gang members, divided into 3 levels: gold, silver, and copper. Su Hao silently thought. The system store has formed the Money Gang token copper coins, and the host can exchange them. Su Hao immediately opened the system store and found a copper coin symbol appeared in the system store. The copper coin had the words money written on it, and below it were 3 types of copper coins categorized by color: gold, silver, and copper. Gold and copper coins cost 50 sign-in points. Silver copper coins cost 20 sign-in points. And ordinary copper coins cost 5 sign-in points. Gold and copper coins actually cost 50 sign-in points. I'll exchange for 5 ordinary copper coins and 1 silver coin, Su Hao said as he stored the exchange coins in his item column. After finishing these tasks, Su Hao saw Huang Cheng and the others looking at him with anxious expressions and said, actually, it's fine to tell you, I come from the Money Gang. Money Gang? Huang Cheng and the others exchanged glances. They hadn't heard of this force, but thinking about Su Hao, they feared this force should be quite extraordinary. And since Su Hao came to the Qin Mountains to find a gold mine, it seemed to fit perfectly with this gang. This is our gang member token. Since you have become my subordinates, you can consider yourselves members of my faction from now on. I will introduce you to the gang. Su Hao took out the 5 ordinary copper coins he had just exchanged and tossed them to the 5 men. Huang Cheng and the others received the coins and found that they looked no different from regular coins. But the words money on the coins gave them a sense of permanence. The Money Gang's tokens were divided into 3 levels: gold, silver, and copper. Ordinary copper coins represented ordinary members, while silver coins were called messengers. If one day you encounter someone holding a silver coin, you must treat them with caution. As for gold coins, only core members of the gang could hold them, and I'm a holder of a silver coin. As Su Hao spoke, he also exchanged for a silver coin and held it up. The Lord is only a silver coin holder. When the silver coin reached Su Hao's hand, The others exchanged glances. Given the Lord's terrifying strength, to only be a silver coin holder was unimaginable for them. Gold coin holders might not be very strong, but when you encounter them, you must unconditionally obey their orders. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you. Su Hao pondered for a moment and said. The subordinates understood, vowing loyalty to the Lord and pledging their allegiance to the money gang. They immediately knelt before Su Hao. Earlier, they had been controlled by Su Hao, but now hearing about the power behind him, they instantly pledged their loyalty. All right, get up. This time, the gold mine is the key to my advancement. You must search with all your strength and not be slack. Su Hao thought for a moment and said, We will definitely help the Lord complete the task. Hearing that Su Hao was searching for the gold mine to advance, and that he currently held a silver coin if he advanced again, he would be aiming for a gold coin. Once the Lord's status increased, they would surely rise with him, and their enthusiasm surged instantly. The matter of the gold mine will be entrusted to you. You must find it. I will go attend to other matters first. I will return to the village in 3 weeks, and I hope you can bring me good news. Su Hao said in a deep voice. We will send off the Lord. The others knelt and said. Su Hao nodded and stepped out of the Tiger Head village. Half a day later, Su Hao changed into a different outfit and returned to the Qingshan County's prison. As soon as he entered the prison, he saw Su Yuan in the courtyard, frowning. He approached and said, Su Yuan, has something happened recently? Yes, young master, you're back. During the time you left the prison, the Moon Shadow Ant sent someone over with a letter and a jade pendant. After speaking, Su Yuan took out a letter and a jade pendant from his bosom and handed them to Su Hao. Okay, I understand. Is there anything else? Su Hao asked casually after taking the items. Su Yuan seemed conflicted, unsure whether to speak or not. What is going on? If you have something to say, don't hesitate. Su Hao looked at Su Yuan. Young Master Yuan Ming was seriously injured. His heart meridian was damaged, and his veins were severed. I heard that if it weren't for the timely arrival of the second master, young Master Yuan Ming might not have survived. Su Yuan said after thinking for a moment. Chapter 80. Assassination on the way back. What exactly happened? Do you know? Su Hao asked with a frown upon hearing the news. In his impression, his cousin Su Yuan Ming was quite a dull person and Wu Ti provoked trouble for no reason. I only know that this matter is related to the Liu family and Liu Song, but I am not aware of the specific situation, Su Yuan replied. The Liu family. The governor of Beijing. Has my father gone to the county office? Su Hao asked, his pupils tightening. Recently, my father has rarely appeared in the mansion. All matters of the Su family are handled by the second master, Su Yuan replied solemnly. My father hasn't shown up lately. Could something have happened? A hint of doubt arose in Su Hao's heart. I am aware of this matter. You can go and attend to other things for now. Su Hao walked into the room by himself, opened the letter that Yu Ying had given him, and after reading for a while, Su Hao narrowed his eyes. Yu Ying actually handed the Dark Tower over to me, but this Dark Tower seems of little use to me, as our family has its own network. I'll take a look first. If it doesn't work out, I can just hand the Dark Tower over to my father. Su Hao placed the letter on the table and picked up the jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant is a symbol of the Dark Tower's leader, and with it, he could control the entire Dark Tower. The Dark Tower is quite a significant underground organization in the Northwest County. Originally, he planned to return and rest for a while before going to the county governor to complete the task regarding Qin Hao. But now it seems he will have to head to the county office earlier. Su Hao stored the jade pendant in his inventory and then crumpled the letter on the table, pondering. His inventory contained treasures for restoring heart meridians and channels, which his cousin Su Yuan Ming currently needed very much, so he intended to send them over. Of course, he also needed to find out how his cousin got injured when he went to the county office. He realized he had been a bit too busy lately and thought to himself, it might be better to be a playboy, then I wouldn't have to think about anything. Su Hao sighed in complaint. I'll go back to Fuqing early tomorrow morning to see how my father is doing. Su Hao glanced at the sky. It was getting late to rush back to Fuqing, so he planned to return the next morning. However, a sense of gloom lingered in his heart. With damaged heart meridians and broken channels, recovering without rare materials would be very difficult. Such injuries could ruin my cousin Su Yuan Ming's life. This grudge is as deep as the sea. Su Hao thought to himself, my third uncle is about to take over the leadership of the Town Guard Division. At this time, the Liu family shouldn't be doing such things. Could there be some conspiracy behind this? These were just his speculations. He needed to go back to understand the situation better. At this time, in the county office, within the hall of the Blood Fiend Sects branch, the gardener Qin Hao was respectfully kneeling before Yao Kuei. Inzheng, You handled this matter well. Yao Protector, this situation exceeded my expectations. I only wanted to use this incident to plant hatred in Su Yuanming's heart for future use. The man referred to as Yinzheng said. Now it's perfect. Su Wusun is directly crippled, and Lu Song has lost an eye. I don't think the two families can just let this go, Yao Kuei sneered. Does Qin Hao suspect you? Yao Kuei then asked. He shouldn't. Mu Wanqing is also known to Qin Hao. My subordinate happened to see Su Yuanming and Mu Wanqing together. So I chose her. I didn't think they had any prior relationship, Yinzheng replied earnestly. Then continue to stay by Qin Hao's side and do not reveal any flaws. Yao Kuei ordered. Understood. I will take my leave now. Yinzheng bowed and exited. The hall fell silent, and after a moment of contemplation, Yao Kuei headed toward Duanmu Ming's room. At this moment, Duanmu Ming and Duanmu Chun were together. When Yao Kuei entered, Duanmu Ming smiled and said, You did well this time. Captain, this was purely an accident. Yao Kuei shook his head, not daring to take credit, and reported the events to Duanmu Ming. This is also the Su family's misfortune, Duanmu Ming said with a hint of surprise. Has Dugu Fan sent any news? He's been in Qingyan Mountain for so many years. He should have some clues by now, Duanmu Ming asked in a deep voice. Captain, my subordinate just received news that Dugu Fan is dead, killed by the Su family, Yao Kuei said with a dark expression. He had been in contact with Dugu Fan during this time, but hadn't received a reply. So he immediately sent someone to investigate and found out that Dugu Fan was killed by the Su family. Again, the Su family. Who from his Su family is in Qingyuan County? Su Hao, the third son of Su Ming, the one Miss Lan you wanted to kill earlier, Yao Kuei replied. Foster father, let me go kill this Su Hao. Duanmu Chun stepped forward and requested. Dugu Fan had the strength of the 7th level of the Earth Realm, which is on par with you. If you go to kill him, you might lose your life. Yao Protector, you arrange this matter. And quickly deal with this Su how to create some chaos for the Su family. Duanmu Ming casually instructed Yao Kuei. I will arrange this right away. Yao Kuei nodded and bowed as he exited. The next day, after giving a brief account, Su Hao returned to Fuqing. After rushing for a while, Su Hao felt a bit fatigued and found a place to rest beside the official road. Just as he opened his water flask to take a sip, his expression suddenly changed. He glanced toward the bushes beside the official road, which were about 5 meters away. Su Hao's consciousness clearly sensed that there was a man dressed in black hiding in the bushes, holding a dagger and staring intently at him, seemingly ready to strike with lethal precision. Someone is trying to assassinate me? They waited specifically for me here. It seems they paid attention to me as soon as I left Qingyuan County. Su Hao frowned and thought. The man hiding in black, seeing Su Hao lost in thought, seized the opportunity, instantly transforming into a shadow that appeared before Su Hao, thrusting a dagger directly toward Su Hao's chest. Su Hao seemed oblivious to the incoming attack, making no attempt to dodge. The black-clad man revealed a fierce expression as the dagger plunged into Su Hao's chest. Clang! The dagger struck Su Hao's chest, producing a clear sound. He has armor on. The black-clad man immediately withdrew the dagger, and then turned his hand to slash at Su Hao's neck, attempting to press forward. Su Hao's eyes turned cold as he reached out with his right hand to grab the black-clad man's dagger, as if he were empty-handed against a sharp blade. Clang! When the dagger made contact with Su Hao's right hand, he seemed unfazed by the sharpness of the blade, grabbing it directly. Then with a squeeze, the dagger in the black-clad man's hand bit. Su Hao then channeled his true energy into his left hand and struck down toward the black-clad man's head. Bang! The black-clad man's head was smashed, and then Su Hao tossed the corpse aside, his gaze fixed intently in another direction. Chapter 81, Blood Fiend's Sect Mission. As he killed the black-clad man, he felt himself being targeted by a killing intent. In the distance, a man wearing a conical hat and dressed in the Blood Fiend sect's attire was stepping forward, a long knife strapped to his waist, seeming ready to draw at any moment. Looks like a master of the blade. With each step he took, Su Hao felt his heart beat in response. Su Hao immediately channeled his true energy to disrupt this vibrating frequency and said coldly, "You Blood Fiend sect are indeed relentless. It turns out you actually possess Earth Realm cultivation. It seems the previous intelligence was wrong. We, the Blood Demon cult, have underestimated you in the past. However, with your strength, you shouldn't be able to kill Dugu Fan. Let your guard come out." The man in the straw hat looked vigilant. He had not noticed a trace of Su Hao's guards. Su Hao felt speechless. Every visitor had to say this. He immediately shook his head and said, "Even without guards, You can't kill me, Su Hao said coldly. He currently had death worms, blood-devouring vines, a Jing Wooming experience card, and 2 life-saving items obtained from this week's sign-in. He had plenty of trump cards, so he did not take the blue-clad man seriously. In that case, let's force him out. The blue-clad man did not believe Su Hao's words, and the aura of Earth Realm's 8th level suddenly erupted, pressing down on Su Hao. Su Hao's body immediately fell to pressure and quickly activated the Golden Bell Shield, producing 5 golden lights on his body surface to counteract the pressure. 5th layer of the Golden Bell. The blue-clad man's expression showed a hint of surprise as he looked at the 5 golden lights around Su Hao. The Golden Bell Shield is actually a technique that cultivates both internal and external aspects, but the early stages are an external technique that tests the practitioner's patience and resilience. So ordinary aristocratic youths would not cultivate such a technique. He did not expect that Su Hao had actually cultivated the Golden Bell Shield to the 5th layer and produced internal energy. This was completely different from the information that described him as useless and indulging in brothels. Hiding quite deep, the blue-clad man thought to himself. Then his figure flashed, and he rushed towards Su Hao at high speed. In the instant he charged, he drew out the long knife in his hand, turning it into a fierce blade of light. Su Hao's expression changed. The ground rolled in front of him, and the death worm instantly appeared. The blue blade of light struck the death worm. Instantly, the death worm's body was split into 2 segments, and Su Hao took the opportunity to retreat. "Umph," the blue-clad man coldly said. "So you do have a strange beast helping you. It seems you really don't have any guards by your side. Now that I have killed your strange beast, let me send you on your way. Remember not to oppose the blood demon cult in the future." "Oh, you think it's dead? It's not that easy to kill." A smile appeared on Su Hao's lips. The man's eyes changed in an instant as he looked at the severed creature. At that moment, the death worm, which had been cut in half, began to move. In no time, it formed 2 smaller death worms, which glared at the blue-clad man with fierce eyes. The blue-clad man's expression grew serious. He did not expect the creature to have such abilities. Just then, the death worms moved, and their massive mouths sprayed out a large amount of venom toward the blue-clad man. The venom poured down like a torrential rain. The blue-clad man quickly retreated, and a layer of protective energy appeared around him to block the poison rain. Sizzle. The poison rain hit his protective energy, making a sizzling sound. "It can actually corrode my energy." The blue-clad man's expression changed as he drew his knife again, the blade light flickering toward the death worms. At the moment he struck, the 2 death worms' eyes emitted 2 bolts of lightning, directly striking toward the blue-clad man. The lightning came quickly, and part of it entered his protective energy, reaching his body. He immediately felt a jolt. The lightning rapidly entered his internal organs like a poison in the bone. The blue-clad man quickly circulated his internal energy to suppress the lightning within. As he suppressed it, the blade energy he released was weak, only leaving a scar on the death worm's body. It seemed that the juvenile death worms were not as strong as the 8th level of Earth Realm in direct confrontation, making it difficult to kill the blue-clad man head-on. Su Hao silently assessed the situation. One hand suddenly slapped the ground, and the blood-devouring vines instantly entered the earth. This man's strength seemed to be a bit stronger than Du Gu Fan from before. It appeared that Du Gu Fan had just recently entered the 8th level of Earth Realm. Crack cheese slash. The blue-clad man suppressed the lightning within, his eyes sharp, and his aura continuously expanded. A fierce blade energy exploded from the long knife in his hand. At this moment, he no longer had that easy demeanor. He needed to kill the strange creature in front of him with all his might, and then kill Su Hao. The blade struck out, and the blade energy crisscrossed. The 2 death worms seemed to sense something and let out a low roar. Strange patterns of lightning glowed on their odd heads, eventually converging to form a lightning bolt as thick as a fist, striking toward the long knife. Boom! The 2 forces collided with a loud bang. After the blue-clad man struck with his knife, his body shot out, and the long knife continued to slash repeatedly, each strike incredibly fierce. The death worms became somewhat wilted after the first attack, and the lightning grew weaker, barely resisting the blue-clad man's blade energy. No more strength? The blue-clad man sensed the change in the death worm's aura and revealed a hint of madness in his smile. Just then, suddenly, dozens of blood-colored vines erupted from the ground. The moment these vines appeared, they wrapped around the blue-clad man's limbs, temporarily restraining his body. Su Hao, who had been observing, suddenly drew a long sword. With the sword in hand, Su Hao rolled and appeared in front of the blue-clad man. Iai's lesh, finiznin. Swoosh. The long sword in Su Hao's hand instantly pierced the blue-clad man's throat like an afterimage, and then the sword energy rapidly entered the blue-clad man's meridians, destroying all of his internal meridians. Boom! The blue-clad man's eyes showed an expression of disbelief, and then he fell to the ground. The previously wilted death worm began to merge, eventually forming its prior shape again. It crawled to the blue-clad man and swallowed him whole. And its previously weakened aura gradually recovered, but it did not break through. Su Hao sheathed his sword, looking at the remaining blood energy on the ground, his eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Mission: the Blood Demon cult has repeatedly ambushed the host. The host cannot tolerate this. Within a month, the host must eliminate the Blood Demon cult's branch in the Northwest Prefecture. Reward: 20,000 sign-in points, 2 silver lottery cards, 1 gold lottery card.